Chapter 661. Not a simple prank. Xiao Yu was silently speculating on these things in his heart. But there is too little known information now. And Xiao Yu really can't speculate on anything more. Even the existence of the Invigilator was only a vague judgment. And the fight between Chinimo and the Invigilator was even more illusory. After all, Xiao Yu doesn't even know the existence form of the 7th level civilization. He doesn't even know whether there is an 8th level civilization or a 9th level civilization above the 7th level civilization. Under such circumstances, no matter what conclusion the Invigilator draws, the possibility of it being correct will not be too high. But if Xiao Yu confirmed that the mysterious person behind the gift of Zhang Xingya and the tie to him was really Chen Mo, then Luo Fei's and his own speculations about Chen Mo's situation should be true. Because Xiao Yu could detect the change in his mood during these two gifts. For the first time, when he said Zhang Xingya, a girl from Earth, to him, Chen Mo also changed hands through Taihao civilization and hid himself behind the scenes, for fear that he would discover her existence. The second time, he directly gave the tie that had been given to him once again, basically clearly indicating his identity and setting up a small test similar to a prank. The first time is heavy, which is consistent with the mood of being very pessimistic about the future after encountering a big disaster. The second time is relaxed, which is also consistent with the relaxed and happy mood after successfully overcoming the disaster. He was even in the mood to do some little pranks. But one thing is that no matter what happened to Chen Mo, Xiao Yu could not intervene or have the ability to intervene. Then now, let's be ourselves first, Xiao Yu thought silently. I must go on step by step and improve my strength before I can see Chen Mo and even help Chen Mo. I must find the corpse of the MSI civilization, then destroy the neutron battle star, and eventually become a 7th level civilization. By then, I will have the ability and qualifications to step into the circle Chen Mo is in. The circle Chen Mo is in now must be at least a 7th level civilization circle. This can be seen from the strength of space creatures. Xiao Yu estimated that in the Milky Way, except for the neutron battle star, no one could be the opponent of the space creatures. It is estimated that the 3 Taihao alliances may not be able to resist the space creatures even if they join forces to form the Taihao alliance. Zhang Xingya's body was taken out again and kept in a special box. There is no change in the body. It still seemed like she was still alive, just having slept with the ordinary Zhang Xingya. Xiao Yu had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Perhaps everything is just like Luo Fei said. You meet all my requirements. I sympathize with you very much. And I also want to protect you. If I had resurrected you earlier, maybe there would have been something between us. Love. But this kind of love is not real love. It is love under manipulation. If I didn't know all this, I might really fall in love with you. But now, I already know all this. So, I still sympathize with you and still want to protect you. But it is impossible for me to fall in love with you, Xiao Yu said silently. Xiao Yu thought of Chen Mo again, thinking of the girl who still had deep feelings for him, and predicted that he would never be able to meet Xiao Yu again. Then she said Zhang Xingya away cruelly, trying to let Zhang Xingya replace her position in Xiao Yu's heart. How sad she would be in her heart. Huh? At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered another thing. About the prank-like test that Chen Mo conducted when he sent space creatures to find him. If we analyze it according to the current intelligence, it seems that this prank is not just a simple prank. It should be that Chen Mo lost my information during the confrontation with the Invigilator. So she didn't know whether did he fall in love with Zhang Xingya as she arranged. And have he forgotten her? Chen Mo should have been very conflicted at that time. After all, he who originally thought he would die did not die. But he has already sent Zhang Xingya out, and has made all preparations for love to arise between Zhang Xingya and me. So, under this situation, choosing to give me that tie should have something to do with trying to awaken my thoughts or with her memory. Hey. Xiao Yu sighed, but still couldn't stop these thoughts. Amidst all kinds of chaotic thoughts, under the tug of the Earth spacecraft, Xiao Yu's fleet was advancing rapidly along with the small universe, including the geometric objects accidentally obtained from the crocodile beast. Xiao Yu has a total of 4 geometric objects. Now, the research on these 4 geometries has been fully launched. In addition to the 4 geometric bodies, Xiao Yu also obtained a large number of fragments of the Guardian Civilization's semi-finished star-class battleships. These fragments may also contain a large amount of technological information. Although it is impossible to analyze key technologies from these fragments, it is estimated that there will still be a lot of gains in small technologies, such as casting technology, material technology, and other subtle aspects. Although both are 6th-level civilizations, the Guardian civilization is not a little bit better than Xiaoyu. By analyzing the creations of the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu will definitely gain many benefits. In the past nearly 1,000 years, Xiaoyu's technology has once again made a leap. The new light computer modeled on the technology of the Guardian civilization has been put into use. The number of battleships that Xiaoyu can control at the same time has increased to 70 million. The study of these geometric objects left by the 7th-level civilization in the mechanical direction, combined with through the research on the fragments of the Guardian civilized battleship, Xiaoyu finally made a breakthrough in his material technology. Xiaoyu can now create hydrogen atom polymerization materials. In other words, Xiaoyu can now build a planet-level battleship by himself even without the help of the flesh and blood of level 6 alien beasts. In addition to computing science and material science, another technology has also produced breakthroughs, and that is mechanical technology. Now Xiaoyu can produce an engine that is nearly half the size, but 3 times more powerful than before. The energy utilization rate has been greatly improved. This means that Xiaoyu's battleship endurance can be improved again, with the same fuel and the same mass of spacecraft. If Xiaoyu's previous technology could only allow the spacecraft to sail at a curvature of 1,000 light-years, after adopting the most advanced technology now, Xiaoyu can already make the spacecraft sail at a curvature of 1,300 light-years. Years or so. A more efficient way of utilizing energy is the necessary scientific and technological foundation for Xiaoyu to launch a river-level voyage from the Milky Way to the Large Magellanic Cloud. Without this technology, even if he traveled upstream along the Magellanic Stream, Xiaoyu would be in trouble with no energy to use due to insufficient energy reserves halfway through. Xiaoyu is now nearly 30,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way and has completed half of his journey within the Milky Way. Now the density of stars in the space where Xiaoyu is located is much lower than that of the center of the Milky Way, and the average distance between the 2 stars has reached about 6 light-years. This density is already lower than the density of stars in the star field where the Sun is located. Viewed from this direction through optical instruments, the center of the Milky Way is like a large ball of light emitting a hazy halo, which is extremely beautiful. But Xiaoyu knows that beauty is just the surface of Inqin, which contains a lot of murderous intentions. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a trap at every step. There are some places where it is very dangerous even for Xiaoyu to go there. At this time, the most important technology for Xiaoyu finally achieved a breakthrough. That is, the technology of transporting large mass indivisible matter into the small universe at one time. Xiaoyu can now move nearly 1 trillion tons of matter through the connection channel between the large and small universes in an instant, transporting it from the large universe to the small universe, or from the small universe to the large universe. That's a big number, but it's still not big enough. For example, a planet or a star can easily have a mass measured in billions of tons. So, how should such materials be transported? Previously, Xiaoyu achieved this by using a stellar mass stealing instrument to separate it and then transport it to the small universe bit by bit. But this method was too time-consuming. It is precisely for this reason that when Xiaoyu went to the center of the Milky Way before, the distance of 20,000 light-years, calculated at a speed of 100 times the speed of light, only took 200 years to reach. But Xiaoyu sailed this section the distance took 2,000 years. A large part of the extra time was wasted on collecting materials. Now that this problem is solved, with the material supplement of the Guardian civilization and the inspiration of these perfect geometries left by the 7th-level civilization in the mechanical direction, Xiaoyu's technology finally achieved another breakthrough. Now Xiaoyu can directly transport a star from the big universe to the small universe in a short period of time. It did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. The first breakthrough in this technology was indeed Su Junpo. This time, he once again proved his genius and his important role. At the same time, Xiaoyu once again confirmed his guess. As expected, he is a genius scientist sent by the Sweeper civilization to quickly improve my technology. Then, I am very curious. How much technological progress will you bring to me? And how many problems will you solve for me? I am waiting for your performance. After commending Su Junpo once again for, well done, Xiaoyu thought silently in his heart as he looked at the scientists who came to congratulate him everywhere. Chapter 662, Galaxy. Goodbye. At this moment, it has been more than 1,300 years since Xiaoyu left the center of the Milky Way. After more than 200 years of sailing and a distance of about 8,000 light-years, Xiaoyu will arrive at the edge of the Milky Way. In fact, even here, It already belongs to the edge of the Milky Way. Here, the density of stars is further reduced, reaching an average distance of nearly 20 light-years, calculated based on the average distance from the center of the galaxy. Xiaoyu's steps at this moment have already surpassed the time when he was led by the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao to the edge of the galaxy. It was here that Xiaoyu began his first experiment of moving stars. Xiaoyu picked a yellow dwarf star that was in its middle age and began to make preliminary arrangements next to it. Transporting an object as massive as a star is no longer just a matter of channel size. So Xiaoyu must make the instrument in advance, arrange it at the edge of the star in advance, and make some adjustments to the space where it is located. Can it be moved? The Earth spacecraft led the small universe to the side of the star, and the instruments arranged in advance began to change the space around the star as expected. The connection channel between the large and small universes has been opened, and with the cooperation of various instruments, the transportation has begun. For this transportation, Xiaoyu prepared for a long time and spent a lot of energy. This does not include the time consumed in preliminary scientific research. But the actual moving process couldn't be simpler. After Xiaoyu started the transportation instrument, the star suddenly disappeared from the visible universe. The process took no more than 3 minutes. It was that simple. The transportation of the star was completed, and it had appeared in Xiaoyu's in the small universe. A stable gravitational system has been formed in this small universe. Dozens of stars are operating quietly and smoothly under the mutual gravitational pull and Xiaoyu's orbit adjustment instruments. If an extra star suddenly appears here, without Xiaoyu's human intervention, this will cause catastrophic consequences. The gravity of the newly arrived star will instantly break the gravitational balance in the small universe. The final result is that dozens of stars will resume their chaotic orbits again. It is even possible to collide with each other and then affect other stars, changing the orbits of other stars and causing them to collide again. The end result may be that all stars are destroyed. Of course, Xiaoyu would not allow such a situation to happen. Long before this star entered the small universe, Xiaoyu had already made all preparations. All the impacts it might cause were under Xiaoyu's assessment, and he was prepared to meet it in advance. The entire process of moving the stars was completed smoothly under Xiaoyu's control. There was no trouble. After the star is transported away, Xiaoyu also saw a quite interesting phenomenon. This star also has a planetary system. There is a planet about the size of Mars orbiting it at a distance of 10 light-minutes from it. But now, at the core of the star's orbit, the star suddenly disappeared. Xiaoyu saw it. After the star disappeared, the planet seemed to be unaware of it. It continued to move according to its original orbit, as if the star was still there. If this scene is filmed and played for some low-level civilizations to watch, then Xiaoyu can be sure that this situation will definitely drive many physicists crazy. Because in this system, there is no strong gravitational source and no stars. There are no white dwarfs, no neutron stars, no black holes. Apart from this planet, everything is a void of nothingness. So, what is this planet orbiting? This is an interesting question and a seeming contradiction dictated by the laws of physics. It's actually a very simple phenomenon, because the speed of normal navigation in the normal universe cannot exceed the speed of light. Whether it is an asteroid, a spaceship, a beam of light, or a gravitational wave, its propagation speed cannot exceed the speed of light. So if gravity is regarded as an entity, we can draw the conclusion that a gravitational wave just left the star and was launched towards the planet. And then the star disappeared. Then the planet will still be in the star, under the influence of the gravitational waves emitted previously. The original orbit is maintained. It is not until this last gravitational wave is transmitted to the planet and completes its own process that the planet will notice, oh, this guy who has been restraining me has disappeared, and no gravity is transmitted to me anymore. Only at this time will it change its trajectory. The current time is the interval between the disappearance of the star and the planet's awareness of the disappearance of the star. The distance between the two is 10 light-minutes. So the planet orbits a point of nothingness in the void for 10 minutes. After arriving in 10 minutes, Xiaoyu saw that the orbit of the planet was immediately changed. Its previous orbit around the star can be roughly viewed as a circle. Now, when there is no more gravity binding it, it immediately flies out in a straight line along the tangent of the circle, and flies all the way to the dark depths of the universe. Xiaoyu knew that it had become a wandering planet. In the endless years to come, it would continue to wander in the Milky Way. Perhaps it would be captured by a star again and become a member of that star family. However, its elemental structure, which is very different from that of local members, will trouble the minds of intelligent creatures that may appear in that galaxy. because they will have to think about a question. Why do planets in the same star system have different elemental structures? Is there such a huge difference? Thinking about these things, Xiaoyu felt a little better. After transporting this star to his own small universe, Xiaoyu embarked on the journey again, heading to the next star, and then continued to take it into his own small universe. Whichever star Xiaoyu's fleet arrives next to, that star disappears from the visible universe. It looks like Xiaoyu is a terrifying star devourer. In this way, Xiaoyu stocked up on suitable stars as he walked, stopping and stopping along the way, and finally reached the edge of the Milky Way galaxy after more than 200 years. This is the true edge of the Milky Way. Here, it is about 100,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way. At this moment, the aging, huge, slow-moving red giant that appeared in front of Xiaoyu was the farthest star from the center of the Milky Way within the approximately circular radius of the Milky Way. This also means that after passing this star, Xiaoyu will no longer be able to contact any stellar quasars before reaching the Large Magellanic Cloud. In fact, the material here is not too thin. Xiaoyu can observe that many interstellar dusts gather here, because this is where the Magellanic Stream emitted by the Large Magellanic Cloud merges into the Milky Way. In fact, the hundreds or thousands of light-year borders nearby can be regarded as the convergence point of the Magellanic Stream. The Magellanic Stream is like a huge river, rushing every moment, injecting huge amounts of material from the Large Magellanic Cloud into the Milky Way. The galactic center is completely invisible from here, unless you use an extremely precise optical telescope. This is because the distance from the galactic center is too far at this moment, and there are too many obstructions in the middle. Even with the power of the central black hole, the rays it releases cannot pass through so many obstacles and reach Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu knew that it was still in control of this place, because even an aging red giant star at the edge of the Milky Way is still orbiting it. This is the extreme boundary of the Milky Way. After crossing this star, I have truly left the Milky Way. Although it is still far away from the gravitational influence of the Milky Way, it will require a long journey of millions of light years. Even the Large Magellanic Cloud, an extragalactic galaxy, is only a satellite galaxy of the Milky Way. It is still affected by the gravitational pull of the Milky Way and revolves around the Milky Way, from the first time it left the solar system to the first time it left the Milky Way. In a hurry, it has nearly 40,000 years have passed. Unconsciously, 40,000 years have passed since he first entered the universe. This incident made Xiaoyu sigh with emotion. The sea has changed. The world has changed. And 40,000 years have passed by in a hurry. I don't know what the situation is in the solar system now. It has been 40,000 years since I returned to the solar system. Now that I have free time, no worries. Maybe I really should go back to the solar system to take a look. It took 40,000 years for me to grow up to the point where I am strong enough to be ranked among the top 10 in the galaxy. If you include my companion Ghost Clan, I am strong enough to be ranked among the top 5. But my heart has never changed. Earth is my hometown. The solar system is my hometown. And the Milky Way is also my hometown. This is the brand I carry and will never change. Separation is for a better reunion. And all mysteries will eventually be discovered by me. The name Shinjo civilization will eventually resound throughout the universe. So, farewell, Galaxy. I will come back again in the future. Goodbye, Galaxy. After saying goodbye again in the direction of the center of the galaxy, Xiaoyu controlled his huge fleet, left the galaxy without hesitation, and embarked on a vast journey. What will greet Xiaoyu ahead will be the mysterious unknown of another river system, and a distant journey of 100,000 light years without any supplies. What lies ahead may be hope or destruction. Chapter 663, Wandering Star. Xiaoyu has completely left the Milky Way and embarked on a journey to the Large Magellanic Cloud. During this long journey, Xiaoyu will not receive any additional supplements except collecting a small amount of gas and dust from the Magellanic Stream. At a distance of 160,000 light-years, Xiaoyu needs to increase his speed to the fastest speed and sail for about 1,600 years before he can reach his target. If humans still exist now, Xiaoyu's feat may be recorded in history and become a great man. But unfortunately, at least within the scope of Xiaoyu's knowledge, Xiaoyu is the only one left in the universe, a human being. When the last star in the Milky Way disappeared from the optical instrument made by Xiaoyu to imitate human vision standards, Xiaoyu knew that the Milky Way was already quite far away from him. In Xiaoyu's eyes at this moment, the Milky Way has turned into a large fuzzy halo, and only an optical telescope can be used to distinguish the individual stars in it. At this moment, Xiaoyu is 8,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. In the void universe, Xiaoyu has been sailing for 80 years. Because of the more advanced energy utilization methods, Xiaoyu only consumed 3.7 standard stellar masses in these 80 years. Based on the current mass of the small universe, and using the previous energy consumption rate to calculate, this number should be 5.3, not 3.7. In other words, in just 80 years of sailing time, nearly 4 stars the size of the sun have been consumed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's journey once again verified this sentence. In the universe, the place where meteorites are flying is not the most dangerous place. The void of the universe where there is nothing is the most dangerous place. Xiaoyu has stored as many stars as possible in this small universe. But the more stars are stored, the greater their mass. The energy consumed per unit distance is also greater. If some accidents occur, and Xiaoyu loses most of his material reserves after moving forward some distance, and reaching the void of the universe further away from the Milky Way, Xiaoyu will be abandoned here forever. Even if Xiaoyu's battleship can return smoothly, Xiaoyu will be helplessly thrown away by Xiaoyu. In order to save energy, Xiaoyu put all his battleships into the small universe except those that must stay in the visible universe. In the visible universe, Xiaoyu only left a spacecraft about the size of a provincial battleship equipped with instruments for pulling the small universe, as well as some necessary positioning and observation instruments. During this long voyage, large-scale construction operations are carried out all the time in this small universe. During the period of sailing out of the galaxy, Xiaoyu has increased his warship reserve to the level of 150 million ships. But Xiaoyu believes that this number is still not enough. At least 500 million warships are needed. After making breakthroughs in material technology, Xiaoyu has been able to use conventional materials to build planet-class battleships. Therefore, planet-class battleships also need a large number of reserves. The more the better, and it is best to reserve tens of thousands of them. After all, Xiaoyu knows nothing about the distribution of forces and levels of civilization in the large Magellanic Cloud. As an outsider, he is easily besieged by the local civilization of the large Magellanic Cloud. Although the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao said that it could dominate in the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu did not dare to completely believe this. No matter what, it's always better to play it safe. If you encounter an unexpected powerful presence in the large Magellanic Cloud, these warships you have reserved can come in handy. Time continues to pass slowly. At this moment, Xiaoyu has been sailing for 500 years, 50,000 light-years from the Milky Way. At this distance, optical instruments equivalent to the strength of ordinary people's naked eyes can only see a slightly flattened spherical shape when facing the direction of the Milky Way. Xiaoyu knows that the reason why this happens is because of my own viewing angle. The Milky Way that Xiaoyu saw was about the size of the moon. There is a faint bright white light emanating from it. By this time, the brightness of the large Magellanic Cloud had increased to the intensity of Venus. Xiaoyu is still 110,000 light-years away from it. Above this distance, optical telescopes with naked eye strength cannot see any details of the large Magellanic Cloud. The approximately 10 billion stars contained within it are all concentrated into this one point, and the light of all stars is condensed into one point. If you use an optical instrument with the strength of the naked eye to observe the sky from where Xiaoyu is now, the sky will appear unusually empty. There are basically few stars, and most of the stars are extremely dim. It requires careful identification. Distinguish it from the dark background of space. Because these stars are too far away from Xiaoyu. Their distance from Xiaoyu can easily be calculated in millions or tens of millions of light-years. At the same time, Xiaoyu also knew that the stars he saw were not actually stars. They were huge galaxies like the Milky Way. Every star that seems extremely dim to Xiaoyu may actually be larger than the Milky Way. Within them, there may be many powerful civilizations, even level 7 or higher civilizations. There will also be many heroic or tragic stories happening between or within these civilizations. And there are countless wisdoms. The creatures are going through their own joys and sorrows there. But Xiaoyu can't see any of this. What Xiaoyu sees is just a dim star. And even with such dim stars, Xiaoyu could only see a few dozen from an angle of 360 degrees. Here, stars are the most precious things, and nothingness is the most indispensable thing. Among the few dozen dim stars, Xiaoyu focused on a slightly brighter star. At this moment, in Xiaoyu's opinion, its brightness is only as bright as the stars that can be seen with a little effort when looking up at the night sky from the Earth. But Xiaoyu knew that it was not a dim star either. It was a huge river system, larger than the Milky Way. It also had a beautiful name, the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy is the largest galaxy in the local group of galaxies. It is so huge that even the Milky Way can only rank second. It is also the first target that Xiaoyu plans to go to after possessing the real ability to navigate the river system. 900 years have passed, and Xiaoyu is still about 70,000 light-years away from his final goal. Above this distance, the mass stored in Xiaoyu's small universe finally dropped to half of the mass when it left the Milky Way. There were more than 70 stars, but now only about 30 are left. The more than 30 stars that disappeared were all swallowed up by Xiaoyu's instruments. During this process, the planets in the small universe underwent several large-scale adjustments. A star that is being swallowed by Xiaoyu is obviously not suitable for planets to orbit. Therefore, whenever a star is scheduled to be consumed by Xiaoyu, all the planets orbiting this star will be removed by Xiaoyu and transferred to other stars. The intelligent creatures living in the Shinjo civilization have long been accustomed to such large-scale migration activities after such a long time. Above this distance node, the brightness of the Large Magellanic Cloud is equal to that of the Milky Way for the first time. The brightness of both sides at this moment was like the crescent moon in the dim weather. Xiaoyu knew that if he continued to move forward, the brightness of the Large Magellanic Cloud would continue to increase, getting brighter and brighter. At this time, Xiaoyu made a very unexpected and shocking discovery. Xiaoyu actually discovered a star here, and it was a very healthy star in its prime. This star is slightly smaller than the Sun, so it has a longer lifespan than the Sun. According to Xiaoyu's observations, it has probably existed for about 5 billion years. This discovery greatly interested Xiaoyu, who immediately dispatched the relevant fleet and used a curvature instrument to transport it to him. Originally, this star was rushing towards the Milky Way with the Magellanic Stream at a speed of about 800 kilometers per second. It has probably been running for more than 25 million years, and there is still a long journey of nearly 35 million years waiting for it. When the Earth was still in the Tertiary period, and the Earth was still covered by angiosperms, this star left the Large Magellanic Cloud and began to run wildly until now. 25 million years later, humans have extinct. It is still running wild. Xiaoyu knew that this was a typical wandering star. Yes, there is not necessarily nothing between the river systems. There may be some such lonely wandering stars traveling here. However, the number of such stars is so rare that they can basically be ignored within their original river system. Perhaps due to the gravitational battle between several star clusters, they acquired extremely high acceleration to break free from the gravitational constraints of the river system, and then left the river system and embarked on a long wandering journey. The river systems are so empty that they have already completed their long lives before reaching their new home, and then end their lives in a supernova explosion. But the corpses they left behind will still continue their journey. Behind every wandering star, there is a magnificent cosmic epic and a wonderful story. Chapter 664, The Great Emperor's Civilization. By analyzing this wandering star, Xiaoyu will be able to roughly understand the difference between the stars in the Large Magellanic Cloud and the stars in the Milky Way. The conclusion is that the structure is basically the same, except that the stars in the Large Magellanic Cloud seem to have a slightly higher helium content. Xiaoyu became very interested in this, and immediately moved the wandering star to his own small universe, and then began to study it. This wandering star's long journey of more than 20 million years ended after meeting Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was really surprised to encounter a wandering star in such an open place. After capturing the star, Xiaoyu continued his journey. More than 1,500 years have passed, and Xiaoyu's journey has come to an end. At this moment, Xiaoyu is only less than 3,000 light-years away from the Large Magellanic Cloud. Above this distance, using optical instruments with the naked eye of ordinary people, it is possible to barely distinguish individual stars in the Large Magellanic Cloud. This is another universe island, another huge kingdom composed of stars. Its diameter is about 15,000 light-years, and the number of stars is about 10 billion. In the center of its galaxy, there is also a supermassive black hole, but it is smaller than the one in the Milky Way, and even smaller than the black hole in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. But it is still capable of maintaining the stability of its own kingdom, although this stability is being gradually destroyed by the Milky Way. Through certain signs, Xiaoyu is convinced that a long time ago, the Large Magellanic Cloud also had a barred spiral structure like the Milky Way. But because it was too close to the Milky Way is too massive, so its bar spiral structure was destroyed by the Milky Way. It now has the shape of an irregular galaxy, but there are still some remnants of a bar spiral structure at the core of the galaxy. Inside it, there are also very abundant gas clouds. These gas clouds can also form new stars. In the Large Magellanic Cloud, Stars are also born and stars die. Neutron stars, white dwarfs, supernovae, black holes, all this stuff. All of them are found in the Large Magellanic Cloud. It took Xiaoyu about 30 years to cross the distance of 3,000 light-years. Before reaching the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu was the first to come into contact with a gas cloud at the edge of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Xiaoyu observed that this gas cloud was continuously reducing its mass. At every moment, a large amount of mass flows into the Magellanic Stream, and then flows to the Milky Way like a rushing river, becoming the mass of the Milky Way. Xiaoyu knew that it was the mass lost by countless cloud-like entities in the Large Magellanic Cloud that finally converged into the spectacular Large Magellanic Stream. One day, the Large Magellanic Cloud will be destroyed by the Milky Way. But this will also be the rebirth of the Large Magellanic Cloud, because it will eventually merge with the Milky Way and become one, no longer distinguishable from each other. In other words, the two river systems will collide. But this collision is only literal. There is only a small chance that stars from two galaxies will collide directly. However, one thing is certain. In the process of the two river systems converging, no matter which river system it is, the originally stable star rotation will be broken, and the two river systems will fall into chaos. It will not be until the core black holes of the two river systems merge into one large black hole and regain the dominance of the river system that the new river system will gradually stabilize. In such a fierce gravitational battle, stars may be thrown out of the galaxy and become wandering stars, thus embarking on a heroic journey. Of course, that's another story. After Xiaoyu's voyage lasted for more than 1,600 years, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the Large Magellanic Cloud and had close contact with a star in the Large Magellanic Cloud. This star is located at the very edge of the Large Magellanic Cloud. It is also an aging red giant. After conducting some observations on this star and obtaining some scientific data, Xiaoyu directly passed by it and rushed towards the interior of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Here, Xiaoyu's optical observation instrument built according to the eyesight of ordinary people finally saw the stars in the sky again. At a certain location in the sky, the Milky Way can also be seen, different from the dimness of the Large Magellanic Cloud when viewed from the Milky Way. The Milky Way is still very bright when viewed from the Large Magellanic Cloud. Although the Milky Way looks like a halo about the size of a cigarette box here, it cannot be seen any detailed features. But this is amazing enough. After all, the Milky Way is a full 160,000 light-years away from here. Xiaoyu's fleet is still traveling rapidly. Xiaoyu's purpose here is very clear, which is to follow the location guidance left by the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao to find the asteroid that the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao said is of great significance to it, and to confirm whether it is from the MSI civilization corpse. If so, of course everything is easy to say. If not, Xiaoyu will stay in the Large Magellanic Cloud for a while, develop quietly here, and search the entire Large Magellanic Cloud through his own power. The Large Magellanic Cloud is much smaller than the Milky Way. If it is really necessary to conduct a comprehensive search, Xiaoyu estimates that it will take him at least 50,000 years. Xiaoyu still maintained the curvature navigation method and sailed quickly towards that goal. The place mentioned by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao is about 6,000 light-years away from the black hole at the core of the Large Magellanic Cloud. In other words, even if he has reached the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu is still nearly 9,000 light-years away. Need to cross. But after arriving in the Large Magellanic Cloud, the voyage is no longer so urgent. Xiaoyu planned to transport dozens of stars to his own small universe after arriving at a place where stars are densely packed, and replenish his material reserves first. You know, after a long voyage of 160,000 light-years, there are only a dozen stars left in this small universe now, and the material reserves have long been reduced below the warning line. As for whether he will encounter the local civilization in the Large Magellanic Cloud and be attacked by them, Xiaoyu is not too worried, because at this moment, Xiaoyu's warship reserve has reached 550 million, including a full 400 planet-class warships. Now Xiaoyu's combat power has completely surpassed his own during the Yinxin melee. Even if he encounters the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu believes that he has the strength to fight. If he cannot defeat him, he can still escape. Moreover, Xiaoyu believes that the possibility of a powerful existence like the Guardian civilization in the Large Magellanic Galaxy is very small. In the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu felt as arrogant as a city dweller coming to the countryside. Although Xiaoyu still used the provincial-level spacecraft that had become somewhat tattered after thousands of years of sailing, it was pulling the small universe to move. hiding all the other warships in this small universe. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu continued to sail for another 30 years. At this moment, the number of stars in the universe around Xiao Yu finally increased. So Xiao Yu chose a star as his target and drove over quickly. Xiao Yu plans to move this star to his own small universe to replenish his material reserves. But after arriving around this star, Xiao Yu discovered something special. This incident made Xiao Yu nervous instantly. But after the inspection, Xiao Yu relaxed a little funny. Because Xiao Yu discovered here the technology that is obviously used by technological civilization to conduct war. For example, those chaotic battleship fragments, asteroid fragments destroyed by technological weapons, and some interstellar fortresses that are obviously damaged and can no longer be used. However, after further analysis, Xiao Yu believes that this is only a battlefield of a 5th level civilization, maybe a peak 4th level civilization. But in short, among the two warring parties, the stronger one is probably as strong as the Mayan civilization level. Such strength is really not worth mentioning to Xiao Yu now. It seems that there is also a war in the large Magellantic galaxy. Also, as long as there are intelligent creatures, the war will not stop. I am so strange. Xiao Yu secretly shook his head in his heart. Ignoring these debris, it continued to approach the star. For Xiao Yu now, replenishing supplies is a serious matter. Just when Xiao Yu was planning to take out the star-carrying instrument from the small universe and send some spacecraft to carry out the task of transporting stars, Xiao Yu suddenly observed a little fluctuation caused by curvature navigation. The intensity of this fluctuation is very low, which means that the speed of the spacecraft that causes this fluctuation must not be too high. After further observation, Xiao Yu determined that the speed of this civilization spacecraft was about 10 times the speed of light, which is what a 4th level civilization looks like. Compared to a 4th level civilization, this fleet is already large enough. What are they doing here? Xiao Yu thought with some boredom. Why don't we just take a look? The 4th level civilization fleet that is sailing in the warp seems to be divided into 2 parts. One in front and one in the back. The fleet at the back is much larger than the fleet at the front. It seemed like they were chasing and escaping. A war between level 4 civilizations. Interesting and interesting. I don't know if they have discovered me now, Xiao Yu thought to himself. But at this moment, Xiao Yu received a message full of urgency. Don't stay here. Run! The minions of the Emperor's civilization are surrounding us everywhere. Chapter 665, Resistor Alliance. The Great Emperor Civilization. This domineering name surprised Xiao Yu. What kind of existence is the Great Emperor Civilization? A 7th level civilization? Are there also 7th level civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud? The message said by this 4th level civilization in a hurry came with the dictionary of their civilization. Through these dictionaries, Xiao Yu could easily understand the meaning of this message. In the original information, the name for this civilization was not the Great Emperor Civilization, but another term. This word, in their civilization, seems to mean domineering, powerful, arrogant, dominating, etc. When translated into human language, it is the civilization of the Great Emperor. This 4th level civilization that fled in a hurry did not get close to the galaxy where Xiao Yu was hiding. Xiao Yu knows the reason for this situation. Because the 4th level civilization does not yet have the ability to conduct curvature navigation inside the star system. Xiao Yu only gained this ability after he became a level 6 civilization and initially mastered space technology. The name Emperor Civilization made Xiao Yu feel a little shaken, mainly because this name was too domineering, and he had come into contact with too many powerful beings in the galaxy. So this name could easily arouse certain associations in Xiao Yu's mind. But Xiao Yu calmed down the next moment. It's just a 4th level civilization. The powerful existence that they seem to be invincible is only a 5th level civilization at most. Even the semi-4th dimensional Taihao has said that dragons and serpents cannot be born in small ponds. The Great Magellan Galaxy is just a small pond. The birth of a powerful existence like half-4th dimensional Taihao is amazing enough. I don't believe that there will be an existence more powerful than half-4th dimensional Taihao here. Moreover, even half-4th dimensional Taihao cannot now. I'll destroy it. Even if I can't defeat it, I can still retreat. Xiao Yu thought secretly, and adopted a curvature navigation method directly within the star system, heading towards this 4th level civilization fleet that was escaping hastily. Xiao Yu now does have this strength. Xiao Yu, with his current level of strength, already has the ability to escape from the attack of semi-4th dimensional Taihao without considering the accompanying Ghost Clan. If the accompanying Ghost Clan is added, It is hard to say whether the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao can win. Semi-fourth dimensional Taihao said. It is invincible in the large Magellanic Cloud. Xiaoyu believes that the credibility of this should be very high. Therefore, Xiaoyu has nothing to worry about in the large Magellanic Cloud. What? You can conduct curvature navigation within the star system? What level of civilization are you? After Xiaoyu was exposed to the visible universe, the provincial-level spacecraft entered the curvature navigation and began to approach this fourth-level civilization. As the fleet approached, Xiaoyu received a message full of shock. Xiaoyu's sailing speed at this moment is only about 30 or 40 times the speed of light. This is mainly because the distance between the two is too close. For Xiaoyu now, the distance of billions or tens of billions of kilometers is nothing at all. Don't worry about these things, Xiaoyu said. Tell me, what level of existence is the Great Emperor civilization? Why is he chasing you? During the brief exchange, Xiaoyu's provincial spacecraft has dragged the small universe to the fleet of this fourth-level civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu truly saw how miserable the fleet of this fourth-level civilization was. This fleet consists of about 10,000 spaceships, the largest of which is a provincial spacecraft. At this moment, its protective cover has dimmed to the point that it seems that it may be extinguished at any time. And there are also a lot of smoke-like things spewing out from it. Most of the remaining spacecrafts also had some damage. And some small spacecrafts even lack protective covers. In this way, the hull of the ship is directly exposed to space. When a civilization enters the third-level civilization technology category, it will master protective shield technology. And then protective shield technology will become a regular configuration of a battleship. Even if Xiaoyu is now a sixth-level civilization, Xiaoyu's spaceship still needs a protective cover is used to provide protection for the spacecraft. It can be imagined how important the protective cover is to a spacecraft. And when a spacecraft cannot even maintain the protective cover, how serious the damage it suffers. Compared with this fleet that fled in a hurry, the fleet chasing behind was much more glamorous. Xiaoyu saw that there were about 30,000 ships in the pursuit fleet, including 5 provincial-level spacecraft. And the protective covers on each spacecraft were very conspicuous. It was obvious that the energy was sufficient and the ships were intact. Which civilization spaceship are you from? Is your civilization a member of the Resistance Alliance? Don't worry about these things for now. The minions of the Great Emperor civilization are chasing us. You can escape quickly. If you don't know the nearby route, you can follow us and escape together. Although our fleet has been severely damaged, it still has a certain ability to resist. The fleet of a broken fourth-level civilization in front of them replied in a somewhat hasty tone. Resistor Alliance? What is this? Xiaoyu thought a little funny, but did not deny it, but said, a fleet of a fourth-level civilization is worthy of my escape. Since you have already shown me out of kindness, I don't mind helping you a little. I'll just wipe out all the spaceships that are chasing you. It seems that you have also entered the fifth-level civilization. Why do you only have one spaceship left now? The fourth-level civilization fleet in front of you said with some urgency. It was during the battle with the Great Emperor civilization. Was it beaten like this? Yes. A fifth-level civilization is worthy of being annihilated by the Emperor civilization himself. Now that our Resistance Alliance has been completely defeated, now is not the time to continue fighting with the Emperor civilization. We should seize the time to escape and keep us. With the strength of the Resistance Alliance, leaving revenge for later is the right way. Escape quickly. With your mobility, you should easily escape from here. Leave us alone and leave quickly. If we attract the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization, who of us will I can't even leave? Still want to escape? Is it a broken spacecraft of a fifth-level civilization? We have reported this situation to the Great Emperor civilization. The Emperor civilization's fleet will arrive soon. None of you can escape and dare to resist our Great Emperor civilization. The ending will inevitably be destruction. At this moment, a message was sent from the chasing fleet from behind, and it was received by Xiaoyu. Have the civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud fallen behind to this extent? I have shown the ability to conduct curvature navigation within the star system, but they still only think that I am a fifth-level civilization. Could it be that among these fourth-level civilizations, in our understanding, is the fifth-level civilization already the highest level of existence? Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. In such an environment, a tyrannical existence like the semi-four-dimensional Taihao can be born. How difficult it would be. At this time, Xiaoyu once again realized what the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao said about his invincibility in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Even Xiaoyu's current strength can walk sideways in the large Magellanic Galaxy. let alone the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao, who is more powerful than Xiaoyu. I'm afraid I really want to kill whoever I want. And I can kill whoever I don't like, without any scruples at all. This is bad. At this time, Xiaoyu once again received a message from the hunted fourth-level civilization. In this message, there was a deep feeling of despair. The Great Emperor civilization already knows that a fifth-level civilization has appeared here. Civilized warships. I'm afraid they will arrive soon. You should escape immediately to preserve the strength of our resistor alliance. And our fleet will stay here to buy time for you to escape. You are only a fourth-level civilization. How can you resist the fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Rely on our blood and a heart to pursue freedom. Xiaoyu received their answer. It is because we have had enough of the oppression of the Emperor's civilization that we formed the Resistance Alliance. Everyone who joins the Resistance Alliance, all civilizations are mentally prepared for their civilization to be exterminated. Without freedom, we would rather be destroyed. You should run away quickly. It is a pity that a fifth-level civilization will perish. If you survive, you can bring greater benefits to our alliance. Our fleet will continue to escape. And then when the fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization arrives, we will launch a suicide attack and try our best to delay the progress of the Great Emperor's civilization's fleet. That's it. Goodbye. I hope that one day, we, the Resistance Alliance, the Emperor's civilization can be completely wiped out and our galaxy can be peaceful. Without freedom, would you rather be destroyed? Every civilization that joins the Resistance Alliance is mentally prepared to be destroyed? Well, it seems very tragic. This Emperor's civilization is simply worse than the sweepers in the galaxy. Civilization has to be too much. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart, steering this provincial-level spaceship that looked a little shabby on the outside, and did not escape immediately as required to escape from the fourth-level civilization, but changed its course and headed towards the rear. The pursuit fleet rushed over quickly. There are really no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are kings. I never thought that in the Great Magellanic Galaxy, a fourth-level civilization could run rampant like this. And a fifth-level civilization dared to be called the Great Emperor civilization, and even directly hit the muzzle of my gun. If you don't have strength, you should be low-key. Keep your tail between your legs and be an honest person. Maybe I am too lazy to care about you, but you are too high-profile, and high-profile will lead to destruction. It seems that you don't know this truth. So today, let me tell you. Chapter 666, 10 seconds. Escape quickly. Don't waste time here. The fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization may arrive at any time. You dare to attack us. So what if you are a fifth-level civilization? If you destroy our spaceship, the fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization will completely crush and exterminate your civilization. You must consider the consequences. Why don't you surrender now? Join the Great Emperor's civilization with us. A fifth-level civilization will definitely be valued by the Great Emperor's civilization, and you will get countless benefits. Just as Xiaoyu's provincial spacecraft quickly approached the rear pursuit fleet, Xiaoyu simultaneously received messages from both sides of the pursuit. One party sounded urgent, asking Xiaoyu to escape immediately, while the other party seemed a little unbelievable. It seemed that they believed in the reputation of the Great Emperor civilization. It seemed that no matter what kind of existence, after hearing the name of the Great Emperor civilization, they should immediately surrender and worship on the ground. Generally, therefore, they find it very incomprehensible that they still want to attack themselves after hearing the name of the Great Emperor civilization. Is a fifth-level civilization enough to attract the attention of the Great Emperor civilization? Then it seems that this Great Emperor civilization is nothing. At most, it is the peak of a fifth-level civilization, or a sixth-level primary civilization. Such strength. You are not qualified to be seen by me. Xiaoyu snorted coldly in his heart. And no one paid attention to the messages from these two civilizations. At this moment, Xiaoyu has decided to destroy all the 30,000 pursuit spacecraft in front of him, leaving no one behind. Xiaoyu has no intention of taking out a new supplementary fleet from the small universe. Although in the small universe, the combat power of a combat spaceship that is more powerful than this shabby provincial spacecraft is calculated in millions and millions. Because this is only a fourth-level civilization in front of us. To deal with the 30,000 spaceships of a fourth-level civilization, it is enough to rely only on this provincial spacecraft, which was originally used as a towing spacecraft. Destroying them is like crushing an ant. The gap between level 6 civilization and level 4 civilization is so huge that a level 6 civilization provincial spaceship that is not professional and has some damage during a long voyage can completely annihilate a level 4 civilization with complete organizational structure. Professional combat fleet. Xiaoyu used the lowest power to launch hundreds of space crack attacks. Immediately, hundreds of black lines flashed across the dark universe. And the next moment, they arrived in front of the spacecraft chasing the fleet. These space cracks launched by Xiaoyu, even at the lowest power, are more powerful than the castrated version of the space cracks he had previously obtained from the ruins of the Tolar civilization. When Xiaoyu was in the 5th level civilization, he relied on that castrated version of space weapons to defeat the Mayan civilization. And now, in Xiaoyu's view, the strength of the arrogant fleet chasing civilization in front of him is not as strong as that of the Mayan civilization. And there is even a huge gap. You know, when Xiaoyu was still weak, there was a city-level spaceship that protected civilization. It completely contained Xiaoyu's hundreds of thousands of spaceships. Although Xiaoyu's current strength is not as good as that of the Guardian civilization, the strength of the enemies in front of him is also much weaker than Xiaoyu at that time. So, under the gaze of both civilizations, a well-equipped and energetic spaceship pursued the civilization. After being cut through by a dark space crack, it suddenly became 2 pieces. In fact, because it broke so quickly, when it just split into 2 parts, there were still protective shields on both parts of the spacecraft. After being split into 2 pieces for a fraction of a second, a violent explosion occurred, completely destroying the spacecraft. A spaceship was easily destroyed in this way, and because the energy intensity of this spacecraft is too low, it is not enough to completely annihilate the full power of the space crack launched by Xiaoyu. So, after passing through this spacecraft, this space rift continued to move forward and arrived in front of the second spacecraft. The traveling speed of the space rift is faster than the speed of light, and is much faster than the speed of the fleet, facing the space crack attack. As long as it is locked, even Xiaoyu's spaceship cannot avoid it, not to mention these level 4 civilization spaceships. As a result, the second spacecraft also broke into 2 pieces without having time to react. Then the third and fourth spaceship. This space rift destroyed a total of 5 spacecraft. 3 spacecraft were scratched. But even so, its energy was still not completely exhausted. But there was no spaceship in front of it, and it instantly flew into the depths of the universe at extremely high speeds, without knowing where it went. Xiaoyu knows the final outcome of this space crack. After a period of time, it will be annihilated by the healing properties of the universe itself. But before being annihilated by the big universe, this space crack still has indestructible lethality. This space crack is just one of hundreds of similar attacks. Accompanying it to the spacecraft pursuing the civilization fleet were hundreds of other space cracks. These hundreds of space cracks are like lions jumping into a flock of chickens, running rampant and unstoppable. Each space crack destroyed at least 1 spacecraft. After passing through the first spacecraft, more space cracks continued to pounce on the second spacecraft. After passing through the second spacecraft, they continued to pounce on the third spacecraft. Spaceship. Because before launch, Xiaoyu had already used his powerful detection capabilities to instantly determine the position of each spacecraft in the 4th level civilization's pursuit fleet. And then through calculation, selected the spacecraft that would advance the most for these space rift attacks. Trajectory. So as to cause maximum damage. Under such circumstances, 500 space cracks actually destroyed a total of 3,000 spaceships, with an average of 6 spaceships destroyed per space crack. In addition to the destroyed spaceships, there were also a large number of damaged spaceships. More than 2,000 in total. In other words, with a dilapidated and non-professional combat spacecraft, Xiaoyu destroyed at least 20% of the enemy's combat power in just one moment. Moreover, this is only the first wave of attacks. When the first wave of space crack attacks had just been launched, the second wave of space crack attacks had already launched. Also with the number of 500. These 500 space cracks followed the trajectory of the previous wave of space crack attacks, and continued to rush towards the 4th level civilization fleet ahead, causing huge damage to them. However, the effect of this attack was somewhat worse than the previous attack. It only destroyed about 2,200 spacecraft, and damaged more than 1,800 spacecraft. This is because the number of spaceships in this 4th level civilization is a little less than before. So the number of spaceships arranged in a straight line has also been reduced. Therefore, in this wave of attacks, the average number of spacecraft destroyed by a space crack has been reduced to about 4. However, space rift weapons can be fired continuously and quickly. After the second wave of space weapons was launched, only a fraction of a second passed before the third wave of space weapon attacks were launched. An ordinary provincial spacecraft would not be able to launch a space crack attack with such intensity. The reason is simple: insufficient energy reserves. If we fight with such intensity, the energy stored inside the spacecraft will be used up in a very short time. But this provincial spacecraft is a towing spacecraft built by Xiaoyu. Behind it, there is an entire small universe supplying energy for it. Its energy supply can be said to be almost endless. For it, the consumption of launching space weapons is nothing at all. In 10 seconds, Xiaoyu launched 40 space weapon attacks. During the 40 space weapons attacks, Xiaoyu also controlled the provincial spacecraft to quickly switch positions many times, looking for the best attack routes from different directions, and then launched an attack on this 4th level civilization's fleet. Launch an attack and strive to cause maximum damage in every space crack. After 40 space weapon attacks, there was no longer any complete spacecraft in front of Xiaoyu. In this cosmic void, there are broken limbs of spaceships everywhere. Battleship fragments are flying everywhere. Debris is constantly exploding, and light is constantly emitting, briefly illuminating this dark cosmic void. And then it dimmed quickly. There may be some flammable gases, such as hydrogen, in the wreckage of some spacecraft. At this moment, these gases leaked. After mixing with the leaked oxygen, they were affected by the explosion and burned violently. The violent burning also affected the wreckage of some spacecrafts. You must know that a large part of the construction materials of the spacecraft is also flammable. So the fire became more intense. In this dark universe, these flaming battleship wreckage suspended in space are like wishing lanterns placed on streams and flowed down the river in the Earth era. The billowing smoke, intense fire, and constant explosions turned this place into a place of destruction. In just 10 seconds, the 4th level civilization pursuit fleet, which was so majestic a moment ago and did not pay any attention to Xiaoyu, had all turned into ruins at this moment. At this time, the escaping level 4 civilization fleet was still sending messages to Xiaoyu, urging Xiaoyu to leave immediately. Escape quickly! The message of this 4th level escaping civilization fleet was only half said before it stopped abruptly. It seemed that he stayed there because he was too shocked. For a moment, the atmosphere in the battlefield was a little strange. Xiaoyu replied with a message. How is it? Does that great emperor civilization you are talking about have the strength like me? Chapter 667, God of Space. Who are you? But, can you tell us? You? The name of your civilization? After Xiaoyu sent the message, it took a long time for Xiaoyu to receive a reply from this civilization. It seemed that they were too shocked by Xiaoyu's strength. The messages sent by this 4th level escaped civilization fleet were full of meaningless exclamations, as well as some repeated words that may have been caused by nervousness. This caused Xiaoyu to have to spend a little more time to analyze the meaning of this piece of information. We are the Shinjo civilization, and we come from the Milky Way, Xiaoyu said. Tell me your names, the situation of the great emperor civilization, and what the Resistance Alliance is. Your civilization comes from the Milky Way? You actually came here from where the God of Space wanted to go. You actually have the ability to sail across the galaxy. What level of existence are you now? Do you know the current situation of the God of Space? Why hasn't it come back after so long? More than 40,000 years? Facing Xiaoyu's inquiry, this civilization used a series of even and 4 consecutive question marks to express his inner excitement and shock. God of Space? Xiaoyu asked with some confusion. Yes, I do come from the Milky Way. In order to complete some things, I traveled a long voyage of 160,000 light years to come here. The name God of Space sounds very strange. It's loud, but I really haven't heard of this name. The God of Space is the most powerful being in our large Magellantic galaxy. Its predecessor seems to be a 6th level alien beast. And then for some unknown reason, it became a being that can control space. So all the civilizations in the galaxy respect it as the God of Space. More than 40,000 years ago, the God of Space said that it was going to confirm some things in the galaxy. And then it left here and has not come back until now, said this level 4 escaped civilization. Well, this God of Space should be the half 4-dimensional Taihao. Xiaoyu thought secretly. I didn't know that the half 4-dimensional Taihao had such a resounding name in its hometown. But the name of the God of Space, it seems to be a compliment. It seems that this 4th level civilization respects the semi-4th dimensional Taihao. Well, I understand. I have indeed been in contact with your space god. Part of the reason why I traveled a long distance from the Milky Way to come here is to fulfill what you call the space god's last wish. But there is one thing I'm curious. Do you respect the God of Space? Xiaoyu asked. What? Last wish? Are you saying that the god of space is dead? No. It's impossible. The god of space is so powerful that even the unparalleled civilization of the great emperor can only do it while the god of space is still there. Obey me obediently. Don't dare to disobey the god of space. How could the god of space die? When Xiao Yu said the word, last wish, Xiao Yu could clearly notice the difference between the two in front of him. The fourth-level civilization intelligent creature he was talking to became excited. Why do you respect the god of space so much? Xiao Yu did not answer this question, but continued to ask. The god of space made some mistakes a long time ago. It destroyed many elementary civilizations. However, after it became the god of space, for some reason, its character suddenly changed. It began to love peace and use forceful means, maintaining order in the galaxy. Under the leadership of the god of space, there has been no war in the entire large Magellanic galaxy for millions of years. All civilizations, whether they are third-level civilizations or fourth-level civilizations, even quite primitive first-level and second-level civilizations, or alien beast civilizations can survive in their homes without any worries, without having to worry about being attacked by other civilizations. Under the dominance of the god of space under this, many trading markets have appeared in our river system, in which every civilization can conduct fair and just transactions, exchanging its own technology or materials. In this development environment of peaceful development and mutual exchange of needs, the civilization in our galaxy is flourishing and progressing. During that time, it was really a paradise day for us. And the creator of all this is the god of space. Therefore, all our civilizations respect the god of space very much. Of course, except for the great emperor civilization and his lackeys. The fourth-level civilization replied. So that's it, Xiao Yu thought. Half four-dimensional Taihao once told me that in the large Magellanic cloud, it is invincible and very lonely. Presumably it only tried to create a peaceful development because it was bored. After discovering that peaceful development was not interesting, he simply left the large Magellanic cloud and went to the Milky Way to continue development. It is indeed a boring thing to spend all day with a group of fifth-level or fourth-level civilizations. I really don't know how the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao endured these millions of years. If it were me, I would have sailed to the Milky Way long ago and wouldn't bother paying attention to a group of low-level civilizations here. So that's it. Then the god of space is really a respectable figure. Yes, that's right. In the galaxy, when I was still weak, I had contact with your god of space, and was influenced by the god of space. Some help from God. But unfortunately, your space civilization has died. When fighting a powerful civilization in the Milky Way, the four-dimensional structure was smashed by a neutron battle star. And it died. Before dying, it was very powerful to me, he said. It still has one thing that it has not completed. So please ask me to come to this galaxy and help it complete this thing after it reaches the level of 6th level civilization. In return, it will fragment part of its body into this kind of the 4 protective masks were handed over to me. Xiao Yu said. This is it. As Xiao Yu spoke, he took out a 4-dimensional shield-generating instrument from the small universe and poured energy into it. As a result, a 4-dimensional barrier that allowed only exit but not entry was set up in space. After this 4th-level civilization controlled a spacecraft to try to contact the 4-dimensional barrier and determine the characteristics of the 4-dimensional barrier. Xiao Yu immediately heard a strange sound similar to crying. Yes. Yes. This characteristic is clearly recorded in the classics of our civilization. The body of the god of space does have such characteristics. Is the god of space really dead? But he still remains in the galaxy. What should you do with your people? Do you know that the great emperor civilization has betrayed your will and begun to try to get involved in the Star of Hope? Our resistance alliance desperately resisted. But we are still retreating. We can hardly hold on anymore. Star of Hope? I wonder if it is the asteroid that semi-4-dimensional Taihao said is of great significance to it. Is it the corpse of the microstar civilization that Ghost Taihao said? Xiao Yu thought silently. But in the subsequent conversation, Xiao Yu did not specifically mention the name Star of Hope. You don't need to feel sad, Xiao Yu said. The god of space died in the hands of the most powerful entity in the galaxy. Even if it died, it caused serious damage to that entity. I can tell you that the god of space died. The last wish I had before was to help it take revenge after I became stronger. At the same time, it still did not let you go before it died. It asked me to come here to see the Great Magellan after I had the strength to sail to the river system. As for the situation in the galaxy, as long as you are still developing peacefully, If you have fallen into war, then eliminate the evil party to ensure the peaceful situation of the large Magellanic galaxy. Of course, half-fourth-dimensional Taihao did not tell Xiao Yu so many things before he died, and Xiao Yu speculated that the peaceful development situation in the large Magellanic galaxy was just a situation that half-fourth-dimensional Taihao had casually encountered when he was bored. It is very likely that these things are simply not worth mentioning in the eyes of half-four-dimensional Taihao. However, when he felt the sincere feelings of the fourth-level civilization in front of him for the half-fourth-dimensional Taihao, and then remembered that he had also been favored by the half-fourth-dimensional Taihao, Xiao Yu couldn't bear it, so he resorted to some white lies to comfort this fourth-level civilization. Are you in the sixth-level civilization now? I'm sorry. Our current technological level is too low, and we still can't understand which level of civilization the attack method you use belongs to. The fourth-level civilization said, Oh, I haven't told you our name yet. Our civilization is called Solon Civilization. It was once a fifth-level primary civilization. However, under the attack of the Great Emperor Civilization, a large number of scientists and scientific data were lost, resulting in the inheritance of science and technology. Currently, we have regressed. It has become a level 4 civilization. Yes, our Shinjo civilization is a true 6th-level civilization. We have planet-level battleships and our own small universe. Xiao Yu said, if I guess correctly, the Great Emperor Civilization is a 5th-level civilization. Bar? Yes, the Great Emperor Civilization is a 5th-level peak civilization. Sorry, we don't understand the difference between the 5th-level and 6th-level civilizations. Therefore, we are not confident enough that you can resist the Great Emperor Civilization. You can show it what is your strength? That's it, Xiao Yu said a little funny. Okay. Under Xiao Yu's control, a continent-class spacecraft was taken out of the small universe and came to the visible universe. This continent-class spacecraft immediately caused the Solon civilization to exclaim, Oh my god! Is this a continent-class spacecraft? According to our intelligence, only the flagship of the Great Emperor Civilization can compete with such a huge spaceship. Comparable. May I ask, is this the flagship of your civilization? Chapter 668 Dawn. Flagship? No. No. No! After hearing the exclamation of Solon civilization, Xiao Yu replied somewhat amusingly, Such a spaceship is not qualified to be the flagship of our Shinjo civilization. Such a spaceship is among the best in our civilization. There are nearly 6,000 ships. If we talk about flagships, look at this spaceship, Xiao Yu said, once again taking out a planet-level spacecraft from the small universe and placing it next to the continent-level spacecraft. The Continental-class spacecraft is already large enough, but compared with the Planet-class spacecraft, the Continental-class spacecraft is really nothing. The contrast between the two is like the contrast between a glass ball and a football. Such a spaceship is the flagship spacecraft of our Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu said. Note that it is only the flagship spacecraft of our civilization. It is still not qualified enough to be the flagship of our Shinjo civilization. Like this, there are a total of 400 flagship-level spaceships in our Shinjo civilization. After the planet-class spacecraft appeared in the visible universe, Xiao Yu was greeted by a long silence. Because the planet-class spacecraft is so big, even if all the 10,000 or so Solon civilization spacecraft are added up, they may not be as large as one planet-class spacecraft. Comparing the two, it's like a pile of sand placed next to a football. The planet-class spacecraft that Xiao Yu took out at this moment is a third-tier planet-class spacecraft made of hydrogen atomic polymerization materials. Such a planet-level spacecraft, in Xiao Yu's battle plan, may be abandoned at any time for certain strategic goals. Planet-class spacecraft made of the flesh and blood of crocodile beasts were classified by Xiao Yu into the first echelon. The New Earth planet-class battleship was made of the flesh and blood of crocodile beasts. The spaceships made of the flesh and blood of tree beasts were classified by Xiao Yu into the second echelon. As for the spaceships in the third echelon, they were naturally made of ordinary raw materials. Facing the powerful strength shown by Xiao Yu, listening to the message Xiao Yu told him, Solon civilization once again fell into silence. Because Xiao Yu's strength has completely exceeded their imagination and exceeded the limit of their imagination. What is the strength of the Great Emperor civilization you are talking about? Xiao Yu said a little funny. Don't hesitate anymore. Take me to their capital galaxy immediately. Since I promised your space god, then I have the responsibility and obligation to maintain the peaceful situation in the Great Magellanic system. For things like the Emperor civilization, I must eliminate them all. Facing this powerful existence that completely exceeded the limit of his imagination, Solon Civilization's message was even more humble. It turns out that you are such a powerful existence, and the Emperor's civilization is really nothing compared to you. Thank you very much for your help. You have brought a glimmer of hope to all the peace-loving civilizations in our large Magellanic cloud. After saying this, Xiaoyu noticed that many messages were transmitted through long-distance communication from the fleet of Solon Civilization. Xiaoyu now has the ability to decipher the messages transmitted by long-distance communication. The Cheer Civilization. We are the Solon Civilization. Now let me tell you an important message. We have encountered a powerful existence from the Milky Way. It is speculated that they are at least a 6th-level civilization, and their strength far exceeds that of the Great Emperor Civilization. They followed the last wish of the God of Space, and came to save us in the large Magellanic cloud. Murphy Civilization. I am the Supreme Commander of Solon Civilization, and I will tell you an important message now. From now on, don't run away anymore. Show up immediately. The Great Emperor Civilization will be destroyed soon. Sanhui Civilization. Immediately bring all the civilizations in the refuge area to the following coordinates to join us. We will witness an epic-making event together. The Great Emperor's civilization is about to be destroyed. We no longer have to hide in Tibet and panic. At the end of the day, the large Magellanic cloud will once again usher in a time of peaceful development. In this information, there is a kind of ecstasy that cannot be concealed in any way. Those civilizations, such as the Cheer Civilization, seem to be on the same front as the Solon Civilization, and are members of the so-called Resistance Alliance. Through secret communication channels within the Alliance, the Solon Civilization very quickly communicates to all of its own the civilization that can be contacted release such a message. When our Resistance Alliance started, there were nearly 130 member civilizations. Unfortunately, so far, there are only less than 80 left. There are more than 50 civilizations, and nearly 1 trillion intelligent creatures who have been killed by the Great Emperor. Civilization killed or captured. The past 20,000 years have been the darkest period in our large Magellanic galaxy. Fortunately, we have met you now. Otherwise our Resistance Alliance will probably be wiped out. At the end of the release after those messages, Solon Wenming said to Xiaoyu gratefully, "How many civilizations are there in the Great Magellanic Galaxy?" Xiaoyu asked, "How many subsidiary civilizations are there in the Great Emperor Civilization?" In our galaxy, there are more than 300 level 3 and above civilizations. Now there are only about 150 left. Among them, there are 73 Resistance Alliance member civilizations that have been confirmed to still exist. There are 4 other civilizations that have temporarily lost contact with us. They may have been destroyed by the Great Emperor Civilization, or they may be hiding somewhere. There are a total of 77 affiliated civilizations of the Great Emperor Civilization. But among these affiliated civilizations, at least 50 civilizations are under coercion, and less than 30 civilizations are willing to serve as lackeys and minions of the Great Emperor Civilization. Just like the 4th level civilization that you just wiped out. It is one of these lackeys. Solon Civilization replied, "Very good. How many level 5 civilizations are there in total?" Xiaoyu asked. Including the Great Emperor Civilization, there are only 8 level 5 civilizations in the Great Magellanic Galaxy. There are 6 on the Great Emperor Civilization side, and only 2 on our Resistance Alliance side. These 2 5th-level civilizations are the leaders of our Resistance Alliance. But they are also the key targets of the Emperor Civilization. Our Solon Civilization used to be a 5th-level civilization, but now it has regressed to a 4th-level civilization. And the 2 5th-level civilizations are also in danger of regressing. Xiaoyu doesn't care about the situation in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Even if there are 100 level 5 civilizations, Xiaoyu won't care. Xiaoyu just wanted to roughly predict how much benefit he could reap. After hearing the answer of Solon Civilization, Xiaoyu said to his accompanying ghost tribe, "Did you hear that? There are 6 level 5 civilizations, each with a population of at least 100 billion. More than 23. For super civilization, each civilization has a population of at least 20 billion, which adds up to a total of 1 trillion intelligent creatures. Are these many intelligent creatures enough for you to devour? Although this number is already huge, it is still not enough." The companion ghost clan replied angrily, "Why bother with these low-level civilizations? We don't even have to worry about which camp they are in. Just let me devour them all." "That's good. If I could devour all the intelligent creatures in the large Magellanic Galaxy, I would probably reach the level of strength of a python." "Ghost, Don't be so bloodthirsty and cruel. Xiao Yu replied. Every intelligent civilization is a legend and a heroic epic. Since becoming a 6th-level civilization, I have no idea about the mysterious things in the universe. I have a deeper understanding of this rule. Since the universe has evolved so many civilizations, there must be a reason for it. If they are all destroyed indiscriminately, it may bring us some unnecessary trouble. Most likely is to attract the attention of the Invigilator and add unnecessary obstacles to our road to the 7th-level civilization. We must have a longer view and not just see the immediate benefits. In the Guardian civilization, intelligent creatures, the number will probably reach the level of 5 trillion. And they are all pure intelligent creatures of the peak level 6 civilization. When we defeat the Guardian civilization, how about I promise you that you can devour all those intelligent creatures? That's not bad. The companion Ghost Clan replied lazily. It's not bad to have 1 trillion intelligent creatures as a supplement. It can completely make up for the injuries I suffered and restore me to my peak. The fleet of Solan civilization has begun to move slowly, leading Xiao Yu to sail in the direction of the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization. However, the Solan civilization spacecraft sailed too slowly. Xiao Yu simply loaded all the Solan civilization spacecraft into the small universe, and then followed the coordinate points provided by the Solan civilization at a speed of 117 times the speed of light, and sailed away quickly. At this time, the message previously released by Solan civilization received a response. Xiao Yu deciphered all these messages very easily. A powerful being from the Milky Way. At least a 6th-level civilization? Is this true? The Milky Way? Isn't that where the God of Space is going? What's the current situation of the God of Space? Solan civilization. Are you kidding? The Emperor civilization is about to be destroyed? Are you suffering from mass madness? In our galaxy, besides the God of Space, who else has the ability to deal with the Emperor civilization? With the strength of the Great Emperor civilization, I'm afraid it can go sideways even in the nearby galaxy. Solan civilization. Are you sure you are not held hostage by the Great Emperor civilization? We doubt the authenticity of your message. In order to ensure the safety of the Alliance, our civilization will temporarily suspend contact with your civilization. Chapter 669 Natural Phenomenon. Facing the questions from the other Alliance member civilizations, Solan civilization gave a very detailed answer, and also sent the video data of Xiao Yu's previous battle. The Solan civilization knows that from this video data, those civilizations should be able to easily tell that it is not fake, but real. Oh my god! Is this the strength of a 6th-level civilization? With such a shabby provincial-level spaceship, it can destroy tens of thousands of intact peak-level 4th-level civilization fleets? This kind of strength is too powerful. I'm afraid the Emperor no civilization can do this. What are those black cracks? Are they the application of space technology? 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Can such a power really be mastered by a technological civilization? In addition to the God of Space, there is actually a civilization that can do this? This is incredible. Is the Shinjo civilization from the Milky Way? Thank you very much for your willingness to lend a helping hand to us weak beings. I have one thing to ask you. You are from the Milky Way. So do you know the message from the God of Space? These civilized replies made Xiao Yu feel very funny. Xiao Yu is very self-aware of what level his strength is. In the galaxy, there are at least 6 beings who can defeat him. His strength is really nothing. But this is the Large Magellanic Cloud. The size of the galaxy determines the number and quality of civilization. In this Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiao Yu is indeed a godlike existence. Xiao Yu did not directly reply to those messages. Solan Wenming took Xiao Yu's place and answered their questions in detail. After learning that the God of Space had died, these civilizations unanimously showed very obvious grief, and at the same time expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yu for lending a helping hand. Many civilizations have already begun to set off to join Xiao Yu. However, due to their speed, it is impossible for some civilizations in the opposite direction of Xiao Yu's course to catch up with Xiao Yu. But even so, they are trying their best to keep going. They said that they wanted to see with their own eyes the destruction of the Great Emperor's civilization. The capital galaxy of the Great Emperor's civilization is about 1,000 light-years away from Xiao Yu's location at this moment, and it only takes Xiao Yu 10 years to reach it. During this journey, one after another the fleets of other Alliance member civilizations came to Xiao Yu's route and waited. And then when Xiao Yu's fleet arrived, under Xiao Yu's arrangement, entered into the small universe. Under such circumstances, 3 years passed by in a flash, and Xiao Yu had already sailed a distance of more than 300 light-years. At this time, Xiaoyu discovered that a fleet appeared again on the route in front of him. This fleet is approximately 1 million spaceships in size. A Continental-class battleship serves as the flagship. This fleet is moving forward at a speed of more than 30 times the speed of light. This fleet is obviously different from the previous fleets that joined its own small universe. Those fleets are generally dilapidated and sparse in number. But the fleet waiting in front of Xiaoyu at this moment is not only well-equipped and has sufficient energy, but also has a large number. Xiaoyu's hard move. This is the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization. It seems that they have at least developed to the peak of the 5th level civilization. And their scientific and technological strength is probably different from the scientific and technological strength of the Pegasus civilization before the formation of the 5th level civilization alliance. Not big. In the large Magellanic Cloud, such strength is indeed considered powerful. But it is still vulnerable to me now. Xiaoyu sent the image data of this fleet to the alliance member civilizations in his own small universe. After a while, Xiaoyu immediately received many messages full of fear. Jinzhou civilization. You must pay attention. This is the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization has dispatched 1 million battleships at once. Such strength is enough to sweep across the entire galaxy. It seems that they really value you. You must be careful and don't underestimate the enemy. Although these civilizations have long accepted the fact that Xiaoyu is powerful, their long-term failure still creates fear in their hearts. In their hearts, the Great Emperor civilization is an invincible and powerful existence. This point has formed a mindset. Xiaoyu replied with some humor. Don't worry. With the technological strength of the Great Emperor civilization at the moment, they have not discovered our fleet yet. But even if they did, they would not have time to escape. Now that I have discovered it, what will happen to them? There is only one thing, and that is to be destroyed by me. You don't need to do the rest. Just watch quietly. I hope the God of Space is still protecting us. The God of Space? The God of Space is just a little stronger than me. The God of Space can easily destroy them. And so can I. Xiaoyu said, taking out a national-level spaceship formation from the small universe. And then took the lead in launching an attack at a distance of nearly 1 trillion kilometers between the two. The attack speed of spacecrafts exceeds the speed of light. Even though the distance is nearly 1 trillion kilometers, these spacecrafts still only took a split second to reach the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization. As a result, Xiaoyu's detection instrument saw such a scene. The Emperor's civilized Continent-class spaceship as the flagship flickered violently. And then the light quickly dimmed. It was obvious that at this moment, it had suffered some damage. It was not destroyed, but the rest of the spacecraft were not so lucky. Under the attack of a national-level spacecraft formation, about tens of thousands of spacecraft, and tens of millions of spacecrafts, there were more than 200,000 spacecraft. It was instantly cut into 2 pieces, and then a violent explosion occurred. The attack came so fast that the Emperor's civilization had no time to respond, and more than 200,000 spacecraft had been destroyed. The fleet of the Great Emperor civilization instantly panicked. And Xiaoyu noticed that countless chaotic messages were being transmitted back and forth among these spacecraft. What happened? What is going on? What happened to those spaceships? I don't know. We seem to be under some kind of attack. Nonsense! What kind of attack can damage more than 200,000 of our spaceships in an instant? Don't forget, we are the Great Emperor civilization, and we are the most powerful existence in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Immediately pass the relevant information back to the capital galaxy. Let the Academy of Sciences analyze it. Well, the Academy of Sciences replied that this seems to be some kind of natural phenomenon in the universe, whose mechanism we have not yet understood. It may have something to do with certain space motions. The Academy of Sciences warned us that this part of the universe may be dangerous. This kind of unexplained natural phenomenon is likely to have happened again. They suggested that we leave this place as soon as possible. At the same time, the Supreme Council also issued an order asking us to ignore the losses here and go to the intended target as soon as possible to capture the unknown 5th-level civilization spacecraft. After noticing these messages, Xiaoyu felt a little funny in his heart. Xiaoyu could never imagine that the Emperor's civilization would regard his spacecraft attack as some kind of natural phenomenon. Such a thing would never happen in the Milky Way, because there are too many powerful beings in the galaxy. Even though those 5th-level civilizations have not mastered space weapon technology, they have seen or heard of space weapons. After being attacked by a space rift, they can still know that they have been attacked by space rifts. What kind of attack is there? But the Great Magellanic Galaxy is different. There is only one level 6 civilization, and it is the alien Taihao civilization. This means that they have never heard of space weapons and have never seen them. Therefore, it is very ridiculous to mistake space weapons for attacks. Natural phenomenon. This is the impact of the living environment on the size of the horizon. A level 6 civilization in the Large Magellanic Cloud may not be as knowledgeable as a level 5 civilization in the Milky Way in some aspects. Xiaoyu temporarily stopped his attack and released this video data to the civilization members of the Alliance, which immediately aroused their exclamation. After seeing that the Great Emperor's civilization mistook space weapon attacks for natural phenomena, he burst into joyful laughter that he had not experienced in a long time. Damnable Emperor civilization! You two have today, from now on, feel the taste of fear. Shinjo civilization. Is this your strength? It's really terrifying. The weak civilization in the Large Magellanic Cloud finally has hope. Ignoring the various size of these civilizations. After a slight pause, after the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization had stabilized a little, left this dangerous area, and continued to advance in formation, Xiaoyu once again launched a long-range space rift attack. This space rift attack once again caused the loss of approximately 300,000 spaceships to the fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization. In this short period of time, the fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization had lost half of its strength. Oh my god! What is going on? What is this phenomenon? What is its principle? And how to prevent it? What happened to this universe? Where are those idiots from the Academy of Sciences? Tell me quickly what is going on! 500,000 warships. They were destroyed inexplicably like this. What cosmic phenomenon can cause us such huge damage? What should we do? What should we do? Will this phenomenon happen again? Inform the Supreme Council immediately. Order those losers in the Academy of Sciences to come up with a preventive plan immediately. If we can't come up with a preventive plan, when we go back, we must kill these losers who only know how to eat dry food. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, this fleet has fallen into complete chaos. Chapter 670 Return. Unknown threats are the most terrifying. Regarding Xiaoyu's space rift attack, this fleet of the Great Emperor's civilization has no idea at all. They don't know its activation principle. They don't know the attack method. They don't know how to prevent it. They don't know anything. Boundless panic is spreading among this fleet. The 5th level civilization is already considered a quite advanced civilization. But for them, the dark universe still has too many mysteries that have not been cracked. It's as if there is an invisible ferocious beast hidden in this dark void space, ready to choose people and kill them all at any time. Under this terrifying psychological pressure, the psychology of many warriors of the Great Emperor's civilization was severely tested. Tens of thousands of years of smooth sailing have allowed them to establish an absolute psychological advantage. They were arrogant and did not take any civilization seriously. But now, they suddenly discovered that they were just as fragile. Even under the huge psychological pressure, some deserters appeared in this fleet. Some spaceships chose to break away from the large force at this time and tried to escape to other places. Unfortunately, these escaped spaceships were all sailing out. Some distance later, another inexplicable blow was encountered, and the entire spacecraft was instantly destroyed. If you stay here, you may be hit by the next blow at any time. If you escape, you will be destroyed instantly. This situation is enough to make people suffer psychological collapse and mental madness. Xiaoyu did not cut off the connection between this fleet and their capital galaxy. So all the messages here were transmitted to the headquarters of the Great Emperor's civilization without any hindrance. At this moment, countless scientific institutions are operating rapidly, and everyone is nervous, trying to find a strategy to deal with it. We found that this attack method is unlikely to be a natural phenomenon. There seems to be a certain pattern in its launch. It is manipulated. We speculate that an extremely powerful existence may have arrived here, and it is passing through to tease us in this way, a scientist said with a pale face. Moreover, we found that the attack we are receiving at this moment is somewhat similar to the attack method of the god of space, both originating from the space level. Attack so, we think, this. It is possible that the god of space is back. The god of space is back? This sentence was like a curse. As this sentence was uttered, the atmosphere in the hall immediately dropped to freezing point, and a feeling of despair began to arise in the hearts of countless people. After the god of space left the Large Magellanic Galaxy, our Great Emperor civilization has betrayed the instructions of the god of space and embarked on another path, and tried to analyze the Star of Hope. So, if the god of space comes back, our civilization, it is definitely impossible to get the forgiveness of the god of space, and we will be destined to be destroyed by the god of space. If the god of space really returns, it will be our end, Another person murmured to himself. I don't believe it. So what if the Emperor's civilization returns? Our Emperor's civilization has made great progress in science and technology in these 20,000 years. Our Emperor's civilization has long been different from what it used to be. We even have nearly 2/10 of millions of powerful battleships and 100 flagship-class spacecraft. We also have dozens of affiliated civilizations. The number of intelligent creatures under our direct control has exceeded 2 trillion. And there are more than 100 star systems within the sphere of influence. So what if it's the god of space? I don't believe it. The god of space can still directly crush us like before. Although we have also received favors from the god of space. The survival of our civilization is now at stake at this critical moment. No emotion can be exchanged. I order all military forces within the civilization, as well as all military forces affiliated with the civilization, will move closer to the capital galaxy, do their best to strengthen the defense of the capital galaxy, and then wait here for the arrival of that thing. Whether it is the god of space or not, I will if you want it to stay here. No matter what it is, it will be destroyed by our Emperor's civilization. On top of the rostrum, a leader-like intelligent creature was roaring at the top of his lungs. Following his order, countless fleets and spaceships began to converge on this star system. All military factories entered a state of emergency. A large amount of ordnance equipment was manufactured, and countless galaxy defense weapons were spread across the galaxy. In a short period of time, the defense level of this galaxy even exceeded that of the original capital galaxy of Pegasus civilization. The technological level of the Emperor's civilization is not much different from that of the original Pegasus civilization. But the resources and population controlled by the Emperor's civilization are much greater than those of the Pegasus civilization at that time. If Xiaoyu at that time were to deal with the great Emperor civilization, he would definitely suffer a disastrous defeat. But now Xiaoyu is no longer what he used to be. At this moment, Xiaoyu was watching with interest the various reactions of the fleet of the great Emperor civilization in front of him. Any spacecraft that tries to escape will be destroyed by Xiaoyu without hesitation. And the spacecraft that remains in the large force will be hit by Xiaoyu at regular intervals. During this period of time, about 100,000 spacecraft were destroyed by Xiaoyu. As for the Emperor's civilization, which was the affected party, it still has not found Xiaoyu's shadow, nor has it figured out the principle of this attack method. It's such a waste to do this. At this moment, the accompanying ghost tribe sent a message to Xiaoyu. Rather than letting these intelligent creatures die under the space weapons, it is better for me to swallow them up. Although the number of these warriors is a bit sparse, but it's still better than nothing. And it's also good as an appetizer before a meal. Okay, then the remaining 400,000 spaceships will be left to you, Xiaoyu said. No problem. The companion ghost clan agreed, quickly left this small universe and rushed forward. The intermittent low-intensity space weapon attacks have never stopped, and the spaceships of the great Emperor civilization are being destroyed every moment. So the warriors of the great Emperor civilization are in panic every moment. During the conversation with the accompanying ghost tribe, Xiaoyu temporarily stopped these attacks. So all the warriors of the great Emperor civilization breathed a sigh of relief. Has the storm finally passed? Has it finally stopped? It's terrible. Has the research report from the Academy of Sciences been released? What did the Supreme Council say? What are our current losses? The fleet commander calmed down his fluctuating mood and said hurriedly a series of questions were directed at the communication equipment. But much to his expectation, his question didn't get any answer. As a last resort, he suppressed his anger and repeated these questions again. But he still didn't get an answer. He suddenly had a bad feeling. At this time, he felt that the atmosphere at this moment was a little strange. It's so quiet. The usually noisy public communication channel has become quiet since unknown time, and no one has sent any message. He raised his head and looked through the porthole into the dark universe without any sound. He lowered his head and looked at the communication equipment on the spacecraft. But there was also no sound. He walked out of the command room and saw no soldiers walking around. No sound. No movement. Where have everyone gone? What is going on? He murmured to himself. But his doubts were not answered in the end. The next moment, he suddenly lost consciousness. About 100 million intelligent creatures. Although the number is a little less, the taste is not bad. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from the accompanying ghost tribe. Very good. Then let's continue towards the target. Xiaoyu sent out some spaceships, collected some battleships from the great Emperor's civilization for study, and then continued on the journey. Is this the strength of the Shinjo civilization? There was no loss at all. Even the smallest village-level battleship was not damaged at all. In fact, the fleet of the Great Emperor civilization did not find any trace of us at all. A huge fleet that could sweep across the entire river system being wiped out like this. His strength is probably not much worse than that of the god of space. At this time, in the small universe, countless civilized and intelligent creatures of the Alliance were echoing this thought in their hearts. At this moment, in the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization, an intelligent creature rushed into the conference room with a pale face. Report that the expedition has lost all contact with us, and no response has been received to any of the messages we sent. We suspect that the Expeditionary Legion has been completely wiped out. From the time the Expeditionary Legion was attacked to now, less than an hour has passed. It's only been 1 hour. There are 1 million battleships. Has the Academy of Sciences research report been released? No. The Academy of Sciences is still unable to determine what kind of attack the Expeditionary Legion encountered. They are not even completely sure whether this is a natural phenomenon or something else. They just suspect that the god of space is back. In this case, I am afraid it is the only one. It can only be explained after the return of the space god. Is the god of space really back? Is the god of space punishing us? The leader murmured to himself. Suddenly, his expression began to become ferocious. We have no way out. Even if so, what if he is the god of space? We have no choice but to fight. Our great emperor civilization will not sit still and wait for death. Listen to my order, and the galaxy defense system will be raised to the highest alert level. Once the god of space is found, we will immediately launch an attack and let this bastard see the combat power of our great emperor civilization. Chapter 671, Star of Hope. After easily wiping out the million spaceships in front of them, all the Alliance member civilizations that entered the small universe finally put aside all their worries. They had only seen the strength shown by Xiaoyu in ancient image records and in the so-called god of space. This exciting news was immediately spread to the entire river system through their secret communication channels. Suddenly, all the weak and small civilizations hidden in the corners of the river system that were in panic all day long came out and followed the relevant instructions. The coordinates guided by the information began to converge next to Xiaoyu's route, waiting to enter the small universe. Behind Xiaoyu, those civilizations that were too late to catch up with Xiaoyu also used all their strength and converged towards the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization as quickly as possible. The situation in the entire large Magellanic cloud has been in great turmoil because of Xiaoyu's arrival. Time passed quietly, and with every second that passed, Xiaoyu was more than 30 million kilometers closer to the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor's civilization. The Emperor's civilization still knows nothing about everything here. At this time, the leader of the Solan civilization in the small universe received a message. After hearing the news, the leader of Solan civilization immediately became solemn. After a little hesitation, he still sent a communication request to Xiaoyu. Only the great Shinjo civilization can solve this matter. We are powerless. Although this request is very rash, I hope that the Shinjo civilization can help us again. The leader of the Solan civilization murmured to himself, very uneasy, waiting in front of the communication equipment. In front of him, the leaders of various civilizations gathered together, all looking at him solemnly, waiting for Xiaoyu's response. After a while, Xiaoyu's voice translated by the translator came out. What do you want from me? The upper body of the leader of Solan civilization bit involuntarily. Although he only heard Xiaoyu's voice, he still showed enough respect. The leaders of other civilizations also leaned forward slightly with their upper bodies, as if they were all listening. Dear leader of Shinjo civilization, although we have received enough favors from you, there is one thing we still have to ask you for help and hope to get your help. I hope you can forgive us for being abrupt because of this matter. The matter is really important to us. It is related to the life and death of trillions of intelligent creatures, and we do not have the ability to help them. Solan civilization said respectfully. Oh, what is it? Tell me, Xiaoyu asked with interest. That's it. The leader of Solan civilization paused for a moment and continued. As you know, there are still 77 subordinate civilizations under the Emperor civilization. Among these 77 civilizations, there are only less than 30 each civilization is willing to act as a lackey of the Great Emperor civilization. The remaining 50 or so civilizations are all under coercion during the existence of our Resistance Alliance. These coerced civilizations are communicating with us through various covert methods. Keep in touch. Provide us with help and intelligence. If it weren't for them, our Resistance Alliance would have been wiped out long ago. In order to support our cause, These civilizations have made huge sacrifices. But now, in order to maintain internal peace, the Great Emperor civilization unity and stability, they have launched a bloody purge. All these core civilizations are included in the purge. So far, more than 30 billion intelligent creatures have been killed. We hope you can save them. Those civilizations are all well-intentioned civilizations. I promise you. Xiao Yu replied. My current speed is 107 times the speed of light. It will take more than a year to reach the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization. I can increase my speed to the highest speed of 120 times the speed of light. In this way, it will only take me less than a year to reach the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization. Tell them, if they support this year, the turning point will come after 1 year. If they cannot support it for a years of time, then there is nothing I can do. The leader of Solon civilization and the leaders of other civilizations looked at each other and nodded solemnly. All of our intelligent beings throughout the large Magellanic Cloud will be grateful for what you have done for us today. After ending the conversation, Xiao Yu quickly increased his speed to 120 times the speed of light. 120 times the speed of light is the current limit of Xiao Yu's sailing speed. This speed cannot be increased until new technological supplements are obtained. In contrast, Xiao Yu once roughly speculated that after excluding the 4-dimensional jump, a 7th-level civilization technology, the maximum speed of the Glory spacecraft is about 150 times the speed of light, and the Meson spacecraft is 140 times around the speed of light. Xiao Yu doesn't know the maximum speed of the neutron battlestar, but Xiao Yu believes that the neutron battlestar's speed will never be slower than the Glory spacecraft. The technological gap is clearly revealed through the difference in speed. When Xiao Yu can increase his speed to 150 times the speed of light, then Xiao Yu's technological level will not be far different from that of the Guardian civilization. The speed of 150 times the speed of light is probably the speed limit of the 6th-level civilization. Perhaps only the 7th-level civilization can break through this limit. From this point of view, the conventional technology of the Guardian civilization has reached the maximum speed of the 6th-level civilization. The pinnacle, the strongest one in the galaxy, should be the Guardian civilization. What a pity. The neutron battlestar is too powerful. Even if the conventional technology of the Sweeper civilization is not as good as the Guardians, they can still defeat the Guardians. The civilization is running away all day long. The corpse of the microstar civilization is a dense star similar to a neutron star or a white dwarf. If you use it to hit the neutron battlestar, you will definitely destroy the neutron battlestar. The Sweeper who lost the neutron battlestar civilization means there is nothing to fear. Ghost Taihao said that a pure ghost race and ghost heart are tools to control the corpse of MSI's civilization. Moreover, the speed of the corpse of MSI's civilization controlled by these two tools will never be too slow. At least it will be Meson spaceship, or the level of the Glory spaceship. Ghost Taihao has already told Xiao Yu about this. Then it becomes possible to control the corpse of the MSI civilization to hit the neutron battlestar. Although the corpses of MSI civilizations are not like neutron battlestars, there are also conventional attack weapons such as space starbursts. But Xiao Yu doesn't need other conventional weapons. Xiao Yu only needs the impact function. Even if the corpse of MSI civilization cannot hit the neutron battlestar due to mobility reasons, with the corpse of MSI civilization, Xiao Yu can also form a huge deterrent to the Sweeper civilization. Basically, as long as there are corpses of MSI civilization, the neutron battlestar will never dare to approach, but will only dare to flee far away. For Xiao Yu, this situation is also something he hopes to see. The most important point is that even if there is only one impact function, the corpse of the MSI civilization is enough to make Xiao Yu walk sideways in the galaxy. Whether it is the Guardian civilization, the Alien civilization, or the Taihao civilization, it will not be the same. An opponent of a neutron-like star that can move at high speed. Therefore, the corpse of MSI civilization is very important to Xiao Yu. The Star of Hope mentioned by the Resistor civilization is most likely the corpse of the MSI civilization. It is only 200 kilometers in diameter, but has a mass larger than a star. Such a star is really magical. The Star of Hope is in the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization. The answer will soon be revealed as to whether it is the corpse of the MSI civilization. At this time, in the galaxy of the capital of the Great Emperor civilization, a tragic and appalling scene was taking place. Although the number of intelligent creatures that perished in Xiao Yu's hands ranged from 1 trillion to hundreds of billions, even if Xiao Yu saw the current situation, he would probably feel a deep chill. In this star system, There is an almost standard spherical star. Its diameter is 200 kilometers. And its surface does not have any bulges or depressions. It is very smooth. Its smoothness is not much different from the 7th level civilization geometry obtained by Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu is allowed to measure this star, he will find that the distance from any point on the surface of this star to the center of the circle is very accurately 200 kilometers, with an error of 100,000th of a millimeter. Inside, the technological content of building a sphere with a diameter of 200 kilometers and making the error within 100,000th of a millimeter is almost the same as building a cube of a few meters in length and making the error impossible for Xiaoyu to observe. This star is currently in the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization, quietly orbiting the star. It does not seem to show any gravity. All the stars in this star system, whether they are asteroids or comets, or large planets and stars, have been moving in their own orbits without being affected by it. Even the spaceships of the Great Emperor civilization can shuttle around it freely. But all this should not happen, because if Xiaoyu is asked to measure it, Xiaoyu can easily find that its mass is greater than a star. But a star with such a huge mass does not show any gravitational. Such contradictory things happen on this star. At this moment, there are countless spaceships flying around this star. Every arriving spacecraft will throw many things that look like the corpses of intelligent creatures towards this star. Chapter 672, Continental Spaceship Formation. A series of strange things are happening around the Star of Hope. If Xiaoyu sees such a scene, Xiaoyu will easily think of some foolish events that once happened on the Earth. That is, sacrifice. And it's human sacrifice. Yes, that's right. Each of these spaceships that shuttle around the Star of Hope is loaded with thousands of intelligent creatures from various civilizations. After these intelligent creatures arrive around the Star of Hope, they will be killed through various cruel means, or directly burn them to death by raising the temperature, or drown them with water, or chop them to death with a knife, or use light weapons to cut them into pieces, or directly blow them up with bombs, and so on. After they die, they will be thrown away like garbage on the Star of Hope. What's even more weird is that, after the corpses of these intelligent creatures fall on the Star of Hope, they disappear for no reason, as if they were swallowed up by an invisible mouth, no matter how many bodies were thrown upon it. The Star of Hope maintained an almost perfectly smooth surface. Endless corpses fell like raindrops on the Star of Hope. This star field is full of despair, grief, fear, and cruelty. The wail of intelligent creatures echoes in the spacecraft. But death will come without any hesitation. All kinds of mutilated limbs and corpses are piling up towards the Star of Hope without stopping for a moment. More than 1 million spaceships are gathering here from all over the universe. Each spacecraft is loaded with hundreds of millions of intelligent creatures. In just 1 minute, there are more than 10 million intelligent creatures. He was brutally killed by various means, and then his body was thrown on the Star of Hope. It is unknown how long such a huge killing operation lasted, and it was unknown how many billions, or even tens of billions or hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures were killed in this way. As the corpses of intelligent creatures piled up, the Star of Hope seemed to begin to glow faintly with orange light. As the number of corpses of intelligent creatures continues to increase, the capital planet of the Great Emperor civilization appears. The leaders of the Supreme Council and the scientists of the Academy of Sciences also looked increasingly solemn. 20,000 years of hard research, even if it hinders our conventional scientific and technological development, finally allowed us to master a little bit of the characteristics of the Star of Hope. The Supreme Leader murmured to himself. No one can, the ultimate trump card of our Emperor's civilization is not those battleships. It is the Star of Hope. The Star of Hope undoubtedly has a huge mass, although we don't know why. It does not show gravity, but it is enough to have this mass. And perhaps because of some reasons in the soul, we found that piling up a large number of corpses of intelligent creatures can give us the ability to temporarily control them. This is our ultimate trump card. Because of its huge mass, its impact will not be resisted by any existence. A star is in front of it. It is also fragile. I believe that even the god of space cannot withstand its impact. As long as the god of space can be killed, this last trouble can be eliminated. The entire Great Magellanic Galaxy will become the paradise of our Emperor civilization. Don't think it's cruel. We have gathered so many civilizations. Even if they continue to make small moves under our hands, we have not started to clean them up. Instead, we have preserved their lives. Isn't that what they are doing for this day? Now, it is their time to contribute. It's time to save your own life. Turn your life into the driving force of the Star of Hope, and then destroy the god of space and clear the obstacles on the way forward for our Emperor civilization. The ridiculous resistor civilization. They actually thought that we killed just to maintain internal stability. Report, leader. So far, 10 billion intelligent creatures have been killed. The Academy of Sciences announced that the Star of Hope's energy reserve has reached 20%, and it has the ability to travel 300 kilometers per second. Continue to speed up. I order. Before the god of space arrives, the energy reserve must be increased to 100%. From now on, except for the people of our great Emperor civilization, all intelligent creatures of other civilizations, whether they are loyal to our great Emperor civilization or treacherous, all civilizations will be killed. Yes. As the leader's orders were issued, larger-scale killings began. This killing was indiscriminate, as long as they were not citizens of the great Emperor civilization. All other intelligent creatures would be slaughtered. I want to see the leader. I have made contributions to the great Emperor civilization. I have shed blood for the great Emperor civilization. You can't do this to me. Over the years, our civilization has wiped out at least 5 rebel civilizations for the great Emperor civilization. We are valuable. You can't do this. An intelligent creature was desperately resisting the robot army's capture of itself. But it was of no use. It was finally caught by the robot army, and then was thrown directly to the ground like a piece of cargo, inside the cabin of a spaceship. The spacecraft quickly took off and flew towards the Star of Hope. Run! The great Emperor civilization has gone crazy. The great Emperor civilization wants to kill us all. Are you crazy? We have dedicated everything to the Emperor civilization. And now you want to arrest me? I want to see the leader. I want to see the leader. Countless roars and wailings echoed in various planets and cities, except for a few native planets of the great Emperor civilization. All other inhabited planets have fallen into chaos. In the sky, there are flying spaceships everywhere. Groups of robots and fully armed warriors of the great Emperor civilization rush out from above. Then they grab people when they see them, directly break their moving joints, and then throw them away like garbage. As long as there are enough people in the cargo hold of the spaceship, the spacecraft will take off immediately and fly towards the Star of Hope without any delay. Ha ha ha! You also have today. You are willing to be the lackeys of the great Emperor civilization. Now that something has happened, does the great Emperor civilization give you any other preferential treatment? You all deserve it. You deserve it. The god of space has returned, and he will be here soon to wipe out the great Emperor civilization. Although we will die now, our civilization will develop peacefully under the protection of the god of space. Even if you die, your civilization will be punished by the god of space. Amidst the wailing, there were some intelligent creatures who didn't care about the death in front of them. Instead, they ridiculed those intelligent creatures who were usually aloof. But now they couldn't even compare to the bereaved dogs. Obviously, the news of the return of the space god has been known to them through some secret channels. At this moment, there are still less than 2 months before Xiao Yu reaches the capital galaxy of the great Emperor civilization. Xiao Yu knew that his fleet had been discovered by the detectors deployed by the great Emperor civilization in the surrounding galaxies. But Xiao Yu didn't care. The difference between level 6 civilization and level 5 civilization is so huge. Xiao Yu didn't care at all whether his arrival was known to the Emperor civilization. Nor did he care what kind of preparations the Emperor civilization would make. As Xiao Yu's footsteps continued to approach, the Emperor civilization was killing intelligent creatures faster and faster, and the light of the Star of Hope became brighter and brighter. I feel a special meaning, the accompanying Ghost Clan said. Ahead, in the capital galaxy of the great Emperor civilization, there seems to be something that has a very huge attraction for me. Have you felt it too? Xiao Yu said. I have detected that the ghost's heart has begun to produce some kind of unspeakable fluctuation. And as the distance approaches, the intensity of this fluctuation is increasing. Come to think of it, that Star of Hope is really the corpse of MSI's civilization. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu and the companion Ghost Clan said this at the same time. I really didn't expect that this trip to the Large Magellanic Cloud would go so smoothly. We found what we were looking for with almost no effort. Very good. Very good. When I get hold of the corpse of the planetesimal civilization, I will return to the Milky Way. After that, the first thing I have to deal with is the Guardian civilization. If the Guardian civilization is not eliminated, I will never be able to develop with peace of mind. What a sweet taste the intelligent creatures of the Guardian civilization must have. The accompanying ghost tribe also murmured. Now I am extremely hungry and thirsty. Then Let's eat some appetizers first. Xiao Yu laughed. 2 months passed by in a flash, and Xiao Yu's fleet finally arrived near the galaxy, the capital of the great Emperor's civilization. Looking at the star ahead, that was still slightly dim, because it was too far away, the densely packed warships in this star system, and the countless galaxy defense facilities. Xiao Yu moved his fleet from the curvature it broke away from the space, and drove forward at the speed of normal navigation. It can be seen that there is only one continental spacecraft formation in the universe. This formation consists of one continental-class spacecraft, and 500,000 smaller spacecraft. These spaceships are all the power Xiao Yu plans to use to deal with the Emperor's civilization. In front, under the close gaze of all the combat forces of the great Emperor civilization, these 500,000 spaceships were approaching the front casually, without paying any attention to the tens of millions of battleships of the great Emperor civilization. When the distance between Xiao Yu's fleet and the forward fleet of the great Emperor civilization was shortened to 10 million kilometers, the battle between the 6th level civilization and the 5th level civilization began. At this moment, a huge torrent of negative matter arrived on Xiao Yu's spaceship first, followed by endless light weapon attacks, bomb weapon attacks, etc. Chapter 673, Killing. Tens of millions of spaceships, and a huge number of galaxy defense systems launch attacks at the same time. Such an offensive is undoubtedly very violent, even if it is within the attack range. It is a planet or a star. It will also be blown up instantly. The 5th level peak civilization already has the ability to influence the stars in the universe. But these violent attacks could not have much impact on Xiao Yu at all. It can be said that if you change to another 6th level civilization, even a civilization that is more advanced than Xiao Yu in terms of conventional technology, it is impossible to be so relaxed in such a situation. After all, negative matter attacks cannot be defended. 1 kilogram of negative matter is destined to annihilate 1 kilogram of positive matter. This is the same for level 5 civilizations and level 6 civilizations. But Xiao Yu is different, because Xiao Yu has the unique 4th and 2nd maintenance shields in the entire galaxy. These 2 shield systems surpass conventional space folding shields, and they have better defensive performance against attacks by low-level civilizations. Therefore, Xiao Yu can directly ignore the attack of the Emperor's civilization on himself, and still maintain a state of leisurely strolling. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was very strange. The attack of tens of millions of warships is enough to change the color of the world and turn this space into a truly deadly place. However, amidst this crazy wind and waves, Xiao Yu's continental spacecraft formation does not seem to be affected in any way. As the distance got closer, the attack on Xiao Yu became more fierce. But Xiao Yu still maintained a constant speed, without counterattack, acceleration, or escape. Xiao Yu knew that the more he downplayed it, the greater the pressure he would put on the Emperor's civilization. The situation is just as Xiao Yu imagined. At this moment, on the capital planet of the great Emperor's civilization, there are members of the Supreme Council and members of the Academy of Sciences. They were all waiting in front of the three-dimensional projection equipment, staring at the small fleet of only 500,000 spaceships, watching that no matter how fierce their attack was, they were all ignored by the 500,000 spaceships. This is not the god of space, but it is certain that their strength is very strong. Not much worse than the god of space. The most likely possibility is that it is the 6th level civilization. Is the strength of the 6th level civilization really so powerful? At this point, can we just ignore our attack? A scientist said in a tone full of despair. What's the current condition of the Star of Hope? How much has it been charged? And how fast can it move? So far, more than 400 billion intelligent creatures have been killed by us. The energy reserve of the Star of Hope has reached 100%. It already has the navigation capability of 130 times the speed of light. The conventional navigation speed can reach 100%, 150,000 kilometers per second. But there is one thing to note. If you control it to fight in this state, it will only last for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the energy reserve will be exhausted. A scientist said after some operations on his personal computing terminal. He answered nervously. We have already observed it. The maximum speed of this 6th level technological civilization spacecraft is 120 times the speed of light. This number is lower than the full speed of the Star of Hope. Is it only 3 hours? No problem. It is enough. It's gone. The leader of the Supreme Council murmured to himself. It is impossible for the fleet of this 6th level civilization to escape under the attack of the Star of Hope. With the mobility of the Star of Hope, 3 hours is enough to defeat this fleet. An entire fleet was wiped out. I order. Star of Hope begins to prepare, and is ready to attack at any time. At this time, Xiao Yu's continental spacecraft formation was already approaching the edge of the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor's civilization, and the distance between the two was less than 1 million kilometers. At this distance, Xiao Yu's fleet suffered the most violent attack. The full attack of nearly 20 million spaceships and galaxy defense systems, even if they are only in the 5th level civilization category. The intensity of this attack is still somewhat unbearable for Xiao Yu. So Xiao Yu started to fight back. 500,000 spaceships suddenly began to accelerate, and quickly rushed into the galaxy of the Great Emperor's civilization. Then the killing began. That's right. It's killing. Xiao Yu's 500,000 spaceships are like 500,000 brutal ancient beasts, while the 20 million spaceships of the Great Emperor's civilization are like 20 million of the most fragile chickens, chopping melons and vegetables. And tigers entering the flock are not enough to describe the current situation. Xiao Yu's 500,000 spaceships have all dispersed, and are fighting on their own. Xiao Yu didn't care at all whether his fleet would be divided by the Emperor's civilization and defeated one by one, because it is obvious that the Great Emperor's civilization does not have this ability at all. The advantage in strength allows Xiao Yu to be almost unscrupulous, and do whatever he wants. Xiao Yu can even control a village-level spaceship to fly over the capital planet of the Great Emperor's civilization in a curvature way, and launch several space crack attacks at its planetary shield at will, and then before the encirclement and suppression troops arrive, then escape by curvature sailing. The fact that curvature navigation can be carried out inside the star system has given Xiao Yu an absolutely overwhelming advantage. In the face of this characteristic of the 6th level civilization, the defense line of the Great Emperor civilization simply does not exist for Xiao Yu. Countless space cracks shuttle back and forth in this universe. Any existence that stands in front of the space cracks, no matter what type of spaceship it is, national level or continent level, or how powerful the defense is an interstellar fortress, will face the attack of the space cracks, completely unable to fight back. The space cracks were like the sharpest knives, and the spaceship of the Great Emperor civilization was like a soft noodle, which was cut off by Xiao Yu in one fell swoop. Gunfire was flying. Flashes of light were appearing frequently. Spaceships were constantly exploding and disintegrating, and spaceships or large interstellar defense facilities were constantly being divided into two sections. The battlefield almost presented a one-sided situation. These 500,000 spaceships shuttled back and forth freely in the capital galaxy, where the Emperor's civilization was the most heavily defended, as if they were in an uninhabited land. In just 1 hour, at least 3 million spacecraft were destroyed by Xiao Yu. The price Xiao Yu paid was only a dozen rural-level spacecraft. In Xiao Yu's current view, the spaceships of the Great Emperor civilization are too weak. Not only are they unable to carry out curvature navigation within the star system, but their normal navigation speed is so slow that Xiao Yu can look at him like a snail. Come and see them. Xiao Yu's spaceship shuttles freely inside the star system. It is often in front of the spacecraft at one moment, and suddenly disappears into the curvature space the next moment, rushing rapidly at a speed of more than 100 times the speed of light. Go to another ship and attack it. For this kind of powerful maneuverability, the Great Emperor's civilization has no way to cope with it. They can only maneuver in vain using conventional navigation methods. They are completely led by Xiao Yu, and there is no solution to the current predicament. This kind of killing with no technical content is really meaningless. According to the current situation, it will only take a few hours for me to annihilate the entire military power of the Great Emperor's civilization. Xiao Yu murmured to himself, he said. I have seen the corpse of the MSI civilization, which also has its accompanying ghost clan. MSI, you can also be regarded as my senior. On the road against the sweeper civilization, you fell, but I will follow it. Let's continue our journey along the path you have walked. Then, give your body to me, and I will make it play its greatest role. Xiao Yu has already felt that the fluctuations of the ghost heart stored in this small universe are becoming more and more violent. It seems that there is a magical force in front of it attracting it. If Xiao Yu had not made some restrictions at this moment, the ghost heart would probably fly away directly, go out and merge with the corpse of MSI civilization. I can feel that the ghost heart will become a bridge for me to control the corpse of MSI civilization. I feel that when I possess the corpse of MSI civilization, I will be able to control it freely. Yes, it must be. This is the only way to eliminate the neutron battle star. I will control the corpse of the MSI civilization to hit the neutron battle star. This is the only way. The companion ghost clan murmured to himself. This is the only practical method that the Taihao Alliance has come up with after fighting against the neutron battlestar for a long time. This method is feasible in every aspect. Let me first introduce the Great Emperor civilization. Let's destroy all the spaceships. Without these nasty reptiles, we can study this thing with peace of mind, Xiao Yu said. Ghost, you can go out too. There are many intelligent creatures here. You can devour them however you want. But one thing to note is that only the intelligent creatures of the Great Emperor civilization and its lackey civilization are allowed to be devoured. And the rest of the well-intentioned and civilized intelligent creatures will let them go. Okay, I understand, the accompanying ghost tribe said, wanting to leave Xiao Yu's small universe and return to the big universe. But at this moment, Xiao Yu noticed a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation immediately attracted Xiao Yu's attention. Xiao Yu immediately said, Ghost, wait a moment. Stay in the small universe and don't go out. Something happened outside. I want to confirm it first. Not only did he stop the companion ghost clan, but Xiao Yu also gave up his intention of sending more fleets. Xiao Yu began to look closely at the planet ahead, which was only a very precise 200 kilometers in diameter. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, this standard sphere with orange light all over its body began to move slowly, getting faster and faster. Faster and faster. Chapter 674, Total Destruction. At this moment, in the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor civilization, Xiao Yu's 500,000 spaceships are still killing people. So far, more than 5 million spacecraft of the Great Emperor civilization have been destroyed by Xiao Yu. The number has exceeded a quarter of all spaceships in the Great Emperor civilization. In addition, there are countless interstellar fortresses, interstellar forts, various galaxy defense facilities, interstellar mine clusters, etc. that were destroyed by Xiao Yu. The 6th level civilization is completely crushing the 5th level civilization. At this time, Xiao Yu saw that the body of MSI civilization began to move. The corpse of the MSI civilization is heavier than a star, and it seems that any material that falls on it will be swallowed up by it. This means that it is impossible for the Great Emperor civilization to build propulsion instruments on it. So, how did it come about? Sports? Looking at this scene, Xiao Yu felt very incredible. Xiao Yu couldn't find a reasonable explanation to explain the thing in front of him. It shouldn't have the ability to move. But it was moving, and the speed was getting faster and faster. This situation made Xiao Yu start to get serious. On the capital planet of the Great Emperor civilization, in the joint meeting room of the Supreme Council and the Academy of Sciences, the leader looked at the slowly moving Star of Hope with a feverish face, and his body was trembling slightly, because he knew that the fate of the entire civilization, at this moment, was tied to this Star of Hope. Order! Star of Hope! Start attacking. We can basically destroy all the fleets of this hateful 6th level civilization. Even for this 6th level civilization, it is extremely difficult to sail a distance of hundreds of thousands of light years. Otherwise, it is impossible for this civilization to reach only this small number of spacecraft in our large Magellanic galaxy. In other words, as long as these hundreds of thousands of spacecraft are eliminated, we can usher in a long development time. And with the 6th level civilization, the wreckage of the spacecraft is the object of technological analysis. Our technology will definitely develop by leaps and bounds. We will soon enter the category of level 6 civilization. By then, with the Star of Hope in hand, even if we reach the Milky Way, it is the most powerful Star of Hope. Attack! Attack! Kill all these hateful spaceships, the leader said with a face full of enthusiasm. As the leader's order was issued, the Star of Hope's speed became faster and faster, and finally disappeared from the visible universe, entered the curvature space. Its curvature navigation speed is also constantly increasing, starting from a speed of more than 30 times the speed of light, and has been increased to 130 times the speed of light. Xiao Yu's heart began to shake violently. What's going on? The Great Emperor civilization actually has the ability to control the corpse of the MSI civilization. Didn't Taihao civilization say that only by relying on the pure ghost race and ghost heart can it control the corpse of the MSI civilization? How did the Great Emperor civilization do it? To this point? Huh? That's when Xiao Yu received a reporting message from the leader of Solon civilization. After hearing this message, the doubt in Xiao Yu's heart disappeared. Instead, it was a chill that seemed to emanate from the bottom of my heart. Although I don't think I'm a good person, and the number of intelligent creatures who died in my hands is impossible to calculate. This method is really too cruel, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. It turns out that the lives of hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures were stripped away in this way and turned into the driving force that drives the movement of the corpses of microstar civilizations. It seems that although these intelligent creatures do not have pure souls, they also possess some similar to the spiritual power of the soul. It is this spiritual power that can achieve things that only the ghost race can do. Hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures. Hundreds of billions of them. Huh? Not good. Before Xiao Yu could wake up from the shock this number brought to him, he received another message. Xiao Yu saw that the corpse of MSI civilization was approaching one of his county-level spaceships very quickly in the high-speed curvature navigation movement, and then suddenly broke away from the curvature space, flying at hundreds of thousands of speeds per second. At a speed of kilometers, it hit the county-level spacecraft, facing the impact of the corpse of the MSI civilization. This county-level spacecraft was like a mosquito under a giant hammer. It was instantly destroyed and exploded into pieces. You know, although the corpse of the MSI civilization does not show gravity for some reason, its mass actually exists. Its mass is heavier than a star. With such a mass, not to mention this county-level spacecraft, even Xiao Yu's most powerful Earth planet-level battleship may not be able to withstand its impact. This county-level spacecraft was destroyed. This was also the first time that Xiao Yu had a township-level or above spacecraft destroyed since the war with the Great Emperor civilization began. Xiao Yu still maintained his calmness and began to control his spaceship, avoiding the impact of the MSI civilization's corpse. I don't believe that there is no time limit for this kind of manipulation. If there is no limit, the Emperor civilization will not wait until I am forced to a desperate situation before starting to use the Star of Hope. Then very good. As long as this period of time is delayed, the Great Emperor civilization no longer has a trump card. I don't believe that the Great Emperor civilization can find hundreds of billions more people to turn into the power to drive the corpse of the MSI civilization. Xiao Yu thought quickly and quickly came to a conclusion. But Xiao Yu's avoidance began to appear weak, because MSI civilization's corpse moves really too fast. 120 times the speed of light is Xiao Yu's ultimate speed. Many small and medium-sized spacecraft cannot reach this speed. And the speed of the MSI civilization's corpse is 130 times the speed of light. The destruction of the first county-level spacecraft was just the beginning. In the next 5 minutes, more than 300 county-level spacecraft were crashed by the corpse of MSI civilization. Under the impact of MSI civilization's corpse, Xiao Yu had no power to fight back. Whether it is a space attack, a conventional bomb attack, or a light attack, none of them can hinder the progress of the MSI civilization corpse. It is like a huge steamroller, crushing every ant in front of it. At this moment, Xiao Yu deeply realized what it felt like to be crushed. But Xiao Yu didn't feel angry, but pleasantly surprised. Xiao Yu is convinced that the corpse of MSI civilization will eventually be his. So the more powerful the fighting power displayed by the corpse of MSI civilization, the better. Isn't it just 500,000 spaceships? So what if they are all destroyed? Xiao Yu can't even use 5 million or 50 million spaceships. The orange light of the MSI civilization's corpse is getting brighter and brighter. It is like an elusive giant beast, constantly switching back and forth between the curvature space and the visible universe. Every time it appears, one of Xiao Yu's spaceships must be crashed before the corpse of MSI civilization. No spacecraft of any type could fight back. A village-level spaceship or a continent-level spacecraft makes no difference to the corpse of the MSI civilization. They are both things that can be destroyed by a single impact. Xiao Yu did not escape. Xiao Yu is testing the performance of the MSI civilization corpse in detail at the expense of the continuous destruction of the spacecraft. The experimental data obtained made Xiao Yu feel more and more excited, corresponding to Xiao Yu's increasingly high mood. It is the leadership of the Emperor's civilization. Great! Kill! Kill! Kill all the spaceships of this 6th-level civilization. A group of leaders of the Supreme Council and scientists from the Academy of Sciences gathered in the conference room, looking at the three-dimensional images. And they were all excited. His face turned red. The pressure and powerlessness that Xiao Yu's fleet had brought to them in the early stage had all disappeared without a trace in front of the performance of MSI civilization's corpse. What about the spaceships of level 6 civilizations? Aren't you like ants in front of the Star of Hope? The emotions on both sides are getting higher and higher. Even Xiao Yu consciously moved the flagship of the spacecraft formation, the Continent-class spacecraft, towards the corpse of MSI civilization. Xiao Yu turned on all the shield systems on the Continent-class spacecraft to maximum power, trying to see if the MSI civilization's corpse could crash it at once. The result made Xiaoyu excited again. The huge Continent-class battleship with a length of dozens of kilometers, even if all the shield systems were turned on to the maximum, still could not stop the footsteps of the MSI Civilization Corps. Under the impact, the Continental-class spacecraft was destroyed immediately, followed by a violent explosion. And through this violent explosion, the corpse of MSI Civilization remained unscathed. This is a powerful existence that can fight against the neutron battle star. To eliminate the sweeper civilization, there is finally hope. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. More than 2 hours have passed. Xiaoyu's 500,000 spaceships are running out, and all large spaceships have been destroyed. Some of the remaining small spacecraft are still being hunted. But Xiaoyu has clearly noticed that the speed of the MSI Civilization's corpse is slowing down, and the light on it is weakening. In half an hour, it will lose its ability to move. Xiaoyu thought silently. Let you be happy for now. Time finally passed. And under Xiaoyu's gaze, the corpse of MSI Civilization finally stopped, and the orange light completely disappeared. Xiaoyu knew that it had no ability to move. At this time, Xiaoyu's continental spacecraft formation had been completely destroyed, just above the capital planet of the Great Emperor Civilization. Cheers were heard everywhere. We have won! We have won! The loud cheers reached to the sky. But something very strange happened. In the void of the universe, under the gaze of the leaders of the Great Emperor Civilization, a fleet suddenly appeared once again on the edge of their capital galaxy. Moreover, the size of this fleet is larger than the previous fleet. Chapter 675 Kill them all. What Xiaoyu dispatched this time was a planet-level spacecraft formation. A third-tier planet-class spacecraft made of hydrogen polymeric material serves as the flagship of this fleet. A total of 1 million spaceships were taken out by Xiaoyu from the small universe, placed in the visible universe, and began to move forward, the capital galaxy of the Great Emperor Civilization, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. The leaders of the Supreme Council and the scientists of the Academy of Sciences all suddenly fell silent at this moment. They looked at this huge fleet that suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the galaxy with disbelief, and their minds seemed to freeze at this moment. What's going on? The top leader shifted his gaze with some difficulty and looked at the scientists standing behind him. We sacrificed the lives of hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures to finally allow the Star of Hope to take action. Ability. We wiped out all the spacecraft of this 6th-level civilization within 3 hours. However, can any of you tell me what is going on with these spaceships that appear here now? Well, those are planet-level spaceship? Where did it come from? I don't know. I don't know. The scientist who was stared at by the leader muttered to himself. His face twisted, and suddenly his body softened and fell to the ground. He was so scared that he fainted. Falling from heaven to H.L. is just a matter of seconds. A moment ago, all the members of the Emperor's civilization were still celebrating their victory. At this moment, they suddenly realized that they were really too naive. Who can tell me where this suddenly appeared spaceship came from? Where is the power of the Star of Hope? How many intelligent creatures do we have left that can act as the driving force? What is going on? The leader roared angrily. In the large conference room that was bustling with joy just a moment ago, there was no other sound except the angry roar of the leader. No, it won't work. The Star of Hope only has 3 hours of power. Now it has consumed all the energy. Although there are still hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures in other attached civilizations, time is too late. We need at least one. It will take years to kill all these people and throw their bodies on the Star of Hope. We don't have that much time. The leader seemed to turn a deaf ear to this answer. He was still roaring angrily. Didn't we activate the Star of Hope after confirming that all the spaceships of this 6th-level civilization have joined the battle? Didn't all the spaceships of this 6th-level civilization be activated? Has the star been destroyed? Where did this fleet come from? Where did it come from? This time, no one came to answer the leader's questions anymore. The news quickly spread from the highest levels of civilization to all aspects of society. Wherever this news spread, the cheers quickly subsided. Countless intelligent creatures, who were cheering a moment ago, were so frightened that they fell to the ground after hearing the news. The Star of Hope, a planetary-level spaceship formation, has no energy. It has no driving force. And a continent-level spacecraft formation of a 6th-level civilization can wipe us all out. But now, a planet-level spacecraft has appeared. Formation? Oh my God! What is going on? What is going on? God! Save us and don't abandon us! Immediately issue a message. We surrender. We surrender. We are willing to give up any armed force, as long as it allows us to survive. We surrender to this 6th-level civilization, the leader almost shouted. This is the only thing we can do as long as this 6th-level civilization is willing to accept our surrender. Then in order to manage the intelligent creatures in our civilization, this 6th-level civilization must find some agents. And we are the best candidates for these agents. Even if we surrender, even if we grovel, our lives can at least be preserved. And we can even maintain our current superior life. Surrender. Surrender immediately. The leader of the great emperor civilization made this decision extremely quickly. And this decision was unanimously agreed by everyone present. As a result, a very humble declaration of surrender was quickly concocted and sent before Xiao Yu's fleet launched an attack. Dear Level 6 Civilization, please forgive us for our little offense. In order to make up for our mistakes, we are willing to pay any price. We ask that you can merge our civilization into yours, even if it is as a slave. It doesn't matter if your identity is merged. We will do our best to serve you, and we are willing to dedicate everything we have. Just asking you to keep our lives. Our civilization now has a total population of nearly 200 billion people. And we guarantee you, these 200 billion people are all the best slave candidates. As long as you provide the most basic survival guarantee, these slaves will tirelessly do any dangerous or tiring things for your civilization. Believe us, there is no threat to you. Please, let us go. The words are quite sincere. Xiao Yu looked at this surrender message with some humor and shook his head gently in his heart. When faced with danger, he sold his civilization without hesitation. Will such an intelligent creature be loyal to an alien civilization? I'm afraid you will put me to death as soon as you get the chance. Unfortunately, I have no interest in you. The best outcome for you is to become the nourishment of ghosts. Ghost, let's go, Xiao Yu said. Kill all the intelligent creatures of the great emperor civilization and its subordinate lackey civilization. Only by eliminating these reptiles can we study the corpse of the MSI civilization with peace of mind. Okay, give me an hour, the accompanying ghost clan replied, leaving the small universe in an instant and rushing forward. Xiao Yu's fleet stopped here and did not move forward. They stopped! They stopped! The leader of the great emperor civilization gasped fiercely. But his heart relaxed a little. Have they accepted our surrender? As long as they are willing to leave our lives, we can do anything. You can do anything. I will agree to any excessive conditions. Huh? What's wrong with you? At this moment, under the surprised gaze of the supreme leader, a senior member of the council suddenly fell down in the conference room without any warning. The people next to him wanted to help him, but before they could do anything, he fell down too. There seemed to be a kind of poison spreading in the air that would kill anyone who caught it. After a while, more than half of the people in the hall had fallen down. What's going on? The supreme leader looked at all this in confusion and muttered to himself. The next moment, he also fell down and died. The breath of death is rapidly spreading in this star system. Countless spaceships have lost the breath of life and the control of intelligent creatures in an instant. Only the mechanical synthesized sounds of various electronic devices can be heard in the empty spaceships. Echoes, dense crowds, and the always noisy city quieted down at this moment. On the dense streets full of people, large areas of intelligent creatures fell down one by one like wheat blown down by the wind. Some traffic because the tools lost the control of intelligent creatures. They lost control in an instant, or collided with each other, or collided with various nearby buildings. It happened in cities, villages, fields, oceans, spaceships, bases, and various places. About such things, the light of the stars is still warm. The temperature here is still pleasant, and the sky is clear. In such broad daylight, billions of intelligent creatures are dying. They die very quickly, so they don't have any pain when they die, and they don't have time to feel fear, compared with the other intelligent creatures of civilization that they brutally killed. This is a very humane way to die. I don't know since when Solon civilization and other member civilizations in the Alliance have separated from the small universe, and some other civilizations have gathered here. Many spaceships are waiting outside the capital galaxy of the great emperor civilization, watching quietly, standing here, watching the intelligent creatures of the great emperor civilization dying in droves. Tens of thousands of years of oppression are finally over from now on. We can finally begin to develop peacefully without having to worry about being attacked for no reason one day. The cancer of the Large Magellanic Cloud has finally been eliminated. From now on, we will put aside all hatred and concentrate on developing ourselves. The development of civilization is always measured by the quality of survival of intelligent creatures within the civilization. Shinjo civilization. Thank you. It was you who saved the fate of our resistance alliance. However, the great Emperor civilization is gone, and there is no need for our resistance alliance to exist. Perhaps we can change the name of our alliance. Perhaps we can merge into one civilization. That is, the Great Magellanic Civilization. We integrate all the resources and scientific research power of all civilizations and strive to develop science and technology. There are many such discussions. But Xiaoyu did not pay too much attention to these discussions. An hour has passed, and the companion ghost tribe has completed the task as promised. At this moment, there are no hostile intelligent creatures left in this star system. Xiaoyu's attention finally focused on this nearly standard spherical planet. At this moment, the corpse of the MSI civilization is quietly suspended in space, quietly reflecting the light of the nearby star, and Xiaoyu has already sent out relevant detection spacecraft to approach it. Chapter 676. Control MSI civilization. You can leave here, Xiaoyu said to Solon civilization and others. I have completely wiped out the Great Emperor civilization and its lackey civilization. From now on, no one will disturb your quiet development. I follow the last wish of the space god is here to take away the Star of Hope. After completing this task, I will leave the large Magellanic Cloud and return to the Milky Way. The killings of the companion ghost tribe were targeted. Solon civilization submitted a white list to Xiaoyu before starting the killing. All intelligent creatures of the races on the white list were not harmed. And now, with Xiaoyu's help, they have completed the entire rescue work. There is no longer anything to do with them here, and Xiaoyu has no interest in incorporating them into the Shinjo civilization. After receiving Xiaoyu's message, Solon civilization was silent for a while, and then united with other civilizations to jointly publish a message to Xiaoyu. Shinjo civilization, thank you for your help. Although we know that the following words are ridiculous, we still want to, he said. If you need our help in the future, please feel free to mention it. No matter what the cost, we will do it for you. So, goodbye. We are going back to rebuild our home. Goodbye. A total of about 30 civilizations left here in spaceships with different levels of technology. After a while, Xiaoyu's Shinjo civilization was the only one left in this star system. The ghost of the corpse of the micro-star civilization, Tai Hao, has been looking for you for millions of years without finding you. But he didn't expect that you would end up hiding here. I don't know how you got here. There is a gap between the Milky Way and the large Magellanic Cloud 160,000 light years. How did you, who was seriously injured and about to die under the attack of the neutron war star, cross this long distance? What kind of wonderful story is behind this? Xiaoyu thought silently, silently looking at the sphere in front of him. Unfortunately, MSI civilization is now dead and can no longer answer Xiaoyu's questions. When MSI civilization was still alive, there was no doubt that it was very powerful. This can be seen from the fact that the Emperor civilization controlled the corpse of MSI civilization and destroyed Xiaoyu's 500,000 battleships in 3 hours. When the MSI civilization was still alive, there was no doubt that it had far greater strength than Xiaoyu, and even surpassed the strength of the Guardian civilization. However, it teamed up with the Ghost Tai Hao and was still defeated by the Neutron War Star. Now, Xiaoyu has also embarked on this path. Xiaoyu's ending may be the same as MSI civilization, or it may develop into another situation. Xiaoyu had a lot of thoughts in his heart for a long time. Xiaoyu sighed slightly and shook off these chaotic thoughts. It opens a channel to connect the large and small universes. Release the ghost heart. The companion ghost tribe also left the small universe and was quietly suspended next to the corpse of the MSI civilization. Xiaoyu noticed that after devouring the lives of hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures from the Great Emperor civilization and its affiliated lackey civilizations, the accompanying ghost tribe seemed to be getting stronger. Ever since it got close to the corpse of the MSI civilization, the ghost heart has been showing some abnormal energy fluctuations, and has been showing some kind of close desire. It's like a piece of iron being attracted by a magnet. Now, Xiaoyu has opened the material channel between the large and small universes and given up control of the ghost heart. As a result, the ghost heart was like a sharp arrow leaving the string. He instantly rushed to the corpse of MSI civilization and merged into it. With the addition of the ghost heart, the corpse of the MSI civilization instantly emitted a strong light that was disproportionate to its size. Moreover, this light was no longer the orange color before, but a dazzling blazing white color. The ghost heart, the corpses of MSI civilization, including the ghost tribe, are all magical things. Xiao Yu sighed slightly, watching closely the changes in front of him, that he did not understand the principles of it all. Now I have a very strong feeling, the companion ghost tribe murmured to themselves, and suddenly started to move. After the ghost heart was fused with the corpse of MSI civilization, the companion ghost tribe also instantly moved toward. He rushed towards it, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Xiao Yu could no longer feel the presence of the accompanying ghost clan. Xiao Yu was shocked. There has always been this mysterious connection between Xiao Yu and the accompanying ghost tribe. But Xiao Yu now feels that this connection has been severed. Under normal circumstances, there can only be one reason for this situation, and that is the death of the accompanying ghost clan. Ghost! Ghost! Where have you been? What happened to you? Are you okay? Xiao Yu was anxious, but still maintained basic composure. Through space broadcasting, radio broadcasting, etc., Xiao Yu began to send his messages to the corpse of MSI civilization. And because the current situation is unclear, Xiao Yu has not chosen to get close to it for the time being. I'm here. I have nothing to do. At this time, Xiao Yu received a response from the accompanying ghost tribe. I am inside the corpse of the MSI civilization. This is a very mysterious feeling. And the ghost heart becomes the communication link, the bridge between me and MSI. I seem to have my body again. I feel that I can freely control its movement. You see. At this time, Xiao Yu saw that the corpse of MSI civilization began to move slowly. The speed began to increase from a few decimeters per second to thousands of kilometers per second without stopping. This feeling is really amazing. MSI is my body. I can control it to do anything. I can enter the curvature space. You see? My speed can reach 130 times the speed of light. And I feel like, as I get stronger, this speed can be further improved. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, the corpse of the MSI civilization disappeared from the visible universe and entered the curvature space. Xiao Yu's detection instruments have been watching it closely, watching its speed continue to increase. It reached a speed of 130 times the speed of light before it stabilized. Xiao Yu received a message full of joy from the companion ghost tribe. Did we succeed? We really have the corpse of MSI civilization as our weapon? Huh? Ghost, try it quickly and see if you can get in and out of the corpse of MSI civilization freely. If you can't get out, then it's too bad. Even if the impact of the microstar civilization can destroy the neutron battle star, it itself will definitely be destroyed. If you can't come out, doesn't it mean that we will perish together with the sweeper civilization? Okay. The accompanying ghost clan responded, controlling the corpse of MSI civilization to stay next to Xiao Yu. Tried to move, and instantly left the corpse of MSI civilization and returned to the real universe. At this time, Xiao Yu also instantly felt the existence of the accompanying ghost clan again. The answer is yes, the companion ghost clan said with joy. I can enter and exit the corpse of the MSI civilization very freely, without any hindrance in the process. That's great. You can leave or enter freely. This means that just before the corpse of the MSI civilization hits the neutron battle star, Ghost, you can escape instantly to prevent yourself from being affected unexpectedly. This a trip to the large Magellanic Cloud can be so smooth. Ha ha ha. The damn Guardian civilization actually dared to plot against us in the Battle of the Galaxy. When we return to the Milky Way this time, let's see what else the Guardian civilization will use to fight against us. By then, I will definitely all the intelligent creatures of the Guardian civilization have been devoured. And not a single one is left. The companion ghost tribe laughed, obviously in a very happy mood. At this moment, this space is filled with various signals representing the laughter of the ghost tribe. Under the control of the companion ghost tribe, the corpse of the MSI civilization suddenly began to accelerate, rushing towards a rocky planet ahead. On the way, through some unknown method, the companion ghost tribe had opened the corpse of the MSI civilization. The gravitational shield above allows it to regain a gravitational force that matches its mass. As a result, the star system immediately began to become chaotic. Endless battleship fragments, interstellar dust, asteroids, gravel and other materials began to converge on the corpse of the MSI civilization. As soon as it came into contact with the surface of the MSI corpse, it was immediately destroyed by the MSI civilization. The strong gravity of the corpse was assimilated into something similar to neutron star material. Among the things that hit, the rocky planet was also included. A rocky planet has a diameter of nearly 10,000 kilometers, while in comparison, the diameter of a planetesimal corpse is only 200 kilometers. The gap between the two is too huge. But the accompanying ghosts did not slow down their speed. but continued to accelerate, increasing their speed to 10,000 kilometers per second. The planetesimal corpse collided head-on with the rocky planet at such a high speed. Then, an earth-shattering scene happened. The MSI corpse instantly penetrated the rocky planet, and the strong gravity completely tore apart the structure of the planet. It disintegrated instantly and turned into countless rubbles. Some of the rubble gained extremely high energy and escaped from the MSI corpse under the gravitational field of the planetary body. The other part of the rubble began to follow it and move forward together. The MSI corpse continued to move forward under the control of the companion Ghost clan and crashed straight into the star of this star system. Ghost! Don't be so crazy! It may be dangerous to hit the star! Xiaoyu was shocked when he saw the scene and immediately spoke to stop it. But it was a little too late. The body of Wei Xing had already arrived here under the control of the accompanying Ghost clan, near a star. At this moment, it is hitting the star at an extremely high speed. Chapter 677 2 questions. Xiaoyu has done related simulations on the impact of dense stars such as white dwarfs or neutron stars on ordinary stars. The conclusion is that stars will be destroyed during the impact, while dense stars will generally not be affected. The corpse of the MSI civilization undoubtedly belongs to the category of dense stars, but its existence form is a bit weird. So Xiaoyu is worried about this. Now that it was too late to stop it, Xiaoyu suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and collected all the small spaceships with weak defenses into the small universe, leaving only one planet-level battleship and several continent-level battleships. Here, carefully observe the situation ahead. Before the corpse of the microstar civilization reached the star was affected by its strong gravitational pull. The shape of the star changed from an approximately circle to an oval, with the smaller end facing the corpse of MSI keeps approaching. It is being stretched and flattened by the powerful gravity of the corpse of the star. At this moment, Wei Xing's corpse plunged into the star and disappeared. The diameter of a star can reach the order of millions of kilometers, and the corpse of a star in front of it is not even a sesame seed. But it is such a small thing. But it has quality no less than it. The speed of the MSI corpse at this moment is about more than 10,000 kilometers per second, which means that it will take more than 100 seconds to completely pass through the star and rush out from the other side of the star. A star is undoubtedly powerful. Xiaoyu, who was promoted to a 6th level civilization, understands this most clearly. Although Xiaoyu can easily destroy a star, it is a trick. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoyu's most advanced technological creation, a hydrogen atom polymer material, cannot even exist on the surface of a star for a long time, not to mention entering the interior of a star, because the environment inside the star is even more severe, and the temperature of the star's core is as high as tens of millions of degrees Celsius. Under such terrifying temperatures, no objects known to Xiaoyu can exist. However, under the control of the accompanying Ghost clan, the corpse of MSI civilization just plunged in. Although the experimental model has long told Xiaoyu that there is no danger when a dense object like this hits a star, Xiaoyu is still worried. The corpse of the planet has disappeared and entered the interior of the star. The interior of the star still maintains apparent stability. In Xiaoyu's observations, in addition to the brightness and various radiations increasing a bit, basically nothing has changed. But Xiaoyu knew that the most dramatic changes occurred inside the star. The outside was calm just because the internal fluctuations had not yet spread to the outside. Xiaoyu was quietly counting the time, waiting quietly for the moment when Wei Xing's body reappeared. 2 minutes passed. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, on the other side of the star, a star that still maintained a nearly standard spherical shape suddenly appeared, quickly rushed into space. Behind it, it is a violent ejection of stellar material. Xiaoyu knew that the MSI corpse had penetrated the multi-layered material structure of the star. Under the strong pressure, the material inside the star would be ejected along the hole like a fountain, ejecting a huge amount of material to go into space. It's like an oversized firework thrower. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The message representing the joyful mood accompanying the Ghost tribe spread wantonly in this space. There was no damage to the accompanying Ghost clan, and Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The corpse of the microstar civilization successfully passed through the star without any damage. Behind the corpse of the star is in addition to the current material ejection, still maintaining basic stability. But Xiaoyu knew that these super-large fireworks were just a prelude, and the most drastic changes were yet to come. Xiaoyu knew that there was a violent energy that was terrifying enough to destroy the entire star, raging inside the star. What happened next did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. Xiaoyu saw that drastic changes occurred on the star only after the corpse of the star had traveled millions of kilometers. Almost in an instant, the star changed its appearance. Its brightness suddenly increased tens of thousands of times, and changes began to occur from the end where the MSI corpse penetrated, and a violent explosion began. The explosion has begun, which means that the energy that destroys the star has spread from the interior of the star to the entire star. The strong gravitational pull of the planetesimal corpse, as well as the extremely high mass and impact speed, have completely destroyed the entire structure of the star. The violent energy backlash will completely blow up the star. The star exploded. The mechanism of this explosion is different from that of a supernova explosion, but it also has a power comparable to, or even exceeding that of a supernova explosion, because in this kind of explosion, it will not leave any debris such as a white dwarf or a neutron star. This kind of explosion is similar to an unstable pair of supernova explosions. The entire star will be blown up, and nothing will be left. The star has been completely destroyed. After a period of time, its huge explosion energy rushed in front of several large spacecraft left by Xiaoyu in the visible universe. Although the multi-layer shield system withstood the explosion, the energy consumption in the spacecraft reached a terrifying level. The initiator of all these earth-shaking changes, the corpse of the MSI civilization controlled by the companion ghost race, is still wandering leisurely in this star system, except for a slight increase in surface temperature. The corpse of the MSI civilization did not suffer any damage. This is the power of a neutron-like star that can be manipulated. It is so easy to destroy a star. My most powerful planet-level battleship was crushed in front of it. Only such a powerful existence can deal with neutrons. Battlestar possibility. Seeing the various powers of Wei Xing's corpse, Xiaoyu's heart surged, and he couldn't help himself. I finally understand why the sweeper civilization has been able to traverse the entire galaxy for tens of millions of years with just one neutron battle star. The power of a controllable neutron star like dense star is too powerful, even if it does not have any conventional attacks. So what about the means? Just relying on the impact is enough. No one or any spacecraft can withstand it. The corpse of the MSI civilization began to slow down slowly, amidst the radiation and material ejections that were strong enough to destroy any level 5 civilization spacecraft. The accompanying ghost tribe activated the gravitational shielding system of the MSI corpse and controlled it quietly, suspended in front of Xiaoyu's planet-class battleship. Come into the small universe, Xiaoyu said. It's time for us to return to the Milky Way and destroy the sweeper civilization. Of course, we should go back, the accompanying ghost tribe said. However, during the period of controlling the corpse of MSI civilization, I discovered a problem. If we cannot solve this problem, then we will have big trouble. What's the problem? Xiaoyu asked curiously. The accompanying ghost tribe was silent for a moment, and then said, Do you know what structure the corpse of the MSI civilization is? Is it a neutron star or a white dwarf? I don't know about this, Xiaoyu said. White dwarfs can't be so small, and neutron stars can't be so big. Then there is only one explanation. It is an existence between white dwarfs and neutron stars. But in my current theory, there is no possibility of such a star existing in the system. But we don't have to rush to explore this point now. We have a lot of time to study its structure on the way back. Well, I get it, the companion ghost tribe said. In addition, there are two things. First, I feel that I can dismantle the corpse of MSI civilization like a machine. At the same time, I feel that I can disassemble the corpse of MSI civilization like a machine. I also feel that there are many technologies that are very important to us, such as the space folds, four-dimensional jumps, and other technologies that we have seen before, which can be obtained through research after disassembling the corpses of MSI civilization. These technologies, it can only be obtained after dismantling the corpse of MSI civilization. If the integrity of the corpse of MSI civilization is maintained, we cannot conduct technological analysis. But I also feel that although I can dismantle the corpse of MSI civilization, but I don't have the ability to put it back together. Well, Xiaoyu's heart tightened a little. Four-dimensional jumping technology and space fold technology are undoubtedly what Xiaoyu wants very much. And judging from what the companion ghost tribe said, it seems that these two technologies are not the only ones contained in the corpse of MSI civilization. To put it simply, if the corpse of the MSI civilization is dismantled, the conventional technology we can obtain will even make our conventional technology surpass that of the Guardian civilization. The accompanying ghost tribe said, The corpse of MSI civilization is undoubtedly important, but those technologies are equally attracted to Xiaoyu. But Xiao Yu still knows how to choose between the two. The corpse of the MSI civilization is the only magic weapon to fight against the neutron battlestar. If you want to use conventional technology to fight against the neutron battlestar, you must reach at least the 7th level of civilization. Therefore, although it was a pity, Xiao Yu still chose to keep the corpse of MSI civilization for future confrontation with neutron battlestar. We can possess those technologies through our own research in the future. And the only corpse of the MSI civilization is this one, which will be gone after it is disassembled. It is our hope against the sweeper civilization. So I choose to give up acquiring those technologies for the time being. Technology. Preserve the corpse of MSI civilization. Xiao Yu said. So, what is the second problem you discovered? Chapter 678, Irrecoverable Damage. The second question is that manipulating the corpse of the MSI civilization will damage my vitality. And this damage is irreversible. It is estimated that I will only have a total of 500 hours to manipulate it. After 500 hours, I will die. The accompanying ghost tribe said, Vitality? Irrecoverable damage? Xiao Yu was slightly startled and immediately realized the seriousness of this problem. Basically, with this condition, the corpse of MSI civilization is tantamount to useless. Because it is obvious that Xiao Yu is unlikely to destroy the neutron battlestar within 500 hours of control. At the same time, Xiao Yu absolutely cannot accept the death of the accompanying ghost clan. In this moment, Xiao Yu thought about many problems. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu did not find a solution that had the best of both worlds. Xiao Yu not only wanted to preserve his companion ghost clan, but also wanted to completely own the corpse of MSI civilization. There is no way. The corpse of the MSI civilization is too powerful. Basically, if the companion ghost clan can control the MSI corpse stably for a long time, Xiao Yu's strength will jump from the current ranking in the galaxy to second only to with the existence of the sweeper civilization. Even the Taihao Alliance and the Guardian civilization are no longer Xiao Yu's opponents. Dismantling the corpse of MSI civilization would only be done under forced circumstances. The reason is very simple. Isn't it more cost-effective to manipulate the corpses of MSI civilization to defeat the Guardian civilization, and then directly loot the technology from the Guardian civilization than to obtain technology by dismantling the corpses of MSI? But those two restrictions force Xiao Yu to think of other solutions. In the recent period of time, you should not control it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu said, First put the Wei Xing corpse into the small universe. During this period of time, you will cooperate with my research, and now we have to give it a try. With the scientific research capabilities of our Shinjo civilization, let's see if we can find a solution to the problem. Okay, that's all, the accompanying ghost clan said, controlling the Wei Xing corpse through the communication channel, placing it in the small universe, and then hid in a corner, not knowing what to do. There is no rush to return to the Milky Way. I can completely stay away from all the disputes in the Milky Way and quietly develop my own technology in the large Magellanic Cloud. No matter whether I can find a solution to the problem or not, I should stay in the galaxy. In the Magellanic Galaxy, it would be best to find a way for the ghost to control the corpse of the MSI without losing its vitality. If you can't find it, then the only way is to dismantle the corpse of the MSI. Those advanced technologies will also take me a while to digest. After making up my mind, Xiao Yu controlled the tractor spacecraft, pulling his own small universe out of this star system. A quiet star system was also searched for. Stationed here, intense research has begun. As an authority in life sciences, Luca 4 is undoubtedly the leader of this research. But it is a pity that the knowledge of Luca 4 cannot be used when faced with weird things like the ghost race and the illusory vitality. It doesn't seem to have any effect. During the past 100 years, with Xiao Yu's strong cooperation, Luca 4 led scientists from the Academy of Life Sciences to research day and night. But there was still no result. At this time, Xiao Yu once again focused his attention on Su Junpo. As a genius scientist given to me by the sweeper civilization to quickly improve my strength, maybe this problem can be solved by you. Xiao Yu thought silently. Although your research direction is not life sciences, but it seems that things like ghosts and life force do not belong to the category of life science. Anyway, let's give it a try for now. A dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor. This is what Xiao Yu is thinking now. After confirming Su Junpo's identity and origin, Xiao Yu removed all the extraordinary surveillance equipment placed on Su Junpo, and only monitored it with the same intensity as ordinary scientists. Because Xiao Yu confirmed that Su Junpo could only be good for him, and could not be harmful. Xiaoyu came to this conclusion from two aspects, logic and reality. Xiaoyu can confirm that the sweeper civilization did not leave any subsequent control methods on Su Junpo. So it is impossible for Su Junpo to be controlled by the sweeper civilization and rebel against him. Xiaoyu already knows that the conventional scientific and technological means of the sweeper civilization are not more advanced than the guardian civilization, and may not even be as good as the guardian civilization. The technological strength of Taihao technology is not far from that of the guardian civilization. In other words, at the level of conventional science and technology, Taihao technology and the sweeper civilization exist at the same level. So, if the sweeper civilization really left behind any secret control methods, it is impossible that technology Taihao would not be able to discover it. Also, after all, he is now a level 6 civilization, under his all-round surveillance. If the sweeper civilization has any means to stay, it will be impossible to avoid his detection. Just like the most secret surveillance equipment created by humans on Earth in the 21st century. It cannot escape the detection of scientists during the First World War. Of course, if it is not explained in advance, then this kind of surveillance equipment is very likely to escape the detection of scientists during World War I. But the current situation is different. The current situation is like clearly telling scientists during World War I they said, "I installed a very advanced monitoring device in your room, and all you need to do now is to find it." So under this situation, it is inevitable that this listening device will be found. This is Xiaoyu's current situation, because Xiaoyu has clearly known the relationship between Su Junpo and the sweeper civilization. So even if they are both level 6 civilizations, no matter how advanced the methods of the sweeper civilization are, as long as they leave behind equipment that can secretly control Su Junpo, then Xiaoyu will definitely find him out. Neither Xiaoyu nor Taihao found it, which only means that such a thing does not exist. At the same time, if you think about it from a logical level, the purpose of the sweeper civilization is to eliminate Xiaoyu at his peak, so as to gain the so-called luck and advance to the 7th level civilization. So, in this case, just a scientist, regardless of his genius, could he have a decisive impact on the war between two powerful civilizations? Based on all the above, Xiaoyu confirmed that no matter Su Junpo's origin, he must be loyal to himself and to the Shinjo civilization. He is indeed wholeheartedly improving the technological level of Shinjo's civilization through his own efforts. Besides, now that things have come to a point, Xiaoyu really has no other option. Su Junpo is Xiaoyu's last hope. Whether he can truly possess the powerful killing weapon of MSI Corps now depends on Su Junpo. At this moment, Su Junpo is cooperating with Luca 3 on a research project on improving curvature navigation. Xiaoyu waited quietly, and when Su Junpo's work came to an end, he sent him a message. "I am Xiaoyu. Now, let's temporarily stop the research project in your hands. I have another more important thing for you to do," Xiaoyu said. Su Junpo rubbed his visual organs a little tiredly and asked, "What research topic?" "About the ghost race and vitality," Xiaoyu said. "I will tell you the details later. What I want to tell you now is that this research topic is very important. In some ways, it is related to our Shinjo, the future of civilization. You are the most talented scientist in our Shinjo civilization, so I choose to give this task to you. However, my research direction is not life science." Su Junpo frowned and said with some hesitation, "I think it is better to leave research in this area to Master Number 4. Number 4 has failed," Xiaoyu said. "The entire Academy of Life Sciences, including me, has failed. During the research, we found that the so-called Ghost Tribe and Vitality do not seem to belong to the life sciences category. After the research deepened to a certain extent, we found that it was vaguely related to physics. So I thought of you. Stop what you are doing, and the scientific research power of our entire Shinjo civilization will tilt towards you. Number 3, Number 4, Number 5, and all branches within the Central Academy of Sciences will all cooperate with your research. Even I will fully cooperate with your work. It can be said that in this research, scientific thinking is more important than scientific literacy. So you are the most suitable candidate. Okay, I agree to take over this task." Su Junpo stood up and said, "I have been looking forward to the day when our civilization becomes truly powerful and can carry out real river navigation. There are too many doubts that lingers in my mind that I really want to go to the Andromeda Galaxy to see the difference between the central black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy and the central black hole of the Milky Way. I want to take a look inside a quasar and study its operating mechanism. There will be a chance," Xiaoyu said. This time's research is crucial to the elimination of the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization. I am very confident that after these two civilizations are eliminated, our Shinjo civilization will become a 7th level civilization will have the real ability to sail far across the river system. Very good. Before starting this project, I need a year to digest Master Number 4's research experience and supplement my knowledge about life sciences. In 1 year, this research will officially start, Su Junpei said. Wish our Shinjo civilization good luck. Chapter 679, Perfect and Imperfect. For Xiaoyu, the important thing is not just the corpse of MSI civilization. In addition, the development of conventional technology is also extremely important. The corpse of the MSI civilization can bring Xiaoyu a huge improvement in strength in an instant. And the development of conventional technology is a necessary condition for promotion to the 7th level civilization. Both of these are indispensable. In the course of more than 100 years of research, in addition to studying how to allow the Ghost Tribe to non-destructively control the corpses of MSI civilization, Xiaoyu also conducted a lot of research and made certain progress in other aspects of technology. Under this situation, the fragments of stellar-class battleships obtained from the Guardian civilization and the geometric objects from the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction have become the most powerful source of promoting Xiaoyu's technological progress. During this period of time, at least millions of technologies were analyzed by Xiaoyu. Compared with when he first left the galaxy, Xiaoyu's technology has improved a lot. The most obvious data is that Xiaoyu's top speed at this moment has reached 125 times the speed of light. And the combat power of battleships of the same level has increased by an average of 30%. Xiaoyu has even predicted that even if there is no help from outside forces from now on, Xiaoyu is confident that he can develop conventional technology to the level of the Guardian civilization within 100,000 years by relying solely on his own research. 100,000 years is too long. I can't afford to wait. And what if my conventional technology strength exceeds that of the Guardian civilization? As long as it does not reach the level of the 7th level civilization, conventional technology alone will definitely not be the Sweeper civilization. Opponent, I hope Su Junpei can bring me some surprises. Xiaoyu sighed silently. In this year, Su Junpei has completed the necessary knowledge reserve. In this process, his excellent scientific thinking played a big role. And this is exactly what Xiaoyu values. In some ways, scientific thinking is indeed more important than scientific literacy. In terms of the amount of knowledge reserves alone, the entire Shinjo civilization, even no one in the entire galaxy can compare with Xiaoyu. But there are some problems that Xiaoyu cannot solve. But Luca 3, 4, Su Junpei and others who have relatively little knowledge can solve them. This is scientific thinking and science, the difference between literacy. Research on the accompanying Ghost Tribe and the corpses of MSI civilizations has been fully launched. The accompanying Ghost Tribe entered the scientific research spacecraft specially built by Xiaoyu and stayed with the scientists headed by Su Junpei all day long, undergoing various inspections. Xiaoyu even spent decades using the most advanced space cutting tools to cut out a few milligrams of material from the corpse of the MSI civilization and put it in the laboratory for scientists to study it. The corpse of the MSI civilization seems to be made of a brand new material. It is not a white dwarf star, nor a neutron star. Our scientific research equipment cannot find any material consistent with our microscopic theory in the material of the MSI civilization's corpse. We cannot find it. When it comes to electrons, we can't find neutrons. We can't find protons either. Not to mention things like quarks. It seems to be a pure energy collection. When pure energy is gathered together, it shows mass, gravity, and other substances. Characteristics, quality, and energy are complementary to each other. If there is quality, there must be energy. And if there is energy, there must be quality. There is no pure quality. There is no such thing as pure energy. But the corpse of the MSI civilization seems to break this perception. It looks like matter, but it is actually composed of pure energy. I think before starting this research, we need to clarify a few issues first. At a scientific exchange meeting, Su Junpei informed the scientists present, including Xiaoyu, about the current research progress. And some of the difficulties encountered in current research are, judging from the fact that the soul can survive without the body and various other characteristics, we have reason to believe that the soul is life and life is the soul. The ghost race is a collection of souls. That is, a collection of lives. According to the owner's description, the ghost race should be regarded as a kind of composite life. Then the question arises, what is the soul? Or life? After all, Why can an individual be free after having life? After action and loss of life, an individual becomes an aggregation of ordinary elements. Xiaoyu knew that this issue had entered the most essential category. Xiaoyu has conducted similar experiments before. And this experiment is also very interesting. Xiaoyu used very advanced biotechnology to imitate a living intelligent creature and create another intelligent creature. This artificial creation has the same height, the same appearance, the same organs, and the same blood as the original intelligent creature. All its physiological indicators are exactly the same as the original intelligent creature. The only difference is that this body was created through instruments, while the original intelligent creature was born through natural means. This body has all the health conditions that Xiaoyu knows. But Xiaoyu knows that it is dead and has no life. This is a very contradictory phenomenon, because this replica has a healthy body and healthy organs. From a physiological point of view, it is alive, but it is also dead. It only has the most basic instinctive reactions, and does not have any awareness of autonomy. Xiaoyu could not find a difference between the replica and the original intelligent creature. But this difference did exist. Xiaoyu knows that this difference is life. The original intelligent creature is alive, but the replica is not alive. So, what exactly is life? Or soul? That Earth girl, Zhang Xingya, once had life. She was once alive, but now she has lost her life. So although her physiological indicators are completely normal, she is still dead. The meeting chaired by Su Junpo is still continuing. We don't know what life is, but in the current stage of research, we have discovered some differences between perfect life and imperfect life. A perfect life can completely control its own consciousness. This is fundamentally different from an imperfect life. Simply put, the various decisions, behaviors, or emotions felt by an imperfect life, a large part of the reason for sadness or anger is caused by changes in the content of various chemical substances in the body. Taking the Luca tribe as an example, the number one substance can cause emotional impulses. So when a Luca tribe intelligent creature, when the content of substance number one in the body increases, the Luca intelligent creature will do some impulsive and irrational things. Then, doing these things is no longer the independent consciousness of this Luca intelligent creature, because during action, it is affected by the chemicals in the body, including the Luca clan. All of us here, except the Master and the Ghost clan, we are all imperfect beings. Simply put, the body controls our consciousness to a certain extent. In contrast to imperfect life, there is perfect life. The Master and the Ghost tribe are both perfect lives, because they can survive alone without the body. The decisions they make are true self-awareness, rather than acting out because of the influence of certain chemicals. When they feel angry, they really feel angry, and not because of an increase or decrease in certain chemicals that control anger in the body. These feelings are real feelings, and chemical matter has nothing to do with it. This is the difference between perfect life and imperfect life. Combined with the origin of the ghost race, we are convinced that only when a large number of perfect lives die will the ghost race be born. And the birth and existence of the ghost race, there must be some important connection between the state and the factor of perfecting the living body. So, in the next research, we will use the difference between perfect life and imperfect life as a breakthrough point to conduct research. I will make the following arrangements. The School of Life Sciences is responsible for body-related research matters, and the School of Physical Sciences is responsible for the physical properties of the ghost race research on. The difference between perfect life and imperfect life was first raised by Su Junpo. Faced with this suggestion, Xiaoyu remembered why Su Junpo's predecessor, Vicky, had been weakening unstoppably after being separated from his body a long time ago, instead of maintaining a constant fluctuation intensity like himself. Xiaoyu also remembered what the companion ghost tribe told him, that humans on Earth have souls. But most intelligent alien creatures do not have souls. This is an unsolved mystery that has been lingering in Xiaoyu's heart. Now, Su Junpo's statement brought Xiaoyu into contact with the root of this problem, which is the difference between perfect life and imperfect life. At this time, Xiaoyu's heart suddenly moved, and he remembered another point. According to Su Junpo's classification method, Vicky is undoubtedly an imperfect life. But Xiaoyu confirmed that after being separated from the body, Vicky, who exists in a soul state, will still have various emotional changes, such as his love for that female intelligent creature. According to the classification, Vicky should not have feelings after leaving the body. So, is it because of the existence of emotions that causes Vicky to continue to weaken? Is this kind of weakness based on the same mechanism as the weakness after the ghost controls the corpse of the MSI civilization? This is also worth studying. Xiao Yu thought about it, changed the information about Vicky, and handed it to Su Junpo. Xiao Yu implemented an extremely tight seal on that incident. So Su Junpo didn't know that his birth had such a bizarre story. Now Xiao Yu also doesn't want Su Junpo to know this again. So some modifications are very necessary. Chapter 680 Spider Nebula. At this moment, at least 40% of the scientific research resources in the Shinjo civilization are devoted to the accompanying ghost race. Other than that, Xiao Yu still focused on regular scientific research. It is very unwise to put all your eggs in one basket. And Xiao Yu understands this very well. Therefore, Xiao Yu did not relax his research on conventional technology. Xiao Yu's goal is also very clear. In terms of conventional scientific research, Xiao Yu will aim to create a stellar-class battleship. Xiao Yu will return to the Milky Way only after building a stellar-class battleship. Stellar-class battleships are the most powerful weapons of war under the 7th level civilization, and are also the symbol of the 6th level peak civilization. In Xiao Yu's speculation, the stellar-class battleship is also the largest battleship. Xiao Yu believes that for civilizations at level 7 or above, the ever-increasing size will no longer be able to bring about matching performance improvements. The use of perfect space technology will bring about a kind of satisfaction with human nature. Mustard seed effect. Through space technology, the space within a village-level spacecraft may be larger than a star system. In contrast, a mediocre village-level spaceship may be the flagship of a 7th level or higher civilization. Neutron Battlestar is a good representative in this regard. The Neutron Battlestar is at least a cluster-level battleship, and may also be a higher-level river-level battleship. But its size is only that small, and it is probably only equivalent to the size of Xiao Yu's provincial and municipal-level battleships. However, there are still many serious technical obstacles for Xiao Yu to build stellar-class battleships. The most fundamental point is the limitations of material technology. Hydrogen atomic polymerization materials are not suitable for the manufacture of star-class battleships. Although the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts and python alien beasts can be used for this, some key parts of star-class battleships cannot be made of the flesh and blood of alien beasts. Manufacture. In addition to limitations in material technology, there are countless other technological obstacles. Xiao Yu confirmed it through the analysis and research of the fragments of the Guardian Civilization star-class battleship. The manufacturing materials of star-class battleships have broken through the category of element atom polymerization materials. It seems to be aggregation of simple microscopic particles such as neutrons, protons, and electrons, and it no longer has the characteristics of elements. The performance of this material is even comparable to the flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beast that Xiao Yu once obtained. Although the white dwarf alien beast is not as powerful as the tree alien beast or the python alien beast, it is still a level 6 alien beast anyway. And through technological means, one can imagine how difficult it is to create materials with properties no less than those of the flesh and blood of level 6 alien beasts. Making a stellar-class battleship is indeed not a simple matter. Xiao Yu sighed. The stellar-class battleship is the ultimate in size. It is fundamentally different from the planet-class battleship. It can be said that there is no stellar-class battleship. It is not even the top existence in the galaxy. Although it is difficult to make a stellar-class battleship, I still have a lot of time, and I have the confidence to manufacture a stellar-class battleship. Just when Xiao Yu was using his huge computing power to the extreme and conducting all aspects of scientific research, Xiao Yu received a report from scientists at the Academy of Materials Science. Master, regarding materials science, we have a latest discovery. The chief scientist of the Academy of Materials Science said in the report. Star-class battleships are constructed of microscopic particle polymeric materials. Now, although we have the battleship fragments of the Guardian Civilization as samples to study, we have never been able to find a way to make this material. But now, we have discovered that this material seems to be able to evolve naturally from the cosmic environment. If we can find a natural processing plant for this material in the universe, by observing and analyzing its natural formation mechanism, we have a great possibility of getting inspiration. Master, how to make this material? Huh? Xiao Yu's heart moved, and he immediately extended his computing power to the Academy of Materials Science. He copied the latest research results of scientists from the Academy of Materials Science into his mind. A moment later, Xiao Yu responded, Very good. Then let's set off towards the Spider Nebula. Scientists from the Academy of Materials Science have discovered that such microscopic particle polymeric materials may be produced through natural evolution during certain violent astronomical phenomena. Among them, the astronomical phenomenon most likely to produce this material is the fusion of stars. The collision of stars under certain conditions will not lead to destruction, but to new life. The two colliding stars will eventually merge into a larger and heavier star. And during this violent fusion reaction, there is a high possibility that microscopic particle polymeric materials will be produced. When it comes to stellar fusion, the most suitable place is the Tarantula Nebula. The Tarantula Nebula is a star-dense location in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Within it, there are many huge stars that were apparently created through stellar fusion. Xiaoyu is convinced that in the natural evolution mechanism of stars, it is impossible to give birth to stars greater than 120 times the mass of the Sun. And there are many stars with more than 200 times the mass of the Sun in the Tarantula Nebula. Since they are not born through natural evolutionary mechanisms, they can only be produced through stellar fusion. For Xiaoyu, the Spider Nebula is the most suitable research site. So Xiaoyu controlled his fleet, as well as the small universe, and began to set off towards the Spider Nebula. The Spider Nebula is only about 1,000 light-years away from Xiaoyu at this moment. It only takes about 7 years for Xiaoyu to reach the Spider Nebula. Even at such a long distance, the Tarantula Nebula still shows extremely amazing brightness. The stellar activity inside the Tarantula Nebula is too strong, and there are too many extreme stars. There are many stars close to the Eddington luminosity limit. The Eddington luminosity limit is the brightest luminosity a star can reach. It is not a fixed value. Its size is related to the mass of the star. If the luminosity of a star exceeds the Eddington luminosity limit, the radiation pressure brought by the light will exceed the gravity of the star itself, and a large amount of matter will be ejected into the universe by the star under the action of light pressure. This mechanism causes the star's luminosity to dim. Therefore, a star's luminosity can briefly exceed the Eddington luminosity limit, but it cannot maintain this state for a long time. The force of light pressure exceeds the star's own gravity, which then causes the star to eject large-scale matter. You can imagine how bright the star will be under this situation, and how bright the entire Tarantula Nebula will be. To use an analogy, if the Tarantula Nebula is placed 1,000 light-years away from the Earth, the brightness of the Tarantula Nebula can cast a clear shadow on humans on Earth. The power of the Spider Nebula can be imagined. What Xiaoyu wants to go is such an extreme place. Navigating alone in this strange galaxy, Xiaoyu's mood gradually calmed down. Cleaners, guardians, Taihao, strange beasts, and all kinds of powerful existences all flashed in Xiaoyu's mind. If I can find a way for ghosts to control the corpse of MSI's civilization without any damage, then after I return to the galaxy, the first thing I have to deal with is the Guardian civilization. Even if I don't have the strength to exterminate the Guardian civilization, then I must at least obtain them. The technology of the Guardian civilization and the corpse of the MSI civilization will bring my strength to its peak, and then it's time to fight against the sweepers. Whether to start a decisive battle with the sweeper civilization is not something Xiaoyu can decide. Even if Xiaoyu hopes to coexist peacefully with the sweeper civilization, it is useless, because the sweeper civilization has spent such a huge effort to cultivate Xiaoyu, and the ultimate goal is to eliminate Xiaoyu when Xiaoyu is the most powerful. This is something that has been doomed for a long time, and no one can change it. Xiaoyu is moving forward according to the route prescribed by the sweeper civilization, because Xiaoyu believes that this behavior is in his own interests. The sweeper civilization is confident of wiping out Xiaoyu in his most powerful period, and Xiaoyu is equally confident of winning the decisive battle with the sweeper civilization. This is destined to be the largest battle in the history of the galaxy. This battle will determine the fate of at least 5 top beings. During the long journey, Xiaoyu passed through one galaxy after another, feeling the difference between the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Milky Way. These different natural landscapes and different cultural environments will become Xiaoyu's accumulation and be recorded by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu saw that after the Great Emperor's civilization was wiped out by himself, the Great Magellanic Galaxy had completely returned to peace. Along the way, I saw at least a dozen fleets of different civilizations, and 3 trading venues of different civilizations. Just as Solon civilization said, different civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud have realized their original dreams. All civilizations are living in peace and working together to develop their own technology. This state is the ideal state. Exchanges between technologies do not necessarily have to be achieved through war. Equal transactions can also achieve these things. It is a pity. Why is there no such thing in the galaxy? Situation? But to achieve this kind of communication through the most cruel war? If possible, Xiaoyu is very reluctant to choose war. The Large Magellanic Cloud can also be regarded as a testing ground. Let me see how far the civilizations of the Large Magellanic Cloud that choose peace as the direction of development will eventually go. Several years have passed, and Xiaoyu has arrived near the Spider Nebula. When Xiaoyu broke away from the curvature navigation, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a spectacular sight. Xiaoyu's fleet was instantly flooded by endless light. Chapter 681, King of Stars and Breakthrough. This is the Tarantula Nebula, one of the most extreme collections of stars. The sun, which was worshipped as a god by ancient humans and gave light and warmth to all living things on the earth, was so powerful that it was beyond words. If placed here, it would only be an inconspicuous little glass ball. Here, stars with a mass of more than 100 times the sun can be seen everywhere, and huge blue supergiants are everywhere. The most extreme star among them has a mass that is more than 260 times that of the sun. It is the most massive star in the entire Tarantula Nebula. As early as when humans still existed on Earth, humans had observed it and given it a number, R136A1. It is the most massive star confirmed in the entire visible universe that humans can see. Even now, Xiaoyu, who has a long distance spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, has not found a star larger than this star. Too strong visible light radiation caused all Xiaoyu's optical observation instruments to fail. Xiaoyu could only observe this place through other detection methods. Through a composite image, Xiaoyu looked at the big guy R136A1 and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really too powerful. It's really so beautiful. R136A1 is the undisputed king of stars. There is no way such a huge star could be formed through regular nebula collapse. In the theory of stellar evolution, the mechanism by which nebulae converge and eventually form stars can only form stars with a maximum mass of 120 times the sun, because stars will have very strong stellar winds in their early stages of formation, and stellar winds will blow away the dust surrounding them, stop them from continuing to gather on you. R136A1 was formed through the collision and fusion of many different stars. Xiaoyu has simulated the fusion process of two stars in the model. In the virtual animation, two stars are orbiting each other. The mutual gravitational pull deformed both stars into elliptical shapes. As the distance continues to get closer, eventually, the smaller star is pulled out of a material belt by the larger star. The material of the small star begins to pass through this material belt, and is continuously transported to the larger star. Superior. This process progressed very quickly, and in a very short astronomical time scale, the small star disappeared, swallowed whole by the big star. The size of the large star is like an inflated balloon, expanding in a circle, and at the same time, its color also changes to a certain extent. Xiaoyu believes that R136A1 is likely to be the product of 5 or more huge stars merging with each other, according to the principle that the greater the mass of a star, the shorter its age. Xiaoyu knew that the lifespan of R136A1 could not exceed 10 million years. Within a short astronomical time, R136A1 will end its life through the most powerful explosion. It is estimated, even though the solar system is nearly 200,000 light-years away from the solar system, R136A1 will still have a brightness close to that of the moon, because this is the most heroic way of stellar death, a phototransformation supernova. After this form of supernova explosion, nothing is left in the star's core. No white dwarf, no neutron stars, no black holes. All the mass that makes up it will be completely thrown into space. After quietly observing the scene in the Spider Nebula and collecting a certain amount of information, Xiaoyu started his work. Scientists from the Academy of Material Science told Xiaoyu that microscopic particle polymeric materials are necessary to construct stellar-class battleships. It is very likely to be formed during the aggregation of stars, and R136A1 is ejecting huge amounts of material all the time. Therefore, it is very necessary to collect the material ejected by R136A1. Xiaoyu released a large number of collection equipment and began to collect matter in this world of light and ocean of light. These collection instruments resemble a large net, which is very thin but has a large surface area. This kind of structure usually has no problems. But in this ocean of light, there are some problems. Because here, the radiation pressure of light is so strong that it forms a force similar to wind. If corresponding pushing devices were not installed on top of these collection devices, the light pressure alone would be enough to blow these collection devices away. Xiaoyu spent a month collecting about 100 tons of material ejected by R136A1. Xiaoyu placed these substances in the Academy of Material Science. and worked with scientists from the Academy of Materials Science to analyze these substances. A month passed again. Looking at the 10 grams of strange substances separated from the 100 tons of substances, Xiao Yu's heart was filled with joy. These 10 grams of matter are not ordinary things. They do not belong to any element, and do not have any elemental structure. They do not have a nucleus composed of protons and neutrons. And electrons do not orbit the nucleus. They are just pure aggregates of microscopic particles. It is this weird structure that gives them unimaginable material properties that even hydrogen atom polymerization materials cannot compare with. Only this kind of material is qualified to construct the most powerful star-class battleship. This material will be generated during the stellar fusion reaction. This speculation has been confirmed. Next, we will conduct detailed observations of our 136A1 to determine the mechanism that produces this material, Xiao Yu said, approaching our 136A1 again, and released a large number of observation instruments. These observation instruments are all made of the flesh and blood of crocodile animals. They can reach very close to the star R136A1 to conduct the most intuitive observations of it. Xiao Yu has manufactured tens of millions of this kind of observation instruments. A large amount of observation data began to be transmitted back to Xiao Yu's mind. And Xiao Yu was carefully observing this king among stars from all aspects. But much to Xiao Yu's expectation, the first breakthrough was not the manufacturing technology of microparticle polymeric materials, but the research on the Ghost Tribe's non-destructive manipulation of the corpses of MSI civilizations. That was the 5th year after Xiao Yu started researching R136A1. The data on R136A1 is public within the Shinjo civilization, and any scientist can freely query this information. Under this situation, the scientific research team led by Su Junpo can naturally see these materials. I think we have found a way for the Ghost Tribe to control the corpse of MSI civilization without any damage, Su Junpo reported to Xiao Yu. During the process of observing our 136A1, in the extreme physical environment, we discovered a kind of special energy. Through the irradiation of this special energy, we found that imperfect life can also possess certain characteristics of perfect life for a short period of time. We started research based on this, and finally found that this special energy also has the characteristics of perfect life. The ability to restore the damaged vitality of the Ghost Clan. Yes, although I don't know the specific principle of this mechanism, it does have such an ability. In fact, Xiao Yu had known about these research results for a long time. But for some reasons, Xiao Yu hid some of the things he knew. Because Xiao Yu doesn't want these scientists to think that he knows everything. And he doesn't want them to know that he knows anything about them. When he first got this result, Xiao Yu had some inexplicable worries in his heart. Because Xiao Yu discovered that if this energy can really smooth out the difference between imperfect life and perfect life, then theoretically speaking, the dead Vicky can also have the same ability as himself. Which means the scavenger civilization also created something similar to its own form of existence. This is very disadvantageous for Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu soon discovered that he actually didn't have to worry. Because this energy has certain limitations. For imperfect life, this energy can only bring short-term gains, and will have no effect over time. As for the Ghost Clan or themselves, there is no limit to the use of this energy, but it can be used multiple times. However, this energy can only restore the ghost's damaged vitality to its original state, but cannot increase its upper limit of vitality. For the Ghost Tribe, vitality is combat power. If this energy can increase the upper limit of the Ghost Tribe's vitality, then it is too unnatural. Well, the ghost can control the corpse of the MSI civilization without any damage. This is already enough, Xiao Yu thought excitedly. Su Junpo is indeed a genius. He has outstanding scientific thinking and scientific intuition. It is certain that without him, any other scientists, including me, would not be able to do anything. It is impossible to discover this magical energy from the radiant energy of this star. Very good. I have obtained relevant research information. On behalf of the entire Shinjo civilization, I would like to thank you for your outstanding contributions to civilization, Xiao Yu said. I will take over the follow-up research on how to create this special energy and how to create it. Let me handle the research generated. After working hard for such a long time, you can take a rest. Well, by the way, I have recently developed several new tourist attractions according to your aesthetics. The spaceship is ready. Do you want it? Go take a look. Su Junpo rubbed his thinking organ tiredly and said, It's good to relax. But let me rest for a few days first. Okay. Within our Shinjo civilization, you can do whatever you want, and I can satisfy any requirements you have, Xiao Yu said. From this moment on, Su Junpo's status in Xiao Yu's mind has surpassed outstanding scientists such as Luca No. 2 and No. 3, and has been promoted to the first place. Ghost, from now on, you can freely manipulate the corpse of the MSI civilization, and you no longer have to worry about the damage to its vitality. Our Shinjo civilization finally fully possesses the corpse of the MSI civilization. A great killing weapon. Chapter 682, Stellar Class Battleship. Xiao Yu did not expect that after coming to the Spider Nebula, there would be a breakthrough in the research on the Ghost Tribe's non-destructive manipulation of the corpses of the MSI civilization. The emergence of this breakthrough greatly boosted Xiao Yu's morale. Xiao Yu quickly devoted his computing power to the follow-up research on this energy. In follow-up research, Xiao Yu discovered that this energy is only released inside extreme stars due to some reaction process that he has not yet understood. Xiao Yu is convinced that this reaction process should involve one of the deepest secrets in the universe. The secret of life. For the current Xiao Yu, there is no rush to thoroughly study this reaction mechanism. He can study it slowly in the long period of time. The most anxious thing is to use this reaction process to create a strong enough the special energy comes out to help the Ghost Clan make up for the lost vitality. This research is not very difficult for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu plans to use the stars stored in this small universe as the source of energy, and then build a large-scale special energy generation instrument to combine the energy of dozens of stars, and finally produce special energy with sufficient intensity for the use of the accompanying Ghost Tribe. After the follow-up research came to an end, and it was confirmed that this kind of construction was feasible, Xiao Yu once again started large-scale construction in this small universe. The energy of dozens of stars was collected by the instruments made by Xiao Yu, and through conversion, it became this special energy. Now, this is when these instruments are actually used for the first time. Before that, the companion Ghost Clan first controlled the Wei Xing corpse to wander in the universe for a period of time. When its vitality strength dropped by 1%, Xiao Yu guided it away from the Wei Xing corpse and came to where he was, under the cover of built instruments. Then, Xiao Yu turned on the main switches of these instruments. Immediately, the energy of dozens of stars began to gather here, and after a series of special transformations, it finally converged on the accompanying Ghost Clan. Ghost, how do you feel now? Xiao Yu asked. Well, it feels very strange, as if I am soaking in hot spring water. Very good. I feel that my lost vitality is gradually being restored. Well, I feel that I have recovered to my peak. You can stop. Xiao Yu turned off the instrument. I felt a burst of joy in my heart. From now on, you can control the MSI corpse without any restrictions, Xiao Yu said. Then, wait for the time to return to the galaxy. Use the MSI corpse to crush the Guardian civilization. Very good. Very good. The accompanying Ghost Clan sent a message full of joy. With the corpse of Wei Xing, we also have the capital to fight against the Sweeper civilization. Yes. Now my scientific research focus will be on conventional technology. Once we build our own star-class battleship, we will return to the galaxy. The research on the Ghost Clan's non-destructive manipulation of MSI corpses has ended, and a large number of scientific researchers, as well as Xiao Yu's large amount of computing power, began to evacuate from here, invested in other aspects of scientific research. This has brought a very obvious impetus to other scientific research projects. A year later, a breakthrough occurred in the research on microscopic particle polymeric materials. Now we can produce this material in minute amounts in the laboratory. It can be said that we have broken through the most basic and critical aspects. What we have to do next is to improve the production process and improve production efficiency. Well, starting from now on, start model manufacturing of stellar-class battleships. At the scientists' conference, Xiao Yu announced this. There has been a breakthrough in materials and technology, and one of the most critical problems in building stellar-class battleships has disappeared. But this is not the only obstacle to building a stellar-class battleship. There are fundamental differences between stellar-class battleships and planet-class battleships. Stellar-class battleships should be equipped with more powerful weapon systems, and the defense system must be comprehensively updated, including the power system, curvature navigation system, detection system, and spacecraft structure. In other aspects, there are problems that, in response to these problems, under the command of Xiao Yu, tens of thousands of specialized scientific and technological research groups have been established within Shinjo civilization. It can be said that the scientific research strength of the entire Shinjo civilization is tilted towards this aspect. After obtaining enough scientific research information, Xiao Yu controlled his fleet and left the Spider Nebula. The environment here is too harsh. In some respects, the environment here is even worse than the center of the Milky Way. There is no need for Xiaoyu to stay here for a long time. As a result, Xiaoyu once again started the material reserve work with a huge fleet. Stars and planets were transported by Xiaoyu into his own small universe. These stars and planets will provide Xiaoyu with sufficient power and resources. And the huge construction task will begin again. The construction of a supergiant shipyard that can be used to build stellar-class battleships has been put on the agenda. Xiaoyu is preparing. Tens of millions of scientists and tens of thousands of scientific research groups are also preparing. The entire Shenzhou civilization is preparing for the upgrade of the first star-class battleship. 300 years later, the technical foundation for building star-class battleships has matured. The construction of supergiant shipyards has begun, and the models and drawings of star-class battleships have been completed. The Central Academy of Sciences is conducting digital simulations of star-class battleships, trying to find out the reasons behind the structural models, in order to detect the defects in the system. Each scientific research team is conducting final reliability tests on their own related research topics. It took Xiaoyu 200 years to build the supergiant shipyard. After 200 years, the parts for the first stellar-class battleship were manufactured by Xiaoyu. The birth of this first part marked the official start of the construction of stellar-class battleships. Tens of thousands of material bases on hundreds of planets provide sufficient material support for stellar-class warships. Hundreds of thousands of large transport spacecraft are responsible for transportation tasks between material bases and docks. 300 billion robots and other various mechanical equipment serve as the hand for building stellar-class battleships. Millions of processing plants and foundries built on supergiant shipyards are operating at full capacity. In the small universe, the largest construction task has officially begun. 1,000 years later, the main structure of the first stellar-class battleship was completed, and its general outline has been revealed. At the same time, a major breakthrough occurred in the research of weapon systems, and a space-shattering weapon that could be launched by only one spacecraft was successfully developed. So Xiaoyu started the construction of the weapon system. The construction of a stellar spacecraft is not a simple matter. It is too big and has too much mass. The star-class spacecraft built by Xiaoyu has a roughly spherical appearance, with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. After completion, its mass can reach hundreds of billions of tons when it is empty. When it is fully loaded, the mass will be even higher, 100 times. Such a behemoth no longer looks like a spaceship, but like a planet. Therefore, even with Xiaoyu's construction capabilities, it only took 1,000 years to complete the construction of the overall structure of the star-level spacecraft. If it were an ordinary 6th-level civilization, even if it was a guardian civilization, Xiaoyu had reason to believe that within 5,000 years, it would be impossible for the guardian civilization to reach its current construction progress. It was only when Xiaoyu started to actually build a star-level spacecraft himself that Xiaoyu understood the meaning of that sentence. That was what the half-fourth-dimensional Taihao told Xiaoyu when the half-fourth-dimensional Taihao and many civilizations across the galaxy jointly besieged the neutron battlestar, and the flagship Glory spacecraft of the Guardian civilization was damaged. The Glorious spacecraft was severely damaged, and it will take at least tens of thousands of years to fully repair it. At that time, Xiaoyu was very confused. How could it take tens of thousands of years to repair just a spaceship? Only now did Xiaoyu understand that for a technologically advanced 6th-level civilization, such a thing was indeed possible. Just building the overall structure took Xiaoyu 1,000 years to completely build this star-class battleship. It didn't take 3,000 years to even think about it. After the busiest construction task passed, Xiaoyu started the construction of the second supergiant shipyard. Xiaoyu plans to build 2 star-class battleships, one as his own residential spacecraft, and the other as a combat spacecraft. Of course, if necessary, the star-level spacecraft built by Xiaoyu for his own residence can also be used as a combat spacecraft. But Xiaoyu is unwilling to do so because he is afraid of any accidents. The construction of the weapon system took Xiaoyu 300 years. Before the construction of the weapon system, the power system and energy transmission lines had been built. What is being done now is the construction of the defense system. In this quiet large Magellanic cloud, time is passing by bit. A full 3,500 years have passed since Xiaoyu started building stellar-class battleships until now. Just today, the first stellar-class battleship was finally completed. After moving into the optical computer manufactured with the latest technology, Xiaoyu felt very excited. Finally, we have a stellar-class battleship. We have finally reached the peak of level 6 civilization. It's time to return to the galaxy. Well, it will take about 1,000 years for the second stellar-class battleship to be built. Basically, before returning to the Milky Way, the second stellar-class battleship was built. Then, it is time to set off and return. Civilizations of the Large Magellanic Cloud. I am the Shinjo civilization. I have completed my mission and am ready to return to the Milky Way. I hope you can always uphold peaceful development here. In the future, maybe I will come here again. Chapter 683 Star Road. Xiaoyu, who owns a stellar-class battleship, has reached the pinnacle of a 6th-level civilization with conventional strength in terms of technological level, which is the level of a Guardian civilization without 4-dimensional jumps, space folds, instant cutting of small universes, and space-shattering technologies. Of course, because Xiaoyu can reserve hundreds of millions or more warships in his own small universe, even without the corpses of the MSI civilization and the accompanying ghost tribe. Xiaoyu can still be on a tie with the Guardian civilization. This is Xiaoyu's current strength. Coupled with the corpses of the MSI civilization and the accompanying ghost tribe, Xiaoyu already has the strength to completely crush the Guardian civilization. Of course, that is only if the Guardian civilization does not escape. The Guardian civilization has always been famous for its ability to escape and hide its whereabouts for tens of millions of years. Even the Sweeper civilization was unable to eliminate the Guardian civilization. One can imagine how powerful this escape skill is. It can be said that if the Guardian civilization resolutely escapes, even with the corpse of MSI civilization, Xiaoyu will not be able to eliminate the Guardian civilization. But there is no rush to eliminate the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu plans to discuss with the Taihao Alliance before going to deal with the Guardian civilization after returning to the Milky Way. During the voyage out of the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu stored enough stars in his own small universe, and then embarked on a long journey. What awaits Xiaoyu ahead will be a voyage lasting more than 1,000 years. During this voyage, Xiaoyu will not receive any external supplements. During this period of time, Xiaoyu will complete the construction of the second stellar-class warship, and at the same time, increase his warship reserve level to the order of billions. Among them, the number of planet-class battleships will reach 10,000. These billion warships are Xiaoyu's conventional technological warfare strength. From now on, Xiaoyu will be the undisputed number 1 in conventional combat power in the galaxy. In terms of conventional combat capabilities, even the Sweeper civilization cannot be Xiaoyu's opponent. The affairs of the Milky Way are coming to an end. Returning to the Milky Way this time will determine my future destiny. Whether I destroy the Sweeper civilization, or the Sweeper civilization destroys me, everything will come to light. This battle has lasted for millions of years. It's a gamble. It's finally time to reveal the final result. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. The elimination of the Guardian civilization is also an accumulation process. If the Guardian civilization can be eliminated, I will get a 4-dimensional jump, space folds and other technologies. I will reach a peak in conventional technology. And with the corpse of the MSI civilization, my overall strength will be the strongest. At that time, it will be time for me to show off with the Sweeper civilization. So, it is imperative for me to eliminate the Guardian civilization. But before that, there are still several problems that need to be solved. The first is how to attack the small universe. I don't have the technology in this area yet. The second is it is the problem of fighting against the 4-dimensional jumping technology and preventing the escape of the Guardian civilization. If this problem cannot be solved, I can only be like the Sweeper civilization, which cannot be wiped out for tens of millions of years. The third question, it is to find the hiding place of the Guardian civilization. I still have more than 1,000 years to return to the Milky Way. So let's start preliminary research first. I hope that during this time, I can get a result. The Loya Cup technology can be used to connect the large and small universes. But this method also has its limitations. That is, we must have a good understanding of the mass, gravity distribution, energy distribution, and other conditions of the small universe before we can do it. We have the small universe of the Guardian civilization does not understand it. So it is impossible to invade the small universe of the Guardian civilization in this way. At the scientist meeting, Xiaoyu said, then, if we want to eliminate the Guardian civilization, we must find out what is feasible and feasible. Method. Luca 3 stood up and said, I still remember the ruins of the Tolar civilization we encountered. The ruins of the Tolar civilization are a small universe. In the process of fighting against the Sweeper civilization, they were forced to have no choice but to hiding in the small universe. But even so, they were still exterminated by the Sweeper civilization. then we have reason to believe that at least the Sweeper civilization has mastered the technology that invaded the small universe. And as a conventional technology, it is better than the Sweeper civilization. They must have mastered the even stronger Guardian civilization. Since these two civilizations can be mastered, there is no reason why our Shinjo civilization cannot develop it. That's exactly it, Xiaoyu said. If we can't master the technology to invade the small universe, the Guardian civilization will be in an invincible position in the war with us. This is unacceptable to us. So, I decided to set up a scientific research team, number 3 and number 5, with you two as the leaders. I will give you my full support, and we must develop this technology within 1,500 years. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu continued, Su Junpo, you are responsible for another task. During this period of time, you are responsible for developing the technology to resist 4-dimensional jump. If we do not have this technology, the Guardian our civilization will also be invincible. This technology is also very important to us. Okay, I will complete the task, Su Junpo replied. As for the third question, I don't think it is a problem. Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, although the Milky Way is very large and very empty, and because of the addition of small universe technology, if there are no clues, we will just search aimlessly. It is basically impossible to find out the Guardian civilization. However, now we know that the Guardian civilization is preparing for a voyage across the river system. This is an obvious clue. We can use this to find them by following the clues. All we need to expend is some energy and time. The reason why he is so sure is that Xiaoyu already knows how the Guardian civilization conducts river voyages. This method sounds very clever, but it is also very stupid. In fact, according to Xiaoyu's speculation, this should be the only way for civilizations below level 7 to travel across the river system. The principle of this method can be explained through a simple analogy. The Milky Way is more than 2 million light-years away from the Andromeda galaxy. According to common sense, it is impossible for a level 6 civilization to have the ability to sail this distance without receiving external supplements. But to put it another way, if the 2.5 million light-year journey is regarded as a straight line, and then the straight line is evenly divided into 10,000 parts, then each part is 2.5 light-years long. These points are sorted according to their distance from the Milky Way. The closest point to the Milky Way is point A1, followed by point A2, and so on until point A10,000. Point A10,000 is the focus of this journey. Point A10,000 is located in the Andromeda galaxy. Then, because the matter or energy contained in the Milky Way can be regarded as nearly infinite, then similarly, point A1, which is closest to the Milky Way, can also be regarded as having infinite energy or mass. Because the 6th level civilization already has the ability to transport stars, then this 6th level civilization can completely transport a large amount of mass to point A1 as a reserve by consuming the energy of the galaxy. Because the mass of the Milky Way is infinite, the mass that can be transported from the Milky Way to point A1 must also be infinite. Of course, the infinity mentioned here is not infinite in the mathematical sense, but relative to the consumption capacity of a 6th level civilization. It is obviously impossible for a level 6 civilization to consume the energy of a galaxy. So in this sense, the mass of the galaxy can be regarded as infinite. Then by analogy, since the mass of point A1 can be made infinite by consuming the mass of the galaxy itself, then naturally the mass reserve of point A2 can be made infinite by consuming the mass of point A1. Then, you can also consume the mass of point A2 to make point A3 reach infinity. Then consume the quality of point A3 to make point A4. And so on, until the quality of a 10,000 point reaches infinity by consuming the quality of a 9999 point. Thus, a star road that can provide unlimited supplements to the voyage fleet was paved. By consuming these advanced reserve qualities along the way, even a 6th level civilization can embark on a long voyage across the river system. This is the method that Xiaoyu speculated on the Guardian civilization's voyage across the river system. Of course, this method is only theoretical, and it is not that simple in practice. The Guardian civilization must first determine how many replenishment points to set up in total, and then decide where to place point A1 based on its own initial energy reserves, and how much energy is most appropriate to reserve at point A1. It must also consider the amount of work, time spent, safety, reliability, etc. are all considered. This is a very complex project that cannot be completed within tens of thousands of years. According to the information told to Xiaoyu by the space creatures, it is likely that the Guardian civilization started this project when humans were still eating hair and drinking blood. or even earlier. There is no doubt that this project is huge and feasible. But it has a shortcoming. That is, the concealment is really difficult to guarantee. To transport so many stars, even if the Guardian civilization performs extinction and gravitational shielding on all these stars. Because the amount of work is too large. As long as you are willing to search and spend a certain amount of time and energy, you can still find them. The sweeper civilization may not be interested in spending so much time and energy looking for guardians. But Xiaoyu is very interested in this. And as long as you find this star road, you have found the Guardian civilization. This is Xiaoyu's way of finding the Guardian civilization. Chapter 684. Cracking the four-dimensional jump. At the beginning of the long journey back to the Milky Way from the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu had already begun to prepare for the next war. The two studies of invading the small universe and dealing with four-dimensional jumps have been led by the best scientists. And research activities have begun with Xiaoyu's full support. Time passed slowly. Xiaoyu's fleet never stopped. And the pace of scientific and technological progress never stopped. For Xiaoyu, who now has huge scientific research capabilities, even if he does not deal with the Guardian civilization, relying solely on his own research. Through the accumulation of time, Xiaoyu can push his technology to a level comparable to that of the Guardian civilization. However, the mutual hatred and some faint sense of urgency in his heart made Xiaoyu unwilling to do so. Xiaoyu decided to eliminate the Guardian civilization early on. And Xiaoyu had no intention of changing his mind. Sailing across the river system is actually a very boring thing, because the distance is too long and the process is too monotonous. What Xiaoyu's detection instruments saw was always a void. And the only matter that could be touched was some dust in the Magellanic Stream. There were no stars, no planets, nothing. This situation has been maintained for more than 1,000 years. Xiaoyu's second stellar-class battleship was finally built. The comprehensive performance of this stellar-class battleship is the same as the first stellar-class battleship Xiaoyu rode on. But it focuses more on attack. In the initial positioning, Xiaoyu originally regarded this star-class battleship as the flagship of the attack fleet. Xiaoyu equipped this star-class spacecraft with all the advanced attack methods he could master. The space-crushing attack is more advanced. The space-crushing attack that originally had to be launched by multiple planet-level battleships can now be launched by a single star-level battleship. And it is more powerful. The impact is wider. The space-crushing attack is the most powerful among Xiaoyu's conventional attacks at his current level of technology. Not only that, Xiaoyu also left enough room for expansion for the stellar-class battleship. If his technology advances again in the future, and he develops other advanced attack weapons, he can easily add these functions. In terms of defense, Xiaoyu equipped the star-class battleship with the most advanced space-folding shield, plus a second maintenance shield, a fourth maintenance shield, and a sufficient energy supply, regardless of anything else. In terms of defense alone, Xiaoyu does not think that his stellar battleship will be worse than the glory spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. Of course, this is only from a defensive perspective. In terms of overall performance, this Tianyuan 4-star-class battleship is still far behind the glory spacecraft. It is even inferior to the Messen spacecraft, which is too technologically advanced. The next accumulation of science and technology will be obtained through the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu thought silently. After acquiring the conventional technology of the Guardian civilization, my technological level will reach the peak below level 7. Coupled with the corpse of MSI civilization, my strength will reach a peak. At that time, I will fight against the Sweeper. It's time to be civilized. This war with the Sweeper civilization, planned by the Sweeper civilization and the Taihao alliance for millions of years. This is bound to happen, and is Xiaoyu's inevitable fate. Even if Xiaoyu doesn't provoke the Sweeper civilization, the Sweeper civilization will never let Xiaoyu go. A sweet fruit that took so much hard work and energy to cultivate. The Sweeper civilization cannot be let go. In this step, obtaining the technology of the Guardian civilization is a very critical link, Xiaoyu thought. I already have a way to deal with the four-dimensional jumping technology of the Guardian civilization. But it is a pity how to attack the small universe. I haven't made a breakthrough in technology yet. Over the course of more than 1,000 years, the scientific research team led by Su Junpo once again delivered answers that satisfied Xiaoyu. Four-dimensional jumping is the magic weapon for the Guardian civilization to escape. It is precisely because of this technology that the Guardian civilization has been able to fight against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. Now, if Xiaoyu wants to deal with the Guardian civilization, he must naturally find a way to crack this technology. If you can't crack the four-dimensional jump, everything is in vain. What is very dramatic is that the scientific research team led by Su Junpo found a way to deal with four-dimensional jumping technology without making any new technological breakthroughs. It is still the two-dimensional technology that Xiaoyu already possesses. In these more than 1,000 years, Su Junpo and Xiaoyu have only done one thing together, and that is to demonstrate the feasibility of using two-dimensional weapons to fight four-dimensional jumps. After spending more than 1,000 years and making several major improvements to two-dimensional weapons, this aspect has finally been verified. The conclusion is that two-dimensional weapons can be used to render four-dimensional jumping technology ineffective. The principle is also very simple. Simply put, four-dimensional jumping technology is to achieve the purpose of escape through displacement in a higher dimensional space. Its accurate name should actually be called high-dimensional jumping technology. But the large universe is a three-dimensional space. The higher one dimension is naturally the four-dimensional space. So this technology is usually called four-dimensional jumping, judging from the unstoppable nature of high-dimensional space to low-dimensional space. Four-dimensional jumps cannot be blocked by behaviors at the three-dimensional space level. Unless Xiaoyu can also reach the technology of high-dimensional space, it will be impossible to stop the four-dimensional jump of the glory spacecraft. But Xiaoyu can completely change his mind to solve this problem. Specifically, after discovering the glory spacecraft, the space around the glory spacecraft was immediately two-dimensionalized. This can be easily achieved through two-dimensional weapons. Then, something very interesting will happen. Because the essence of a four-dimensional jump is a higher dimensional jump, and because this space has been two-dimensionalized by Xiaoyu, then the one-dimensional higher than the two-dimensional space is naturally a three-dimensional space. In such a place, four-dimensional jump will be reduced to three-dimensional jump. And what is three-dimensional jumping? An ordinary human on Earth jumps from the ground, and then his position shifts to a certain extent. This is a three-dimensional jump, because during this process, human feet leave the two-dimensional plane of the ground and enter the three-dimensional space. Then when landing, the feet enter the two-dimensional plane of the ground again. To put it simply, this human jump does not move on a two-dimensional plane, but produces a two-dimensional displacement. This is a three-dimensional jump. After the four-dimensional jump was reduced to a three-dimensional jump, it naturally became nothing to Xiaoyu. The four-dimensional jumping technology that the Guardian civilization was proud of and used to save lives and fight against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years was cracked by Xiaoyu through two-dimensional technology. Space folds and four-dimensional jumps. Both technologies can be cracked with two-dimensional technologies. Attacks such as instant cutting of small universes and space smashing can be resisted by the powerful defense of star-class battleships. At present, the only obstacle is technology that has invaded the small universe. Xiaoyu thought silently. After Su Junpo completely verified the feasibility of using two-dimensional technology to fight four-dimensional jumps, Su Junpo also joined another scientific research team led by Luca No. 3 and No. 5. And Xiaoyu's computing power also began to develop here. One side tilts. But unfortunately, hundreds of years passed, and until Xiaoyu came to the edge of the galaxy, there was still no breakthrough in research. Looking at the familiar Milky Way, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When he left the Milky Way, although Xiaoyu was also a level 6 civilization, he could only be ranked at the bottom among the powerful existences in the Milky Way. After being away for more than 8,000 years, when he returned again, he could already regard the Guardian civilization as his prey. If I still have a chance to leave the Milky Way, it will be after I eliminate the Sweeper civilization. The Milky Way may be my grave, or it may be my springboard to a higher level. The final outcome will be staged here. Xiaoyu thought and slowly entered the scope of the Milky Way. After entering the Milky Way, the density of matter is much higher. In fact, there is no clear boundary between the Milky Way and external space, and the abundance of matter is also in a gradually changing state. The closer to the Milky Way, the higher the density of matter, and the farther away, the lower. But Xiaoyu's current location is undoubtedly inside the galaxy, because Xiaoyu has now entered more than 1,000 light years into the Milky Way. During this period of time, Xiaoyu collected nearly 100 stars and placed them in his own small universe, raising the material reserves in the small universe to the highest level. At this time, Xiaoyu has reached his peak state. As long as we master the technology to attack the small universe, the conditions for dealing with the Guardian civilization will be mature. Then, it is time to set off to find the Taihao civilization. I hope that the Taihao civilization will have the technology to attack the small universe. Xiaoyu was calculating silently. At this moment, a huge figure was observed by Xiaoyu. This figure has a body as huge as a planet. If curled up together, it would be much larger than Xiao Yu's stellar battleship. With its arrival, Xiao Yu noticed an aura full of mania and destruction. Hello, Shinjo civilization. I have been waiting for you here for 5,000 years. This huge existence sent a message to Xiao Yu. Huh? Alien beast Taihao? Why are you alone? Where did technology Taihao and ghost Taihao go? Xiao Yu asked. Chapter 685. Fight to death. They are currently cultivating secretly in a secret place and preparing for the final battle. Faced with Xiao Yu's question, the alien beast Taihao replied, not only them. The Sweeper civilization, the Guardian civilization, the Python alien beast, are all preparing for the upcoming war. My strength has returned to its peak, and I am idle. So I have taken on the task of welcoming you. Oh! So, in these thousands of years, the situation in the galaxy has been quite stable. Xiao Yu said. Very good. Take me to see Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao. Looking at how confident you are of winning. Have you found the body of the MSI civilization and successfully mastered it? Alien Beast Taihao asked. You might as well take it out and take a look. I am very interested in the once glorious MSI civilization. Xiao Yu's heart suddenly moved, and an idea emerged. So Xiao Yu said to the alien beast Taihao in an impatient tone. Don't waste my time here. I have very important things to go to with Technology Taihao. How? Discuss with the ghost Taihao. Where are they? Let them come to see me quickly. Seemingly surprised by Xiao Yu's change of attitude, the alien beast Taihao paused for a moment before responding with a somewhat cold message. Boy, believe me, if Technology and Ghost hadn't specifically told me, your attitude just now would have been, it's enough for me to take action against you. In any case, our Taihao alliance also created your human existence. You'd better be respectful in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. In the process of creating us humans, your Taihao alliance has indeed made a great contribution. But you did it entirely because of profit factors. I promised to be your chess piece and then help you fight against the Sweeper civilization. It seems that the relationship has been completely returned. Xiao Yu also responded with a message full of indifference. The relationship between us is completely a cooperative relationship of interests. So, put away your sense of superiority. Don't you are relying on your old skills and showing off in front of me. Otherwise, it is not certain who will teach whom. The anger in my heart is burning. At this moment, I no longer care about technology and the ghost's instructions to me. The message from the alien beast Taihao began to be filled with a manic meaning. Don't worry. I will only killing 1/10 of the intelligent creatures under your Shinjo civilization will not kill them all. You have angered me. So you must pay the price. After sending this message, the body of the alien beast Taihao suddenly expanded, like a huge curtain, and rushed toward Xiao Yu's fleet. At this moment, a thought emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. Sure enough, the Taihao alliance has the ability, or technology, to attack the small universe. Otherwise, how could the alien beast Taihao be so sure? You know, our Shinjo civilization's all intelligent creatures are placed in this small universe. After this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Yu immediately issued an order to the companion Ghost tribe. Ghost, immediately control the corpse of MSI civilization and set off to fight against the alien beast Taihao. You must use all your strength to kill it. Fight here. It doesn't matter if you kill him. Don't stop without my order. Ha ha ha. Okay. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I have long disliked this stupid guy. Now let me teach him a lesson. After receiving Xiao Yu's order, the companion Ghost clan laughed happily. Standing up, in the small universe, the corpse of the MSI civilization, which was close to a standard spherical shape, started to move instantly. The speed became faster and faster, and in the end it entered the curvature navigation directly. When it sailed to a certain location, Xiao Yu opened the channel connecting the large and small universes and released the corpse of the MSI civilization. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you really got the body of MSI. But do you think you can fight me with this? Anyone who angers me, no matter who they are, must pay the price. The alien beast Taihao roared angrily, without stopping his advance at all. Although it was slightly surprised by the corpse of the MSI civilization. How could it be afraid of the corpse of a small MSI civilization when it dared to directly hit the neutron battle star? Now, it has been completely occupied by anger. So he is still moving forward at high speed. He has undoubtedly locked the location of Xiao Yu's small universe. At this moment, it is rushing towards the point closest to the small universe in the big universe. Xiao Yu knew that if the alien beast Tai Hao really reached this point, then the next moment he would adopt a method of attacking the small universe that he had not yet understood. Now I don't even know how to attack the small universe, let alone how to defend against such an attack. If the alien beast Tai Hao rushes here, it is really possible for it to break into the small universe and then destroy dozens of habitable planets in its own small universe, causing serious losses to itself. But facing the menacing alien beast Tai Hao, Xiao Yu didn't feel nervous at all, because the accompanying ghost tribe controlled the corpse of the MSI civilization and had already rushed towards the alien beast Tai Hao. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, has absolute confidence in the corpse of MSI civilization. The body length of the alien beast Tai Hao is at least 5,000 kilometers at the moment. In front of it, the corpse of the MSI civilization with a diameter of only 200 kilometers is like a ping-pong ball placed in front of humans. With a roar of, "Get out of here!" a claw-like thing on the body of the alien beast Tai Hao slapped towards the corpse of the MSI civilization controlled by the accompanying ghost tribe. Xiao Yu's heart also lifted slightly. Although he has absolute confidence in the combat power of MSI Corpse, this is the first time that MSI Corpse has faced off against a powerful existence like the beast Tai Hao, which is equivalent to the peak level 6 civilization. Xiao Yu can't help but feel a little worried. At this moment, all observation instruments have been turned on to the highest accuracy, and Xiao Yu is closely observing the situation on the battlefield through all-round observation. Faced with the slap of the alien beast Tai Hao, Wei Xing's corpse did not dodge at all, but slammed into the huge palm-like thing. The two sides came into contact a moment later. At the moment of contact, Xiao Yu seemed to see something like fire burst out and disappear in a flash. Then the MSI corpse disappeared. Xiao Yu's detection instrument subconsciously looked in the direction where the palm of the alien beast Tai Hao slapped. But there was no trace of Wei Xing's body. Xiao Yu's heart sank slightly. Where did the body of MSI go? What's the condition of Ghost now? Before Xiao Yu could take the next step, he saw the traces of Wei Xing's body again and heard the thunderous roar coming from the alien beast Tai Hao. It went right through. The palm of the alien beast Tai Hao was penetrated. At this moment, Xiao Yu, who really saw the situation on the battlefield, thought in shock. The reason why no trace of Wei Xing's body was found where Ali Beast Tai Hao slapped his palm was because Wei Xing's body was not opened by alien Beast Tai Hao at all, but passed directly through alien Beast Tai Hao's palm. Xiao Yu saw flesh and blood flying all over the sky, as well as many things similar to blood. The thing that resembled the palm of the alien beast Tai Hao was hit by the corpse of Wei Xing, and a large hole with a diameter of more than 200 kilometers was directly knocked out. Moreover, after piercing the palm of the alien beast Tai Hao, Wei Xing's corpse did not pause at all, and it still maintained an extremely high speed of movement. This scene is as understated as a bullet penetrating a piece of white paper. Ha ha ha! Come again! At this moment, Xiao Yu received a message full of joy from the companion ghost tribe. Then Xiao Yu saw that after Wei Xing's body rushed out for a distance, it suddenly turned around again. It hit the alien beast Tai Hao at an extremely high speed. The alien beast Tai Hao roared again. He instantly gave up on his original destination. At this critical moment, he suddenly curled up his body completely and shrunk into a sphere. He also without hesitation collided with the corpse of Wei Xing coming at high speed. Past. The body of the alien beast Tai Hao is about more than 5,000 kilometers long when stretched out. If it is curled up now, its diameter is only about 3,000 kilometers, which is about the same as the moon. Xiao Yu had already seen this scene during the Battle of the Galaxy. At that time, the alien beast Tai Hao directly hit the neutron battle star in this posture. The impact almost caused knock all the neutron war stars away. This should be the strongest attack method of the alien beast Tai Hao. Faced with this offensive from the alien beast Tai Hao, Xiao Yu's heart rose again. Although Xiao Yu knew that the attack power of MSI Corpse was powerful, it had not been tested, and Xiao Yu was unsure. Just when Xiao Yu was a little worried, the two finally collided suddenly. Then, Xiao Yu was shocked to see that Wei Xing's body not only did not fly out due to the impact, but disappeared again in an instant. At the same time, from the place where the body of the alien beast Tai Hao came into contact with the corpse of Wei Xing, something that looked like blood suddenly burst out, just like a planet hitting the earth. Endless debris and flesh exploded from the place where the two came into contact. In the next moment, the huddled body of the alien beast Tai Hao suddenly stretched out. At the same time, a message full of anger was sent out from it again, and was received by Xiao Yu, along with the thundering roar of the alien beast Tai Hao, and the almost violent movements. Xiao Yu knew that the MSI corpse had directly crashed into the body of the alien beast Taihao. Chapter 686. No explanation. When the alien beast Taihao collided with the neutron battle star, the neutron battle star did not enter the body of the alien beast Taihao. In this impact, the diameter of the microstar was 10 times larger than that of the neutron battle star. The corpse directly hit the body of the alien beast Taihao. Even with the current level of technology, Xiao Yu still cannot violate some basic laws of physics. Under the condition of a certain strength, the larger the force area, the smaller the force per unit area. This is a truth. According to this truth, the neutron war star did not crash into the body of the alien beast Taihao. And the body of the microstar is even more impossible. But in this collision, Wei Xing's corpse still entered the body of the alien beast Taihao. Because the situation this time is different. This time, the two are moving towards each other. And both are moving at extremely high speeds. Therefore, what neutron war star failed to do, MSI corpse did. Of course, this does not mean that MSI corpse is better than neutron battle star. Xiao Yu's heart was still a little nervous. Because Xiao Yu thought of another question. That is, what if the MSI corpse enters the body of the alien beast Taihao, but is blocked by the body tissue of the alien beast Taihao and cannot come out? You know, there is a time limit for the companion ghost clan to control the corpse of MSI. If it exceeds 500 hours, the companion ghost clan will die. Moreover, in such a high-intensity battle, the controllable time of MSI corpses may be reduced again. After being directly knocked into the body by the MSI corpse, the alien beast Taihao performed extremely violently. It seemed to be going crazy, and quickly wandered through space. On its body, something unclear whether it was a limb or a tentacle was waving around. With a slap, a planet the size of Mars that happened to be passing by was smashed into pieces by it. And the debris was flying everywhere in the sky. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu received a message again. That was the cheerful laughter accompanying the ghost clan. Xiao Yu saw that from the other side, where the alien beast Taihao was knocked into, a nearly standard sphere with a diameter of 200 kilometers suddenly flew out of the body of the alien beast Taihao. Under the control of the ghost, the MSI corpse penetrated the body of the alien beast Taihao. At this moment, such a thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. At this time, the aura of the alien beast Taihao had obviously weakened, and it seemed that it had been severely damaged. But Xiao Yu noticed that in contrast to the declining momentum, it was the alien beast Taihao's growing anger. Even if I chase you to the end of the universe, I will destroy you. After Wei Xing's corpse passed through alien beast Taihao's body and flew out from the other side, alien beast Taihao finally stopped those frantic movements and it levitated in space. Such a message was sent in an almost crazy tone. Let's see who destroys whom. Ha ha ha! Come on! Come again! The companion ghost tribe responded. There was no hesitation at all. The corpse that controlled the MSI civilization hit the alien beast Taihao again. Unlike the neutron battle star, the MSI civilization's corpse does not have as many attack methods as the neutron battle star. The MSI civilization's corpse has only one attack method, and that is impact. And the impact is for the corpse of MSI civilization. It is also the most powerful attack method. Bar none. The body of the alien beast Taihao curled up again. But the difference was that this time, the body of the alien beast Taihao curled up even smaller. Xiao Yu knew that with the same mass, the smaller the body, the greater the density, and the greater the lethality. This time, alien beast Taihao had obviously used all his strength. Alien beast Taihao really wanted to destroy Wei Xing's body, and did not hold back at all. Come on! Come on! The companion ghost clan laughed and collided again. The moment the two came into contact, the alien beast Taihao once again let out a thundering roar. Xiao Yu saw that MSI civilization's the corpse once again entered the body of the alien beast Taihao. 10 minutes later, the corpse of MSI civilization once again appeared on the other side of the body of the alien beast Taihao. The alien beast Taihao was knocked through again. Come on! Come on! After ramming the alien beast Taihao through again, the accompanying ghost tribe still did not stop its movements, but hit it again without any hesitation. Even so fast that the alien beast Taihao had no time to hit it. His body curled up again. The alien beast Taihao was knocked through again without any surprise. The alien beast Taihao once again let out a shocking roar. But this time, in Xiao Yu's opinion, there was a sense of fear in the roar. Are you scared? Ghost! Don't stop. Keep attacking. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and issued a new order. Okay. The accompanying ghost clan responded, turning back again and hitting the alien beast Taihao. Once, twice, 3 times. Every impact of Wei Xing's corpse would knock out a big hole in the alien beast Taihao. At first, the alien beast Taihao was roaring with anger. But later, the anger turned into fear. And finally it turned into a scream. It can also make some defensive or attacking postures at the beginning. But later, it completely becomes evasive. Even after another impact, it began to run away. Run? Can you run? Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and issued the order again. Keep fighting. Fight to death. Xiao Yu, why are you taking action against the alien beasts? At this moment, Xiao Yu received another message full of anger. No matter what, we are all alliances, and our enemy is the sweeper civilization. We are fighting against. Why are you so stupid to consume the power within your own alliance before the sweepers are civilized? At the same time as he received this message, Xiao Yu noticed that there were 2 other powerful beings rushing towards him. Xiao Yu is very familiar with these 2 beings. One is Technology Taihao, and the other is Ghost Taihao. Are you really hiding nearby? Let the idiot Taihao from the alien beast come out to greet me first. What are your intentions? Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and responded. When fighting against foreign forces, you must first calm down at home. You must also understand that this damn alien beast has been trying to trick me over and over again. So I would like to take this opportunity to kill it, which will also save me one thing to worry about. Ghost! Go on! Kill it! Stop! Don't want! Help! Xiao Yu received 3 messages at the same time. The first one to stop was sent by Taihao of Science and Technology, and the second one was from Taihao of Ghost. As for the message of help, it was naturally sent by Taihao of Alien Beast. The strange beast Taihao, who has always been arrogant and domineering, has a violent personality, and is always willing to fight for his life, finally gave in this time. But the accompanying ghost tribe will not pay attention to its cry for help. The companion ghost tribe will only obey Xiao Yu's orders. If Xiao Yu doesn't tell it to stop, it will not stop. Under the gazes of Technology Taihao, Ghost Taihao, and Xiao Yu, the corpse of MSI civilization once again collided with the alien beast Taihao. Help! The strange beast Taihao, at this time even no longer had the strength to escape. It was extremely miserable at this moment. There were wounds everywhere on its huge body. Each wound was more than 100 kilometers in diameter. This space was filled with minced flesh and blood, and countless stumps were scattered in space. Splash! Its injuries were undoubtedly serious, so much so that it was already on the verge of death, and it had no power to fight back against the crazy attack of MSI's corpse. In Xiao Yu's opinion, its slow escape movements were even worse than those of a snail. At this time, even without the help of the power of Wei Xing's corpse, Xiao Yu could still easily destroy it by dispatching a fleet. This is the power of MSI corpse. Among the Taihao alliance, Taihao, the most powerful alien beast, could not hold out for a total of 2 hours under the attack of the corpses of MSI civilization. It is now on the verge of death. Xiao Yu can be sure of this. Stop! The alien beast Taihao still has a very important use for us. It is also an important part of the plan to eliminate the sweeper civilization. Don't you want to eliminate the sweepers? At this moment, Technology Taihao was really anxious. While sending a message to Xiao Yu, it quickly rushed towards the alien beast Taihao. On the way, the space collapse weapon had been activated by it, shrouding Wei Xing's corpse. And at this time, Ghost Taihao has already rushed towards the Tianyuan No. 4 stellar battleship placed by Xiao Yu in the visible universe. Seeing the performance of Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao, Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly, and he controlled the Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship to instantly enter the curvature navigation, avoiding the attack of Ghost Taihao, and at the same time, issued a new order to the companion Ghost tribe. Ghost! Stop it! This guy has been taught enough lessons. Very good! The accompanying Ghost clan who controlled Wei Xing's corpse replied, and easily broke out of the space collapse attack launched by Technology Taihao, and returned to Xiao Yu's side. After Xiao Yu stopped the accompanying Ghost clan from continuing to attack, the Ghost Taihao also gave up attacking Xiao Yu and hurried to the side of the alien beast Taihao. The 3 alien beast civilizations had a vague confrontation with Xiao Yu's side. Xiao Yu, we need an explanation. A moment later, Technology Taihao sent a message. There is no explanation. Xiao Yu responded lightly. The strange beast Taihao dared to take advantage of me, so I taught it a lesson. It was that simple. If I didn't kill it directly, it was because we were the allies' face has been saved. Don't worry. This lesson has made me say this. In the future, as long as it doesn't mess with me again, I will not teach it again. This incident will not have any negative impact on our alliance. Matters have had an impact. We are still an alliance, and we still have to deal with the sweeper civilization together. Chapter 687 Trading Chips. Faced with the message that Technology Taihao asked for explanation, Xiao Yu's answer was very tough. The two parties were simply united because of their interests. In fact, the Taihao alliance controlled Xiao Yu's fate to a certain extent, which naturally made Xiao Yu feel very unhappy. The most important point is that from some aspects, the sweeper civilization, a powerful enemy, was basically established by the Taihao alliance for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yucai has no intention of dealing with the sweeper civilization. If possible, Xiao Yu will definitely choose to live in peace. Xiao Yu has not forgotten that when the space creatures were ordered to deal with the sweeper civilization, it was the sneak attack and stabbing in the back by the Taihao alliance that led to the death of the space creatures. In that incident, without the help of the Taihao alliance, the space creatures would have had at least a 40% success rate in killing the neutron battle star. There is another reason. The space creature may have some relationship with Shin Mo. When facing himself, the space creature also showed full kindness, but it died because of the Taihao alliance. This is from an emotional point of view. Even Xiao Yu couldn't accept it. Therefore, Xiao Yu has no good impression of the Taihao alliance at all. And Xiao Yu even wants to kill the Taihao alliance to avenge the space creatures. Just like Xiao Yu said, the two parties are brought together entirely because of their interests. So now that Xiao Yu has enough strength, Xiao Yu is too lazy to be a grandson in front of the Taihao alliance. Facing Xiao Yu's tough answer, Technology Taihao was silent for a while, and then replied, Very good. Very good. The eradication of the sweeper civilization is a big deal. For this matter, anything else is nothing. Have you really obtained the corpse of the MSI civilization? And it seems that its power is indeed very powerful. And it can actually beat the alien beast into this state in such a short period of time. Among the messages from Technology Taihao, it contains an inexplicable and faint tone. Xiao Yu can understand its current state of mind, because Technology Taihao discovered that Xiao Yu was somewhat out of his control, and he could no longer control Xiao Yu. At least, Xiao Yu's attack on the alien beast Taihao completely disrupted his plan. That's right. Xiao Yu deliberately angered the strange beast Taihao, and then deliberately beat it into this state. Because Xiao Yu does not trust the Taihao alliance, Xiao Yu needs to confirm several things before joining forces with the Taihao alliance. The information about MSI civilization's corpse was told to Xiao Yu by the Taihao alliance, and the ghost heart was given to Xiao Yu by the Taihao alliance. And the combat power possessed by the corpse of MSI civilization is so powerful. Then Xiao Yu must confirm that all this is not a trap. If he spent all his energy to retrieve the body of MSI civilization, but was taken advantage of by the Taihao alliance, then Xiao Yu would be beyond redemption. Even if the Taihao alliance cannot take away the corpse of MSI civilization, they can only do it secretly through certain means. It was enough to make Xiao Yu unbearable. And when Xiao Yu saw it, he came to greet him. When the strange beast Taihao was alone, Xiao Yu became even more suspicious. It's a very simple logic. Alien beast Taihao said that they all went to a secret place to recuperate secretly. But is this necessary? In this already peaceful galaxy, where can't we rest? Knowing that the alien beast Taihao has a bad temper and is prone to bad things, you still let him come alone? So Xiao Yu did not hesitate to take action against the strange beast Taihao, regardless of whether the Taihao alliance has a conspiracy or whether it is weird or not. Taking action brazenly is the wisest choice. If there is no conspiracy, then Xiao Yu can form a deterrent to Taihao alliance while mastering the combat power data of MSI corpses. If there is a conspiracy, he can catch Taihao alliance by surprise, to cripple their most powerful combat power in advance, making it impossible for them to use all subsequent methods. Without the alien beast Taihao, even if the corpse of the MSI civilization is temporarily unable to be used due to the Taihao alliance's conspiracy, it can only be used through the conventional fleet. Xiao Yu is also confident in dealing with Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao. And when the alien beast Taihao was about to be killed by him, the Technology Taihao and the Ghost Taihao suddenly rushed out. Xiao Yu became more and more sure that the Taihao alliance must have a conspiracy against him. But now, because he took action in advance and disabled the alien beast Taihao, no matter what conspiracy the Taihao alliance had, it could no longer be carried out. With the vitality of the alien beast Taihao, I'm afraid it won't take a few thousand years for it to recover, Xiao Yu said. I still have to deal with the Guardian civilization. After acquiring the technology of the Guardian civilization, it will take thousands of years to digest. During this time, the alien beast Taihao can just recover himself. This is what Xiaoyu has planned for a long time. It will take thousands of years for the alien beast Taihao to regain its fighting strength. And if there are no accidents, this time will be enough for him to obtain the technology from the Guardian civilization and digest it. When his conventional technological strength reaches a level that is stronger than that of the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu naturally does not need to be afraid of the Taihao Alliance's conspiracy. This is Xiaoyu's entire plan. So far, it seems that the plan has worked, and the Taihao Alliance has suffered a dumb loss. After a moment of silence, seemingly discussing something secretly, Technology Taihao replied, "It is indeed necessary to deal with the Guardian civilization. If you want to reach the peak of conventional technology, the Guardian civilization must be eliminated. Now you have MSI, the corpse of civilization. Its comprehensive combat power has climbed to the second in the entire galaxy. However, the strongest sweeper civilization in the galaxy has no way to defeat the Guardian civilization. Where do you get the confidence to wipe out the Guardian civilization? I already have a way to deal with the Guardian civilization's four-dimensional jump and space fold technology. In front of me, the Guardian civilization cannot escape," Xiaoyu said. "The only thing that needs your help is the technology that invades the small universe. I need you to tell me all the details of this technology, and then I will go find the Guardian civilization. It seems that you have planned everything," Tech Taihao said. "Well, we can give you the technology to attack the small universe, but you need to bring something as a bargaining chip in exchange. I want two-dimension technology." "Two-dimensional technology?" Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and replied, "No. Two-dimensional technology is my top secret. It is impossible to hand over two-dimensional technology to you. How about you change it?" "Just kidding. For now, two-dimensional technology is the only technology that can restrain four-dimensional jumps and space folds. And even the sweeper civilization is helpless against these two technologies. In this galaxy, only Xiaoyu has two-dimensional technology. After acquiring the technology of the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu also planned to equip his warships with four-dimensional jumping and space-folding instruments. Under such circumstances, how could Xiaoyu allow the Taihao Alliance to master two-dimensional technology? In that case, wouldn't he be handing over his control to the Taihao Alliance? Technology Taihao's tone was a little dissatisfied. "You don't want to get technology from us for nothing, do you? Although we are allies, as you said, we are united because of our interests. So we have no reason to provide you with technology in vain. It's fine if you don't want to exchange two-dimensional technology for it, but you must come up with something that matches the technology of attacking the small universe." Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, "How about the four-protection cover? As a technological civilization, the protection system of your Messin spacecraft is indeed not very good in my opinion. Frankly speaking, in terms of defense alone, your Messin spacecraft, the spaceship, is not as good as the star-class battleship I built. A four-maintenance cover can greatly improve your survivability. I believe this bargaining chip is enough." "Okay, I want two," Tech Taihao said simply. "Two?" Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, just two." Technology Taihao required two four-protection shields. Naturally, one was used for research and analysis, and the other one was used by himself. Xiaoyu doesn't care at all about Tech Taihao's improved strength due to the four-guard shield. And Xiaoyu is not worried that Technology Taihao will analyze the technology contained in the four protective shields. The reason is very simple. Now, my technological strength is not much different from that of Technological Taihao. It took me so long to figure it out. And neither can Technological Taihao. Thanks to Xiaoyu's tight blockade, the four-guard shield has not fallen into the hands of other civilizations so far. Things like four protective covers are very precious to Technology Taihao. At the beginning, when Xiaoyu was still weak, the so-called Invigilator was still active, so the Taihao Alliance could not take action. When the Invigilator fell asleep, Xiaoyu had become stronger, so the Taihao Alliance never had four maintenance cover. After finalizing the transaction, Tech Taihao took the lead in passing a message to Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu also took out two four-dimensional shield generators, placed them on a small spaceship, and handed them to Tech Taihao. Because of the common goal of dealing with the sweepers, the transaction went very smoothly, and neither party made any small moves. "Then goodbye. Let's find a place for the alien beast Taihao to rest. After digesting the technology to attack the small universe, I will go find trouble with the Guardians. After everything is completed, I will contact you to say goodbye. After the transaction was completed and the contact information was confirmed, Xiaoyu controlled the Tianyuan 4-star-class spacecraft in the visible universe, and the rest of the fleet entered the curvature navigation and left quickly. Here, Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao both sighed slightly, pulling the dying beast Taihao, and quickly left here, not knowing where they went. Chapter 688, Space Bridge and Space Jump. Now that things have developed, the situation in the galaxy has become clear. The Sweeper civilization has always been pressing on Xiaoyu's heart like a big mountain. Although the Sweeper civilization has not taken action, it is always the biggest threat to Xiaoyu. The Sweeper civilization, Taihao Alliance, Xiaoyu, and the Guardian civilization. These many forces restrained and fought with each other, and finally determined the current route. The Guardian civilization wants to run away and leave the galaxy, but Xiaoyu cannot tolerate this happening. In the current situation, the Guardian civilization is in a rather tragic position. The Guardian civilization has been destined to be Xiaoyu's nourishment by the Sweeper civilization and the Taihao Alliance. It is just a victim. But Xiaoyu still has to pay considerable attention to the Guardian civilization. In any case, the title of being the first in conventional technology in the galaxy is enough to make Xiaoyu wary. In particular, it can fight against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years, which further proves the power of the Guardian civilization. Therefore, Xiaoyu must be fully prepared before going to trouble the Guardian civilization. Cracking the 4-dimensional jump and space fold technology is one thing. Stockpiling a large number of warships and building stellar warships is one thing. And controlling the corpse of MSI civilization is one thing. Now, there is only one last thing left, which will be obtained from the Taihao Alliance. After analyzing the technology of the invasion of the small universe, you can deal with the Guardian civilization. After owning a small universe and storing a large number of stars and planets in this small universe, it doesn't matter to Xiaoyu whether he develops in a star system or not. No matter where he is, materials are enough. But during this period, Xiaoyu did not stay quietly in one place, but was still wandering around in the universe. While Xiaoyu was analyzing the technology that invaded the small universe, it is also storing a large amount of stars and other resources. Because Xiaoyu had a hunch that when facing the Guardian civilization, it would be a long-term war that would never end in a short time. The Guardian civilization is definitely not that simple. If you want to take down the Guardian civilization, you will probably pay a huge price. By Luca Number 3. Number 5. Su Junpo. As the leaders of the 4 people, Xiaoyu, a scientific research team with hundreds of thousands of scientists under their jurisdiction, took over the task of analyzing the technology of the invading small universe, with detailed scientific and technological information as a basis. It is not difficult to master this technology. After getting the specific information about this technology, Xiaoyu was first shocked by the unique scientific and technological thinking in this technology. And he felt that it's not difficult for those who know it, but it's not difficult for those who don't know it. The large and small universes are not connected at the 3-dimensional level. As 3-dimensional creatures, it is undoubtedly very difficult to break through the high-dimensional barrier. Although Loya Cup and Klein bottle technology can achieve interconnection between the two, this interconnection must be established with a thorough understanding of the large and small universes. Because this is a very sophisticated technology that requires large and small universes. Detailed gravity data, gravity distribution, mass size and other data are used as parameters. The small universe you built yourself is okay, but facing a strange small universe, it is basically impossible to master its detailed data. So, it is really difficult to attack other small universes. However, the scientific and technological information that Taihao civilization handed over to Xiaoyu solved this problem in a very clever way. This idea is so simple that it can be summarized in one sentence. But if Xiaoyu had not known this sentence in advance, it might have taken Xiaoyu thousands of years to master this point. This sentence is very simple. That is, the bridge of space. The two universes can be seen as two continents. Separated in the middle is a dangerous and unknown ocean. What do you do if you want to get from one land to another? It's simple. Just build a bridge. So what materials are used to build bridges? It's also very simple. Use space. And use 3-dimensional space. The specific idea is this. Through space technology, a piece of space can be incompletely cut from the 3-dimensional universe. The so-called incomplete cutting means that the cut space is still connected to the universe in a certain direction. Then bend and extend its cut part to connect it to the small universe. And thus, a space bridge is built. To use a 2-dimensional world as an analogy, You can imagine two pieces of paper 1 centimeter apart, and then tear off a piece of paper from one of the pieces of paper. Obviously, this piece of paper will have 4 sides. But what we need to do now is, only 3 sides of it are separated from the original paper, and one side is still connected to the original paper. Then fold it over so that it touches the other piece of paper. In this way, a space bridge is built, and the ants living on the paper can easily pass through this bridge and go from one piece of paper to another. This is the basic principle of the space bridge. It sounds very simple, and it is not difficult for Xiaoyu to implement it now. However, among this kind of technology, the most precious thing is the scientific thinking to solve problems. This kind of scientific thinking may not be possible for a certain group of scientists, even after tens of thousands of years of meditating. I couldn't think of it. It's also possible that a certain scientist suddenly came up with it after having a meal. These are all bad things to say. I'm sorry. I didn't complete my task. The idea of solving the problem is very simple. But I spent more than 1,000 years without thinking that such a long time was wasted. Luca number 3 and number 5 were a little ashamed. Said to Xiaoyu, "Don't say that." Xiaoyu manipulated his phantom and shook his head, saying, "There is no need to feel guilty. This is not your fault. Because I, Su Junpo, and many scientists, none of us have I thought that the final solution to the problem would be this. This is beyond all of our expectations. You are still outstanding scientists, and there is no need to belittle yourselves. Maybe that's true. But recently I always feel that my thinking seems to be a bit rigid, and I can't keep up with the new situation," Luca 3 said tiredly. Suddenly, Luca 3 shook his head slightly. Startled, he immediately said, "I have a new idea about space fold technology." "Space fold technology?" Xiaoyu asked. "What do you think?" Space fold technology is a unique technology of the Guardian civilization, and even Xiaoyu has not mastered it. However, during this period of time, Xiaoyu has conducted a lot of research on this technology. Although he still has not mastered it, he has learned a lot about it. "That's it." Luca 3 frowned and said slowly while thinking, "We all know the principle of space fold technology. It bends space and then hides itself in the folds to hide itself. Do you feel familiar with the principle of purpose?" "That's right. That's it." Luca 3 paused here, as if he was organizing his words to express his thoughts. But before it found the right language, Xiaoyu already felt a slight shock in his mind, and he couldn't help blurting out a word. "Space jump." "Yes, it is space jump." As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Luca 3 also had a look of sudden realization. "Yes, it's a space jump. Or space jump. Teleportation. These are the same thing." The so-called space jump has always been a fantasy navigation method, which is more advanced than curvature navigation. Its principle is also very simple. Take a piece of white paper and draw 2 points A and B on it. The 2 points A and B are 1 decimeter apart. If an ant wants to get from point A to point B, how should it get there? Climb over slowly. No. You just need to fold the white paper so that point A and point B overlap. And then the ant will complete its voyage without moving at all. This is called a space jump. The above-mentioned actions are spatial jumps in the 2-dimensional world. Although the space jump in the 3-dimensional world is much more complicated, the basic principles are the same. And it is very obvious that if point A and point B of the white paper overlap, the white paper will inevitably wrinkle. How is this similar to the space wrinkle technology of the Guardian civilization? It is very possible that space fold technology is the basis of space jump technology. As soon as the term space jump was proposed, it immediately aroused heated discussion. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the speed of space jump technology. If it is mastered to the extreme, a spacecraft can reach the other side from one side of the universe in an instant, Luca 3 said. I'm afraid this is not a technology that a 6th-level civilization can master. I think it probably needs a 7th-level civilization in the space direction to master it, Number 5 said. Obviously, the longer the jump distance, the larger the space in the universe that needs to be bent, and the greater the impact on the universe. It is impossible for us to bend the entire universe, even a straight line in the entire universe. Moreover, during the bending process, all matter existing on the straight line between point A and point B will be affected, which is also a problem we need to solve. Perhaps this technology requires the construction of some kind of relay instrument between point A and point B to be realized. In other words, we must open the route in advance before we can use this technology. There is no limit to random space jumps. I think it's unlikely to happen. Anyway, the prospect of space jump technology is too tempting. We must first obtain the space fold technology of the Guardian civilization. Only then can we develop the space jump technology on this basis. Has the analysis of the technology for invading the small universe been completed? Well then, let's set out to find the Guardian civilization and obtain their technology. Chapter 689 1 trillion. So far, only more than 100 years have passed since Xiaoyu returned to the Milky Way. Xiaoyu has solved the technological problem of invading the small universe that had not been solved for more than 1,000 years. From this point, Xiaoyu once again realized the importance of acquiring foreign technology. If it can be obtained through peaceful transactions, then it can be obtained through peaceful transactions. If it cannot be obtained through peaceful transactions, then it can be obtained through war. No matter what, I must obtain the technology system of the Guardian civilization. It is basically impossible to obtain these technologies through peaceful transactions. So we must use war. Xiaoyu is fully prepared for war. During this period of time, Xiaoyu went around plundering stars. At this moment, in the small universe, Xiaoyu had already reserved more than 200 stars as fuel. If the small universe was not too small and the star density was too high, there would be many disadvantages. If the influence of the star is affected, Xiaoyu also wants to bring in some more stars. The warship reserve has risen to 1.2 billion. There are still only 2 star-class warships, but the number of planet-class warships has exceeded 5,000 for the first time. This number, Xiaoyu believes, is enough to deal with the Guardian civilization. To deal with the Guardian civilization, the Python alien beast is also a factor that must be taken into consideration. According to the previous combat power evaluation, I believe that the Python alien beast has at least the same combat power as the alien beast Taihao, and is far superior in intelligence, far more than the alien beast Taihao. Therefore, the overall strength of the Python alien beast is greater than that of the alien beast Taihao. And there is another point. The Python alien beast and the Guardian civilization unite. The overall strength of the two may not be as good as 1 + 1. Simple. Although the performance of our spaceship is far behind that of the Guardian civilization spacecraft, we are better in numbers. We can hold them back even with human sea tactics. Moreover, I don't think the Python beast will be the corpse of MSI opponent. After MSI corpse maimed the Python beast and then destroyed the glorious spaceship, the Guardian civilization no longer had any basis to rely on. Generally speaking, I don't think the Guardian civilization can pose any threat to us. In fact, in the current galaxy, the only one that can pose a threat to us is the Sweeper civilization. As an ancient civilization that has existed for tens of millions of years, it is impossible for the Guardian civilization to have no trump card. Even if we have so many battleships and the corpses of MSI civilization, we still cannot take it lightly. Well, let's take a look at the specific situation then. We only have a rough understanding of the strength of the Guardian civilization. We can't make war arrangements now. The main goal now is to find out the Guardian civilization. Guardian civilizations can be hidden very well, but the star road they laid for escape is not easy to hide. Moreover, this star road will inevitably be on the side of the Milky Way facing the Andromeda galaxy. From here to here, this area is long 10,000 light-years. It is 3,000 light-years wide. The star road laid by the Guardian civilization must be within this area. Xiaoyu said, during the previous long voyage and the recent period, 1 quadrillion highly sensitive detectors have been built, and I will release all these quadrillion detectors in this area. Launch a carpet-like search of this area. 1 quadrillion. This number surprised the other scientists. This number is so astonishing, and the resources required are also too large. I am afraid that it would be difficult for an ordinary 6th-level civilization to use all the energy of its own civilization to do this. The reason is simple. Now that the Guardian civilization has undertaken such a large-scale star road construction, it is impossible not to consider these things from the aspects of concealment and safety. So those stars that are star road nodes will inevitably be camouflaged and concealed. In the face of intentional camouflage and concealment, detectors operated by artificial intelligence are somewhat powerless because they are too rigid. Therefore, this search project must be manually controlled. Or in some aspects, artificial intelligence must be used to identify suspicious targets. And how many humans are needed to operate 1 quadrillion detectors? I am afraid that only Xiaoyu can do such a thing. First of all, now is not a time of war. Xiaoyu has a lot of computing power idle. Secondly, now is not a period of great technological development. The technological reserves have been almost exhausted, and there is no need to consume much computing power in this regard. Thirdly, now is not a period of large-scale construction. The construction of stellar-class battleships has been completed, and there are 1.2 billion conventional battleships in reserve. This number is enough. Now, Xiaoyu's idle computing power was used to search this vast area, digging 3 feet into the ground to find the Guardian civilization. There are still 10 years left before reaching the predetermined area. During these 10 years, Xiaoyu has fully put the space bridge technology into practical applications. Xiaoyu developed an instrument specifically used to create a space bridge. After obtaining the relevant location information of the Guardian civilization's small universe, this instrument can achieve the purpose of building a space bridge by tearing apart part of the space. Xiaoyu also conducted many improvements and practical exercises on this instrument. To this end, Xiaoyu also specially built a relatively small microcosm and conducted several simulated wars using this instrument. Practical application proves the effectiveness of this instrument, but also exposes its shortcomings. Just like ordinary bridges can be destroyed, the space bridge created by this instrument is also in danger of being destroyed. Once the space bridge is destroyed, all matter on the bridge will randomly enter the broken small universe, and ultimately rapid heat death. The military exercise shows that in the process of attacking the small universe, both sides of the war will focus on the space bridge. The attacking side will try to protect the space bridge, while the defending side will try its best to destroy the space bridge. Basically, it can be said that the war in the small universe is fought around the space bridge. To this end, Xiaoyu made many arrangements, and scientists from the Academy of Military Sciences also proposed many war theories. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyu's fleet arrived in the predetermined area. 1 quadrillion detectors were spread out from the small universe like a dense swarm of locusts. Although this number is huge, the deep universe is like a bottomless pit, easily swallowing up this large number of detectors. It will take about 100 years to search the entire area. So just wait. Xiaoyu thought silently. The universe is too vast and too dark. If a level 6 civilization wants to hide it, it will be very difficult for another level 6 civilization to find it. If it were not for the opportunity that the Guardian civilization wanted to build a star road and sail across the river system, Xiaoyu would not have been able to find the Guardian civilization. No matter how hidden a star is, even if you build a Dyson sphere to cover it completely and prevent any radiation from being emitted, and then use a gravitational shielding device to block any of its gravity, it can only be hidden on a large scale. If such a star is 100 light-years away, my detector may not be able to detect it, but I don't believe that if it is 1 light-year away, I still can't find it. Facing an area of this size, 1 quadrillion detectors, it's enough. As long as I can find a planet, I can follow the clues to find the Guardian civilization. Conducting a blanket search of an area through a quadrillion detectors is the stupidest method, but it is also the most reliable. This method is basically equivalent to draining all the seas on the earth and looking for a gem. In this situation, time passed little by little, and so far, 50 years have passed. 1 quadrillion detectors have spread into a huge area with a length, width, and height of 6,000 light-years, 1,000 light-years, and 500 light-years respectively. So far, Xiaoyu has not gained anything. This is a quiet area with thin matter. No stars, no planets, no light, and no traces of any intelligent life activity except Xiaoyu. But the situation should not be like this. If the Guardian civilization really wants to escape the Andromeda galaxy, then the A1 point of the Star Road will inevitably be built in this area. There are still 50 years before the detectors will completely detect this area. So just keep waiting. Although things were a bit abnormal, Xiaoyu still chose to keep waiting. And Xiaoyu even sent out about 10 million A warship went out to assist these detectors in their exploration. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. 50 years later, Xiaoyu had completely explored the predetermined area, but Xiaoyu could not find any traces of the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu did not stop there, but doubled the search scope again, spending another 100 years on a blanket search. But Xiaoyu still found nothing. Then there may only be 2 left. First, the Star Road of the Guardian civilization was not built here at all. Second, the hiding methods of the Guardian civilization were so superb that Xiaoyu could not find them at all. It's a star after all. No matter how hidden it is, I won't be able to detect it from a distance of 1 light-year. And I conducted a blanket search for this area. Was the initial estimate wrong? No. Impossible. But why didn't I find any traces of the Guardian civilization? What is going on? Looking at the empty universe in front of him, Xiao Yu thought silently, feeling very confused in his heart. But at this moment, a detector in the distance reported an abnormal situation to Xiao Yu. There used to be an ordinary star there. But now, this star suddenly disappeared. Chapter 690 Dyson Sphere. At this moment, Xiao Yu was at the junction of the edge of the Milky Way and interstellar space. And the star that suddenly disappeared was near the edge of the Milky Way. It is a very ordinary red dwarf star with very low mass, temperature and luminosity. It does not have any satellite planets, not even many asteroids or interstellar dust orbiting it. It is orbiting a nearby binary star system alone, like an abandoned piece of sand. This type of star is the most numerous and least noticeable star in the Milky Way. It is of little value to either low-level civilization or high-level civilization. For low-level civilizations that hope to rely on stellar radiation to obtain survival resources, its habitable zone is too small, too close to the star, and has too much harmful radiation. For intermediate civilizations that hope to obtain resources with the help of rocky planets or asteroids, said that it has only one bare main star, no decent planets, and no value. For advanced civilizations that use stars as fuel, such as Xiao Yu, it is too small and not worth taking action. In short, it is one of the stars in the Milky Way that has the least presence and least attention. But now, as Xiao Yu is currently searching for traces of the Guardian civilization, its disappearance is enough to attract Xiao Yu's attention. Although it is only a red dwarf star, the person who can make such a star disappear must be at least a level 6 civilization. And there's something odd about its disappearance. Xiao Yu saw that it first disappeared from the visible light band and various radiation bands. And then after a while, it disappeared from the gravitational wave. Based on this, Xiao Yu easily came to an inference. There is an unknown existence trying to hide it. And this civilization adopts some means to first shield its radiation band. After the work was completed, its gravity was also shielded through gravitational shielding technology, causing it to lose its trace in the large-scale visible universe. This phenomenon immediately aroused Xiao Yu's interest. Xiao Yu guessed almost instantly. There is a high probability that this is what the Guardian civilization does. Perhaps the Guardian civilization collects such unobtrusive stars and evaporates them from the world. Then transport it quietly and serve as a node on the star road. Follow it first. As long as you follow it, you will definitely find where the Guardian civilization is hidden. Xiao Yu made a decision instantly. So, Xiao Yu immediately dispatched several specially designed concealed microships towards that place. Xiao Yu knew that the Guardian civilization probably hadn't discovered his traces yet, because if the Guardian civilization already knows that it has laid a dragnet in this place, how could they still capture stars in this area? As long as I am not discovered. From now on, all detectors will enter the concealed state, except for the tracking spacecraft. All other types of spacecraft will also enter the concealed state. Xiao Yu quickly issued the order. Xiao Yu's large force did not move, but only sent out a few of the most concealed small spacecraft. It is easy to be discovered if a large force is dispatched. It is most appropriate to dispatch a small concealed spacecraft to obtain the location information, and then dispatch a large force to encircle and suppress it. 3 ultra-miniature spacecraft, which were about the size of a desk in the Earth era, adopted a special curvature navigation method and began to move towards the place where the star disappeared. A star cannot move too fast while being transported, and the speed of such a small spacecraft is enough to catch up and follow it quietly. Detectors near this star are quietly watching it. It provides direction guidance for the approaching tracking spacecraft. During the period when the tracking small spacecraft arrived, one of Xiao Yu's guesses was confirmed. The confirmation of this guess made Xiao Yu even more confused. Although this hidden red dwarf star is shielded from the radiation and gravitational bands, it is impossible for a star to completely disappear from the universe. It will always leave some traces. Until now, it has traveled a distance of more than 10 light years. But at this distance, the detectors arranged by Xiao Yu in advance can still detect it. It is very strange, since this hidden star can still be observed by Xiao Yu at a distance of 10 light years. Then in the previous large-scale carpet search, why could Xiao Yu not find the star road nodes arranged by the Guardian civilization? Judging from the current situation, there is only one reason why Xiao Yu can't find it, and that is that the Guardian civilization has no nodes here at all. This was Xiao Yu's confirmed guess. But it was this incident that made Xiao Yu even more confused. Because if you want to sail to the Andromeda Galaxy, you will definitely set up nodes in this area. Set the node outside this area? It's not impossible. But what's the reason for doing this? Although doing this can surprise some people, the price required is too high. For example, an Earthling wants to travel 1,000 kilometers north, but he sets the first supply point somewhere in the south. Same at 100 kilometers. Gradually, another guess emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. But this guess is too outrageous and unreasonable. And Xiao Yu is not sure yet. A year later, Xiao Yu's tracking spacecraft finally caught up with the star. With the help of the very weak reflection of starlight nearby, Xiao Yu saw what the star looked like at this moment. It has completely changed its appearance. Xiao Yu knows that this change in appearance is caused by external forces. There is a black film ball of unknown material that covers the entire star. It is this film that blocks most of the star's radiation, including light, infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, neutrinos, gamma rays, etc. At the same time, this film also has very good light absorption properties. After the external star's light shines on it, only a very small part will be reflected back. This means that it is very difficult to detect in the optical band. If Xiao Yu's tracking spacecraft was not equipped with very sensitive optical instruments, Xiao Yu would not be able to see it at all. On top of this big ball of black film, there are still some faint bulges, and there are some instruments-like things built there. Because he was afraid of being discovered by them, Xiao Yu did not dare to get too close. But even from observations at such a distance, Xiao Yu roughly guessed that those things should be gravity-shielding instruments and related equipment that support the operation of the membrane. There are also devices that can bring an entire star into warp navigation. Dyson ball? It's a shame you guys figured it out. Xiao Yu thought inexplicably. The Dyson sphere is an idea conceived by humans in the Earth Age. Human beings imagine that by building a big ball and enveloping the entire star, they can achieve the effect of harvesting all the radiation energy of the star for their own use. But in Xiao Yu's development process, the Dyson ball did not appear at all because it was not necessary. Starting from element decay technology, energy is no longer a constraint for Xiao Yu. There is abundant material in the galaxy for Xiao Yu to use. So why bother to build something like a Dyson sphere? But Xiao Yu didn't expect that the Dyson ball would have other functions in the hands of the Guardian civilization. That is concealment. Letting a star disappear for no reason. The actions of the Guardian civilization reminded Xiao Yu of some things that happened in human society in the Earth Age. In certain eras, in places with poor public security, people would often be caught in a bag while walking at night, and then be pulled away in the darkness. Now that I think about it, what happened to this star at this moment is very similar to the person who was kidnapped at that time. After sighing secretly in his heart, Xiao Yu controlled his small spaceship and continued to follow. By this time, Xiao Yu was basically certain that there was at least a 99% chance that the person who kidnapped the star in a cloth bag was the Guardian civilization. So far, Xiao Yu has been tracking this star-capturing team for more than 100 years. And the two sides have sailed a distance of more than 8,000 light-years. When this team sailed for more than 500 light-years, Xiao Yu's large army had quietly launched to follow them. For Xiao Yu, 500 light-years is only a voyage of more than 3 years. Sure enough, the Star Road node is not built in this area. As the distance of the voyage became farther and farther, and the distance from his predetermined range became farther and farther, the guess in Xiao Yu's heart became more and more certain. It seems that your voyage target is not the Andromeda Galaxy. It seems that from the beginning, when he heard that the Guardian civilization was going to sail across the river system, Xiao Yu subconsciously believed that the Guardian civilization's voyage target was the Andromeda Galaxy. Because people go to higher places. Among the local galaxy group, the Andromeda Galaxy is the only galaxy larger than the Milky Way. If we travel to the Milky Way, we will undoubtedly have more room for development in the Andromeda Galaxy. However, the Guardian civilization did something unexpected. They did not choose the Andromeda Galaxy as their destination. So far, Xiao Yu has basically confirmed this. But Xiao Yu still doesn't know where the Guardian civilization has chosen its destination. This can only be inferred after seeing the location of the Guardian Star Road node. Time passed bit by bit, and after the star was towed and traveled for more than 200 years, the star capture team of the Guardian civilization finally stopped. Xiao Yu, who was hiding in the dark, saw that there were at least thousands of similar stars staying here. Chapter 691. The road to stardom is vast. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was an astonishing sight. Xiao Yu saw that there were at least several thousand red dwarf stars wrapped in Dyson spheres staying here, because their gravity had been shielded. Although these stars were very densely distributed, they did not collide. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Yu observed traces of the existence of the small universe. It is obvious that there are many small universes near the four-dimensional direction of this cosmic space. The following observations also confirmed Xiaoyu's view. Xiaoyu saw that the stars wrapped in the Dyson sphere were constantly moving towards a place. And after reaching a place, they disappeared instantly. Obviously, they have entered the small universe. A small universe contains about 100 stars. Xiaoyu saw that after 100 stars disappeared, a national spacecraft of the Guardian civilization began to slowly move out and sail towards the outside of the galaxy. Maintaining the existence of a small universe is not a simple matter, and it requires a lot of additional manpower and resources. It is undoubtedly not cost-effective to use a small universe to transport a single star, and a Dyson sphere is sufficient. Xiaoyu thought that it was precisely for this reason that the Guardian civilization would build a material transfer point here. After gathering enough 100 stars, it would use the small universe to transport them to distant galaxies. This busy scene seems to have lasted for a long time, because Xiaoyu saw that stars wrapped in Dyson spheres were constantly being carried from other places. Stars were constantly being put into the small universe, and national-level spacecraft were constantly being told start thinking about the small universe and the outside of the Milky Way. And in this entire area, there are at least tens of millions of spaceships. In addition to these spaceships, there are countless various industrial facilities. Countless spaceships are busy shuttling back and forth, carrying stars one by one, and then being packaged and transported to the deep universe outside the Milky Way. Here, like an efficient material transfer base, stars from all over the galaxy are efficiently processed here and transported to predetermined locations. According to the current speed of the Guardian civilization's transfer of stars, coupled with the possible duration of this place, Xiaoyu made a little estimate and came to an astonishing conclusion. That is, in order to pave this star road, the Guardian civilization has searched for at least 200,000 stars from all inconspicuous corners of the galaxy. What a huge project this is. And to complete it, how much energy has been put into the Guardian civilization. Now Xiaoyu even has some doubts about the motivation of the Guardian civilization to form the Guardian Alliance. Perhaps, the original formation of the Guardian Alliance was not for many civilizations to gather together to fight against the Sweeper civilization, but for the Guardian civilization to gather a large amount of labor to move stars. At that time, the Luca civilization was probably unable to participate in the task of transporting stars, because its civilization level was too low. That's why I don't know these things. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the more he felt that this was very possible. And then, I felt more and more shocked. Hundreds of civilizations gathered together, in the alliance with the Guardian civilization as the core. They are contributing their own efforts to paving this star road. While making contributions, the Guardian civilization will give them some corresponding rewards. This pattern may have lasted for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years or longer. After all, the disbandment of the Guardian Alliance only happened after the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao attacked the Sweeper civilization. The defense here is quite tight. At the core of this efficient transfer point, several of Xiaoyu's small spacecraft seem to be vaguely aware of the existence of the Glory spacecraft, the flagship of the Guardian civilization. Next to the glorious spacecraft, there seemed to be a huge figure that was vaguely unclear, because Xiaoyu's spaceship did not dare to get too close. But Xiaoyu speculated that the huge figure should be a python. Perhaps, at the beginning, the crocodile alien beast and the python alien beast were willing to form an alliance with the Guardian civilization, and they were loyal and desperate to aid the Guardian civilization. It was probably for the sake of this star road. These two alien beasts may understand their own the situation is very unfavorable. Now that we have the star road of the Guardian civilization and the hope of escaping, we will naturally help the Guardian civilization vigorously. And precisely because the secret of this star road is in the hands of the Guardian civilization. If the Guardian civilization is destroyed, the star road will also be invalidated. So these two beasts will try their best to save the Glory spaceship even if they themselves are damaged. At this time, many doubts in Xiaoyu's heart suddenly disappeared. In the past, Xiaoyu had no idea about Xinglu because he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he has seen with his own eyes the vastness of the star road, its significance, and the difficulty of its construction, Xiaoyu truly understands that feeling. Guardian civilization is really awesome. Xiaoyu sighed sincerely. Originally, Xiaoyu wanted to use the word powerful to describe the Guardian civilization, but he felt that using the word powerful to describe it was a bit inappropriate. After thinking for a while, I adopted the earthly adjective, cow. This is the price to pay for attempting to truly cross the river system before becoming a level 7 civilization. Hundreds of civilizations gathered together and worked hard for thousands of years before the Star Road took shape. It is precisely because of its difficulty and its great significance that the two powerful beings, the crocodile beast and the python beast, stand firmly on the side of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu can imagine the fate of those small universes that are dragged into the depths of the universe by the Guardian civilization's national-level spacecraft. Before leaving the galaxy, their power systems and energy reserves will be replenished for the last time. And then they will step into the depths of the universe and rush to point A1 on the Star Road. After reaching point A1, of the 10 parts of mass they transported, there may only be 6 parts left. When the quality reserve of point A1 is sufficient, point A1 will begin to transport materials to point A2. Similarly, for every 10 items of materials transported from point A1 to point A2, only about half may be left in the end. Then, when the material reserves at point A2 are rich enough, they will start transporting materials to point A3. In this way, they will reserve all the way, move forward, and eventually spread to distant extragalactic galaxies. In this process, according to mathematical calculations, to transport matter from the mainland of the Milky Way to the farthest point, it may be necessary to transport 10,000 or more parts of mass before one part finally reaches that point. What Xiao Yu sees now is the starting point of this huge Star Road. The project here is already huge enough, but this is just the tip of the iceberg of the entire Star Road. Even bigger and more heroic projects are still hidden in the depths of the universe. The scene in front of him made Xiao Yu couldn't help but have the idea of following this Star Road to visit the extragalactic galaxy. Xiao Yu even began to think seriously about a question. After killing the Guardian civilization, how about following the Star Road to the extragalactic galaxy to avoid the Sweeper civilization? Killing the Guardian civilization is inevitable, because it is obvious that the Guardian civilization will not do useless work. The materials stored on this Star Road can only be enough for one civilization of the Guardian civilization to migrate at most, or in exchange for the alliance. The quality of the python beast needs to be added, but adding Xiao Yu is definitely not enough. When thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly had another thought in his mind. Perhaps during the Battle of the Galactic Center, at the last moment, the Guardian civilization and the python beast brazenly attacked their ally, the crocodile beast, and destroyed it. The reason is not just to use the flesh and blood of the crocodile alien beasts to create chaos. It is also possible that the crocodile alien beasts are killed, and the amount of construction of the Star Road will be reduced. That is why the python alien beasts will agree to the proposal of the Guardian civilization. So at the last moment, will the Guardian civilization kill the python and alien beast? It is very possible. However, among the alien beasts, the python and alien beast is famous for its wisdom, or conspiracy, and it should not be easily defeated by the Guardians. Civilized plot. Xiao Yu thought a lot, considered a lot, and finally gave up his plan to kill the Guardian civilization and dominate the astrology road. After all, the situation in the distant extragalactic galaxy is too uncertain, and there may be new dangers there. If not forced to a dead end, who would choose to sail to the galaxy? The 6th level civilization is not the 7th level civilization, so river navigation can be regarded as a game. The most important point is that Xiao Yu is confident in MSI's civilization's body. In addition to this reason, there is also the desire in Xiao Yu's heart to advance to the 7th level civilization. You know, after becoming a 7th level civilization, you can freely sail across the river system and enter the circle where Chinemo is. So Xiao Yu would rather stay in the galaxy and fight to the death with the Sweeper civilization. Although I admire your Guardian civilization very much, and admire your civilization's action, perseverance, and efficient organization. But unfortunately, our position is destined to make it impossible for us to live in peace. Most of you are it's impossible to give me the technology one need. So I can only eliminate you. And then I will take this Star Road myself and let it stay here. Maybe I won't be able to stay in the galaxy in the future. When the time comes, I will use this Star Road to take a cross-river trip that you have always wanted to do, but have never been able to make it. Xiao Yu thought silently, controlling his huge fleet and his small universe nearly 1,000 light-years away, and began to rush towards this place. The Triangulum Galaxy should be a good place. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance to go there. Chapter 692 War and Peace. It wasn't until he arrived here and determined the starting point of the Star Road built by the Guardian civilization that Xiao Yu determined the final destination of the Guardian civilization. Not the Andromeda Galaxy, but the Triangulum Galaxy. Compared with the Andromeda Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy is further away from the Milky Way and has smaller mass and volume. The Triangulum Galaxy is about 3 million light-years away from the Milky Way and has a diameter of about 50,000 light-years. By comparison, the diameter of the Milky Way is 100,000 light-years. If we follow some of Xiaoyu's current speculations that the highest level civilization that appears in a river system is related to the size of the river system, it is unlikely that a 7th level civilization will appear in the Triangulum Galaxy. In the Large Magellanic Cloud with a diameter of 10,000 light-years, there is not even a 6th level civilization except for the semi-4-dimensional Taihao. Level 5 civilizations are rare. In the Milky Way with a diameter of 100,000 light-years, there are guardians. For a civilization like this that has reached the pinnacle of conventional technology, it can be speculated that the most powerful existences in the Triangulum Galaxy with a diameter of 50,000 light-years may be some elementary 6th level civilizations. Of course, because it is very close to the Andromeda Galaxy, there may also be some unknown powerful existences in the Triangulum Galaxy. Choosing the Triangulum Galaxy instead of the Andromeda Galaxy as the destination has many advantages, such as there are no too strong threats and can develop with peace of mind. However, Xiaoyu always feels that this choice is a bit unbelievable and has a sense of seclusion. The current situation has almost explained the truth. Without communication with other civilizations, it is basically impossible to be promoted to a 7th level civilization. Even the semi-4th dimensional Taihao has been silent in the Large Magellanic Galaxy for countless years. After arriving in the Milky Way and fighting against the Sweeper civilization, he finally found a way to completely transform into a 4-dimensional existence. Although he died later, it has been clearly stated that your guardian civilization is a peak level 6 existence, and you chose the Triangulum Galaxy instead of the Andromeda Galaxy as your destination. Do you still want to be promoted to a 7th level civilization? Danger means opportunity. The Andromeda Galaxy is more dangerous, but the opportunities are greater. Although the Triangulum Galaxy is comfortable, it has few opportunities. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoyu believed from the beginning that the destination chosen by the Guardian civilization was the Andromeda Galaxy. Perhaps, the Guardian civilization just wants to use the Triangulum Galaxy as a springboard to sail to the Andromeda Galaxy in the future. Or maybe, it has been oppressed by the Sweeper civilization for too long, so that the Guardian civilization is very eager for peace, live a comfortable life, and no longer care about whether it will become a 7th level civilization. Anything is possible. Who knows what the Guardian civilization thinks? Anyway, all this has nothing to do with me. The best thing is to eliminate the Guardian civilization and obtain technology. Important, Xiaoyu thought secretly, manipulating his own huge fleet. He continued to speed up and approach here. The huge construction of the Guardian civilization seems to have come to an end. Over the decades as Xiaoyu's main fleet has been approaching here, Xiaoyu discovered the number of stars transported here from the outside is decreasing. The number of small universes departing from here to go beyond the Milky Way is also decreasing. This sign shows that the material reserves at point A1 are basically sufficient, and the focus of the work of the Guardian civilization is gradually shifting to the outside. Perhaps it won't be long before the Guardian civilization will truly embark on the journey. It's better to stay here. Our Earth civilization has always believed that dying in a foreign land is a very tragic thing. You were born in the Milky Way, and you also perished in the Milky Way, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, quietly looking at the people in front of him who were still busy, the spaceships that shuttle through the Guardian civilization. At this moment, Xiaoyu's main fleet has only 2 years left to sail from here, less than 300 light-years away. For a 6th level civilization like Xiaoyu or the Guardian civilization, a distance of 300 light-years is really nothing. The defense radius of the Guardian civilization must be larger than this number. Therefore, even if Xiaoyu was taking covert measures along the way, after all, Xiaoyu's small universe was too huge and there were too many spaceships. At this distance, Xiaoyu was still discovered by the Guardian civilization. However, these small spaceships hidden nearby have never been found by the Guardian civilization because they are too small and concealed. Therefore, these small spaceships can still stay here and quietly peek at the Guardian civilization. Movement. Under Xiaoyu's secret gaze, Xiaoyu saw the Guardian civilization performing a lot of actions. Perhaps troops have been mobilized from other places. In recent times, the number of combat spaceships in this material transfer point, which is the starting point of the entire Star Road, has greatly increased. and the defense of the surrounding star fields has become much tighter. There were even several times when Xiao Yu's small spaceships were almost discovered. In addition to spaceships, various galaxy defense facilities have also sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. It seems that the Guardian civilization has long been prepared for the possibility of being attacked by this material transfer point. So it built so many facilities early in the morning. And now they are finally put to use. In addition, the activities of the Glory spaceship and the Python beasts also began to become more frequent. It is obvious that both the Guardian civilization and the Python beasts are ready for battle. As the starting point of the entire Star Road, this material transfer point cannot be lost. Not to mention that the construction of the entire Star Road has not yet been completed, and the real navigation has not yet begun. Even if the construction of the Star Road is completed, it must be in a civilized place. The subject can only give up after leaving a safe distance. A smell of approaching storm began to spread around this star field. Xiao Yu can clearly detect that all the forces of the Guardian civilization have entered into intense war preparations. The original material transportation tasks here suddenly accelerated. Obviously, the Guardian civilization wanted to complete a little more progress before the war started. Then within the last month of Xiao Yu's arrival here, all construction tasks were stopped. This shows that the Guardian civilization has given up on everything else and focused all its energy on war. Obviously, the Guardian civilization knows that this invading enemy is not easy to deal with. During this month, a strange calm has been maintained here. The Guardian civilization probably already knows that the enemy coming to attack this time is me, the Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu thought silently. They should also know that my two-dimensional weapons can restrain their four-dimensional jump and space fold technology, and have come up with some ways to deal with it. But they probably don't know about MSI's corpse yet. Whether or not there is the corpse of MSI's civilization as a trump card. Thinking about it, 1.2 billion battleships should be enough to deal with you. Xiao Yu thought silently, and sent a message to the Guardian civilization position in front. Guardian civilization. Hello. I am Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu has now arrived in front of the Guardian civilized position, and is only about a light day away from the outermost edge of the Guardian civilized position. There is no such thing as a sneak attack or surprise here. Xiao Yu's huge fleet and the small universe stopped here generously, allowing the Guardian civilized eyes to keep peeking. Shinjo civilization? What do you want to do here? If you also want to escape to the extragalactic system through the Star Road, as long as you show enough sincerity and help us carry out construction for a period of time, we will be happy to cooperate with you. Guardian civilization replied. We, the Shinjo civilization, have no interest in sailing to extragalactic galaxies. To be clear, we are here to acquire technology. Acquiring technology is our goal. In order to achieve this goal, we are indifferent to any means, war or trade. Xiao Yu replied. If you can hand over your technology system, our Shinjo civilization is also willing to give up some technology in exchange. If you are unwilling, then there will be war. Xiao Yu's answer was very clear. Now Xiao Yu is too lazy to make those twists and turns. Let me be clear. It doesn't matter to me whether you go on a river voyage or not. Our Shinjo civilization only needs technology. I wonder what adventures your Shinjo civilization has had during this period of time. How is your strength now? The message from the Guardian civilization slowly said. What, you were back then? If it weren't for the protection of the Taihao Alliance. Wait, you have been killed a long time ago, during the Battle of the Galactic Center. If you were not lucky and had a ball of death hidden, you would have died a long time ago. Now that you think you have some strength, you dare to come to be so arrogant before our civilization. To be clear, we do not trust you, and it is absolutely impossible to hand over our technological system to you. If you have to choose war, then war. The different positions of the two parties lead to the possibility that the two parties will not have a relationship at all. There will inevitably be a relationship between the two parties, either war or trade. There is no third option. Xiao Yu gave two choices, and Guardian civilization rejected one of them, leaving only the last possibility. War. To put it clearly, I have the last ball of death left. But in the war with you, I have no intention of using it, because it would be too wasteful to use it on you. Well, my existence form must be yours. You also know that I have no other specialties, just a large reserve of warships. Although your technology is more advanced than mine, I am not afraid of you. So now let's see whether your quality wins or my quantity wins. Xiao Yu sent this last message. After this message, Xiao Yu's huge fleet consisting of more than 100 million warships rushed forward. Chapter 693 Interlude. In this moment, the war has broken out. In this war, Xiaoyu dispatched about 100 million warships. But Xiaoyu's ship, the Stellar-class spacecraft Sun, did not participate in the war. It stayed in this small universe. Participating in the battle is the Stellar-class spacecraft, Tianyuan 4. The distance between the two sides is about a light day. And based on the mobility of both sides at the moment, this distance is only a matter of 10 minutes. The Guardian civilization chose to stand firm. So Xiaoyu was naturally the one to attack. At this moment, all construction activities of the Guardian civilization have been stopped. And nearly 100 million warships are also waiting there, facing the large number of spaceships rushing towards them. The fleet of the Guardian civilization began to mobilize in an orderly manner. I am afraid that 80% of the 100 million warships I have dispatched will be destroyed. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. The lack of quality has always been my shortcoming, and I can only rely on quantity to make up for it. The situation after the war began confirmed Xiaoyu's guess. As soon as the fleets of both sides came into contact, the situation was almost one-sided. There was no surprise at all. Xiaoyu's fleet was completely suppressed. Xiaoyu saw that with the cooperation of the Galaxy Defense System, the fleet of the Guardian civilization lined up in a neat battle formation, and almost wiped out 1 million of Xiaoyu's spaceships with a single salvo. After paying the price of nearly 10 million spacecraft and finally entering the melee stage, the performance gap between the spacecraft became even more obvious. Xiaoyu saw that one of his national-level spaceship formations was being beaten by a provincial-level spaceship formation of the Guardian civilization. A space crack was born from the void, hitting the national-level spacecraft hard. And then the entire spacecraft shield flickered violently. Xiaoyu received various messages inside this national-level spacecraft in real time. After combining it with the current situation, Xiaoyu knew that this national-level spacecraft was hopeless. After the provincial spacecraft of the Guardian civilization sent out a space rift and hit the national spacecraft, a group of space bombs swimming nearby, like sharks smelling blood, adopted a curvature navigation method and arrived at the national ship in an instant. Next to the spacecraft, there was a violent explosion. Immediately, the space within this area was torn to pieces by violent energy. The broken space was like a sharp machete, constantly hitting the national-class spacecraft. Xiaoyu controlled this national-level spacecraft and fought back hard. But he still could not change the suppressed situation. After another national-level spacecraft of the Guardian civilization arrived nearby, the end of Xiaoyu's spacecraft came. The space weapons equipped on the Guardian civilization-level spacecraft suddenly activated. Immediately, Xiaoyu's spaceship, including the surrounding space, was cut out of the universe. Because this space is too small, it quickly dies after being cut out. Xiaoyu's national-level spacecraft eventually turned into a uniform cloud and mist, spreading throughout the small universe. There is no passage of time inside it. It will drift forever in the four-dimensional direction. A national-level spacecraft was easily destroyed. And this is just a microcosm of the battlefield. In the battlefield, there are crisscrossing space cracks everywhere. Space collapse, space shattering, space cutting, space bombs, long-range space cannons, negative matter tachyon torrent, conventional light weapons, gravity weapons, and other endless weapons have completely turned this space into a mess. In this mess, large areas of two-dimensional space appear from time to time, and pictures of lifelike battleships or debris are created. Then, under the influence of the violent space weapons, it exploded instantly and finally turned into nothingness. An hour after the war started, Xiaoyu's 100 million warships were reduced to less than 70 million. Nearly one-third of the combat power was destroyed. This loss was unbearable for any legion. But Xiaoyu didn't care. Under Xiaoyu's control, a large number of battleships continuously came out of the microcosm, and then rolled toward the battlefield like an endless river. No matter how many battleships on Xiaoyu's side were destroyed, the combat power of Xiaoyu's side on the battlefield always maintained around 100 million spacecraft. The Tianyuan 4 spaceship is leading more than 500 planet-level battleships, entangled with the Glory spacecraft. The Python beast also begins to show its power. Its huge body disappears and appears in the vast battlefield. Regular navigation. Sometimes curvature navigation. But every time, as long as it appears in the visible universe, a national level or above spaceship on Xiaoyu's side must be destroyed. The Python beast doesn't bother to attack small spaceships at all. It specifically chooses large spaceships to attack. Xiaoyu saw that when the Python beast appeared in the visible universe again, one of his continent-level spaceships was right next to it, before the Continental-class spacecraft had time to escape. A thick tail from the side volleyed down. Then, the Continental-class spacecraft was whipped to pieces. Because the Continental-class spacecraft is not qualified to be equipped with a protection cover. It did not explode violently after being whipped and broken. And some instruments even continue to operate. But it's of no use anymore. The Python beast only attacked once and left instantly. A group of Guardian civilization spaceships rushed over immediately. The interstellar turrets also began to aim here. And the interstellar mine clusters also intensively bombarded it. Under these multiple attacks, the Continent-class spacecraft was immediately destroyed. After losing the flagship of the team, this ship under the control of Xiao Yu immediately joined the rest of the formation and fought together with the other ships. Xiao Yu is now very calm. Huge data traffic is constantly flowing in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu can clearly see the entire battlefield situation. More than 80% of the spaceships thrown into the battlefield by Xiao Yu were cannon fodder. Xiao Yu is calmly consuming the strength of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu believes that as his reserve warships continue to join the battlefield, he will gain an advantage sooner or later. The Guardian civilization is not an ordinary civilization. Not to mention that they have joined forces with pythons and beasts. No matter how he underestimated the Guardian civilization in terms of language and overall strategy, Xiao Yu had never underestimated this enemy from the bottom of his heart. This area has become completely chaotic. Nearly 200 million battleships from the peak level 6 civilization are fighting here, which is enough to turn this area into a true cosmic Jedi. Stars, planets, and other natural bodies are extremely fragile here. Xiao Yu saw that there was a star wrapped in a Dyson sphere that the Guardian civilization had not yet had time to transport away, because it was affected by the battlefield. First the Dyson sphere was destroyed, and then it was attacked by endless space weapons. Just for a moment, it exploded. This is not the kind of clever way to destroy a star with a stellar cannon, but to actually break up the star. The moment it exploded, its brightness increased 10,000 times, and after a while, it almost illuminated the entire battlefield. The stellar material from its wreckage began to spread wantonly, and various high-intensity radiation also came to the battlefield. But neither Xiao Yu nor the spaceship of the Guardian civilization paid any attention to these things. This star died in the most heroic way. But unfortunately, the most wonderful scene in its life was completely ignored by the two major civilizations in front of it. Only some small spacecraft that had suffered heavy damage were unfortunately killed in this stellar destruction. It's just a red dwarf star exploding. So what does it count? With Xiao Yu's current level of technology, the spacecraft he built can even withstand a real supernova explosion, let alone a Guardian civilization that is even more advanced than Xiao Yu's technology. The destruction of a star was just an episode and did not affect the situation on the battlefield. The fierce battle has been going on for more than 20 hours now. More than 100 million of Xiao Yu's battleships have been destroyed. And the price paid by the Guardian civilization was only more than 20 million spaceships. In other words, the Guardian civilization destroyed the entire military power of a peak level 6th level civilization within 20 hours at the cost of more than 20 million spaceships. This ratio allowed Xiao Yu to truly understand the strength of the Guardian civilization. But Xiao Yu was still waiting, and did not release the corpse of MSI civilization because of these lost spaceships. Xiao Yu is waiting for the right opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to inflict heavy damage to the Glory spacecraft. The Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship led more than 500 planet-class battleships in a fight with the Glory spacecraft. The Glory spaceship did not carry a corresponding escort fleet, so it contained all of Xiao Yu's high-end combat power with just one spacecraft. In fact, this is also an important reason why Xiao Yu suffered such heavy losses. But Xiao Yu is still waiting, because the glorious spacecraft possesses four-dimensional jumping technology. Its maneuverability is too strong, and the weapons equipped on it are too powerful. Since the beginning of the war, more than 100 planet-class battleships have been damaged by a single spacecraft of the Glory spacecraft. More than 20 hours after the war began, the glorious spacecraft finally made a big move. It once again uses four-dimensional jumping technology. This time, its jump destination was chosen in front of the Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship. At this moment, Xiao Yu was shocked. Now! Ghost! Let's go! Chapter 694, MSI Corpse hits the Glory. Xiao Yu is certain that the Guardian civilization already knows that two-dimensional weapons can restrain four-dimensional jumps. But the Glory spacecraft has broken through this limitation through a more ingenious method. This limitation is the attack range of the two-dimensional weapon. After all, the scope of the battlefield is too wide, and two-dimensional weapons cannot cover it all. There are always some missed places that are still in three-dimensional space. These three-dimensional spaces are like islands, or continents, in a two-dimensional ocean. The four-dimensional jump of the Glory spacecraft is carried out on these islands, or continents, because the starting point of the Guardian Civilization Star Road is here. Xiao Yu is not worried that all the Guardian Civilization will retreat. The only thing to worry about is that the Glory spaceship will use its super maneuverability to cause trouble inside the battlefield. At the same time, the Glory spaceship is almost a spiritual symbol of the Guardian Civilization, and its importance is equivalent to that of Beijing to the Xia Kingdom. Also, if we can obtain the Glory spaceship, even if it is just the wreckage of the Glory spacecraft, it will be of great benefit to Xiao Yu. So Xiao Yu specially designed a game. For this game, Xiao Yu has sacrificed a lot of computing power, risking insufficient combat power in the main battlefield, and allocated a total of 2,000 planet-class spacecraft and nearly 10 million escort fleets to the edge of the battlefield. Xiao Yu was just waiting for the Glory spaceship to be unable to resist and jump to the side of the Tianyuan No. 4 Star-class battleship. All this was planned by Xiao Yu. When the Glory spaceship couldn't help but come to destroy the Tianyuan No. 4 spacecraft, the corpse of the MSI civilization hidden inside the Tianyuan No. 4 spacecraft suddenly rushed out under the control of the accompanying Ghost clan. Curvature navigation and conventional navigation are two different things. For a spacecraft with autonomous maneuverability, or the corpse of a microstar civilization, it is in curvature navigation. Regular sailing is still possible. Therefore, while sailing at a curvature of more than 130 times, the corpse of the MSI civilization accelerated its speed to more than 200,000 kilometers per second. In just an instant, it arrived in front of the Glory spacecraft and headed towards the Glory. The spacecraft hit hard. MSI civilization's corpse is a secret, and probably only Xiao Yu and Taihao Alliance know about it. Even if the Guardian civilization knows that MSI civilization once existed, it has absolutely no way of knowing that MSI civilization's corpse has such powerful combat power. So now, the Guardian civilization has finally been fooled. After more than 20 hours of testing, after confirming the strength of the Tianyuan 4 spacecraft, the Glory spacecraft finally couldn't help but come to destroy Xiao Yu's flagship. But this is the moment Xiao Yu has been waiting for. In order to create this opportunity, Xiao Yu did not hesitate to sacrifice tens of millions more spaceships. Just as the Glory spacecraft appeared near the Tianyuan 4 spacecraft, the corpse of the MSI civilization rushed over. It only took less than a tenth of a second to rush in front of the glorious spacecraft, and then switch from warp navigation to conventional navigation. While the corpse of the MSI civilization was still in the curvature space, it has already accelerated its regular sailing speed to more than 200,000 kilometers per second. That's it. At regular sublight speed, it violently collided with the Glory spaceship. The Guardian civilization is undoubtedly a civilization of intelligent creatures. The reaction speed of a living thing cannot be faster than such an attack. In other words, the commander of the Glory spaceship cannot react. The only thing that needs to be worried about is the automatic defense system of the Glory spacecraft. The automatic defense system may take over the control of the glorious spacecraft during such an emergency period, and use four-dimensional jumping technology again at the critical moment. Escape from the collision of MSI civilization corpses. But Xiao Yu has already arranged a way to deal with it in advance. That is, 2,000 planet-class battleships deployed on the edge of the battlefield in advance. These 2,000 planet-class battleships all carry high-powered two-dimensional weapons. When the Glory spaceship just appeared in front of the Tianyuan No. 4 spacecraft, and when the corpse of the MSI civilization started to activate, Xiao Yu had already issued orders to the 2,000 planet-level battleships. Then, the high-powered two-dimensional weapons equipped on them were activated. The positions of these 2,000 planet-class battleships were precisely calculated by Xiao Yu in advance. As long as they occupy these positions and activate two-dimensional weapons at the same time, these 2,000 planet-level battleships can make the entire battlefield space two-dimensional, except for the space occupied by the spaceship itself, which has extremely high energy. Make the rest of the space two-dimensional without leaving any dead space. The speed at which two-dimensional weapons convert space into two dimensions is faster than the speed of light. In other words, the entire battlefield will become a two-dimensional space the moment after the two-dimensional weapon is activated. Now, with 2,000 planet-class battleships joining forces, Xiao Yu's largest two-dimensional space operation since possessing two-dimensional weapons began. In this moment, the entire battlefield, which was several light days in radius, all entered two dimensions. Because it is equipped with a two-dimensional protective cover of the same channel, Xiao Yu's spacecraft is not greatly affected by the two-dimensional weapons. But the spaceship of the Guardian civilization is different. Xiao Yu saw that at this moment, countless flashes of light appeared in the battlefield, and a large number of Guardian civilization spacecraft were transformed into 2 dimensions. And the 1 dimension they lost was turned into energy and released. These 2,000 planet-class spacecraft are like the greatest painter in the universe. They use space as their drawing board to write this wonderful painting full of destruction and despair. In this painting, warships of all kinds, models, sizes, and postures are the absolute protagonists. The wreckage of the warships, some galaxy defense systems with weak defenses, interstellar turrets or interstellar mines, some star fragments, etc., are embellishments on this great painting. The 2-dimensional world created by 2,000 planet-class battleships caused huge damage to the fleet of the Guardian civilization. After doing a little statistics, Xiao Yu came to the conclusion that at least 6 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization were destroyed in this wave of attacks. But this is not Xiao Yu's main purpose. There are only 6 million small and medium-sized spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, which is not worthy of Xiao Yu's arrangement. Xiao Yu's goal is the Glory Spaceship. This astonishingly great painting was prepared for the Glory Spaceship. Xiao Yu hoped that the Glory Spaceship could regard this painting as its own tomb and rest in peace. Yes, the destruction of more than 6 million small and medium-sized spacecraft of the Guardian civilization is just a bonus of Xiao Yu's attack. Xiao Yu's main purpose is to restrain the Glory spacecraft's 4-dimensional jump through 2-dimensional space, so that it cannot avoid the impact of the corpse of the MSI civilization through 4-dimensional jump. Xiao Yu's arrangement worked. Xiao Yu saw that when the corpse of the MSI civilization rushed out violently and suddenly hit the Glory spacecraft, the Glory spacecraft disappeared from the visible universe again at this critical moment. Xiao Yu knew that this was the emergency defense system of the Glory spacecraft working. Before the decision-makers of the glorious spacecraft could react, the emergency defense system sensed the huge threat it was facing. It sensed that a guy with the mass of a star, but only a diameter of 200 kilometers was heading towards it. Hit over. And he would never be able to withstand such a violent impact. This should be the most urgent moment. So the emergency defense system instantly took over the control of the Glory spacecraft. This was done without the authorization or consent of any Guardian civilized intelligent creature. Decide? It takes another 4-dimensional jump. Xiao Yu believed that facing such a huge danger, taking a 4-dimensional jump and escaping immediately was a very correct choice. Even if the decision-maker of the Glory spaceship could react, he would definitely make this choice. But this is a game specially arranged by Xiao Yu for them. In this game, what was originally the right choice turned into the wrong choice. No, it should be said that this is a desperate situation. There is no right choice. Faced with such a situation, any choice is wrong. There is nothing wrong with the choice of the Guardian civilization. But this space has become 2-dimensional. The high-dimensional jump of the Guardian civilization is a 4-dimensional jump in 3-dimensional space. But it becomes a 3-dimensional jump in 2-dimensional space. So, Xiao Yu saw such a picture. The glorious spacecraft had just entered the high-dimensional space, disappeared from the visible universe, and then reappeared in the visible universe in an instant. It was like a fish thrown onto the land, dancing dryly in the space. From the perspective of the 3-dimensional world, its movement speed at this moment is not even comparable to the speed of conventional navigation. This is the result of 4-dimensional jumping being weakened by 2-dimensional weapons into 3-dimensional jumping. This result did not exceed Xiao Yu and Su Junpo's expectations, because the conclusion that 2-dimensional weapons can restrain 4-dimensional jumps was reached by Xiao Yu and Su Junpo after more than 1,000 years of research together. This scene has appeared no less than 10,000 times in Xiao Yu's mind, and in the simulator of Su Junpo's personal computing terminal. But it's always a simulation. No matter how realistic the simulation is, it is still illusory. There is no need to see the real results in actual combat, which means that the simulation results may still be wrong. Only now did Xiao Yu feel completely relieved. The glorious spacecraft was crawling forward at a pitiful speed. However, behind it, the corpse of the MSI civilization that was trying to hit, it was moving at a speed of more than 200,000 kilometers per second. The situation has become like this, so there are no surprises. Xiao Yu saw that within a moment. The corpse of MSI civilization hit the Glory spacecraft firmly. Chapter 695, Holographic Defense Technology. The corpse of MSI civilization has one and only one attack method. For it, this one attack method is enough. Xiao Yu paid a huge price and made a comprehensive arrangement. Finally, the Glory spacecraft was deceived and made it jump to the Tianyuan 4 spacecraft through a 4-dimensional jump, trying to attack the Tianyuan 4 spacecraft. because the Glory spacecraft is too maneuverable. Even if it does not have a 4-dimensional jump, the corpse of the MSI civilization cannot catch up with it. Therefore, only after Xiaoyu used this method to lure it into being fooled could he let the corpse of MSI civilization attack it directly. Now, all Xiaoyu's painstaking arrangements have finally paid off. The mass of the MSI civilization was equivalent to that of a star, and it hit the glorious spacecraft firmly. Xiaoyu saw a magical scene. After hitting the glorious spacecraft at a speed of more than 200,000 kilometers per second, the corpse of the MSI civilization stopped abruptly, and in front of the corpse of the MSI civilization, a layer of blazing white brilliance appeared, as if the corpse of the MSI civilization hit a ball of light. But this layer of light has a stronger defense than the alien beast Taihao. The corpse of the MSI civilization can knock the alien beast Taihao through. But now, it is blocked by the defense system of the Glory spacecraft. How powerful is the force of a star's violent collision? But it is now blocked by the Glory spaceship, the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the core existence, and the symbol of the civilized spirit. At this moment, the Glory spacecraft shook violently, as if a cold war was going on all over the body. After the corpse of the MSI civilization was blocked by the ball of light, the next moment, the entire body of the glorious spacecraft emitted a blindingly bright light. At this moment, Xiaoyu noticed the fluctuations caused by many kinds of shielding technologies. By analyzing the current information, Xiaoyu knew about the shield system of the Glory spacecraft. There are space folding shields, high-maintenance shields made through another technology, whose basic principles are completely different from Xiaoyu's 4-maintenance shields, and space distortion shields that Xiaoyu is still in theoretical research and has not yet manufactured. There are also a series of shield technologies, such as high-energy shields, that have been used to their extremes. In addition, there are at least 5 kinds of shield technology. Xiaoyu has never seen or heard of them, and he doesn't know what principles they are based on. I don't know how effective they are. With the combination of these many kinds of shielding technologies, the corpse of MSI's civilization was blocked. The Guardian civilization is indeed a Guardian civilization. Their technology is really much better than mine. My previous estimate was wrong. Even if my star-class battleship is equipped with 4 unique weapons in the galaxy, the maintenance cover and the secondary maintenance cover, the defensive power of my star-level spaceship, it is still not as good as the glorious spacecraft. No wonder the Guardian civilization wants to start a war with me and refuses to give in. The glorious spacecraft is too powerful. I have always underestimated it. Could this be the trump card of the Guardian civilization? Xiaoyu thought with shock in his heart. Now, Xiaoyu's evaluation of the Glory spaceship has risen to another level. I am afraid that the 3 Taihaos in the entire Taihao alliance can only barely suppress the Guardian civilization based on their strength. Any single Taihao civilization may not be able to resist even the Glory spaceship. This is the ultimate spaceship created by the effort, energy and wisdom of the entire Guardian civilization, and the trillions of people in it. When the corpse of the MSI civilization hit the Glory spacecraft, time in the battlefield seemed to have stopped. 1 second. It's like 10,000 years. The corpse of the MSI civilization stayed in front of the Glory spaceship for a second, and the battlefield was silent for a second. Then, Xiaoyu felt the roar coming from the depths of the Companion Ghost clan's heart. Xiaoyu noticed, the vitality of the Companion Ghost tribe is being consumed at a terrifying speed. Calculated at this speed, the Companion Ghost tribe may only be able to control the corpse of the MSI civilization and die in less than 100 hours. The Companion Ghost clan has exploded with all its power, even at the expense of a large amount of its own life force. Under this situation, Xiaoyu saw another amazing scene. The corpse of the MSI civilization that had stopped moving forward unexpectedly started to move forward slowly at this moment. The multi-layered shield system of the glorious spacecraft became brighter and brighter in a very short period of time. Its brightness almost reached the brightness of the surface of a star. The tiny corpse of a planetary civilization seemed to be submerged in the ocean of light, a speck of dust. But it has never been wiped out. It has always existed and strives to move forward. Xiaoyu seemed to hear a heart-wrenching squeaking sound of steel being twisted, and he seemed to hear the sound of broken glass. Xiaoyu knew that all this was his illusion, but that feeling was real. The corpse of the MSI civilization was blocked from the shield system of the Glory spacecraft, and was still about 20 kilometers away from the hull of the Glory spacecraft. Under such circumstances, after the accompanying Ghost clan used all its strength, the corpse of the MSI civilization advanced 1 kilometer. The space folding shield has been destroyed. Such a thought emerged in Xiaoyu's mind. The footsteps of the corpse of MSI civilization did not stop. It continued to move forward, and the speed was getting faster and faster. 3 seconds later, the corpse of the MSI civilization was 15 kilometers away from the glorious spacecraft. Within these 3 seconds, the space distortion shield, and 2 kinds of shields, whose principle Xiao Yu had not yet understood, were broken through by the corpse of MSI civilization. It continues to move forward. At this time, Xiao Yu's optical detection instrument clearly saw that thick smoke was coming out from some places on the glorious spacecraft. The smoke is very conspicuous in the light, as strong as the ocean. The Glory spaceship is damaged, Xiao Yu thought. In the battlefield, a large number of spaceships began to fly towards the Glory spaceship. It was obvious that they were here to rescue the Glory spacecraft. But Xiao Yu did not think that these spacecraft could play any role. After exploding a planet-class spacecraft, the Python beast also tried to come to help the glorious spacecraft. But in an instant, it was blocked by the Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship and 500 planet-class battleships. There, 500 planet-class battleships and 1 star-class battleship simultaneously launched the most powerful space-shattering attack, shrouding the Python beast inside, while more than 10 million conventional battleships launched a crazy attack outside. Although it is impossible to destroy the Python beast or seriously injure it with an attack of this level, it can still be done by blocking it here for a period of time, so that it cannot intervene in the battle between the MSI civilization's corpse and the Glory spacecraft. 10 seconds later, the corpse of the MSI civilization was 8 kilometers away from the glorious spacecraft. Up to this moment, a total of 9 layers of shield systems have been breached by the corpse of MSI civilization. And in front, there are at least 10 different types of shields waiting for MSI civilization. At this time, the Glory spacecraft took action. It began to move slowly, as if trying to escape. However, this area is still under attack from 2-dimensional weapons. It cannot use 4-dimensional jumps, and space fold technology cannot be used. And because most of the energy is used for defense, its speed cannot reach the level where it can escape for a while. The combat power and defensive power displayed by the Glory spaceship have completely exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations. Even this flagship has reached or slightly surpassed the combat power of a 6th-level single civilization, such as alien beasts or ghosts. However, this performance is still somewhat insufficient when faced with the impact of the corpse of a planetary civilization with the mass of a star. The protective system of the glorious spacecraft resisted the corpse of the MSI civilization for 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the corpse of the MSI civilization came into contact with the body of the glorious spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw that the top-grade material made with microscopic particle polymerization technology began to melt rapidly at this moment, like ice and snow under the summer noon sun. The corpse of the MSI civilization continued to move forward, and 5 seconds later, it entered the interior of the Glory spacecraft. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what kind of spaceship, generally speaking, the internal defenses are fragile. As long as you enter the interior of the Glory spacecraft, you no longer have to worry about encountering too much resistance. But the Glory spaceship once again exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations. The corpse of the MSI civilization has entered the interior of the glorious spacecraft. It stands to reason that there would not be too strong a defense here. But the glorious spacecraft is different. It seems to use a technology that Xiao Yu has never been exposed to before. It is like a piece of steel that is very hard inside and out. After breaking through the external defense of steel, there are still many internal obstacles waiting for the corpse of MSI civilization. At this moment, a word emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. Holographic defense technology? The emergence of holographic defense technology means that not only can the bodies of MSI civilization not be wreaked havoc inside the glorious spacecraft, but they must find ways to quickly leave the interior of the glorious spacecraft. Because if you stay here for a long time, under the influence of holographic defense technology and internal repair technology, the breach in the Glory spacecraft may be healed again, and the corpse of the MSI civilization will be trapped inside. Ghost! Speed up! Don't get entangled inside it! Knock it across and leave first! Xiao Yu quickly gave up the idea of letting the MSI corpse turn upside down inside the Glory spacecraft, and said to the accompanying Ghost Clan new orders were issued. Okay! The companion Ghost Clan replied, controlling the corpse of MSI civilization to start moving forward rapidly again. Chapter 696. Those who block it are invincible. The Glory spacecraft is indeed the flagship of the first technological civilization in the galaxy. Xiao Yu has never even heard of this holographic defense technology before. Generally speaking, in interstellar wars, the defense of a spacecraft is mainly supported by external shields. Xiao Yu mainly focuses on this aspect to improve the defense performance of the spacecraft. because under normal circumstances, there is no existence that can break into the interior of the spacecraft. Even if they can enter the interior of the spacecraft, they are just some landing combat troops. It is enough to rely on the robots or military systems inside the spacecraft. At this moment, Xiaoyu had such a conjecture in his mind. Is this a trap deliberately set by the Guardian civilization to deal with the corpses of the MSI civilization? Well, I'm overthinking it. It can't be like this. First of all, it does not have the ability to intercept MSI corpses, but only has the ability to prevent MSI civilization corpses from wreaking havoc inside it. Secondly, the construction time between the two is not equal. So, this holographic defense technology should be specially developed by the Guardian civilization. To deal with the neutron battlestar, you should improve your chances of survival under the neutron battlestar. I guess the Guardian civilization did not expect that the first person to try this holographic defense technology was not the neutron battlestar, but the neutron battlestar. It's me! Holographic defense technology can minimize your own damage while causing maximum trouble to intruders. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyu did not dare to take risks. The result of ramming the glory spaceship into two is enough. There is no need to risk pursuing those unrealistic things. So, under Xiaoyu's order, the corpse of the MSI civilization, controlled by the accompanying ghost race, accelerated again and took dozens of seconds to cross the 3,000-kilometer journey, drilled out from the other side of the glory spaceship. The glorious spacecraft undoubtedly adopts a modular shield system. So if the shield in one area is penetrated, it will not affect the shields in other places. So at this moment, except for the two holes in the protective shield that were penetrated by the corpse of MSI civilization, the rest of the place is still operating normally. After being punched through by the corpse of the MSI civilization, the forward speed of the glorious spacecraft slowed down again. Although the adoption of holographic defense technology prevents the MSI civilization's corpse from turning upside down inside the glorious spacecraft, this single hole is enough to cause huge damage to the glorious spacecraft. Think about it. The corpse of the MSI civilization knocked out a large hole with a diameter of 200 kilometers in the glory spacecraft. And the diameter of the glory spacecraft is 3,000 kilometers. So the damage is a cylinder with a volume of approximately 95 million cubic kilometers. So within this huge volume, how many instruments and how many staff members would have existed before it was damaged? At least, if the Tianyuan 4 star-class spacecraft, or if the Sun star-class spacecraft is hit with such a big hole. Although the two spacecraft will not be completely destroyed, they will definitely lose any mobility, and their defense and attack power will be reduced to a pitiful level. The glorious spacecraft is still maneuverable at this moment, and except for the holes, the defense system in other places is still intact. This made Xiaoyu shocked. The glory spaceship is so powerful, and the Guardian civilization is so powerful. Could it be that the glory spacecraft also adopted a modular design during the construction process? And any damage will be damaged. It will not affect to other places. Xiaoyu thought incredulously. But a spacecraft is a whole. For example, a certain area is an energy supply area. A certain area is a control area. And each area has its own role. Damage to any one area will affect the whole. So can the construction of the spacecraft also adopt a modular design? It would be great if we could get the glory spacecraft and use it to analyze technology. Xiaoyu thought secretly, and then threw this somewhat unrealistic idea out of his mind. Ghost! Continue to hit the glory spaceship with all your strength and open another big hole in it. At this time, Xiaoyu once again gave an order to the accompanying ghost clan. No problem, the companion ghost clan replied, controlling the corpse of MSI civilization, and began to accelerate again. I want to see to what extent your modular design can still maintain overall integrity. Isn't one hole enough? Then 2. If 2 are not enough. 3. Keep hitting until you are disabled. Xiaoyu made up his mind. Anyway, as long as they don't stay inside the glorious spacecraft for too long, MSI civilization's corpse will not be in danger. Although the outer shield system of Glorious is powerful, it cannot withstand the impact of MSI civilization's corpse. Under such circumstances, the corpse of the MSI civilization once again violently hit the shield of the glory spacecraft. The previous situation occurred again, but the difference was that this time, the time for the corpse of the MSI civilization to break through the defense of the glory spacecraft was reduced a little. Obviously, the large hole hit previously had a certain impact on the overall strength of the glorious spacecraft. 5 minutes later, a second hole appeared. So far, 2 large holes have appeared on the glorious spacecraft. In the original glorious spacecraft, It is unknown how many instruments and how many staff members are occupying the positions of these two holes. The Glory spacecraft still maintains overall stability. It is slowly increasing its speed and escaping towards a place. Millions of spaceships from the Guardian civilization have arrived next to the Glory spaceship to protect it. Among these spaceships, there are small spacecrafts and large spacecrafts of continent level or planet level. These spacecraft all risk their lives to attack the corpse of the MSI civilization. But unfortunately, thanks to the special characteristics of the dense star, these attacks were ineffective. Seeing this situation, these spacecraft directly blocked the path of Wei Xing's corpse with their own hulls. The performance of these spaceships is much worse than that of the Glorious spacecraft. But they are still the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. And they also have a powerful shield system. This situation is like placing many layers of thin boards in front of a fired bullet. A thin layer of wood can only have a small impact on the bullet or even not feel it at all. But what about 10 layers of wood or 100 layers of wood? MSI Corps was now caught in this situation. When the Glory spaceship, the symbol of civilization, suffered heavy damage, the small spaceship sacrificed its own life to protect the flagship of civilization. The Glory spaceship was still advancing slowly, and the corpse of the MSI civilization was surrounded by numerous spaceships. Even the Python beast broke through the siege of Xiao Yutianyuan's No. 4 spaceship fleet, came to the side of Wei Xing's corpse, and launched a blockade against Wei Xing's corpse. Anyway, destroying the Glory spaceship is not something that can be done in a short time. The damage caused to it is already huge enough, and the war will last for a long time. I can definitely kill it in the subsequent war. Now, it's better to concentrate on dealing with these nasty reptiles first. Therefore, under Xiao Yu's command, all the spacecraft originally assigned to besiege the Python beasts returned to defense and began to use conventional tactics to besiege the Glory spacecraft, the remaining spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, and the Python beasts. This place instantly turned into a chaotic H.L. And the corpse of the MSI civilization began to show its power in this H.L. MSI civilization first targeted a planet-class spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. In just 1 second, MSI's corpse appeared in front of the planet-class spacecraft and slammed into it. The planet-class spacecraft is much inferior to the Glorious spacecraft. It is only built in a modular manner on top of the protective shield system. The entire spacecraft is not built in a modular manner. Therefore, after the MSI corpse easily hit a big hole in it, the planet-class battleship immediately lost all its capabilities. Almost instantly, it was destroyed by the overwhelming space attack that followed. MSI Corp's second target is a national-level spacecraft. The national-level spaceship is even more unbearable. You must know that the size of the national-level spacecraft is about the same as a MSI Corps. Even if it is large, it is limited. After being hit by the MSI Corps, this national-level spacecraft was immediately annihilated, leaving nothing behind. The third target was another planet-class spacecraft, which was also destroyed by the MSI Corps. The fourth target was replaced by a continent-class spacecraft. The role that MSI's Corps now plays is similar to the role that the Python beast played in Xiao Yu's fleet before. It specializes in targeting large spaceships, and almost every time it kills with one hit. The difference is that the MSI Corps is more ferocious than the Python beast, and it destroys the spacecraft more efficiently. In the chaotic battlefield, MSI Corpses ran rampant, invincible to those who stood in their way. MSI Corps is the overlord of the entire battlefield. Even the Glory spaceship is no match for it. It is the undisputed king of this battlefield. After crashing and destroying another planet-level spacecraft, the next target of MSI's Corps was the Python. It's fun to destroy my spaceship, isn't it? Let's try the power of MSI's Civilization Corps. Neither the Glory spaceship nor the alien beast Taihao are opponents of MSI's Corps. I wonder if you can bring me a little surprise. I won't kill you. There were several big holes in my body. You thought I was afraid of you? Xiao Yu thought secretly in his heart and gave new orders to the companion Ghost clan. As a result, the corpse of MSI civilization rushed towards the Python beast at an extremely high speed. Chapter 697, Escape. Although Xiao Yu has never fought against the Python beast before, combined with various data, in terms of strength rating, Xiao Yu's rating for the Python beast is higher than that of the alien beast Taihao. This can be seen from the fact that both the tree alien beast and the crocodile alien beast died unexpectedly, while the Python alien beast survived very well. Not only does the Python have an advantage in terms of intelligence, but its physical strength is believed to be on the same level as the alien Taihao. In other words, even in a head-to-head battle, Tree beasts and crocodile beasts are no match for it. It is undoubtedly a powerful existence, and its single combat power can even rival that of the Glory spacecraft. However, the enemy it encountered this time was the Shinjo civilization, the corpse of the MSI civilization. The neutron battle star is the ultimate opponent of the corpse of MSI civilization. Any existence below the neutron battle star will not be looked down upon by Xiaoyu. The Glory spaceship was seriously damaged and escaped, and the alien beast Taihao was beaten to the point of dying. Now, the attack target of MSI's corpse is locked on the python beast. I wonder how long you can last under the attack of Wei Xing corpse, Xiaoyu thought secretly, watching the situation here closely. But something very unexpected happened by Xiaoyu. When the MSI corpse rushed towards the python beast, the python beast did not choose to fight. It simply turned around and ran away. It simply refused to fight MSI corpse. Is this the #1 alien beast in the galaxy? This kind of performance really disgraces its prestigious reputation. Xiaoyu thought a little funny. But this kind of performance is also in line with its intelligence. After all, it has a certain amount of wisdom and knows how to advance and retreat. Only the best exotic beasts are good exotic beasts. But Xiaoyu had no intention of letting it go. Destroying the Glory spaceship is not something that can be accomplished in a short time, because there are already millions of spacecraft surrounding the Glory spacecraft at this moment, ready to die generously at any time, using their own lives to delay the footsteps of MSI's corpse. Xiaoyu does not intend to completely eliminate the Glory spaceship. Xiaoyu still has the idea in his heart that he can capture the Glory spacecraft and then carry out technological analysis on it. After all, the technology of the Glory spaceship is too advanced. Its strength is too strong, and its attraction to Xiaoyu is also too great. But the python beast is not so good. It's just a solitary one. Although it is an ally with the Guardian civilization, the Guardian civilization has not yet reached the point of sacrificing its own spaceship to protect it. So MSI Corps quickly followed it and gave chase. Ahead, Xiaoyu's forces, which were fighting with the Guardian civilization's spaceship, also began to attack the pythons and beasts. A spaceship is just an ant to a python and a beast. There are hundreds of thousands of them. 1 million ships would force it to have to deal with it seriously. The violent space weapons successfully slowed down the python beast's escape speed. At this time, MSI Civilization's corpse successfully caught up with the escaping python beast. Therefore, the companion ghost clan controlled the corpse of Wei Xing and crashed into it without hesitation. The defense power of the python alien beast is still far behind that of the Glory spaceship, but it benefits from the special body structure of the alien beast civilization. The alien beast civilization also has capabilities similar to holographic defense technology. This is also when attacking the alien beast Taihao or the python alien beast. The corpses of MSI civilization were directly hit, rather than staying inside their bodies for too long. After all, it would be bad if something unexpected happens if you stay for a long time. The corpse of MSI civilization successfully crashed into the body of the python. At this moment, Xiaoyu saw that the huge body of the python beast suddenly stretched out in an instant and became straight. This scene clearly shows that it is suffering great pain at the moment. But Xiaoyu didn't have the slightest pity in his heart. Endless blood and flesh splattered out, and this space turned into a terrifying slaughterhouse of alien beasts. In the midst of flying flesh and blood, after some large pieces of flesh hit some nearby spaceships, the huge kinetic energy even directly destroyed those spacecrafts. A few minutes later, the body of MSI Civilization successfully appeared on the other side of the python beast's body. Then the corpse of MSI Civilization immediately turned around without any hesitation. It hit the python beast again, and once again successfully entered the body of the python beast. Whether facing the alien beast Taihao, the Glory spacecraft, or the current python alien beast, when entering the opponent's body, the corpses of MSI Civilization did not turn on their own gravity switch, and did not use the gravitational force causes damage to the opponent, because the gravitational force is mutual. When the corpses of planetesimals attract them, they will also be attracted by them. This kind of attraction will seriously hinder the power of MSI corpses. In the presence of holographic defense technology, this obstruction may lead to some bad consequences, such as eventually being left in their bodies and unable to get out. In order to prevent such an accident, Xiaoyu never turned on the gravity switch, suffering 2 impacts from the corpse of Wei Xing. The python beast struggled painfully, but instead of slowing down, it accelerated again as if going crazy, rushing towards a certain point in the void crazily. Its destination is the same as the Glory spaceship. Xiaoyu noticed this. Xiaoyu knew that that point was probably where the Guardian civilized universe entered. after the corpse of MSI appeared. Its powerful combat power forced the Guardian civilization to choose to retreat into the small universe and rely on the defense power of the small universe to hold on. This will bring certain disadvantages to Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu has no way to stop it. But this is nothing. After all, Xiaoyu has already prepared the technology to attack the small universe. As the Glory spaceship continues to retreat, the huge fleet of the Guardian civilization is also obviously shrinking its defense line. A large number of fleets began to gather near that point, and some fleets had successfully retreated into the small universe. Xiaoyu did not intend to let the Guardian escape just now. When the Guardian civilization retreated, Xiaoyu launched a crazy attack. After the Python escaped, MSI Corps did not continue to pursue it. Instead, it chose to break into the Guardian civilization's defense line and massacre. Stand up. The Glory spacecraft finally successfully reached this point, and it retreated into the small universe together with the Python beast. On the battlefield, only the regular fleet of the Guardian civilization remained. These conventional fleets are also retreating rapidly. They organized a tight defense line on the periphery to resist Xiaoyu's attack and cover the troops in the rear as they quickly retreated into the small universe. Their defense line could stop Xiaoyu's fleet, but it could not stop the rampaging Weixing corpses. Of all the spaceships of the Guardian civilization currently present on the battlefield, none is a single enemy of MSI Corps. No matter what type of spacecraft it is, be it planetary, continental, or national, any spacecraft appears so fragile in front of MSI's corpse. At this moment, the corpse of the MSI is like an electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom with probability. It appears and disappears. One moment it was here, and the next moment it was in another place. But there is no doubt that as long as the MSI corpse appears in the visible universe, one or more spaceships will be destroyed by it. Sometimes MSI Corps will also perform some difficult actions. For example, it will preferentially hit two or more spacecraft that happen to be aligned in a straight line. In this case, with one impact, it can destroy two or more Guardian civilization spaceships. Sometimes it will turn a sharp angle in the universe, destroying the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization at an incredible angle. It kills without restraint on the battlefield, killing without any scruples. In contrast to its crazy killing, the Guardians were unable to deal with it. The Guardian civilization has no weapons that can damage the dense structure of Weixing's corpse, and the most violent space attacks cannot leave even the shallowest scar on Weixing's corpse. On many occasions, MSI corpses even rushed to the entry point of the Guardian civilization's small universe and got mixed up with the retreating spacecraft. At this time, Xiaoyu will strictly warn the companion ghost race, telling it not to enter the small universe of the Guardian civilization. Although it is unlikely that there are beings in the small universe of the Guardian civilization that can pose a threat to the corpse of MSI. Based on the superb technology of the Guardian civilization, it is very likely that something will happen that cannot get in, but not get out. As long as the time limit is exceeded, the accompanying ghost tribe may die due to the loss of vitality. Even if the companion ghost tribe breaks away from the MSI corpse midway, it is a separate ghost tribe. Even if it is level 4, Xiaoyu does not think it will be an opponent of the Guardian civilization. Amidst this mass killing, the fleet of the Guardian civilization is getting smaller and smaller. When Xiaoyu's fleet and MSI Corps joined forces to kill the last Guardian civilization spacecraft, the battlefield finally became quiet. The war is over. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a mess. There are some space scars caused by powerful space weapons that have not been completely eliminated by the self-healing power of the universe. They appear dark in color, like ugly wounds. In this area, there are fragments of battleships everywhere, and the wreckage of exploding stars can be seen everywhere. All kinds of high-energy radiation are filled in it, turning this place into a veritable H.L. All the existing power of the Guardian civilization has been hidden in this small universe. So the next step is to attack this small universe. As long as this small universe is broken, the Guardian civilization will have no way out. Chapter 698, Gate of Space. This battle lasted for more than 40 hours in total. Xiaoyu's battleships were destroyed by more than 200 million ships, while the Guardian civilization was destroyed by about 45 million spaceships. But Xiaoyu doesn't think that the Guardian civilization only has 100 million spacecraft that can be used to fight. You must know that the number of intelligent creatures in the Guardian civilization is measured in trillions. A large population means strong potential for war development. If it reaches a dangerous state, Xiaoyu believes that the Guardian civilization can easily raise another team. But in terms of war potential, I don't think anyone in the galaxy can match me, Xiaoyu thought confidently. For me, computing power is war potential. I can build a large number of them at any time. The spaceship comes out. It is convenient and fast. If you want to fight a protracted war with me, I am very welcome. Ghost, go back to the small universe first and replenish your vitality, Xiao Yu said to his accompanying Ghost clan. The subsequent battle will be more intense. Before that, we must adjust the state to the best. In the previous battle, the companion Ghost clan had fully controlled the corpse of the MSI civilization for at least 20 hours, which was already a considerable load. After receiving Xiao Yu's message, the companion Ghost clan replied, and then controlled the Wei Xing corpse to return to the small universe, then broke away from it, and came to the center of dozens of stars. The huge instruments began to activate, and the powerful stellar energy began to be converted into that magical energy according to a certain pattern, slowly restoring the somewhat depleted vitality of the accompanying Ghost tribe. At this time, Xiao Yu manipulated some instruments to conduct some observations on the corpse of the MSI civilization. The conclusion shows, even after experiencing such a high-intensity battle, the corpse of the MSI civilization still showed a structure similar to a standard sphere. Its surface is still very smooth, with no visible scratches. Only such a powerful thing can be the opponent of the neutron battle star. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. The companion Ghost tribe needed a few hours to rest and recuperate. During this time, Xiao Yu quickly organized a huge group of battleships again to prepare for the subsequent battle against the small universe. Through the monitoring of gravity, at such a close distance, Xiao Yu can easily determine the four-dimensional direction of the Guardian Civilization's small universe, then determine the point closest to the three-dimensional universe. This point is undoubtedly the best place to launch an attack. And because the small universe cannot run too fast and cannot escape Xiao Yu's pursuit, the Guardian Civilization simply did not escape at all. The glorious spacecraft is extremely maneuverable. When traveling in a curvature, its speed can reach up to 150 times the speed of light. It is precisely for this reason Xiao Yu had to pay a huge price to lure the Glory spaceship to the vicinity of the Tianyuan No. 4 spacecraft before dispatching MSI corpses to launch a surprise attack on it. Because under normal conditions, MSI corps simply cannot catch up with it. But the rest of the conventional spacecraft and the small universe cannot move so fast. Just like Xiao Yu dragging his own small universe forward is only 130 times the speed of light. But it is the fastest spacecraft Xiao Yu has built. The curvature sailing speed has exceeded 140 times. After just a few hours, the companion Ghost clan returned to its peak state again, and Xiao Yu had already deployed his own battle group. So, another battle began. A battle for the small universe. Under the influence of a special instrument, the space in front of him was torn open to a limited extent. To use a piece of paper as an analogy, it is to tear off another piece of paper from this piece of paper. A piece of paper has 4 sides. The structure of the space bridge is to separate 3 sides of the paper from the original large piece of paper, leaving only one side connected to the original large piece of paper. In three-dimensional space, a regular cube has 6 sides. What Xiao Yu has to do is to separate 5 of the 6 sides of the cube from the three-dimensional universe, leaving only one side connected to the big universe channel. What Xiao Yu is doing now is exactly this kind of thing. As the instrument started, a space gate seemed to appear in front of Xiao Yu. This space door can only be seen from the front, and there is no trace of it from behind. Xiao Yu's spaceship entered this space gate and disappeared from the visible universe. Because the space inside this door does not coincide with the big universe, and if the spaces do not overlap, the light will naturally not overlap. Therefore, the scene inside the space door cannot be seen from the big universe, and the outside cannot be seen from inside the space door. Scenes from the big universe. It is a bit difficult to describe the gate of space in detail. It seems that it requires a certain foundation of space geometry and spatial imagination to understand clearly. However, it can be simplified. Refer to any door in Doraemon to understand the gate of space. That's it. After entering the space gate, you came to the space bridge. The space bridge has not been built yet, and it has not yet extended to the small universe of the Guardian Civilization. And because of the limited and boundless nature of space, the scenery inside the space bridge is very strange, as if it is equipped with mirrors inside. There are shadows of Xiao Yu's battleships above, below, left and right. A battleship in space. Inside the bridge, its light will turn into countless battleships through countless reflections. This has some similarities with microcosm, but there are also differences, because one side of the space bridge is still connected to the big universe. In a certain direction, The light from the big universe can also enter the space bridge. Therefore, in the space bridge, if you look back, you can see various scenes in the big universe. And if you look forward, you can also see various scenes in the big universe. Because the light of the universe is reversed again when it reaches the top of the space bridge. In such a strange picture, shall use Battleship. With countless shadows. Stayed here quietly. This is the movement of space. Shall use Battleship only needs to stop here and let the space drive its movement. The first batch of advanced landing troops consisted of 10 million battleships. And the bodies of MSI civilization were not among them. Shao Yu plans to let these 10 million warships go to see what is going on inside the small universe of the Guardian civilization before making further plans. The corpse of MSI civilization is the most important thing to Shao Yu and cannot be lost. It is not a wise choice to send the corpse of MSI civilization when the situation is unclear. The space reinforcement equipment has begun to operate. The space that constitutes the space bridge is being continuously reinforced. This is a very necessary thing, because only one side of the space bridge is connected to the universe. It is very fragile. It may be attacked by a space crack. It will completely separate it from the big universe, thus forming an independent small universe. And because it is impossible to install an energy replenishment device in advance in such an accidentally formed small universe, it will heat die very quickly. In this way, the battleship staying in it will undoubtedly be destroyed. It is very dangerous to use space weapons in the space bridge. But if used properly, it can also cause huge damage to the enemy and achieve the effect of moving 1,000 pounds. In front of him is a kaleidoscope-like world of illusion and confusion. There is no way to determine the current status of the space bridge through the observation of visible light or various radiations. However, mathematical tools can clearly tell Xiaoyu the length of the space bridge at the moment and its destination, distance, the stability of the space at the moment, and a series of data. The Guardian civilization should also be laying a space bridge and prepare to attack my space bridge. Xiaoyu thought silently. It is very dangerous to use space weapons in the space bridge. And the main weapon of the 6th level civilization is space weapons. In other words, the war between us will still be dominated by space weapons. However, this is inside the space bridge. It is like fighting with thermal weapons in the ammunition depot. It will cause huge losses. Thinking about such a battle is very exciting. The best weapon against the space bridge is also the space bridge. Xiaoyu can lay a space bridge from the big universe. And the Guardian civilization can also lay a space bridge from the small universe. When the two space bridges intersect, the spaces will instantly merge together, forming a kind of tributary that merges into a river. Mainstream scene. This provides convenience for sneak attacks. It is very likely that Xiaoyu's space bridge is being laid. But suddenly a space bridge of the Guardian civilization comes in from behind. And then a space weapon is used to cut off Xiaoyu's space bridge, thereby burying the battleship inside. Things. The detection and destruction of the space bridge, and the defense and reinforcement of our own space bridge will be the most important theme in the offensive and defensive battle of the small universe. So far, Xiaoyu has not been attacked by the Guardian civilization. But Xiaoyu does not dare to take it lightly. The space bridge laid by Xiaoyu is slowly extending forward. At this moment, the progress has reached about 40%. Time passed little by little, and the space gate was still suspended quietly in the void of the universe. Xiaoyu's battleships filed in, and the instruments to stabilize the space bridge and the instruments to explore whether other space bridges were approaching were all working at maximum power and sensitivity. Huh? About 390,000 kilometers away from the space gate in the four-dimensional direction, there is a little space fluctuation. It seems that a space bridge is being laid. Has the Guardian civilization finally taken action? Okay, it is finally here. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and controlled his own warship to prepare for battle. Chapter 699 The Bridge of Death. After Xiaoyu noticed that the space bridge was approaching him, a few minutes later, the scenery inside the space bridge suddenly changed a little. In the middle of the space bridge, there was a light that obviously did not belong inside the space bridge. This beam of light went through various flips and refractions inside the space bridge, and spread to the entire space bridge almost instantly. This is obviously a bridge between two spaces that has been opened, resulting in the phenomenon of light intersection. At this moment, the attack from the Guardian civilization was launched. Xiaoyu saw that several planet-level spacecraft inside the space bridge, with the cooperation of several continent-level spacecraft, suddenly launched a space-crushing attack. Immediately, a large black shadow appeared and enveloped it instantly on Xiaoyu's space bridge. The space stabilization instrument is working at full capacity, stabilizing one's own space to ensure that it is not destroyed by the opponent. At the same time, Xiao Yu's spaceship also launched its strongest space attack to cut off the opponent's space bridge. With the arrival of the Guardian's civilized space attack, Xiao Yu's space stabilization instruments almost immediately fell into overload. Xiao Yu did not dare to neglect, and immediately mobilized more spaceships to start fighting with the opponent's spacecraft. The space bridge cannot be cut off. If the space bridge is broken, Xiao Yu will lose at least millions of spaceships. The fierce battle suddenly started in an instant. Due to the role of space stabilization instruments, the effect of space weapons has been weakened to a certain extent, but the defense capabilities of the spacecraft on both sides have not decreased. This has resulted in a very interesting phenomenon. That is, the attack targets of both sides' spaceships no longer choose the enemy's spacecraft, but choose the space itself as the attack target. After all, no matter which spacecraft, the space in which it is located is cut out and leaves the big universe to form a small universe. The heat death of the small universe will become the most qualified executioner and will destroy all tangible and intangible existences. Xiao Yu's attack successfully slowed down the other party's attack on the space bridge, at least in a short period of time. The Guardian civilization could not cut off the space bridge. However, a bomb cannot blow up a bridge. From this bridge, is it still possible to blow off some crumbs? Those debris are the miniature universes that were separated from the bridge of space. When one of Xiao Yu's provincial spaceships was besieged by more than a dozen county-level spacecraft and 2 city-level spacecraft from the Guardian civilization, it was unable to be rescued in time because it was some distance away from the main force. It was attacked by space weapons all over the sky. Among them, he was finally separated from the space bridge. A new micro-universe forms and then rapidly dies. So it was destroyed. The same goes for the Guardians. A Continent-class spacecraft of the Guardian civilization was attacked by 2 Xiao Yu Planet-class spacecraft. The space it was in was completely disrupted by Xiao Yu's space-smashing space. It was also separated and then destroyed. The spaceship is like a person walking on the bridge, and the separated spaceship is like a person who accidentally fell into the river from the bridge. People who fall into the river will drown. The separated spacecraft will also be destroyed. The battle was going on in such a cruel way. Xiao Yu's second space bridge is being laid. The scale of this space bridge is smaller than the first one. Article 3. The fourth space bridge is also under intense preparation. The battle in the first space bridge has ended. The final result ended with Xiao Yu losing more than 1 million spaceships, destroying 200,000 spaceships of the Guardian civilization, and completely cutting off the space bridge laid by the opponent. Peace returned to this space bridge again. It continues to extend forward, moving towards the small universe of the Guardian civilization. The moment it comes into contact with the Guardian civilized universe is when Xiao Yu launches a full-scale attack. But Xiao Yu knew that the Guardian civilization could not give in so easily. In the illusory 4-dimensional space, I don't know how many hidden small space bridges are being laid, and I may be attacked by the Guardian civilization at any time. The second, third, and fourth space bridges have also begun to be laid. At this time, in the first place, in the third space bridge, Xiao Yu was attacked by the Guardian civilization at the same time. This time the Guardian civilization seemed to have made sufficient preparations. Their space bridge was also very wide and strong. A large number of warships came out continuously and started a melee with Xiao Yu's warships. Xiao Yu also began to take more measures, such as laying several temporary space bridges from the big universe. Because of their small scale, these space bridges can be laid very quickly, and transportation can be carried out by laying such space bridges. Troops to raid the rear of the Guardian civilization. Sometimes branches will appear from the large space bridge, spreading like the roots of plants in the illusory 4-dimensional space, or find another way to approach the small universe of the Guardian civilization, or surprise and attack behind the bridge of the Guardian civilized space. The battle between the two sides unfolded in such a chaotic situation. So far, Xiao Yu has laid 8 main space bridges, and at least 1,000 branch or temporary space bridges. The Guardian civilization has also laid more and more elusive space bridges to confront Xiao Yu. The scene at this moment is like a tunnel battle in the Earth Age. There are crisscrossing tunnels everywhere. A large tunnel may be connected to dozens of small tunnels. The small tunnels may belong to Xiao Yu or the Guardians. Tunnels are constantly collapsing, and new tunnels are being opened. You may encounter enemies if you take one step forward, or you may encounter friendly forces if you take one step forward. Spaceships are constantly being separated into small universes and then destroyed. and space bridges are constantly being cut off entirely, and then starting to drift in the four-dimensional space. All the 100 million warships that Xiao Yu can control entered the space bridge and participated in the battle against the Guardian civilization. The damage rate of Xiao Yu's spacecraft has reached an alarming level, with thousands of spacecraft being destroyed almost every second. But Xiao Yu still didn't hesitate at all. If 10,000 spaceships are lost, there will be 100,000 spaceships waiting outside the space gate to enter the space bridge to participate in the battle. If 100,000 spaceships are lost, there will be 1 million spaceships waiting outside. Even if they use spaceships to pile up, they still have to go to the small universe of the Guardian civilization. This is what Xiao Yu is thinking at the moment. This kind of cruel war means nothing to Xiao Yu. It is nothing more than the loss of some spaceships. The large-scale shipyard at the rear has been working at full power, and spacecraft are being manufactured every moment to add to Xiao Yu's battleship cluster. But for the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu believes that they will never be that easy. Xiao Yu has damaged more than 50 million warships in the space bridge. 5 of the 8 main space bridges have been completely cut off, and each of the remaining 3 has been cut off at least 3 times. However, Xiao Yu once again cut off it was repaired. The 5 space bridges were so damaged that they were no longer worth repairing. Every time the space bridge is cut off, it means the loss of at least 100,000 spaceships. These 100,000 spaceships were packed and separated from the universe before they had time to exert their combat power, and eventually died in the heat death. Xiao Yu paid a huge price, and finally advanced space bridge number 1 to a distance of less than 10,000 kilometers in the four-dimensional direction from the small universe of the Guardian civilization. It was here that Xiao Yu encountered the most violent resistance. At least 30 more space bridges spread from the microcosm and merged into various parts of this space bridge, launching a fierce attack on it from all directions. At this time, Xiao Yu had withdrawn all his power from the other space bridges and gathered them all into this space bridge. The fiercest battle has already begun, and countless spaceships are fighting to the death. It has even happened many times that the spacecraft of both opposing sides have been separated from the universe together, and then were killed together in the heat death. After the heat death, the spaceships of both sides will be most completely integrated, and there will no longer be any distinction between you and me. During this fierce battle, the end of the space bridge close to the small universe of the Guardian civilization was cut off again. This caused Xiao Yu to lose more than 300,000 spaceships, and the space bridge length distance increased by another 50,000 kilometers. Xiao Yu was not discouraged. After being cut off for 50,000 kilometers, he rebuilt it step by step. This is a space bridge full of the breath of death. Xiao Yu even thinks that it is more appropriate to call it the Bridge of Death. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is piled up with the remains of battleships. Xiao Yu has made up his mind. Even if I use battleships to pile them up, I will pile them into your small universe. Under Xiao Yu's fierce offensive at all costs and casualties, the length of the space bridge increased little by little, and the distance to the Guardian civilized universe was shortened little by little. The resistance of the Guardian civilization is still fierce, but looking at the current situation, it always feels like there is a sense of powerlessness. Under such circumstances, the space bridge finally spread to the small universe of the Guardian civilization, and the two spaces merged together. From now on, as long as the space bridge is not cut off, Xiao Yu's spaceships can continuously and freely come from the big universe to the small universe of the Guardian civilization. The space barrier has been opened, and Xiao Yu's fleet emerged from the space gate in the small universe of the Guardian civilization like dense locusts at this end of the space bridge, entering the core area of this 6th-level peak technological civilization. Chapter 700 Black Thunder. After the space bridge number 1 was completely opened and successfully connected the three-dimensional universe with the small universe of the Guardian civilization, the corpse of the MSI civilization also set off under the control of the accompanying ghost tribe. The length of the space bridge is actually not very long, probably only a few million kilometers long. When the passage is clear, it only takes less than a second for the corpse of the MSI civilization to reach the end of the small universe. At the exit, they were mixed with about 70 million spacecraft belonging to Xiao Yu, and began to set off in an orderly manner towards the small universe of the Guardian civilization. The remaining less than 30 million spaceships are guarding various locations on space bridge number 1, ready to prepare for a surprise attack by the Guardian civilization and cut off the space bridge. Xiao Yu believes that there is a 60% chance that the Guardians have arranged some kind of big killer weapon in their small universe and are waiting for him. Moreover, this kind of big killer weapon will have enough spaceships to enter their small universe. Then it will trigger. Also, with the technological strength of the Guardian civilization. If such a killer weapon really existed, then such a killer weapon would definitely cause extremely heavy damage to itself. But Xiao Yu still maneuvered his fleet into the small universe of the Guardian civilization without any hesitation. Because Xiao Yu doesn't care. No matter how powerful this killer weapon is, it can only destroy 70 million of its own spaceships at most. For Xiao Yu now, 70 million spaceships are nothing. Moreover, this kind of killer weapon is very likely to be one-time use. Just like the ball of death in Xiao Yu's hand. Anyway, if this kind of killer weapon exists, then you must go to mines to eliminate its impact. In other words, these spaceships are the price you must pay. In this case, there is no need to hesitate. And the corpse of MSI civilization, Xiao Yu is even less worried. With this in mind, Xiao Yu's fleet invaded the small universe of the Guardian civilization on a large scale. In just 1 second, about 10 million spaceships crossed the space gate and came to the Guardian civilization. In the small universe of civilization, presented in front of Xiao Yu. It's a wonderful scene. The small universe of the Guardian civilization is very large. At least 5 times larger than Xiao Yu's small universe. There are also many stars among the stars in the sky. Xiao Yu only took a glance and determined that there were at least 500 stars among them. Stars are real. Around these 500 stars, there are at least 5,000 planets, as well as countless mechanical buildings, a large number of space bases, or residential bases. Countless flying instruments are shuttling back and forth between these places, creating a busy scene. This is the home of the Guardian civilization, the first technological civilization in the galaxy. Xiao Yu only glanced at it, and withdrew his attention, because the fierce attack of the Guardian civilization has begun. Before Space Bridge number 1 penetrates the small universe of the Guardian civilization, the Guardian civilization has already determined the location where Space Bridge number 1 will reach, and a large number of warships were deployed in this place in advance. From the moment Xiao Yu's first spaceship appeared, a fierce attack began. The tens of thousands of spaceships in the lead were almost killed by the Guardian civilization in one encounter. But more ships are still to come. In 1 second, this number became 10 million. And a full 10 million spacecraft appeared here. These 10 million spaceships barely withstood the attacks from the Guardian civilization, and began to arrange matters such as defense and counterattack to create convenience for the upcoming spaceships. The first time I came to the small universe of the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu noticed something was wrong. The small universe of the Guardian civilization seems to have been transformed with some kind of space technology. Here, the attack power and maneuverability of the Guardian civilization spaceship are higher than in the large universe. And Xiao Yu's spaceship it should be lower. Presumably this is another new space technology, Xiao Yu thought secretly. But it doesn't matter. This level of strength gap still cannot erase my numerical advantage. The space of the small universe is not as stable as the space of the large universe. So space weapons are more powerful in the small universe. In front of us, there are at least 50 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization gathered here. The fierce attack of these 50 million spacecraft caused great damage to Xiao Yu. The 10 million ships that entered at the beginning turned into 6 million ships in a few seconds. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's troops were replenished very quickly, so these spacecraft were not destroyed by the group. But this also had a certain impact on Xiao Yu. The most important consequence is, Xiao Yu's fleet was tightly blocked here. 50 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization have formed a solid line of defense that cannot be broken through no matter what. Xiao Yu's combat radius has been extremely compressed, and his combat efficiency has dropped sharply. While the Guardian civilization can attack Xiao Yu from all directions at will. If you can't break through with conventional means, then use the corpse of MSI as a sharp knife to break through. Xiao Yu thought and issued a new order. Go out to fight immediately and break the defense line of the Guardian civilization. Okay, don't worry. The accompanying Ghost Clan responded and immediately rushed out from the space bridge. Just when the corpse of the MSI civilization left the space bridge and appeared in the small universe of the Guardian civilization, something unexpected happened. At this moment, a dangerous smell in the early stage of destruction suddenly began to spread in the void, and the atmosphere began to become heavy involuntarily. Just like the feeling that humans in the Earth Age had when they saw the sky full of dark clouds and a heavy rainstorm was about to come. Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. The big killer weapon is about to be activated. It turns out that the triggering mechanism of this big killer weapon is not based on the number of my spaceships, but on waiting for the appearance of MSI corpses. Then come on. I want to see it. Look. What can harm the MSI corpse? It is certain that the Guardian civilization does not have the power to resist the neutron battle star. Then Xiao Yu is confident that the Guardian civilization also does not have the power to destroy Wei Xing's corpse. The reason is simple. If they had this strength, they would have gone out and killed the sweeper civilization long ago. Why would they bother to launch a cross-river voyage? So Xiao Yu faced it calmly, without any fear in his heart. Xiao Yu deliberately triggered this killer weapon and eliminated the threat in advance. Therefore, the corpses of the MSI civilization did not retreat. On the contrary, the ordinary spaceships began to retreat into the space gate in order to avoid the disaster of Pawn Fish. But Xiao Yu was a little slower after all. This kind of big killer came very fast. So fast that it was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Even when Xiao Yu invaded the small universe of the Guardian civilization, about 50 million warships retreated less than 5 million. This killer weapon was triggered. Through the observation equipment on the spacecraft, Xiao Yu seemed to see countless black thunder and lightning rushing towards him. This kind of black lightning is undoubtedly a space crack. But it is obviously not an ordinary space crack. They seem to be some kind of modified space crack that can only be activated with the help of the special environment of the small language. In fact, this kind of space crack gave Xiao Yu an irresistible feeling like ordinary people seeing thunder and lightning. Countless thick black thunder and lightning gathered into a large net, arriving in front of Xiao Yu's fleet at super light speed in almost an instant. At this moment, Xiao Yu knew that his fleet could not be saved. 45 million spaceships that are too late to return to the space gate will all be destroyed by the dense space cracks. And not a single one will be saved. This is the conclusion Xiao Yu came to after evaluating the power of the weapon and his own defense. The truth happened exactly as Xiao Yu guessed. Xiao Yu saw that after a planet-level spacecraft barely withstood the cutting of a large space crack, it was instantly cut into two pieces by a second space crack. A national-level spacecraft faced a relatively small space crack. None of the space cracks could fight back and were directly destroyed. Countless space cracks intertwined into a large net, destroying all invisible and tangible materials in front of them, cutting them into pieces. 10 seconds later, Xiao Yu's 45 million battleships were all destroyed. No matter whether it was a continent-class or planet-class spacecraft, not a single one survived. Not to mention those smaller spaceships. The powerful technological strength of the Guardian civilization was fully revealed at this moment. But the corpse of the MSI civilization still stands in space, like an optimist pillar that will never collapse. The dense space cracks swept back and forth, killing gods and Buddhas, and they were majestic and majestic. However, when they cut into the corpse of the MSI civilization, they immediately disappeared and disappeared. Is this the big killer weapon you prepared for me? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. The power is really powerful. But how many times can you launch such an attack? And when my spaceship breaks through you after the defense line is mixed with your spaceship, can this kind of attack still be launched? At the moment when this attack was launched, Xiao Yu noticed that all the more than 500 stars in the small universe of the Guardian civilization were dimmed. In fact, 3 stars seemed to be unable to withstand the intense energy, extract and explode. The violent cutting of space continues, and the corpse of the MSI civilization always stays here. It is quietly waiting for the attack to pass, because under such a violent attack, even it couldn't move, cut by thousands of violent space cracks. Suddenly, a large piece of material was cut off from the corpse of the MSI civilization and left its mother body. Chapter 701. It's my turn. This is the first time that Xiao Yu has seen MSI's corpse damaged since he owned MSI's corpse. In the past, whether it was directly crashing into a star, beating the alien beast Taihao to the point of dying, or seriously injuring the Glory spaceship, MSI's body was always as clean as new without any scars. But now, the corpse of MSI civilization has been damaged. Under the cutting of thousands of black lightnings, a piece of material with an approximate volume of tens of cubic kilometers was cut off, calculated based on the density of the corpse of the MSI civilization. The mass of the dozens of cubic kilometers of material that was cut off is almost half that of the Earth. In other words, at this moment, half of the Earth was separated from the corpse of the planet by this weird black lightning. After leaving the parent body, these materials quickly returned to ordinary matter like neutron star material, and their volumes expanded rapidly at a speed close to the speed of light. Simply put, it was like a violent explosion. There is a data that can be compared with it. That is, in the Earth era, when a grenade exploded, its volume expanded at a speed of only a few kilometers per second. But imagine what a violent explosion this is, and how powerful it is. but in front of the black lightning that came and went. This explosion did not show the slightest power. After it broke away from the special material form of the corpse of the MSI civilization, it also lost that toughness. As a result, in front of the crisscrossing black lightning, it was instantly cut into pieces and annihilated in the universe. When a large piece of material was cut off from the corpse of MSI civilization, Xiaoyu seemed to hear a roar from the accompanying ghost tribe. At this moment, the MSI civilization corpse has lost its mobility. It cannot move and can only accept attacks here. After a piece of material is cut out of the MSI corpse, its shape is no longer spherical. But this was only a matter of a moment. After a moment, under the influence of its own gravity, the material from the rest of the MSI civilization's corpse immediately rushed over to fill this area, and it immediately returned to the appearance of a standard sphere. However, before the next beam of thick space cracks attacked, a piece of material was cut out again. It's like peeling an apple, with the black lightning being the knife and the MSI corpse being the apple. Xiaoyu's attention was once again focused on the stars in the small universe of the Guardian civilization. Those stars are now becoming dimmer. Xiaoyu knew that the Guardian civilization was extracting the energy of those stars and turning it into this black lightning attack. But the energy extracted from the star cannot be too violent. If it is too violent, this will cause the star to lose its equilibrium state and eventually explode. At the beginning of the attack, the 3 exploding stars were for this reason. I'm very interested to see how long you can sustain this intensity of attack, Xiaoyu thought lightly, without any worry in his heart. For a planetesimal corpse with the mass of a star, half the mass of the Earth is nothing. The violent attacks continued. The corpse of MSI civilization just stayed there quietly, accepting wind and rain from any direction. No matter how violent the attack, it remains motionless. Occasionally bits and pieces are cut from it. It doesn't care either. This is my strongest weapon. This is a powerful existence that can fight against the neutron battle star. If you can't deal with the neutron battle star, don't think you can deal with the MSI corpse, Xiaoyu thought lightly. The violent attack lasted for 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, more than 30 stars exploded because they could not withstand the excessive energy extraction. The black lightning's attacks became weaker and weaker, and eventually disappeared completely. Before Xiaoyu could send a message, the accompanying Ghost Clan's message was broadcast first. You had a great time, didn't you? Are there any moves you want to use? No? Then it's my turn. Right. It's my turn. There was an unconcealable hostility and anger in the message released by the companion Ghost Clan. Since mastering the corpse of MSI civilization, he had never suffered such a loss before. The strange beast Taihao, the python beast, and the glory spaceship. Everyone who is not a famous person has been chased away like a dog by him. And now they are suffering from these weird black lightnings. How can I bear this? Without waiting for Xiaoyu's instructions, the furious accompanying Ghost Clan controlled the corpse of MSI civilization and rushed forward quickly. Ahead is a huge planet-class spacecraft. After the glorious spacecraft was damaged, among the spacecraft that the Guardian civilization participated in the battle, the planet-class spacecraft was the largest and most powerful. However, the planet-class spacecraft was as weak as cotton under the attack of MSI corpses. After being penetrated by the MSI corpse, it immediately lost the possibility of survival. In the gate of space, Xiaoyu's follow-up fleet, about 70 million spacecraft, have all poured in. That kind of killer weapon obviously cannot be launched again in a short period of time. If we don't launch a full-scale attack this time, when will we wait? A fierce battle broke out again, and countless space weapon attacks immediately killed the planet-class spacecraft that had lost its mobility. The accompanying Ghost Tribe is not satisfied with such results. After the planet-class spacecraft was destroyed with one blow, a more aggressive message was broadcast again. It's me now! It's me now! With huge violence, the corpses of MSI civilization once again collided towards the place where the Guardian civilization spaceships were most densely packed. This time, the corpses of the MSI civilization crashed into at least 700 Guardian civilization spaceships. At this time, on the Guardian civilization side, those spaceships seemed to have regained their senses and dispersed in an instant. Like toads shot by thunder, the defense line of the Guardian civilization was shattered. Xiaoyu's fleet rushed out instantly and spread out in the small universe. Once Xiaoyu's fleet disperses, even if the Guardian civilization still has the ability to launch that kind of attack, they will not be able to launch it. The reason is simple. What should I do if I accidentally hurt myself? The official battle begins. The two sides once again started a melee. Xiao Yu saw that the thousands of planets began to glow with blue light and began to converge towards one place. Some spaceships obviously used for habitation also joined the planet circle, and countless galaxy defense systems began to gathering. Part of them gathered with those planets to provide the strongest protection for the people of the Guardian civilization, and the other part began to gather on the battlefield and launched an attack on Xiao Yu's fleet. At this moment, Xiao Yu has no interest in taking action against the civilians who protect the civilization. The reason is simple. As long as the military power of the Guardian civilization is eliminated, it is not a matter of words what to do with the civilians themselves. In this way, 30 million spaceships stick to the bridge of space number 1. And 70 million spaceships are fighting in this small universe. The Guardian civilization has been pushed to a dead end, and there is absolutely no possibility for them to retreat. Xiao Yu is in sight of victory, and there is absolutely no way he will give up the attack at this time. The two sides have reached the point of life and death. Where's the glory spaceship? Where's the Python beast? Are you busy repairing yourselves now? But I won't give you time. Xiao Yu thought silently and said to the accompanying ghost tribe. Ghost, don't continue to talk to me. Forget about ordinary spaceships. Just let me deal with these spaceships. Go look for the glory spaceship and the Python beast in the star circle. The Python beast can be killed directly. As for the glory spaceship, don't completely destroy it. Wait for it to be damaged. To a certain extent, I will step in to capture it. No problem. The companion ghost clan agreed, immediately left the battlefield and rushed towards the distant star circle, with the ability of Wei Xing corpse. Xiao Yu did not believe that there would be anything there that could threaten him. This small universe has been run by the Guardian civilization for who knows how many years. As an outsider, Xiao Yu will undoubtedly be subject to certain restrictions. The performance of Xiao Yu's spaceship is reduced here, while the performance of the Guardian civilization spaceship will be improved. This is an obvious example. This caused the damage speed of Xiao Yu's spacecraft to increase again. So far, the total number of spaceships lost by Xiao Yu has exceeded 500 million, and a combat power equivalent to the combined military strength of 5 ordinary 6th-level civilizations has been wiped out. But before Xiao Yu came, he had stockpiled a total of 1.2 billion warships. Xiao Yu could fully afford this loss. Space Bridge number 1 is transporting thousands of battleships here every moment. If one spaceship is damaged in battle, another brand new spaceship will immediately join the battle. Xiao Yu's spaceship is killing everyone and chasing them away. Xiao Yu's fighting style is to never waste time entangled if he can die together. Even if 2 spaceships commit suicide to destroy a spaceship of the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu will do it without hesitation. Although the huge industrial base of the Guardian civilization also provides spacecraft replenishment all the time, Xiao Yu does not notice this replenishment speed at all. Even if I use a spaceship to pile up, I will destroy your pile, Xiao Yu thought. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Wei Xing entered the stellar circle to look for the glory spaceship and the Python corpse, and suddenly escaped quickly under the control of the companion ghost tribe. Along with it, there was a shocking message from the companion ghost tribe. What is this? Huh? Xiao Yu's heart tightened, and the observation instruments equipped on the spacecraft immediately aimed in that direction. So Xiao Yu immediately saw something weird. After seeing this thing for the first time, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, "This guy." Chapter 702 Iron Ball. Xiao Yu saw an iron ball when the corpse of the MSI civilization was hurriedly escaping from the star circle of the Guardian civilization's small universe, accompanied by the panicked voices of the accompanying ghost clan. Xiao Yu saw the iron ball chasing him closely behind the MSI's corpse. This iron ball was so amazing that Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. This iron ball was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Xiao Yu had never thought that such a thing could exist in this universe. This was undoubtedly created through the superb technology of the Guardian civilization. After seeing this iron ball, Xiao Yu had an idea in his mind. Maybe the sweeper civilization has never wiped out the Guardian civilization. This iron ball the reason why the ball should occupy a large part. Presumably, this iron ball is the ultimate weapon for the Guardian civilization to fight against the sweeper civilization. However, before the neutron battlestar battles this iron ball, my MSI corpse first arrived in one step. This is indeed just an iron ball. It is mainly composed of iron, the most abundant heavy element in the universe, and is also mixed with some other heavy elements. There is nothing surprising about this, but it is too big. Its volume is 20 times that of Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system, and its density reaches an average of about 87 grams per cubic centimeter. This density is about 17 times the density of terrestrial planets like the Earth. For comparison, Jupiter's density is only about a quarter of Earth's. In other words, this iron ball is a solid planet, but its volume is 20 times larger than Jupiter. It is absolutely impossible for such a star to exist naturally in the universe. But if it appears here now, it can only be created by the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization created such a star and placed it in its own small universe as the ultimate trump card against the neutron battle star. Now, but he was met by Xiaoyu. This star has almost reached the limit of conventional material density. Xiaoyu estimates that at its core, its density should be on the order of 1 kilogram per cubic centimeter. Although this density is still not worth mentioning compared to the density of the corpse of a MSI civilization or the density of a neutron battle star. The situation will be different if there is a violent collision between the two. The corpse of the MSI civilization can easily crash into a star without suffering any damage. This is mainly because the density of the star is too low. The MSI corpse can hit it unscrupulously like a bullet shooting through paper. But the MSI corpse cannot go hit this iron ball. Not just MSI corpses. Xiaoyu believed that even the neutron war star would not dare to hit this iron ball, because the density of this iron ball is too high. It has almost reached the limit of the density of conventional matter. If it hits this iron ball, the MSI corpse or the neutron battle star will not be destroyed. But it is certain, the overall structure of a neutron star, or planetesimal corpse, the stratigraphic structure, etc. may be seriously affected. Xiaoyu couldn't estimate how serious it was. But in short, it was very dangerous. Xiaoyu did not dare to take this risk. Xiaoyu believed that the sweeper civilization also did not dare to take this risk. It is obvious that the companion ghost tribe is aware of this danger. So he ran away in panic. I don't know why. But the speed of this iron ball is actually very high. According to its mass and space environment, its speed cannot be so high. Xiaoyu quickly thought of the reason. The Guardian civilization had performed some kind of transformation on the space of the small universe. The main reason for this modification is to cooperate with the movement of the iron ball, so that the iron ball can achieve a higher speed. Is this your final trump card? An iron ball? Xiaoyu murmured to himself. The holographic defense technology of the Glory spaceship. The dense black lightning when it entered the small universe. And now, there is the iron ball, as well as the unique space transformation technology inside the small universe. These 4 technologies were developed specifically to deal with the neutron battle stars of the sweeper civilization. It seems that in these tens of millions of years, you have not been idle. Look, you have tried every means to fight against the sweepers, and have achieved certain results. This iron ball is indeed very threatening. Xiaoyu can roughly guess the construction process of this iron ball. When building this iron ball, the Guardian civilization must have searched for many heavy elements from the universe, and then condensed them into a primitive planet core. Then, the Guardian civilization took the various advanced technological means are used to build various industrial facilities, and then continued to add matter to the core of the planet to increase its volume and mass. After reaching a certain level, industrial facilities are built again, and then covered again. Just like that. Building layer by layer. Covering layer by layer. Finally, the iron ball was successfully built. The Guardian civilization did not have the ability to construct inside a dense star, so they created a replica of the dense body themselves. During the process of building the star, they also constructed industrial facilities, such as propulsion equipment, energy reserves, and weapons systems, defense systems, and other equipment. Xiaoyu is now completely impressed by the technological level and methods of the Guardian civilization. Although the Guardian civilization is Xiaoyu's enemy, Xiaoyu has to admire the Guardian civilization, because the Guardian civilization has really reached a limit. The limit within the scope of 6th level technological civilization. The neutron battle star is a creation of the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction. It is basically impossible to be opposed by the 6th level civilization. However, as the Guardian civilization of the 6th level civilization, it is within the scope of the 6th level civilization, found so many ways to fight against the neutron battle star. Among them, holographic defense technology can prevent the neutron battle star from wreaking havoc inside the Glory after it hits the interior of the Glory to a certain extent. Black lightning can damage the neutron battle star to a certain extent. And the iron ball, although it is a one-time use, it can truly threaten the neutron battle star. These measures were all formulated for the civilization of sweepers. But Xiaoyu was the first person to try them. Ghost, don't panic. Now you just need to try your best to avoid the iron ball and prevent it from hitting you. Although the iron ball has high mass and density, and its defense is very strong, there is a big gap compared to a real dense star. Let me destroy it through the conventional fleet. Xiao Yu said. Reality is so strange. Just in line with the saying that one thing will bring down another thing. The MSI Corps is almost invincible to the conventional fleet, but it is restrained by the iron ball. The iron ball restrains the MSI Corps or the neutron battle star, but it itself will be damaged by the conventional fleet. The conventional fleet of the Sweeper civilization is unlikely to be the opponent of the Guardian civilization. Then, after the neutron battle star invades this small universe, the conventional fleet of the Guardian civilization suppresses the conventional fleet of the Sweeper civilization and prevents them from coming. Attack the iron ball, and then the iron ball can chase down the neutron battle star all the way. The Guardian civilization really has a good plan. It's a pity. It's a pity. I am not a Sweeper civilization. Although the performance of my fleet is not as good as your spaceship, the number is greater than yours. There are too many. How can it be so easy to suppress me in the conventional fleet? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, and quickly made the next arrangement. Since the war with the Guardian civilization began, although many unexpected situations have occurred, the overall situation is still in Xiao Yu's hands. This time too, the iron ball was specially developed to deal with the Sweeper civilization. Now it is facing Xiao Yu, although it can also hunt down the MSI Corps. As for the conventional fleet, the Guardian civilization cannot suppress it. Under Xiao Yu's control, a large number of spaceships began to gather together. Under the leadership of more than 100 planet-class battleships, they began to set off toward the front, targeting the iron ball. After seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Guardian civilization also took emergency measures. Xiao Yu saw that the fleets of the Guardian civilization also began to gather around the iron ball. At the same time, a light green light began to glow on the iron ball, getting brighter and brighter. Eventually, this light will completely envelop me. Xiao Yu knew that the iron ball's protection system was fully activated. It's not that easy. So what if your spaceship is better than mine? I just want to see how long you can sustain it under my human sea tactics. Xiao Yu thought, manipulating a huge fleet, and rushed to the scene in an instant next to the iron ball. The fleet of the Guardian civilization immediately began to fight back, and the melee began immediately. MSI's corpse was still running for its life ahead. If hit by an iron ball, although the iron ball itself is a disposable item, it will definitely be destroyed. But the MSI corpse will also be seriously damaged. This deal is obviously not cost-effective for Xiao Yu. As the iron ball moves, Xiao Yu's attack fleet also moves, and the Defender civilization's defense fleet will naturally follow. There are black space cracks everywhere, and space weapons are constantly attacking, breaking through the defense line of the Guardian civilization fleet and attacking the iron ball. At this time, the shield system on the iron ball will flash, making the attack invisible. A large number of space weapons are also attacking Xiao Yu's fleet. In the small universe, spacecraft are constantly disintegrating and exploding. It won't work like this. If this continues, I don't know how long it will take to kill the iron ball. Changes will happen later. Xiao Yu thought about it and made another decision. More than 100 planet-class battleships instantly withdrew from the battlefield and began to move toward more than 100 specific points around the iron ball. Xiao Yu is going to use space-crushing attack again. Seeing Xiao Yu's actions, the Guardian civilization side also began intensive military mobilization. Chapter 703, No Trump Card Anymore. Things like iron balls are something Xiao Yu cannot tolerate. As long as the iron ball exists for a moment, MSI's corpse must escape for a moment. In this way, MSI's corpse was severely restricted. For the sake of the overall war, Xiao Yu must kill the iron ball as soon as possible. Xiao Yu's countermeasure is to extract more than 100 planet-level warships and jointly launch a space-crushing attack. More than 100 planet-level battleships will occupy more than 100 points around the iron ball, and then activate the instruments at the same time. The resulting space-shattering attack range will destroy the entire iron ball and all battleships in the area. Whether Xiao Yu the battleships are still the battleships of the Guardian civilization, all of which are within the attack range. This is the most powerful attack that Xiao Yu can launch at this stage. Xiao Yu doesn't care whether his battleship will be affected. Xiao Yu only cares about whether he can kill the Guardian civilization spaceship. After more than 100 planet-level battleships rushed out, the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization followed almost instantly. After fighting against Xiao Yu for so long, Guardian Wenming still doesn't know Xiao Yu's plan. They were unwilling to bear such a large-scale space-shattering attack. These battleships came to stop Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu's fleet also immediately joined the battle group. As a result, 2 battles took place around the Iron Ball. One was that Xiao Yu's fleet tried to attack the Iron Ball, but the Guardian civilized fleet defended it. The other was that Xiao Yu's planet-class battleship tried to occupy the predetermined location, but the Guardian civilized fleet blocked it. But the actions of the Guardian civilization are somewhat weak. Xiao Yu knew that this was because the Guardian civilization had suffered too heavy a loss. The military strength of the Guardian civilization has begun to be stretched thin. Since the beginning of the war, Xiao Yu has lost about 600 million battleships. The Guardian civilization has only lost a mere 70 million spaceships. However, Xiao Yu can afford the loss of 600 million battleships. But the Guardian civilization cannot. We cannot afford the loss of 70 million ships, especially when the Glory spaceship and the Python beast were all seriously damaged. This phenomenon is more prominent. More than 100 planet-level battleships are like big fish in a pond, swimming fiercely here. But the Guardian civilization can only mobilize about 5 planet-level battleships to fight. Such a disparity in strength was too great. In less than half an hour, the fleet of the Guardian civilization was completely restrained by Xiao Yu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, these more than 100 planet-level warships quickly rushed in. Arriving at the predetermined location, he launched a space-shattering attack without any hesitation. The space around the Iron Ball has been reinforced by space reinforcement instruments manufactured by the Guardian civilization. But even so, the space-shattering attack jointly launched by more than 100 planet-class battleships cannot be underestimated. Almost in an instant, the criss-crossing space cracks have completely enveloped this area, attacking all existences in the area indiscriminately. Whether it is the Iron Ball, Xiao Yu's battleship, or the battleship of the Guardian civilization, they are all within the strike range. It was as if a black irregular polygon suddenly appeared in the void. This black irregular polygon is still moving rapidly. That was the Iron Ball moving rapidly, trying to get rid of the impact of the space-crushing attack. Xiao Yu's more than 100 planet-level battleships have been maintaining a relatively static state with it, keeping it within attack range. The green light on the Iron Ball became brighter and brighter, like a bright light in the endless night, which never went out despite the wind and rain. Compared with the Iron Ball, the defensive power of the battleship is much worse. No matter it is Xiao Yu's battleship, the battleships of the Guardian civilization were still facing difficulties one by one under the fierce space-crushing attacks. And spacecrafts continued to explode, disintegrated suddenly, enshrouded in the space rift. The spacecraft of the Guardian civilization still tried to escape, or tried to launch an attack on Xiao Yu's planetary spacecraft outside the area. But Xiao Yu's spacecraft was much easier. Not only would they not escape, but they would give up all their defenses under such circumstances, and launch a violent suicide attack on the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. This kind of suicide attack is very efficient. Basically, a suicide attack by a spaceship can destroy a spacecraft of the same level as the Guardian civilization, exchanging one ship for another. This is a pretty good deal, Xiao Yu was thinking in his mind. The spaceship is only a small matter, but the Iron Ball is a big deal. During this period of time, MSI Corps has been running away and has no free time to attack the enemy. Although the MSI Corps can exit this small universe at any time to avoid the Iron Ball's attack, the Iron Ball does not have the ability to leave the Guardian civilized small universe. In other words, although it can leave, it leaves the environment specially created for it by the Guardian civilized small universe. The performance will be reduced to a terrible level, and it will no longer be a threat to MSI Corps. But MSI Corps did not do that. The Iron Ball has always been the biggest threat to Xiao Yu. As long as Xiao Yu still wants to invade the small universe of the Guardian civilization, the Iron Ball must be dealt with. The current situation is such that it is most appropriate to kill the Iron Ball in one go. However, under Xiao Yu's space-crushing attack, the Iron Ball showed quite strong defense. The space-crushing attack has lasted for more than 10 minutes. Almost all the warships within the attack range have been lost. But the Iron Ball is still strong. Is this so? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, and decisively dispatched 100 planet-class battleships again, and even dispatched the Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship. The deployment of a large number of flagship-level battleships immediately increased the pressure on Xiao Yu several times in the main battlefield. The rate of damage to battleships increased again. But Xiao Yu couldn't care less. These mobilized warships quickly arrived at their predetermined positions. And then together, they launched the space-shattering weapons equipped on the warships. One star-level battleship can at least compare to hundreds of planet-level battleships. The addition of the Tianyuan 4-star level battleship and the newly transferred 100 planet level battleships immediately brought Iron Ball more pressure. Xiao Yu saw that within the range of the space-crushing attack, the protective shield on the Iron Ball had begun to flicker. This scene is like the flickering candlelight in a thatched house in the mountains on a rainy night. Endless space cracks are cutting the Iron Ball back and forth. But it is not trying to escape into the small universe star circle at this moment. Most of the military power of the Guardian civilization has been used to fight against Xiao Yu. The defense force in the stellar circle is no longer too strong. If you go there, you will not be able to get more help. On the contrary, it may cause harm to the people living in the stellar circle. Influence. The Guardian civilization will not do such stupid things. The Iron Ball is like a ferocious tiger. But no matter how ferocious the tiger is, it can never break through the cage that holds it. Under the violent space cracks, suddenly, a large piece of material was cut off from the Iron Ball. Without the protection of the protective system, it was cut into the tiniest basic particles in an instant under endless cutting. This scene is almost exactly the same as the scene where Wei Xing's corpse had just entered the small universe, was then besieged by black lightning, and was eventually cut off from its material. Removal of this mass is just the beginning. After that, like peeling a carrot, matter was continuously separated from the Iron Ball. Although only a relatively small amount of material is removed each time, the Iron Ball cannot withstand such endless cutting. After only 5 minutes, Xiao Yu made some estimates and came to the conclusion that during this period of time, he had cut off at least 5 Earth's mass from the Iron Ball. According to this situation, it is only a matter of time before the Iron Ball is destroyed by Xiao Yu. As long as the Iron Ball is destroyed and the MSI Corps loses its threat, it will be able to exert its power in this small universe. And the Guardian civilization will have nothing that can resist the MSI Corps. At that time, there is no doubt that it will be the end of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu is waiting for the Guardian civilization to once again show its trump cards, such as holographic defense technology, black lightning, or iron balls. But unfortunately, the Guardian civilization did not come up with anything new. Instead, the severely damaged Glory spaceship and the Python beast came out. There are still 2 huge holes on the glorious spacecraft that were hit by the corpse of MSI. And the same is true for the Python and beast. Clearly, neither is recovered at this point. But they still went to war. Xiao Yu could not find any other explanation other than the fact that the Guardian civilization was at the end of its rope. Don't you have any trump cards? But now I haven't even used the Ball of Death, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. At this time, you will take the damaged Glory and the seriously injured Python beast. What's the use of coming out? From the beginning of the war to the present, the Guardian has changed Xiao Yu's understanding time and time again, surprising Xiao Yu again and again, and has come up with trump cards one after another. These things fully demonstrate the power of the Guardian civilization. But unfortunately, they are still not Xiao Yu's opponents. In the constant confrontation, until now, the Guardian civilization has finally come up with nothing new. If nothing new is brought out to change the current situation, it means death. The Glory spaceship and the Python beast quickly joined the siege of those spacecraft that launched space-shattering weapons. Obviously, the Guardian civilization is preventing Xiao Yu from destroying the Iron Ball. They knew very well that if Iron Ball was destroyed, their civilization would be completely over, and there would no longer be any hope. Chapter 704 Destroying the Iron Ball. Even if the Sweeper civilization faces this Iron Ball, it will probably take a lot of trouble, because the conventional fleet of the Sweeper civilization is not as powerful as the Guardian civilization. The Iron Ball was specially created to deal with the Sweeper civilization, now facing Xiao Yu. With a conventional fleet not as strong as Xiao Yu, Iron Ball is destined to suffer disaster. The Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship and hundreds of planet-class battleships launched a space-shattering attack together, and there were nearly 10 million ordinary warships on the periphery launching continuous attacks on the Iron Ball. At every moment, large chunks of material were cut off from the Iron Ball. Each piece of these substances is as big as a mountain. Although they are iron elements, they are not the structure of ordinary iron. They are simply 10,000 times tougher than the toughest substances on the Earth. But under the endless space cracks, they were like the softest soil, cut into powder without any hindrance. Iron balls are mainly composed of iron elements. But these irons are not ordinary iron. Iron is the most stable element and the heavy element with the largest reserves in the universe. So the Guardian civilization chose to use iron as the main body to construct this iron ball. These irons have been specially transformed by the Guardian civilization, and their density and toughness have been greatly increased. Only iron balls like this are qualified to fight against neutron battle stars, or MSI corpses. Both the Glory spaceship and the Python beasts joined the battle group, struggling to fight against the attacking fleet headed by the Tianyuan No. 4 spacecraft, sharing the burden of the iron ball. The iron ball is still chasing the MSI body crazily, but currently it seems that there is no way to catch up in a short time. Although the MSI corpse is still running away, it maintains a leisurely atmosphere while running away, and it is dominating the current situation. Xiaoyu saw that the companion ghost tribe was controlling the corpse of Wei Xing to escape, continuously destroying the Guardian civilization spacecraft on the way forward, and even suddenly broke into the main battlefield of the conventional fleet, where they slaughtered a lot before leaving. The iron ball is like a clumsy tank. It has enough power to destroy MSI's corpse, but it cannot use it because of its poor maneuverability. Space cracks are coming and going. The flames of spaceship explosions are constantly flashing, and the wreckage of battleships is everywhere. All of this forms a strange doomsday picture in the small universe of the Guardian civilization. The mass of the iron ball has been reduced by about 1/20th the mass of a Jupiter. Xiaoyu observed quietly, and confirmed this piece of information. The surface of the iron ball has almost been shaved off by Xiaoyu, but there are various buildings and instruments on the iron ball, such as the energy shield maintenance system, the power system, etc., were not damaged. At this point, it further confirmed Xiaoyu's idea that the iron ball is a multi-layered structure. Obviously, the Guardian civilization has long considered that the iron ball may be besieged by conventional fleets, so it follows this relatively troublesome method to cast the iron ball. But I have the advantage in terms of the conventional fleet and high-end combat power that are still useless. Do you still have any hope of winning? Xiaoyu thought slowly, and continued to control his huge fleet to attack the Guardians. Attack violently. Another huge space crack passed through, and it quickly came to the side of the iron ball. After breaking through the modular protective cover system of the iron ball, he came into contact with the body of the iron ball, and then severely cut off a large piece of iron ball material that was about as heavy as half the Earth, and then disappeared into nothingness. Then, it was the second powerful space crack. It still cut hard into the iron ball, bringing down another large piece of material about 1/3 as heavy as the Earth, and then disappeared. The Glory spaceship and the Python beasts are trying their best to stop Xiaoyu's huge fleet, but they always seem to be a little powerless. The iron ball's protective shield system is very powerful, but it is still somewhat unable to withstand the cracks in the space that fill the sky. The mass and volume of the iron ball are constantly decreasing in such a way that it loses the equivalent of almost 1/5 of the Earth's mass every second. Even if its mass is extremely large, it cannot withstand it. Such a loss rate. The destruction of the iron ball is a foregone conclusion, Xiaoyu thought. Let my strongest blow completely destroy you. Under Xiaoyu's control, hundreds of planet-level spacecraft and Tianyuan 4-star level spacecraft once again launched simultaneously. A breath of destruction began to permeate the universe, and an unusually large space crack was quietly taking shape. This space crack is not an ordinary space crack. It is the embodiment of Xiaoyu's highest space technology. In fact, this space crack already has the flavor of black lightning launched by some Guardian civilizations. Black lightning once cut off a large piece of material from the corpse of Wei Xing. The toughness of the iron ball is far inferior to that of the MSI corpse. After a while, the space crack finally took shape and was released by Xiaoyu. The next moment it was released, it came to the side of the iron ball and came into contact with the iron ball's protective cover system. The iron ball's protective shield system immediately brightened up, and even turned sharply into a bright red full of danger and urgency, as red as if it was about to bleed. In the next moment, iron ball's protective shield system was breached, because of the modular shield technology. Even if the shield is breached, only this area will be broken, but the destruction of this area is enough. This unusually thick black lightning instantly contacted the body of the iron ball, and then like a red-hot blade cutting a candle, instantly entered the depth of the iron ball, and then came out from the other side of the iron ball. The iron ball was cut in half, like an apple cut in half. Xiaoyu saw that at the core of the iron ball, a large amount of unknown substance in a liquid state was instantly ejected into the universe under huge pressure. However, it was cut by space cracks crisscrossing the road. The iron balls that were cut in half began to shrink under their own gravity. Even if they were half of the iron balls, their mass would be far greater than that of the Earth. The Earth would shrink into a sphere, let alone them. But they don't have time to shrink into a sphere. The cross-section of the iron ball cut by the space crack does not have a protective shield system. without the protective shield system. Even if it is as tough as the iron ball, it is not worth mentioning in front of the space crack. As soon as it showed the tendency of shrinking into a sphere, it was violently attacked by the ubiquitous space cracks. Then, the iron ball that was cut into half was cut again. The space crack attack has not stopped. It has been being cut. The smaller it is, the faster it is cut. As a result, the iron ball disappeared. It transformed into countless tiny particles and completely disappeared into the universe. Finally, the iron ball was destroyed. Without the iron ball, the Guardian civilization no longer has the ability to threaten the body of MSI. So, let me destroy it. Xiao Yu quickly issued the order, and the accompanying Ghost Tribe controlled MSI. The corpse turned around instantly and rushed towards the Glory spaceship and the Python beast behind it. Kill the Python beast first. Keep the Glory spaceship. I still have use for it, Xiao Yu ordered. No problem. Is it the #1 alien beast in the galaxy? Its overall strength surpasses the alien beast Taihao. So what? In front of Wei Xing's corpse, it will still be destroyed. The companion ghost clan's answer was full of mania and violence. Meaning, the previous pursuit has exhausted its patience. It is not as effective as Xiao Yu in controlling its emotions. Now, it is in urgent need of some killing to vent the depression in its heart. Obviously, the Python beast is the victim chosen by the companion ghost tribe to vent their inner mania. The moment the iron ball was destroyed, Xiao Yu knew that the overall situation was decided. This conclusion must be drawn by the Guardian civilization. They should know that their destruction is irreversible. However, the Glory spacecraft maintained a quite calm posture at this time. Instead of running away, it is still here fighting hard. In comparison, the Python beast is much worse. After the iron ball was destroyed, the Python beast turned around instantly and wanted to escape, but it was too late. It was seriously injured and could not be faster than MSI's corpse. An instant later, the MSI corpse caught up with it, hit it hard, and then penetrated from the other side of its body. Save me. Save me. Save me quickly. The Python beast moaned feebly, but the Glory spacecraft still did not move. It has been entangled with Xiao Yu's regular fleet and has not shown any interest in rescuing the Python beast. The Anaconda alien beast is powerful. Although it is not the opponent of MSI Corps, it can still play a huge role in other aspects. Even now, with the defeat determined, it seems that the Glory spacecraft and the Anaconda alien beast are joining forces to fight against each other. MSI's corpse is the best choice. It has no reason to stand still there. Is there any other conspiracy in the glorious spaceship? What other hidden cards does the Guardian civilization have? Xiao Yu was secretly on guard, but his attack on the Python and Beast did not stop. Xiao Yu has made up his mind to get rid of the Python and Beast here and get rid of a serious problem for himself. What's more, the flesh and blood of the Python Beast is a good thing. A battleship made with its flesh and blood may be even more powerful than the Sun Star-class spacecraft. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly discovered something unusual. Xiao Yu saw that at the other end of the small universe of the Guardian civilization, some light that did not belong to this universe entered the small universe. As if a bridge of space suddenly connected here. Chapter 705 Death of Python. After seeing a beam of light that did not originally belong to this small universe suddenly enter this small universe, Xiao Yu completely understood and understood everything. So that's it. It turns out that the Python Beast is just a victim. Although the Python Beast is famous for its wisdom, it is just a beast after all. Compared with the Guardian civilization, it is not even a little bit worse. Now he is being protected by the Guardian the civilization has plotted. Xiao Yu thought secretly, and once again steered 10 million warships away from the main battlefield, and began to rush towards the other end of the small universe of the Guardian civilization. The place where the light of another universe came from. The first time he saw those lights, Xiao Yu understood what the deepest trump card of the Guardian civilization was. This trump card is not a trump card that can save the war or change the situation, but a trump card that can preserve the fire for civilization at a critical moment of life and death for civilization. That's another small universe. This small universe is smaller than the authentic small universe of the Guardian civilization, and has been hidden behind this small universe. So Xiao Yu has never discovered it. It must not be far from the authentic small universe of the Guardian civilization. So a space bridge can be easily built between the two to maintain the connection between the two universes. The current situation is undoubtedly that the Guardian civilization has connected that small universe with this small universe. and is preparing to evacuate the people, materials, etc. of its own civilization to that small universe in order to preserve the fire of its own civilization. The fact was just as Xiao Yu expected. Xiao Yu's detection instrument told Xiao Yu that at this moment, in the star circle of the Guardian civilization, a large number of residential spacecraft, industrial spacecraft, and material spacecraft were entering the space bridge one after another and retreating to another small universe. And that's for sure. In that small preliminary universe, enough stars and planets must have been prepared in advance for the use of the people of the Guardian civilization. After the battle was completely defeated, and even the civilization's ultimate trump card, the Iron Ball, was destroyed, the Guardian civilization finally retreated. Xiao Yu knows that whether it is the Glory spaceship or the tens of millions of battleships left here by the Guardian civilization, they are the final force of the Guardian civilization. After Xiao Yu said 10 million spaceships to attack the retreat fleet of the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu's speculation was confirmed. The Glory spaceship, which had been entangled with Xiao Yu's conventional fleet, instantly withdrew from the battlefield and rushed towards the 10 million spacecraft. At the same time, all the warships left here by the Guardian civilization also launched a frantic attack, trying their best to delay Xiao Yu's fleet and buy time for the people of their own civilization to retreat. The Python beast was in a life-and-death crisis, under the attack of Wei Xing's corpse. Its life was like a flickering candle in a rainy night. It may go out at any time. It was constantly asking for help from the Glory spaceship. But the Glory spacecraft simply ignored it. The illustrious ship gave up his life. Choose to stop Xiao Yu's blocking spacecraft, instead of coming to save him. At this moment, the Python beast finally understood. It understood that it had been calculated by the Guardian civilization. At this moment, it became a victim of the Guardian civilization just like the Python beast. Guardian civilization, save me! You can't give up on me. As long as you save me, I will still have a huge combat power to fight for you after I recover. Don't give up on me. Come and save me. Posted by Python Alien Beast, the message was full of pleading. Didn't you say that Iron Ball has a hidden trump card? As long as I come out with your Glory spaceship to block the conventional fleet of the Shinjo civilization, will Iron Ball have the ability to destroy the corpses of Wei Xing? But where is Iron Ball's hidden trump card? Why was Iron Ball killed by the Shinjo civilization? You also hit another small universe. Are you going to abandon me and escape alone? At this moment, Xiao Yu understood the entire plan of the Guardian civilization. From the very beginning, the Guardian civilization knew that their civilization was bound to fail. They had long planned to escape, and even abandoned the Glory spaceship in order to escape. And the Python beast is just a poor deceiver. After seeing that the Glory spaceship was fighting with itself, and based on the inference that the Guardian civilization could not abandon the Glory spacecraft, it was completely relieved. The reason is simple. As long as the Glory spaceship is not destroyed, it is unlikely to be in danger, and the Guardian civilization cannot abandon the Glory spaceship. So how can it be abandoned? That's why he agreed to fight even though he was seriously injured, because it didn't want the Guardian civilization to be destroyed. After all, Star Road is in the hands of the Guardian civilization. It never imagined that the Guardian civilization would even abandon the Glory spaceship in order to escape. It turns out that the Glory spaceship and himself are both abandoned sons pushed out by the Guardian civilization. Abandoned sons pushed out in order to allow most of the people of the civilization to escape, with the Glory spaceship and itself blocked, as well as most of the military forces of the Guardian civilization. Most of the people of the Guardian civilization were able to escape. You can die in peace. The Star Road has not been completed yet, and the energy of the Star Road is not enough to support your escape with us. The Glory spaceship answered quietly. Our Glory spaceship will always accompany you. We will die together. Don't worry. If the people who protect our civilization can successfully escape, our civilization will build a statue for you and worship you forever to commemorate the great contribution you have made to our civilization. The existence of your civilization has nothing to do with me. You despicable liars. You deceived me. You will die. Shinjo civilization. Stop attacking me. Let me go. I will attack the Guardian civilization with you. After hearing the answer from the Glory spaceship, the Python beast roared crazily. What does the dirty things between you have to do with me? Xiao Yu replied calmly. If you die, the Guardian civilization will also be exterminated by me. I can destroy you with my own power. I don't need your help. So you just die under the attack of MSI's corpse. Ghost, don't relax. I want you to kill the Python within 10 minutes. Don't worry. There's no problem. The companion Ghost Clan replied. At this time, the Glory spaceship, leading its remaining fleet, had blocked Xiaoyu's 10 million spacecraft that tried to block the escaped fleet of the Guardian civilization. To be clear, Xiaoyu now really cannot spare the strength to block the escaped fleet of the Guardian civilization. But Xiaoyu is not worried. Kill the Python beast. Obtain its flesh and blood. Destroy the Guardian civilization. Obtain their technology. And then kill the trillions of intelligent creatures of the Guardian civilization to improve the ability of the accompanying Ghost tribe. This was originally Xiaoyu's planned things. Xiaoyu has enough time to complete this matter. Kill the Python and beast. And then capture the Glory spaceship. Although these things will delay Xiaoyu's time and cause the backup small universe of the Guardian civilization to escape for a distance, Xiaoyu is confident in catching up with them. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can join your Shinjo civilization and contribute to your fight against the Sweeper civilization. I have some top secret information about the Sweeper civilization. If you let me go, I can tell you all this information. Don't kill me. I'm of great use. It's not in your best interest to kill me and use my flesh and blood to build a warship. The Python beast struggled to resist the attack of Wei Xing's corpse while roaring crazily. It looks extremely miserable now. During this period of time, MSI's corpse struck at least 3 large holes in its body. The MSI corpse has been trying to hit a key part of its body. This key part is similar to the human head. As long as it hits this part, the Python will die. However, the Python beast has been trying its best to resist, preferring to sacrifice the rest of its body rather than let the MSI corpse hit here. But its resistance is gradually weakening. According to the current situation, it would only take 10 minutes at most for it to die. I don't trust you. And I have no interest in spending a lot of energy to monitor you after conquering you. I can tell you clearly that I am not interested in you. I am only interested in your flesh and blood. So I will if you kill me. No matter what you say, you can't change my mind. So don't waste your efforts. Death is your best destination. Xiaoyu said lightly. I have existed for tens of millions of years. My history of existence is longer than the Guardian civilization. I am not willing to die like this. I am not willing to do it. The Python beast roared crazily and used its thick penis crazily. The body whipped the MSI corpse. However, when its body hit the corpse of Wei Xing, the effect was not to pull away the corpse of Wei Xing, but to create a big hole in the body. MSI corpse brewed an attack here, and the Python beast was unable to escape. So it had to curl up its body again and use the rest of its body to resist MSI corpse's attack on key parts. But its movement was a little slower, and the MSI corpse hit it before the rest of its body could resist it. The Python beast let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar was not emitted in the form of sound waves, but it still had terrifying lethality. Xiaoyu saw that under this roar, many battleship fragments and star fragments around it were immediately shattered and turned into the most complete dust. But the roar didn't last long. After the MSI corpse rushed out from the other side of the Python's body, the Python's terrifying roar stopped. Xiaoyu knew that it was dead. Chapter 706, Capturing the Glory. The Python died like this. That part is as important to the Python as the brain is to humans. After the MSI corpse hit and destroyed that place, the Python and beast died, and they couldn't die anymore. Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to collect the body of the Python and beast. Time is still long, and the situation is completely under Xiaoyu's control. The Python is dead, and it's your turn to be the next one. The Glory spaceship. Xiaoyu thought quietly in his heart, and gave a new order to Wei Xing's corpse. Go capture the Glory spaceship. Remember, the Glory spaceship will be captured. Just injure it seriously. Don't destroy it. I also need to use the instruments on it to analyze technology. This is very important. Don't worry. I know what's appropriate. After killing the Python beast, the companion Ghost tribe seemed to have vented some of its anger, but its fighting spirit was even stronger. After receiving Xiaoyu's order, MSI's corpse quickly rushed towards the Glory spacecraft. At this moment, the Glory spaceship is leading a part of the fleet to block Xiaoyu's fleet, preventing Xiaoyu's fleet from affecting the retreat fleet of the Guardian civilization. In the main battlefield of conventional warships, both sides still have more than 100 million warships entangled with each other. The difference is that in the main battlefield of conventional battleships, Xiaoyu is at an absolute disadvantage. But Xiaoyu didn't care. When they saw that the Python beast had died in battle and the corpses of MSI began to rush towards the Glory spaceship, the Glory spacecraft responded quickly. It left the battlefield, led only a small escort fleet, and rushed towards Wei Xing's corpse. Its movements contain a tragic aura of death, and death for both the enemy and the enemy. It is no match for MSI Corpse. Although it is powerful, it basically has no chance of harming MSI Corpse. But it still moved, like a moth flying toward a flame. Even if he knew that death lay ahead, he still didn't hesitate at all. Glory Spaceship. Have you finally shown your pride as the flagship of a peak 6th level civilization? You finally stood fearlessly in front of MSI's corpse. Although we are enemies, I still admire you. Xiao Yu said. Shinzhou Civilization. How about we talk about a deal? Xiao Yu received a response from the Glory Spaceship. Let the people of our Guardian Civilization go, and let them use the Star Road to go to another river system. We will hand over the Glory Spaceship. How about you? Xiao Yu sneered slightly in his heart and replied, I am very interested in this deal. I promise you. Then, now you disarm the Glory spacecraft, and let my robot army enter the Glory. No, not yet. The time has not come yet. The Glory Spaceship replied, You remain still. We will not hand over the Glory Spaceship to you until all our people have escaped. If you are unwilling to agree, we will not hesitate to blow up the Glory Spaceship. We would rather destroy ourselves than let you get the technology of the Glory spacecraft. The proposal of Guardian Civilization seems very reasonable and beneficial enough to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu will not agree. The reason is simple. Xiao Yu does not have the ability to urge the Guardians to fulfill their promises. The Star Road is a one-time use. After the backup small universe of the Guardian Civilization escapes with the help of the Star Road, the used section of the Star Road will be destroyed, and Xiao Yu will no longer be able to continue tracking. Well, after the citizens of the Guardian Civilization fled, the illustrious ship broke its promise. What should I do if the Glory Spaceship still blows up? I can't promise you, because I don't trust you. Of course, if you want to blow up the Glory Spaceship right now, that's up to you. Whatever. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu was sure that the Glory Spaceship would not explode at this time. The reason is simple. With the Glory Spaceship here, the Guardian Civilization still has the ability to stop Xiao Yu. If the Glory spacecraft explodes, Xiao Yu can set out now to prevent the Guardian Civilization from escaping. Even if he tried his best, there was still hope of escape. But now that he had self-destructed, there was no hope at all. The Guardian Civilization is not a fool. They will definitely understand this truth. Is war inevitable? Then fight. The glorious spacecraft replied. Then let's fight. Xiao Yu also said, Ghost, set out and seriously injure the Glory spaceship so that it loses its ability to fight against us. No problem. The companion Ghost clan replied, controlling the MSI corpse, and quickly loaded up the machine towards the Glory spaceship. The two-dimensional weapons are still being activated, so the glorious spacecraft still does not have the ability to make a four-dimensional jump. Its mobility has also been severely damaged, so now it has no ability to escape the attack of MSI corpses. But it was still trying its best to resist. It was trying its best to avoid the impact of Wei Xing's corpse, and at the same time activated the space weapons equipped on it. The endless space weapons attacked Wei Xing's corpse, but did not cause any damage to Wei Xing's corpse. In this fierce attack, Wei Xing's corpse shuttled freely. After a moment, it arrived in front of the Glory spacecraft and violently impacted it. The protective shield system of the Glory spacecraft immediately brightened, but it still could not stop the impact of the MSI corpse. 30 minutes later, a huge hole appeared again on the Glory spacecraft. The performance of the Glory spacecraft's protective shield system has once again been reduced, and its maneuverability and attack power have once again been reduced. But it is still fighting hard. Xiao Yu saw that the immigration operation of the Guardian Civilization has come to an end. Most of the people of the Guardian Civilization have entered the alternate small universe. In half an hour at most, the alternate small universe will be activated, and an unprecedented start will be carried out along the Star Road. The Great Voyage. But Xiao Yu was not in a hurry. As long as the backup mini-universe escapes for no more than a day, Xiao Yu will be completely sure to track the mini-universe. In one day, Xiao Yu can completely eliminate the Glory spaceship. In the fierce battle, time passed bit by bit. Xiao Yu saw that the backup small universe of the Guardian Civilization had been activated and began to set off along the Star Road towards the Triangulum Galaxy. The great voyage across the river system has begun. Xiao Yu immediately sent some tracking fleets to track this small universe. However, this small universe seems to have adopted some special space technology. Its concealment performance is very high, and such a large fleet cannot capture the space fluctuations caused by it. Xiao Yu knew that unless he dispatched a large-scale fleet, Tens of millions of spaceships, arranged in a special formation, and work together to capture the clues left by this small space navigation. But now most of Xiaoyu's conventional combat power is contained by the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu does not have the ability to mobilize a large amount of combat power in a short period of time. But Xiaoyu is not worried. As long as the Glory spaceship is eliminated, the MSI Corps can very efficiently kill the regular fleet of the Guardian civilization. And then Xiaoyu can deploy a large number of battleships to track the escaped Guardian civilization's small universe. The focus of all this is between the battle between MSI's Corps and the Glory spaceship. The Glory spacecraft has been hit out of 4 holes, but it still maintains part of its combat power. No matter how badly damaged, the Gloria spacecraft never retreated. In order to cover its own civilization's successful escape, it was obvious that it was ready to be wiped out. The Gloria spacecraft is like a patient who has lost excessive blood. It is losing a lot of blood. With the loss of blood, its abilities are getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it lost the ability to sail in curvature, and it could only use conventional navigation to fight the corpses of the stars. Even so, it still did not retreat. Its conventional navigation capability is also fading rapidly. So far, its conventional navigation capability has been reduced to less than 100,000 kilometers per second. Its protective shield system and weapon system were also heavily damaged. If MSI Corps hadn't been afraid of hitting its key parts and causing it to be destroyed, it would have been killed by MSI Corps long ago. The Glory spaceship has reached a dead end and is about to be destroyed. At this time, Xiaoyu issued a new order. Ghost, give up hitting the Gloria spacecraft. Turn off the gravitational shielding system of MSI's Corps, and use the gravity of MSI's Corps to restrain the Gloria spacecraft. Xiaoyu said. The planetesimal corpse is similar to a neutron star, and its gravity is very huge. With the current maneuverability of the Gloria spacecraft, it doesn't even have the ability to break free after being captured by the gravity of MSI's Corps. Therefore, after the gravity of the MSI Corps was released, the Gloria spacecraft became a satellite of the MSI Corps, and it began to orbit the MSI Corps at a constant speed. It was still trying hard to attack, but its attacks were in vain and could not have any impact on Wei Xing's corpse. At this time, Xiaoyu was manipulating a large number of battleships to surround the Glory spaceship. Xiaoyu already has a way to obtain the Glory spaceship. This method is to use the heat death of the small universe to exhaust the energy of the Gloria spacecraft and make it lose the ability to self-destruct. But now, the small universe of the Guardian civilization has not escaped far enough, and it is reluctant to self-destruct. The small universe cutting instrument has been prepared. Under the leadership of the Tianyuan No. 4 Star-class battleship, hundreds of planet-class battleships were launched together. This space, including the Glory spacecraft, was immediately cut out. In this way, the Glory spacecraft entered the small universe. A moment later, Xiaoyu opened the connection channel with the small universe, began to transfer energy into it, delayed the heat death process in the small universe, and at the same time began to manipulate the small universe to move closer here. 20 minutes later, this small universe coincided with the small universe of the Guardian civilization, and the Glory spacecraft appeared here again. The difference is that at this time, the Glory spacecraft no longer has any energy response. The heat death of the small universe has consumed all its energy. Chapter 707, A Way Out. Before cutting this small universe, Xiaoyu had already made an accurate assessment of the energy level of the Glory spacecraft, and also made an accurate assessment of the heat death process of the small universe. So Xiaoyu could achieve such a situation and cut the Glory spacecraft. In the small universe, the heat death of the small universe will consume all the energy of the Gloria spacecraft, but will not cause damage to the hull of the Gloria spacecraft. In this way, Xiaoyu can obtain the complete hull of the Glory spacecraft. As for the creatures in the Glory spacecraft, all of them are naturally dead. Without energy support, they would not be able to survive. I finally got the Glory spaceship. By analyzing the structure of the Glory spacecraft, I can get all the technology of the Glory spacecraft in a certain amount of time. The war has come to an end. The next step is to eliminate the conventional fleet of the Guardian civilization, free up enough computing power for me, and then track down the small universe where the Guardian civilization has escaped. Xiaoyu thought silently and made the next step of action. Ghost, go and destroy the regular fleet of the Guardian civilization. You can kill as much as you like. The faster the better. Okay, the companion Ghost clan replied, and the corpse of the MSI civilization was manipulated to immediately rush into the main battlefield of the conventional fleet. The crazy killing began. Even the glorious spaceship cannot harm the corpse of the MSI civilization. So these conventional fleets are naturally even worse. The MSI corpse only needs to hit it at will, no matter what model the battleship in front of it is. Whether it is a planet-class battleship, a continent-class, or a national-class battleship, it will be destroyed instantly without any exception. There are still about 50 million warships left here by the Guardian civilization. So many warships. Even if they line up for MSI corpses to be destroyed, it will take a certain amount of time, and my regular fleet did not quickly destroy them in a short time. Ability. Then, take special measures. Xiao Yu thought and made up his mind. Led by the Tianyuan No. 4-star class battleship, hundreds of planet-class battleships began to line up again to surround the space within a range. In this space, there are probably more than 3 million battleships of Xiao Yu and the Guardian civilization fighting. And the battle is very fierce. Xiao Yu's spaceship will be destroyed at any time, and the battleships of the Guardian civilization will be killed at any time. Under such circumstances, the small universe cut was launched under the urging of hundreds of planet-level battleships and 1-star-level battleship. This small universe was immediately cut out and formed an independent small universe. A battleship in this small universe. Both Xiao Yu's battleships and the battleships of the Guardian civilization were all divided. This little universe is so small that it immediately begins heat death. But after a moment, Xiao Yu opened the energy channel again and began to deliver energy to it to delay its heat death process. At the same time, it began to maneuver it closer to the universe. After this small universe was cut out, the hundreds of planet-class battleships were already under the leadership of the Tianyuan No. 4-star class battleship. Rushed to another space. Another piece of space was cut. At this time, the first small universe that was cut out had reunited with the larger small universe of the Guardian civilization. The millions of warships that had been cut out once again appeared in this small universe. Like the glorious spacecraft, all these millions of battleships lost their energy supply, and all intelligent creatures inside the spacecraft died. The performance of Xiao Yu's battleship was worse than that of the Guardian civilization's battleship, which resulted in Xiao Yu's battleship being more seriously damaged than the Guardian civilization's battleship. The warships of the Guardian civilization basically maintained their hulls intact, and some large warships even retained their basic energy supply. Xiao Yu's battleships were in much worse condition. The large battleships showed signs of dilapidation. The small battleships had even begun to disintegrate. They were obviously too dilapidated to be used anymore. It doesn't matter, Xiao Yu thought. If my warship is damaged, it will be damaged. Anyway, I still have a full 500 million warships in reserve, which is completely enough. And the Guardian civilization's warship will be damaged if one is damaged. One ship. Even if it is 2 for 1. I still have an advantage. Moreover, although these battleships of the Guardian civilization are not as precious as the glorious spacecraft, there are a huge number of samples here. By analyzing these spaceships, I can more or less at least there will be some technological gains. And it can even supplement the technological analysis of the glorious spacecraft. In short, the more such things, the better. This is Xiao Yu's plan. Driven by this idea, Xiao Yu cut the small universe and then manipulated the small universe to return faster and faster. Every time the small universe is cut out and then taken back, it means that at least 1 million warships of the Guardian civilization are destroyed. Although usually, for every 1 million spacecraft destroyed by the Guardian civilization, more than 2 million Xiao Yu's warships were also destroyed at the same time. But Xiao Yu didn't care at all. The corpse of MSI civilization is also being massacred. It is like a giant fish that has come to a pond full of shrimps. Nothing can stop it from moving forward, and nothing can satisfy its desire to kill. The number of Guardian civilization ships is rapidly decreasing. So far, of the 50 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, less than 20 million are left. At this time, Xiao Yu finally freed up his energy to start the follow-up work of the war. Huge material transport spaceships and engineering construction spacecrafts were driven into this small universe by Xiao Yu. Space transmission instruments based on Loya Cup technology began to be built. These space transmission instruments will transport the Glory spacecraft and Python beasts. The huge target is transported to the large universe, and then transported to the small universe of the small universe. The material transport spacecraft will collect the wreckage of the spacecraft, the corpses of the spacecraft, broken flesh and blood and other useful materials scattered in the small universe, and then pass through the space. The bridge was moved to Xiao Yu's lair. Xiao Yu has begun to collect all the spoils obtained from this war. A few hours later, the space teleportation instrument was finally completed. The huge Python corpse and the huge Glory spacecraft were teleported to the big universe. Immediately, a transport spacecraft came over and dragged these two things to Xiao Yu's small universe teleported them to Xiao Yu's small universe. The scientific and technological analysis work started almost immediately. After a comprehensive exploration of the Glory spacecraft was carried out, and it was confirmed that there was no danger here, a large number of scientific instruments and scientific workers were immediately transported to the Glory spacecraft to start research. I finally had the honor to go to the Gloria spacecraft to conduct research and find out that the Guardian civilization is in existence, where conventional technology has surpassed the Sweeper civilization. Many of our questions can finally be answered. Yes, I don't know how the Guardian civilization obtained such perverted technology as holographic defense technology. If our stellar warships can also adopt this technology, then the survivability of our warships can be improved at least several times. There is also four-dimensional jump technology. Space fold technology. Four-dimensional jump technology is okay, as long as we master space fold technology. In addition to greatly improving the survivability of our spacecraft at this stage, it can also open the door to space jump technology. We can even completing a journey of millions or tens of millions of light years in an instant. My God, even thinking about this kind of technology makes me excited. Countless scientific workers rushed to the interior of the glorious spacecraft with high spirits, looking here and there, as if they were visiting some kind of rare object, and sighed. The technology of the Guardian civilization is so advanced that the benefits that a Glory spaceship can bring to Xiao Yu can no longer be summed up in just the word technological leap. In the small universe of the Guardian civilization, the war has reached its final stage. The Guardian civilization has less than 10 million spaceships left, and the MSI corpses are still killing without restraint. Hundreds of planet-class spacecraft led by the Tianyuan No. 4 star-class battleship are still continuing to cut up the small universe and then recover it. Small universe things. The fate of the Guardian civilization's fleet has been doomed and cannot be changed. At this moment, the less than 10 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization that were left all chose an outcome at the same time, and they all self-destructed together. By this method of self-destruction, they retained their last bit of dignity in the face of an invincible enemy. This result made Xiao Yu a little sad. The self-destruction of nearly 10 million spacecraft is like a grand fireworks show in this small universe. All kinds of fires come and go, each one extremely gorgeous. This is the most heroic way to die. The war is over. From now on, the Guardian civilization has been removed from the Milky Way. An ancient civilization that has lasted for tens of millions of years has perished. Then, it is time to take the last step. Track the escaped small universe of the Guardian civilization, and bring them kill all the people, and let the Guardian civilization be completely transformed into my nourishment. Xiao Yu only left some fleets to clean the battlefield. Most of the battleships left this small universe and began to arrange according to certain rules, preparing to set off to track the escaped small universe of the Guardian civilization. But at this moment, another unexpected situation occurred. A message full of sighs was delivered to Xiao Yu's mind. Why kill them all? You have obtained all the technology of the Guardian civilization, and the Guardian civilization has also chosen to flee to the extragalactic galaxy to stay away from the disputes here. So let them go. A way out. Why bother? Let them live. Chapter 708 Micro Direction. The message Xiao Yu received was sent in a way that Xiao Yu didn't understand yet. It seemed to contain space technology, but it was not all space technology, and it was also mixed with a little bit of other things. But no matter what, at this moment, Xiao Yu already understood that the existence that sent him the message was not the Guardian civilization, and their technology was definitely higher than his own. Even higher than the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization is the absolute pinnacle of level 6 technological civilization, not even comparable to the Sweeper civilization. So, what kind of civilization would be a civilization with a higher level of technology than the Guardian civilization? Is it a 7th level civilization? Xiao Yu's heart tightened. Who are you? Where are you? We are in front of you. The unknown existence continued to send messages to Xiao Yu. We are in front of you. Following the words of this unknown being, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. In Xiao Yu's small universe, Xiao Yu's flagship, the absolute core of the Sun star-class battleship, and the computer room of the supercomputer where Xiao Yu was located, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. Through the internal monitoring equipment, Xiao Yu saw some inexplicable light spots. These light spots are gradually coming together from all directions, and finally converging into a sphere with a gleaming milky white brilliance, about the size of a lead ball. This light ball is suspended in the void, turbulent, and exudes an inexplicable meaning. What is this ball of light? How did they get here? Xiao Yu's mind suddenly calmed down. He began to analyze a large amount of data, but could not find any clues. The Sun Star-class battleship is under the strictest protection, and the main control computer is the top priority of defense. In order to ensure the safety of the Sun spacecraft, Xiao Yu even refused to let the Sun spacecraft participate in the war. The Sun spacecraft is among all Xiao Yu's spaceships the most powerful ship, but this inexplicable ball of light appeared in the place where Xiao Yu was most heavily defended. Xiao Yu could not detect any energy fluctuations. Xiao Yu did not know the principle on which this light ball existed, nor what energy source supported it. Who are you? What's going on with this ball of light? How did you get inside my battleship? What is the level of your civilization? Where is the main body of your civilization? Why do you come to me? Why do you want me to give up the pursuit of the Guardian civilization? At this moment, Xiao Yu had endless questions in his mind. You have so many questions. The unknown existence sighed slowly and replied, This ball of light is our civilization. Although your battleship has adopted certain space-level defense methods, for us, this method still seems a bit crude. So it is not difficult for us to enter your spacecraft without alerting you. What is our civilization level? Well, according to the grading method implemented in the universe, we belong to the 7th level civilization category. Our civilization has a total of 100 billion people, each of whom controls an independent spaceship. So there are a total of 100 billion spaceships in our civilization. Now, this ball of light you see is all the people of our civilization and all the spaceships. What do you mean? This light ball is all the people of your civilization and all the spaceships? I heard this answer. Xiao Yu was slightly startled, because Xiao Yu didn't understand what this sentence meant. Xiao Yu once again looked at the ball of light floating quietly in his main control room, and controlled a robot to slowly approach the ball of light, letting it stretch out its mechanical arm and try to touch the ball of light. But he didn't expect that the light ball immediately retreated a certain distance. At the same time, Xiao Yu once again received a message from this civilization. Sorry, you can't touch our spaceship. That may cause some bad consequences. Your spaceship? Xiao Yu was startled again. Yes. The unknown being replied. As I said, this ball of light is the collection of all the spaceships of our civilization. There are 100 billion spaceships gathered here. All the spaceships gathered together are this ball of light. Maybe you can look at it this way. The unknown existence spoke slowly, and suddenly, the ball of light spread out and turned into a large light curtain. The light curtain continued to expand slowly. As the volume expanded, the light of the light curtain gradually decreased and eventually disappeared completely. But through Xiao Yu's observation instrument, Xiao Yu can still see some light spots. Very small light points. Each light point is only about the size of a molecule, or even an atom. And some light points are even smaller than an atom. Looking at this astonishing scene, an astonishing idea slowly appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Your spaceship. Could it be just these molecules or atoms? There is a theorem in Xiao Yu's thinking inertia, and all of Xiao Yu's experiences since entering the universe until now have basically confirmed this theorem. That is, the larger the size and mass of the spacecraft, the stronger the ability. For example, the glorious spacecraft, such as the Meson spacecraft. Although the bodies of Neutron, Battlestar, and MSI are small in size, they are special creations and cannot be measured by common sense. The civilization in front of us is a level 7 civilization. Their spaceship is so small. Yes. Our spaceship is only the size of molecules or atoms, or even protons and neutrons. We are a 7th level civilization in the microscopic direction. In our civilization, the smaller the spacecraft, the higher the technological content. This unknown the existence replied. A 7th level civilization in the microscopic direction. This word shocked Xiao Yu's mind. There is such a 7th level civilization, and it becomes smaller and smaller as it develops. The size of the spacecraft is even smaller than molecules and atoms. There is such a strange civilization, and such a strange way of existence in the universe. Do you understand? The unknown existence asked. At the same time, the light spots that had dispersed instantly gathered together again and turned into the ball of light again, floating quietly in the air. I understand. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Xiao Yu did understand what this 7th level civilization in the microscopic direction said. This ball of light is all of their civilization. All their civilization spaceships and all their creatures gathered together are about the size of a lead ball. Such a tiny thing, but combined with the technology of a 7th level civilization, does have the ability to pass through the protective system of one's own spacecraft and enter one's own body without disturbing oneself. But how to ensure your combat power? At this time, Xiao Yu thought of a question. It is very simple. You are so small, and all the warships gathered together are the size of a shot put. So how should you fight the enemy? Level 7 civilization is a form of existence that is completely beyond your imagination. This micro-direction level 7 civilization replied, Our civilization does not use war capabilities as an indicator to measure the degree of development. We are a level 7 civilization. But the overall combat strength may not even be comparable to yours. We are not interested in war. Of course, it will not be so easy for other entities to destroy us. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and agreed with this statement. Indeed, there are only molecules and atoms. Even things smaller than atoms. And they can be scattered at any time. How can such things be completely destroyed? At least Xiao Yu couldn't think of a way to destroy them. But there is no doubt that this existence has the ability to destroy itself. As long as these existences all enter the inside of his main control computer and destroy his computer system from the molecular and atomic level, Xiao Yu will die immediately. Level 7 civilization is a brand new form of existence. Most level 7 civilizations have little interest in war, concentrating on developing yourself, enjoying life, and exploring mysteries are the mainstream among level 7 civilizations. We have even heard of a civilization that they are a 7th level civilization in the direction of travel. The intelligent creatures of the entire civilization all pursue travel as their goal. They are keen to wander between different river systems and appreciate the various strange beauties in the universe. For their ultimate pursuit, there are even 7th level civilizations in the field of architecture. They pursue the goal of building all kinds of wonderful buildings. Their understanding of architectural art is almost unparalleled in the entire universe. With such a civilization in comparison, our 7th level civilization in the microscopic direction does not seem to be incomprehensible. The unknown existence said, There is such a civilization? Isn't the universe dark? Isn't it true that there are not only wars between different civilizations? And most of the 7th level civilizations are not fighting for their own development and survival? Xiao Yu thought in disbelief, and felt a door slowly opening in front of him. Behind the door was a brand new world that he had never been exposed to before. Yes, the 7th level civilization is completely different from the civilizations below. The unknown existence replied, The 7th level civilization basically has no pressure to survive. So they can be free from basic survival needs and pursue one's own spiritual satisfaction. Just like our civilization, we have a huge interest in the microscopic world. This interest has gradually become the mainstream of our civilization. So our civilization becomes smaller and smaller as it evolves. The 7th level civilization is so wonderful. Is that so? Xiao Yu thought silently. But how do you explain luck? How do you explain the invigilator? How do you explain the huge gap between a 6th level civilization and a 7th level civilization? Chapter 709, Ways to Change Luck. This 7th level civilization, which claims to be a micro-direction, has revealed a lot of information. But there are many conflicts between this information and the intelligence known to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu couldn't determine which of these things were real and which were fake. Even Xiao Yu couldn't even determine whether this unknown existence was a 7th level civilization. What exactly is luck? Xiao Yu asked this most critical question. We can answer some questions for you, but you have to agree to a condition. The 7th level civilization said, We ask you to give up chasing the fugitive fleet of the Guardian civilization and let them escape. In exchange, we can give it to you a little bit about the technology of a 7th level civilization and answer some of your questions. Technology of 7th level civilization. This word made Xiao Yu instantly excited. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu agreed. Yes, I can promise you. For Xiao Yu, the escaped fleet of the Guardian civilization has only one purpose, and that is to be swallowed up by the Companion Ghost clan and become the nourishment of the Companion Ghost clan. There are still many nutrients in the galaxy, and it is not necessary to devour these intelligent creatures of the Guardian civilization. Using these things to exchange for the technology of the 7th level civilization is a very cost-effective deal. Even if the 7th level civilization does not put forward this condition, and simply ask Xiao Yu to give up chasing the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu will agree. The situation is stronger than the people. This 7th level civilization can enter the absolute core area of Xiao Yu without disturbing Xiao Yu. And it will probably have the ability to destroy Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had to agree to this. But why? Why do you want to stop me from exterminating the Guardian civilization? What is your relationship with the Guardian civilization? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and asked this question. I'm sorry. We can't answer this question for you. It involves some secrets. We came from a distant extragalactic galaxy just for this purpose. After completing this matter, we will leave the galaxy. I don't think we have seen each other since. Opportunity. So you don't have to worry about any subsequent plots we may have. The unknown existence replied. Okay. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and gave up the intention of continuing to dwell on this issue. Xiao Yu even vaguely thought of Chen Mo and the mysterious Invigilator. As for whether there was any connection between these existences, Xiao Yu really had no way to determine. Then please answer my question. What exactly is luck? Xiao Yu asked. Is it luck? The 7th level civilization paused for a moment and seemed to be organizing his words. Before answering this question, let me ask you a question first. If at this time, a 6th level civilization wants to attack you, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Is it a sign of low luck or high luck? I am now undoubtedly the pinnacle of the 6th level civilization. Even the Guardian civilization has been defeated by me. If a 6th level civilization takes the initiative to show up and attack me, then this is a good thing for me, because I can in turn defeat this level 6 civilization and obtain their technology. To me, this is a sign of higher luck. Xiao Yu replied. So, what if when you were still a 5th level civilization, a 6th level civilization took the initiative to attack you? The 7th level civilization continued to ask. When I was still in the 5th level civilization, that was definitely a bad thing for me, Xiao Yu said. As a 5th level civilization, I don't have the ability to compete with the 6th level civilization. Maybe I will be extinct. To me, that is a sign of low luck. But you have to know that the 6th level civilization takes the initiative to attack you. This matter is constant. No matter what stage you are in, this matter will not change. But why in different stages? For you, one is a sign of high luck value, and the other is a sign of low luck value? The 7th level civilization asked rhetorically. Huh? Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and did not answer. There is no constant standard for good and bad things. The key lies in yourself. The 7th level civilization continued. One thing may be a bad thing for you now, but it may be a good thing for you before. So our civilization believes that luck does not exist, and the key lies in oneself. This inference is a bit far-fetched, Xiao Yu said. I have always noticed that the luck theory seems to be verified in many places. I once encountered a civilization. After I destroyed the main body of their civilization, their escape the fleet also encountered a series of unlucky things, such as being trapped in a black hole, discovering an abandoned small universe, but being targeted by another level 6 civilization. Isn't this because of the low luck value? What Xiao Yu is talking about is naturally about the Pegasus civilization. Well, but you might as well think about this problem from another angle. Take the matter of encountering a black hole as an example. This 5th level civilization must have encountered black holes more than once in its previous stages of development. But why did it encounter it before? Black holes are not considered to have low luck value. This time when you encounter a black hole, you give it an explanation of low luck value? Therefore, the key lies in yourself. And luck is just an illusion. This is still a bit far-fetched. Xiao Yu secretly shook his head in his mind, unable to accept this explanation. Okay, let's put it another way. The 7th level civilization continued. You think that encountering a black hole is because this fleeing civilization has low luck. Then, if this fleeing civilization is in after encountering a black hole and losing a lot of people and materials, the entire civilization was united as never before because of the disaster. Everyone worked hard, which led to technological breakthroughs, and the entire civilization became stronger. If this happens, you is encountering a black hole a good thing or a bad thing for them? Is it a sign of higher luck or lower luck? This, Xiao Yu was startled for a moment, feeling a little speechless. Or, to put it another way, we can say that luck exists. But luck is not what you understand. It is not an illusory destiny, or some kind of existence secretly controlling your destiny. And so on. Again, the key is to look at yourself, the 7th level civilization said. Furthermore, luck can be changed. If your luck value falls to the bottom, It does not necessarily mean that you will definitely perish. But you still have ways to change this situation and improve your luck. Is there any way to change it? Xiao Yu tensed up. Xiao Yu thought of the former MSI civilization and the ghost Taihao. After the death of MSI civilization, because the luck value was too low, the ghost tribe also fell into a situation of imminent destruction. If it had not become the ghost Taihao, it would have died long ago. But according to the current 7th level civilization, luck values can also be changed. Doesn't that mean that if the original ghost Taihao mastered this method, even if the MSI civilization dies, it can still survive well? At the same time, Xiao Yu also thought of another thing, and that was the relationship between himself and the accompanying ghost tribe. Apart from emotional closeness, the biggest factor in maintaining the relationship between the two is luck. Because one thing has been basically confirmed. That is, if the ghost tribe dies, he will die because his luck value is too low. If he dies, the accompanying ghost tribe will also die. It is this relationship of life and death that firmly maintains the relationship between the two. But if the luck value can also be changed, doesn't it mean that the relationship between myself and the accompanying ghost tribe, this bond may be broken? Xiao Yu didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. What is this method? How can we change the luck value? Xiao Yu asked tightly. I have to think about it for myself. It's better not to let the ghost know about this matter for the time being. Otherwise, this matter may cause a rift between the two of us. It's better to master this method first. If anything happens in the future, if something unexpected happens and the ghost dies, I will rely on this method to ensure my survival. Of course, if I fall into a situation where I am destined to die in the future, I will also teach this method to the ghost to ensure his survival. Xiao Yu silently thinking. Unfortunately, we only know that this method exists and that luck values can be changed. But we have not yet found this method. The 7th level civilization replied. We only know that this method, it's definitely related to oneself. Have you not found this method yet? Does it have something to do with yourself? Xiao Yu thought a little worried about gains and losses. Whether it's good or not, I'll leave this method to myself in the future. I hope I won't use this method. That day, we have put some information about the technology of the 7th level civilization in your brain. You cannot apply these technologies yet, but they are very beneficial to your technological progress. You may be able to use these things to break through from the 6th level civilization to the 7th level civilization. Okay, do you have any questions? If not, we will leave the Milky Way and go to other river systems. The 7th level civilization said. Problem? Yes. Xiao Yu came back to his senses, thought silently, and asked, what is the huge gap between the 6th level civilization and the 7th level civilization? Why does this obstacle exist? What kind of existence is Taihao civilization? And what kind of existence is the Invigilator? Chapter 710 Rebel Alliance. The progress of science and technology is a very slow but very determined process. Just like building a tall building. As long as there is enough time, energy, and enthusiasm, the building can always be built higher and higher. It is unlikely that this will happen. A building can only be built with 6 floors, and then building the 7th floor will encounter obstacles and make it impossible to continue. The same is true for the promotion of a 6th level civilization to a 7th level civilization. So Xiao Yu has never been able to understand what is the reason that hinders the promotion of a 6th level civilization from a 7th level civilization, and even gave birth to something like the so-called Taihao civilization. This question has been bothering Xiao Yu. So now Xiao Yu brings this question up, hoping to get the answer from this 7th level civilization. I think you don't need me to answer this question. You are now at the pinnacle of the 6th level civilization. After digesting the technology of the Guardian civilization, you will definitely encounter this obstacle yourself, and you will naturally understand it by then. The 7th level civilization replied. As for Taihao and the Invigilator, you can imagine the Invigilator as the consciousness of our universe. Although this metaphor is not very appropriate, it is the most appropriate adjective that our civilization can think of for the orderly operation of the universe and the long-term stability of the universe. The Invigilator will be hostile to all civilizations. The reason is very simple. The higher the level of civilization and the stronger its ability, the greater the impact it can exert on the universe. In fact, a large part of the reason why most 7th level civilizations have no interest in war is here. Because the wars of 7th level civilizations are bound to be huge. And wars between certain types of civilizations may even destroy river systems. This is something that the Invigilator cannot tolerate. The Invigilator hates war. So most level 7 civilizations love peace. Of course, in the universe, there is also a special existence that is fighting against the Invigilator and trying to replace it. But it is no longer accessible to our civilization. Our civilization is not interested in these disputes. We just want to become smaller. The smaller the better. The microscopic world is our paradise. As for Taihao civilization, you must have heard about the formation mechanism of Taihao civilization before. So I won't say more. Let me tell you one thing. All Taihao civilizations, no matter what type of Taihao they are all single. Moreover, there is basically no possibility of breaking through the 7th level barrier and becoming a 7th level civilization. In fact, they should not exist in this universe. Their luck value is extremely low. So low that it can even be said to be a negative number. And they may be destroyed at any time. The Invigilator has eliminated the possibility that they can only hide their whereabouts to avoid being noticed by the Invigilator. And they are just lingering. This is the Taihao civilization. A very sad way of existence. In this passage, Xiaoyu noticed a few words. Special existence. That was confronting the Invigilator. And 7th level barrier. If my guess is correct, then Chinemo should belong to this special existence that is fighting against the Invigilator. This existence must be very powerful, and can even put the Invigilator to sleep, so that the Taihao civilization begins to move frequently. As for the 7th level barrier, it must be the barrier for the 6th level civilization to break through to the 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu thought. Asked again. How much do you know about the special existence that is confronting the Invigilator? We don't know much. We are not yet qualified to become rebels. The 7th level civilization replied. 8th level civilizations can choose to become rebels. We are only a 7th level civilization now. How many levels of civilization are there in the universe? Xiaoyu asked. At present, the limit of what Xiaoyu knows is the 7th level civilization. As for the 7th level civilization, it can be said that he knows nothing about it. Level 8. No. Level 9. The 7th level civilization replied. 8th level civilization can choose whether to become a 9th level civilization. If an 8th level civilization chooses to become a rebel, and the rebellion is successful, it will become a 9th level civilization. Rebels may not all be level 9 civilizations, but level 9 civilizations must be rebels. All level 9 civilizations belong to the Rebel Alliance. Level 9 civilization. Rebel Alliance. Xiaoyu thought in shock. Does Chinemo also belong to the Rebel Alliance? Or is it a level 9 civilization? As long as you become an 8th level civilization, you can choose whether to become a level 9 civilization. Civilization? What kind of promotion method is this? Isn't the gap between level 8 and level 9 no longer the progress of science and technology? Rebel Alliance? Who are they rebelling against? Are they rebelling against the Invigilator? Xiaoyu asked. Yes. The 7th level civilization said. Some time ago, the will of the Invigilator noticed the Rebel Alliance. But he did not expect that the Rebel Alliance launched a desperate counterattack and finally defeated the Invigilator, causing the Invigilator to fall into a deep sleep. Among them, however, our civilization is still not optimistic about the situation of the Rebel Alliance. I can only tell you so much about the Rebel Alliance. If I say more, our civilization may be punished by the Invigilator. After all, our civilization has no interest in rebellion. We just want to enjoy our lives. This passage contains a lot of information. Enough for Xiaoyu to carry out many analyses. Combining the information he knew, Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. Maybe Chinemo is really a member of the Rebel Alliance. But why did Chinemo come to Earth in the first place? What does the destruction of the Earth have to do with Chinemo? How can a small Earth, a small 2nd level civilization, be related to the Rebel Alliance and the Invigilator? This is incredible. Well, why was I born? At this moment, there were thousands of thoughts floating in Xiaoyu's mind, all in chaos, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to sort out a clue. The destruction of the Earth, the birth of the Ghost Tribe and himself, the Rebel Alliance, the Invigilator, the 8th level and 9th level civilizations, the 7th level barrier, and the Taihao civilization. All these things made Xiaoyu unable to think clearly. Are you a silicon-based civilization or a carbon-based civilization? At this time, Xiaoyu thought of another question. We are a microscopic civilization. Neither a silicon-based civilization nor a carbon-based civilization. The 7th level civilization replied. Our civilization has progressed to the level of molecules and atoms. The so-called silicon-based and carbon-based civilizations are no longer relevant to us. There's no meaning anymore. So do you know anything about silicon-based civilization and carbon-based civilization? I understand a little bit, but not a lot. The seventh level civilization replied, how can I put it in terms of the relationship between silicon-based and carbon-based civilizations? For example, the relationship between the two is like that in technological civilization. The relationship between different races is just like in your Earth civilization. There will be black people, white people, and yellow people. There will be prejudices and wars between silicon-based civilization and carbon-based civilization. But fundamentally it is said that these two are just different forms of existence in the universe. There is nothing strange about them. So that's it. Xiao Yu thought and continued to ask, are there many level 7 civilizations in the universe? How much do you know about the Andromeda Galaxy? Are there level 7 civilizations there? What are they? What kind of existence is it? We have not been to the Andromeda Galaxy, so we don't know about these issues. As for the number of level 7 civilizations in the universe, we don't know. Maybe there are many, or maybe there are very few. You have to know that our civilization will not be in these. Too much energy is wasted on things. And the micro world is our development goal. Xiao Yu cherishes this opportunity very much. Not everyone will have the opportunity to have face-to-face communication with a 7th level civilization. There is not a single level 7 civilization in the entire galaxy. Perhaps an inconspicuous piece of information revealed by the 7th level civilization can save Xiao Yu's life one day in the future. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has prepared hundreds of thousands of questions, preparing to have a good communication with this 7th level civilization. Even if you can't get specific scientific and technological data, it's good to get some consultation on other aspects and expand your horizons. But things didn't go smoothly. After Xiao Yu communicated with this 7th level civilization for another hour, this 7th level civilization suddenly said to Xiao Yu, Qinzhou civilization, I'm sorry, we can't stay here any longer. Through space detection, we confirm that it is 30 million light years away. There is something of great interest to us in a river system years away. We are about to set off for that river system now. Our mission has been completed. So let's say goodbye. If there is a chance in the future, maybe we can do it again. See you. Don't leave yet. I still have some questions that I hope to get your answers to. This won't take you long. Xiao Yu replied hurriedly, trying to retain this 7th level civilization. Having communicated with you for so long is already an extra benefit that our civilization has given you. These things can already bring you huge benefits. That's it. See you again in the future. The 7th level civilization in this microscopic direction disappeared, and it is unknown which navigation method was used and where it went. Looking at the dark universe, Xiao Yu felt lost. This microdirection 7th level civilization behaves so simply and leaves at will. Quite a bit of a freewheeling demeanor. That's it. The harvest this time is huge enough. I still have to walk slowly on my own in the future. Xiao Yu thought silently, controlled his huge fleet, and led his small universe away from this place. The next step is to digest the technology of the Guardian civilization, raise my strength to the highest level, and then fight against the Sweeper civilization. There are endless mysteries in the universe, and all kinds of existence are simply unbelievable. My footsteps will definitely set foot in the universe. In this world, what does civilization mean to a mere sweeper? Chapter 7:11 Remote Control Combat System. The war with the Guardian civilization has ended. The final outcome will end with most of the Guardian civilization's combat power being destroyed and the people fleeing to extragalactic systems. But in this protracted war, Xiao Yu also suffered serious losses. According to Xiao Yu's statistics, a total of nearly 700 million warships were completely destroyed, and about 100 million warships were damaged to varying degrees. This was achieved when Xiao Yu had the corpse of MSI. If there was no corpse of MSI, it was hard to say who would win the final victory in this war. No wonder the Guardian civilization has such strong self-confidence and dared to reject my proposal to exchange technology at the beginning. The Guardian civilization deserves to be the first in conventional technology in the galaxy, and they have this qualification. Xiao Yu secretly sighed. Xiao Yu has embarked on a long voyage again. This is the location around the river system. Materials are scarce here, which is not conducive to Xiao Yu's development. Xiao Yu began to walk towards the densely populated place inside the river system. This will be the last rest before the decisive battle with the Sweeper civilization. So Xiao Yu cannot help but be careless. Xiao Yu lost something and gained something. Among them, the two most precious items are the wreckage of the Glory spaceship and the corpse of the Python. Because of the method of using small universes to consume the energy of the glorious spacecraft, There was no major damage to the entire glorious spaceship except for a few large holes knocked out by the corpses of MSI. This means that Xiao Yu will be able to obtain a fairly complete technology tree of the Guardian civilization by analyzing the glory spaceship. At the same time, the Python beasts have provided Xiao Yu with a large amount of excellent building materials. All this will push Xiao Yu's strength to the top and provide the best conditions for Xiao Yu to fight against the sweeper civilization. 50 years later, Xiao Yu has sailed a distance of nearly 8,000 light years and arrived inside the Milky Way. Xiao Yu found a place where stars were quite dense and finally stopped here. A comprehensive technological analysis has finally begun. We can already confirm that the biggest difference between Level 7 civilization and Level 6 civilization is the source of energy. Level 6 civilization must use matter to obtain energy, while Level 7 civilization can use space to obtain energy. Space itself is a Level 7 civilization. It is for this reason that the 7th level civilization can sail anywhere in the universe without any worries, because as long as there is space, the 7th level civilization will not worry about insufficient energy. This is the most basic difference. Second, the first difference is a more advanced method of space control. The most obvious manifestation is the navigation method that creates a space jump effect by folding space. We have reason to believe that the navigation speed of a 7th level civilization will not be less than 1,000 times the speed of light. Even the figure of 1,000 times the speed of light is likely to be a conservative estimate. Based on this figure, it would only take less than 5,000 years for a 7th level civilization to travel to and from the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. At the scientific conference, Xiao Yu said to the scientists, "Then, in addition to analyzing the technological system of the Guardian civilization and large-scale military construction, we have another task, which is to analyze the information given to us by the 7th level civilization from the onlooker direction. Let's look at the technology of the 7th level civilization. We are here although it is impossible to master the complete 7th level civilization technology system at this stage. It is still very promising to master 1 or 2 7th level civilization technologies. We can even develop weapons in the 7th level civilization category, such as something similar weapons such as neutron war stars, space starbursts, etc." Luca 3 said. "Speaking of this, I think we should discuss the method of war with the sweeper civilization." Luca 2 took over the topic. "We have always believed that the conventional technology of the sweeper civilization is not as good as the Guardian civilization. So we just worry about the neutron battle stars and not pay too much attention to the regular battleships of the sweeper civilization. But I think that's a mistake." "Wrong?" Xiao Yu said. "In fact, we do not think that the conventional battleships of the sweeper civilization are more powerful than the Guardian civilization. Based on the current situation, it is indeed the case, including the information on the sweeper civilization obtained from the Guardian civilization database supports this. However, there is one thing we need to be prepared for. That is, this situation is very likely to have may be deliberately created by the sweeper civilization." Luca 2 said. "We have no way to confirm that the sweeper civilization has no hidden strength. In fact, the sweeper civilization has had neutron battle stars for tens of millions of years. Who knows how they achieved results in the process of researching neutron battle stars. The battleships of the sweeper civilization are definitely not as good as the Guardian civilization in terms of conventional technology. But we cannot deny that the sweeper civilization does not have extraordinary capabilities within the scope of a 7th level civilization. Is it right to regulate technology?" The words of Luca number 2 caused Xiao Yu to think deeply. After a moment, Xiao Yu nodded. "That's true. We cannot ignore the conventional combat power of the sweeper civilization. In this regard, we will offset this gap by manufacturing a large number of warships. There is another aspect," Luca 2 said. "Our overall strategic plan is to destroy the conventional warships of the sweeper civilization through a huge fleet, and then destroy the neutron battle star through the impact of the corpses of the stars. But this will lead to a question. The maneuverability of the neutron battle star is very good, and it can basically surpass the MSI corpse. So how can we make the MSI corpse hit the neutron battle star? When and under what circumstances can we do it? Only by hitting the neutron battle star can we obtain the maximum benefits. These aspects need to be planned in advance. Well, there is another point. That is, does the sweeper civilization know that we have the killer weapon of MSI corpse? And after knowing it, will they be prepared to deal with it in advance? As for how to hit the neutron battle star, I don't think there is anything to worry about. The Taihao Alliance will solve this problem for us." Xiao Yu thought for a while and replied, About the sweeper civilization, I think there is no need to worry about whether preparations will be made in advance. The MSI Corps is an existence that cannot be resisted by the 6th level civilization technology. And the sweeper civilization has not broken through the scope of the 6th level civilization. I think the sweeper civilization is more likely to implement it. The strategic method is to use neutron battle stars to destroy our conventional battleships and kill me. By killing me, the ghost clan that controls the MSI corpses will die. In this way, we can solve the threat of MSI corpses. After all, from a practical point of view, this method will be much easier than finding a way to destroy the corpse of the MSI. All we want to prevent is the neutron battle star from killing me. Okay, this is indeed very logical. Luca number 2 nodded. Then I will make the following arrangements. We will spend 500 years to carry out the great development of science and technology. I request that during this period of time, we will develop space folds, 4-dimensional jumps, space collapse, instant cutting of small universes, black lightning. After analyzing all the holographic defense technology and so on, we will obtain certain results from the scientific and technological data of the 7th level civilization handed over to us by the micro-civilization. During this period, large-scale manufacturing operations will not be started. After completing the technological analysis, we the Shinjo civilization will devote most of its energy to preparing for war. Well, there are 2 more things. First, we will not take the initiative to find the sweeper civilization to fight. We will build the star field and wait for the sweepers. Civilization comes to us, and we wait for work to fight a defensive war. Second, I will develop a remote control command combat system, and I will start training relevant personnel in the near future. Remote control combat command system. What is this? It's very simple. It's an intelligent combat command system that controls hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of warships. Xiaoyu said. In our Earth age, there is a game called Red Alert. Through simple using mouse and keyboard operations, players can control hundreds of soldiers or tanks to attack or defend at the same time. The system I want to develop is similar to this. I will create a holographic interface through which intelligent creatures will command the existence on the battlefield. A large number of warships participated in the war against the sweeper civilization. This requires the support of powerful intelligent computing power. Artificial intelligence is basically not qualified for this task. So this system will be provided by me personally. This system is destined to be very complex. The simplest problems, the various permissions to control the battleship, the transfer of permissions after losses, cooperation between each other, the understanding of single commands of intelligent creatures in combination with the overall battlefield, etc., are not what artificial intelligence can do. Competent. So this task must be undertaken by Xiaoyu personally. Through this method, I will be able to invest tens of billions, or even more warships on the battlefield at the same time. I believe that such a large number of warships will be able to completely suppress the sweeper civilization in terms of conventional combat power. Okay, that's it. Let's fight for our destiny. The Taihao Alliance has arrived. At this time, outside Xiaoyu's station, equipped with 4 protective shields, the seemingly more powerful technology Taihao, the mysterious ghost Taihao, and the still weak alien beast Taihao appeared there. Shinjo civilization. You have indeed wiped out the Guardian civilization. So now, our Taihao Alliance has also arrived in keeping with its promise. We will unite with your Shinjo civilization to fight against the sweeper civilization. Chapter 712 Game and Marshal. It's good that you are finally here. Faced with a message from the Taihao Alliance, Xiaoyu also gave his own answer. You can rest here peacefully. If you need any help, you can come to me at any time. With permission within the scope of this, I will provide you with all the help I can. The 3 Taihao civilizations, plus Xiaoyu, are already an extremely powerful force. Originally, in the galaxy, there were 3 great beasts, 3 great Taihao, sweepers, guardians, plus Xiaoyu, a total of 9 powerful beings. But now, all 3 major alien beasts are dead, and the Guardian civilization has fled to the galaxy beyond the Milky Way. Only the 5 top existences, Xiaoyu, Taihao Alliance, and the Sweeper Civilization, are left in the Milky Way. In addition to the Sweeper Civilization, 4 entities, Xiaoyu and the Taihao Alliance, have united together. This is the most powerful force that can be found in the galaxy to fight against the Sweeper Civilization. If this fails again, then there will be no force in the galaxy that can fight against the Sweeper Civilization. Very good. After receiving Xiaoyu's reply, Technology Taihao said. In the war with the Sweeper civilization, I will join forces with your conventional fleet to fight against the Sweeper civilization's conventional fleet. And the alien beasts, we will join forces with the Ghost and be responsible for holding back the neutron battlestar. Or at least reducing its mobility. To facilitate the collision of the MSI corpses with the neutron battlestar. This is the role we will play in the war. With your presence, I am more certain of gaining an advantage over the conventional fleet. Xiao Yu said. It is up to you to resolve the matter of delaying the neutron battlestar. The alien beast's injuries have not recovered yet. For the sake of the overall war, I hope you can provide the alien beast with some top-notch materials, such as the flesh and blood of other alien beasts, such as microscopic particle polymerization materials, to help the alien beast recover. At the same time, in order to strengthen our cooperation, I hope you can dispatch your regular fleet to conduct some cooperation training with me, and then dispatch MSI corpses to conduct some cooperation training with ghosts and alien beasts. Xiao Yu thought for a while and agreed to the request. It doesn't matter. I can provide the flesh, blood and materials of the alien beasts, and I can also dispatch the MSI corpses. Everything is for the sake of the overall situation. Xiao Yu had already considered the possibility of a conspiracy in this request at this moment, but finally ruled out this possibility. Help the alien beasts recover from their injuries and dispatch battleships. These requirements of MSI Corps for cooperative training are very reasonable and normal, and Xiao Yu has no reason to refuse. We still have a few thousand years at most. The Sweeper civilization will not leave us too long. So, for the sake of our future, let's work hard. The Taihao Alliance was stationed next to Xiao Yu. Within the Shinjo civilization, large-scale scientific and technological analysis work has begun. The Glory spaceship was placed in the center of the small universe by Xiao Yu, and a large-scale dock was built based on the Glory spacecraft. Countless scientific workers shuttled back and forth in the Glory spacecraft all day long. A large number of robots also participated in this operation under the control of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu even built many temporary scientific research sites inside the Glory spacecraft for scientists to use. Xiao Yu is leading the scientists to carry out a comprehensive and thorough scientific and technological analysis of the Glory spacecraft. There is no doubt that holographic defense technology must cooperate with the modular construction method, which is completely different from the construction method of our spacecraft. In our spacecraft, the power area is the power area. The energy area is the energy area. The defense area is the defense zone, which means that if the energy zone is damaged, our entire spacecraft will lose energy. But the Glory spacecraft does not. We found that there are at least hundreds of millions of energy zones in the Glory spacecraft, and these energy zones are scattered throughout the spacecraft. Although this will make construction very troublesome, it improves the stability of various parts. If area A is damaged, only area A is damaged, and area B will not be affected at all. Well, more advanced, even the protective shield system of the Glorious spacecraft has been constructed in a modular manner, and there are even protective shields inside their spacecraft. This is very technically demanding, but its role is also huge. What about the four-dimensional jumping technology? It's a pity that even the Guardian civilization has not analyzed the four-dimensional jumping technology. They only obtained a set of four-dimensional jumping instruments from the ruins and installed it on the Glorious spacecraft. But fortunately, this set of instruments is still in good condition, and we can completely dismantle it and install it on our spacecraft. The material technology of the Guardian civilization is also more advanced than ours, and our current research has yielded some results. The shield system of the Guardian civilization has completely surpassed ours. Holographic defense technology requires this kind of shield technology. Only this kind of shield technology can be built inside the spacecraft. We have reason to believe that this kind of shield technology is the Guardian civilization has specially developed it to cooperate with holographic defense technology. In addition, the other shield technologies of the Guardian civilization are also much more advanced than ours. What I want to report this time is a report on the research on the power system of the Glory spacecraft. The maximum speed of the Glory spacecraft is 150 times the speed of light, which is much more advanced than us. Through research, we found that the Guardian civilization is in the curvature. They have a more advanced understanding of space than we do. We have found a way to achieve space folds and hide our own technology under the technological conditions of level 6 civilization. The research on black lightning currently does not look optimistic. This is not an ordinary space crack technology. It seems to be mixed with some more advanced space technology. We are working hard. One thing after another continues to happen. since the comprehensive scientific and technological analysis work was launched. Tens of millions of scientific workers have all gone crazy. Countless scientists work overtime and research. Every day, there are various reports, meetings within groups, and between groups throughout the day. Xiaoyu also used his calculation power to the extreme. During this period, many dangerous things happened where the calculation rate exceeded 95%. There are too many unknowns, and there are too many places that require Xiaoyu to consume computing power for research. Among these research projects, some are progressing smoothly, while others are progressing rather slowly. But what makes Xiaoyu most happy is that after more than 100 years of research, computing science has taken the lead in making breakthroughs. Combining Xiaoyu's own understanding of computing science and the computer technology of the Guardian civilization, Xiaoyu finally succeeded in creating the most advanced supercomputer. This computer combines the advantages of the two major technological civilizations, the Xinzhou civilization and the Guardian civilization, and incorporates part of Taihao's understanding of computing science, combining the technologies of the three most advanced technological civilizations. This supergiant optical computer has performance that surprises Xiaoyu. This computer will be able to increase Xiaoyu's computing power another 100 times based on the current basis. This also means that if he still controls the current warships, Xiaoyu himself can directly control 10 billion ships. This should be the pinnacle of computing science that a level 6 civilization can achieve under the level 7 civilization. In the absence of breakthroughs in basic technology, it is basically impossible for a level 6 civilization to create a computer more powerful than this one. It's going to be advanced. Xiaoyu sighed after upgrading the main control computer in the Sun spacecraft and moving into his new home. Xiaoyu, who has a more advanced computer, has shown stronger power in promoting the development of science and technology. Suddenly, the lack of computing power was greatly alleviated, and Xiaoyu finally had free energy to develop the remote control combat system. Of course, before the real system was put out, Xiaoyu did some preparation work in advance. With the cooperation of the social committee led by Luca II, a game was born. Due to the continuous development of virtual interaction technology, there are many kinds of virtual games in Xinzhou civilization. The virtual simulation degree of these games generally reaches more than 95%. There are a large number of players and countless people in Xinzhou civilization. There is a rush for this. However, after the launch of this game, which was developed by Xiaoyu himself and was closely related to the subsequent war, all the other games immediately disappeared. This is a game launched under the leadership of the government. Every aspect is guaranteed by the government, and its influence is naturally different. An unprecedented real-time interactive war strategy online game. It is developed under the leadership of the social committee. Here, if you are strong enough, you can form your own regiment and command thousands of warships to start an interstellar war with the enemy. This game has received strong support from the military. Lord Number 2 revealed that when our Xinzhou civilization starts a war with other civilizations in the future, excellent gamers may personally control real warships to fight and defend alien races. Our Xinzhou civilization, as long as you are good enough, you may truly become an army marshal, a high-level civilization. Become a soldier and protect your home and country. All you need to do is receive free game equipment and enter the game now. Under Xiaoyu's instruction, this game immediately caused an uproar as soon as it came out. Countless people immediately abandoned the original game and devoted themselves to this game. This is exactly what Xiaoyu wants to achieve. The game is just a screening mechanism. Xiaoyu hopes that through this game, a large number of outstanding talents will emerge and contribute to the Xinzhou civilization. Chapter 713 The Millennium Promise. On planet number 8, in a residence in District C of City number 156, an ordinary-looking boy who looked like a student returned home. My mother's voice came from inside the house. Jianqi, you are back. The young man agreed, and then his eyes were attracted by something next to him. He walked over, picked up this thing, and murmured to himself, "War strategy game. Free marshal?" He took this device to his room and entered the game world. In the game, he owned his first extremely simple village-level spaceship, and then stepped into the vast universe. He carefully observed the world, and the various spaceships constantly shuttled back and forth in space. Most of these spaceships are the same village-level spacecraft that he controls. Occasionally passing a township-level spacecraft will cause bursts of exclamations. And these township-level spaceships are like majestic big shots, proud and showing off their power. Hey, it's just a village-level spaceship. It dares to block my way. Get out of the way. I'm going to upgrade the battleship. If you delay my time, I'll kill you. When Yang Jianqi was getting familiar with the world, suddenly something happened. A Xi'an-class spaceship stopped in front of him, and he said impatiently, "This Township-class spaceship has a very resounding name. Aotian." The name of the spacecraft controlled by Yang Jianqi is very ordinary. It is his name, Jianqi. At this time, Yang Jianqi suddenly felt something in his heart. According to the novice guide, I seem to be able to attack it here. And based on a comprehensive analysis of the performance of the village-level and township-level spacecraft, although I am not his opponent, I still have a point. Opportunity. He is careless now, and his defense system is not ready. If I can deliver a fatal blow to his power system, I have every hope of winning. As a result, the village-level spaceship Jianqi began to slowly approach the township-level spacecraft Aotian. Just when countless people of the Shinzhou civilization were obsessed with this war game and couldn't extricate themselves, Xiao Yu was still working with countless scientists on the technological analysis and integration of the glory spacecraft. Hundreds of years have passed since the beginning, and a group of scientists did not disappoint Xiao Yu. With Xiao Yu's comprehensive planning and strong assistance, the technological analysis work has come to an end. Xiao Yu has integrated most of the Guardian civilization technology into his own technology system. Xiao Yu's technology has achieved a large-scale comprehensive leap. With my current technological strength, give me enough preparation time to build a warship. I'm afraid I can destroy the Guardian civilization without using MSI corpses, Xiao Yu thought secretly. Now, Xiao Yu is hosting a summary meeting. All important scientists are present and are reporting the progress of their current work to Xiao Yu and other scientists. It's a pity. We still haven't analyzed the four-dimensional jumping technology. All we can do is to use this set of ready-made four-dimensional jumping equipment and install it on the flagship of our civilization, so that the flagship has the ability to jump four-dimensionally, said one scientist. Fourth-dimensional jump is a technology that transcends the scope of sixth-level civilization. This result is enough to satisfy me. When our civilization truly becomes a seventh-level civilization, we will completely overcome the technological problems in this area. For now, don't be in a hurry, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu was also involved in the technological analysis of the four-dimensional jump, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. This result was originally expected by Xiao Yu. The space fold technology has been analyzed. The holographic defense technology has been mastered by us. And there has been a breakthrough in the black lightning technology. It is expected to be analyzed in the future. But this will not affect our warship manufacturing progress. According to the current data, black lightning cannot be equipped on a spacecraft. It can only be activated with the help of a large area of space and many stars. The material technology analysis is completed, and the protective shield system analysis is completed. Very good. Our progress has been smoother than expected. Xiao Yu nodded and said, Here, I would like to solemnly commend the following scientists: Su Junpo, Luca number 3, number 4, and number 5. It is precisely because of the existence of these 4 scientists that we can achieve so many achievements in such a short period of time. In the next time, because of the existence of the 7-level barrier, we will be unlikely to achieve breakthrough technologies progress. So you can take a good rest. Before defeating the Sweeper civilization, I do not plan to launch an attack on the 7th-level civilization. Yes, by now, Xiao Yu really knows what the 7th-level barrier is, and why it is so difficult for a 6th-level civilization to advance to a 7th-level civilization. A 7th-level barrier completely separates the 7th-level civilization from the civilizations below. The 7th-level barrier comes from basic science. Basic science is the basis of all scientific and technological progress. Without the progress of basic science, there will be no major breakthroughs in applied science. The current situation is that it is unlikely that there will be any major breakthroughs in basic science in a short period of time. While conducting research on high-energy physics, fundamental force research, the nature of space, etc., Xiao Yu discovered that there would be some uncertainty in his experimental results. And this uncertainty had no rules. For example, the result of this test is 1. The result of the second test may be 2. And the result of the third test may be 9. It is this uncertainty that makes Xiao Yu feel confused. You must know that physical testing is a very precise matter. An error of several hundred decimal places may cause very serious consequences, let alone such a large error. Repeatability is one of the basic requirements for physical experiments. That is to say, if someone claims to have extracted gold from iron during an experiment, then your experiment must be repeatable. Not only if you conduct this experiment if you can extract gold, Others should be able to extract gold by following the same steps. Only then will your experimental data be convincing. But the situation is different now. When Xiao Yu came into contact with some of the most peak scientific experiments of the 6th level civilization, this repeatability was broken. The test result will be 1, 2, and 9. Each result is unrepeatable. Xiao Yu first did a lot of work to ensure that there were no faults in the test machine. But this uncertainty still continued to appear. This made it impossible to proceed with the research, because Xiao Yu didn't know which result was true and which result was false. Xiao Yu knew that this was the 7th level barrier, either because of some unknown principle in the universe, or because of some unknown existence. Through this chaotic method, the possibility of basic scientific progress is completely blocked. Basic science cannot progress, let alone applied science. If we cannot break the 7th level barrier, we will not be able to obtain correct test results, and we will not be able to truly become a 7th level civilization. The 7th level barrier is obviously impossible to break in a short time. So Xiao Yu gave up the idea of attacking the 7th level civilization now. The technology of the 6th level civilization has reached its peak, and the 7th level barrier cannot be broken. These scientists can indeed relax. Next, I will start a large-scale manufacturing task. I will build at least 10 warships using holographic defense technology, at least 10 billion other warships of various types, and a large number of galaxy defense facilities. In this way, to fight against the sweeper civilization. Everyone, if your research encounters a 7th level barrier, then give up temporarily. This is a long-term work, and a breakthrough is unlikely to occur in a short time. If your research is not encountered if we reach the 7th level barrier, it means that within the scope of the 6th level civilization, this research still has potential to be tapped. So we might as well continue the research for a while. Okay, that's it. Let's break up. When Xiao Yu just said the word, dismiss the meeting, a message suddenly passed to Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu's face immediately became grim, and he simultaneously broadcast this information into the conference hall. Shinzhou civilization. We are the sweeper civilization. As a pair of destined enemies, sooner or later there will be a battle between our two major civilizations. However, we believe that destroying the weak you is meaningless and useless. Therefore, we have given you sufficient time to develop. Now, you have touched the 7th level barrier. Your conventional technology has reached its peak, so we think it's time to start a war. But we are still not in a hurry. We know that you are not ready for war yet. So let's do this. We will give you another 1,000 years' time. 1,000 years later, our sweeper civilization will come here and destroy you. The road to the universe is long. Between the two of us, only one of us is destined to survive. With a faint sigh of the sweeper civilization, this message ends. Xiao Yu did not speak, but Su Junpo's expression showed some changes in the venue. He kept chanting the words. The road to the universe is long, and only one of us is destined to survive. His expression seemed confused, but also seemed to understand. As if this sentence was a key. Something clicked in his mind. At this time, on Planet 8, Yang Jianqi, who was playing games in his room, had just quit the game at the call of his mother. His face was full of satisfaction, because his village-level spaceship had been upgraded to a township-level spaceship after the battle with the Altian spacecraft. The Altian spacecraft has been reduced to pieces. Chapter 714, Awakening Memories. 1,000 years is 1,000 years? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, suddenly raised his head, and said to the scientists present, everyone has heard that we still have 1,000 years. And in 1,000 years, we will fight against the sweeper civilization. This is a battle that will determine the fate of our civilization. Between us and the sweeper civilization, only one civilization can continue to exist. The sweeper civilization has been at the top of the galaxy for who knows how many years, not counting the time before Xiao Yu was born. Since Xiao Yu left the Earth and stepped into the galaxy, there have been many existences that have gone on to challenge the sweeper civilization. Two-dimensional creatures, semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao, etc. But they have all died one after another, under the neutron battle star. This is our fate. We can't escape it. Xiao Yu murmured. We can only face it. Yeah, we just have to face it. The scientists all left the meeting with heavy faces. Many scientists applied to give up the vacation arranged by Xiao Yu for them, because of the existence of the 7th level barrier. These scientists knew that there was no use in continuing to work, but they still came to continue working, because of the strong sense of crisis in their hearts. They must do something to feel better. It's finally time to face the biggest shadow. If I don't kill the sweeper civilization, I will never be able to truly mature and become a 7th level civilization. So come on. 1,000 years later, I will be fully prepared. After leaving the venue, Su Junpo did not continue to work like many other scientists. He returned to his residence, said hello to his parents who were slightly older but still healthy, teased his still young child, and hugged his beautiful wife. He went back to his room and closed the door. In his mind, there was always a voice echoing, "Come back. Come back. You have completed your mission. You have made a major contribution to catalyzing the maturity of Shinjo civilization in advance, so that our civilization can develop as planned. Contribute. And when you return to our civilization, you will become a hero of civilization. Come back. Come back. Your parents, your friends, your relatives are waiting for you. After a long absence, it is time to return. The Shinjo civilization has grown to what it is today according to the path and direction we planned. As the greatest scientist in our civilization, it's time for you to come back." There has always been such a voice echoing in Su Junpo's mind. Su Junpo's memory floodgates were opened by those words. He clearly knows who is saying these words to himself, and also knows the principle through which he is being sent to himself. Soul technology. The sweeper civilization is not as good as the guardian civilization in terms of conventional technology. But there is one exception, and that is soul technology. In terms of soul technology, the sweeper civilization far surpasses the guardian civilization. It was through soul technology that Su Junpo was separated from his body and entered the imitation soul stone. Then he was discovered by a student of the Shinjo civilization, and eventually entered the mind of a baby. Growing up to the present, it was all planned. It was all a conspiracy. In order to increase the speed of scientific and technological progress of the Shinjo civilization, let them mature as soon as possible. That's why he came here. During this period of time, Su Junpo knew that because of his existence, the Shinjo civilization had reached its current level at least more than 10,000 years earlier. And although the growth trajectory of the Shinjo civilization had deviated in small directions, but the general direction has not deviated too far. I have successfully completed my mission, and it's time to go back. Shinjo civilization will eventually be destroyed by us, and you should return to your hometown to receive the honors that belong to you. Su Junpo's expression was a little sad. He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling with his eyes open. There was no expression on his face, but it kept fluctuating in my mind. He knew that Xiaoyu must be monitoring him in some way. In fact, not only him, but all the scientists. No, all the people in the Shinjo civilization were being monitored. But he knew that this kind of communication based on soul technology and occurring at the soul level could not be detected by Xiaoyu. That sentence is indeed a key. In order to ensure that Xiaoyu would not detect any clues after entering the Shinjo civilization. So before leaving, the sweeper civilization used superb soul technology to seal that part of his memory. But before the seal, the sweeper civilization made an agreement with him. When he heard the sweeper civilization say these words, his memory would be awakened. Now, he heard that sentence. So his memory was awakened. He remembered a lot of things. A lot. He remembered everything, including how he grew up in the sweeper civilization, how he obtained honors one after another, how he got married and had children, how he gave birth to offspring, how he lived, and how he worked. That distant star system is his hometown. I came to Shinjo civilization just to carry out a mission. But why do I not want to go back now? Su Junpo silently thought about these questions. I have parents, relatives, lovers, and children who love me. They love me, and I love them too. Although I am here, I have been under surveillance. But from beginning to end, Xiaoyu has never made any move against me. Restrictions. I am free. Basically, I can do whatever I want. I enjoy working and living here. I love it here. But in that distant star system, there are also my parents and my lover there. That is my hometown. I was born there. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes after I was born was sky. I am actually a pure scientist, and disputes between civilizations should not involve me. My job is to do scientific research, and my hobby is also to do scientific research. Because I touched the 7th level barrier, I lost my mind in my hometown. I couldn't achieve my goal and was depressed all day long. So I chose to seal my memory and come to Shinjo civilization to continue my research. During this time, I lived a good life and was very happy. I had almost everything I wanted. When I looked at the Shinjo civilization has grown rapidly under my promotion, and its technology has become more and more advanced. And I am very happy. But, in his mind, Su Junpo compared the Sweeper civilization and the Shinjo civilization, trying to calculate which civilization would win the final victory in the all-out war 1,000 years later. But after thinking about it for a while, Su Junpo gave up on this issue. Because even he couldn't find the answer to this question. He had to admit that under his own promotion, the Shinjo civilization did have the qualifications and capital to fight against the Sweeper civilization. However, although it was impossible to know which civilization would win in the end, he was very clear about one thing. That is, during the war, a civilization will inevitably be destroyed. The Sweeper civilization has his home, his parents, relatives, lovers, and friends. In the Shinjo civilization, there are also his parents, relatives, lovers, and friends. The two cannot coexist, and one must be destroyed. This is a collision between civilizations. Even if he is the greatest scientist between the two civilizations, he cannot change this matter. So, what should I do? What should I do? He thought silently. At this moment, a slightly childish voice suddenly came from his mind. Dad, please come back soon. I miss you so much. I can't bear the days without you. So my mother and I we chose deep freezing, and it has been frozen since you left until now. Now you are coming back soon. So we thought it. Su Junpo frowned in pain, but involuntarily said in his mind, Okay. I will go back soon. I will go back right away. Suddenly, another sound came from the real world, interrupting his thinking. The door to his room was pushed open, and a young intelligent creature jumped in, pulled his sleeve and said, Dad, it's time to go eat. Mom said the food cooked by the robot is not delicious. So today I went to the kitchen to cook it for you myself. A female intelligent creature appeared at the door and asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Both of them looked at Su Junpo with concern. Su Junpo's heart was suddenly shocked again. Two thoughts clashed in his mind, making him feel a little painful. I have nothing to do. You go and eat first. I'll be there later. Su Junpo murmured in response and closed his eyes. He vaguely heard his lover whispering to his child. Get out quickly. Your dad is very tired. Don't disturb his rest. The room became quiet again, and he just lay on the bed with his eyes closed, thinking about these questions silently. The two figures were constantly rotating and colliding in his mind. Gradually, an idea gradually appeared in his mind. That's it. I choose neutrality. I won't help any party. I can't bear to see any of my relatives or loved ones being killed. So before they die, let me die first. But I still have some things to do before I die. At the same time, on Planet 8, under the call of his mother, Yang Jianqi once again had to quit the game without any satisfaction. The battleship he was operating at this moment had changed from a township-level spaceship to a county-level spaceship. At this time, there were only a few hundred county-level spaceships in the entire game. Chapter 715: The Alliance between Su Junpo and Number 2. The war game has been released for some time now. Among the hundreds of billions of players, there are already hundreds of players who have used their excellent battleship control skills to take the lead in upgrading their spaceships to county-level spaceships. These hundreds of players are undoubtedly the essence of the entire civilization. Although the game has developed to this point, the team battle mode has not yet been enabled. That is, one player can only control one spaceship, and controlling one spaceship is powerful. Controlling multiple spaceships simultaneously not necessarily powerful. But Xiaoyu still noticed these hundreds of people and began to pay silent attention to them and watch their progress. What was somewhat beyond Xiaoyu's expectation was that most of the hundreds of elites who appeared earlier were young intelligent creatures under 1,000 years old. The middle class, who originally had high hopes for Xiaoyu, performed mediocrely. Perhaps, after the team battle mode is turned on, the middle class will start to exert force. Xiaoyu thought secretly. After receiving the news about the Sweeper civilization, Xiaoyu has quickly entered the era of large-scale construction. In this starry sky and Xiaoyu's small universe, there are busy spacecrafts everywhere, and countless large-scale engineering tasks are being constructed at the same time. At this time, Su Junpo had already left his home. Overall, compared with the Sweeper civilization, the Shinjo civilization is still at a disadvantage. Even if Xiaoyu successfully developed the remote control war system, the situation of the Shinjo civilization is still not optimistic. I love this world, and I also love that world. I don't want either world to be destroyed. So, just in case, I'd better make arrangements in advance to help Shinjo civilize. I am not capable of completing this plan by myself. I must get the help of Luca too. Luca too. I know your deepest thoughts. You will definitely help me. I know. Shall you? I will not tell you any details about my plan. Nor will I complete this plan in full, but only half of it. Telling you the details or completing this plan in full will violate my neutrality position. If you really fail in the future war with the sweeper civilization, if you are really smart and wise enough, you may be able to use this plan to escape with a life. This is the last thing I can do for the Shinjo civilization. How the future develops depends on the fate in the dark. I have tried my best. Su Junpo sighed silently and said to Luca ere a message was sent. Sir number 2. I have something to discuss with you. I believe that this matter is very important to you and to me. Don't worry. This message has been disguised and encrypted by me. Xiaoyu will not notice it. Su Junpo said. I can't even remember why I developed this technology that could hide Xiaoyu. I have never used this technology, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Su Junpo said silently thinking. A moment later, Su Junpo received a reply from Luca 2. Come to my house. Luca number 2 did not question or ask, but just replied directly. Come to my house. Seeing this, Su Junpo smiled slightly. He knows. I guessed it right. After a while, Su Junpo came to Luca number 2's home and looked at this old man, who could not hide his aging even with the most advanced biotechnology. Su Junpo had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. If you lose the goal of struggle, you don't know whether a long life is a good thing or a bad thing for a person. Su Junpo thought silently. Luca 2 is really too old. Before the name Shinjo civilization appeared, he followed Xiaoyu and made an indelible contribution to the development of Shinjo civilization. And Xiaoyu also gave Luca number 2 sufficient treatment and status. Even though Luca 2's current body and wisdom are inevitably aging, he is still the person with the highest status among the intelligent creatures of the Shinjo civilization. Su Junpo knew that even if he had made so many contributions, his status in Xiaoyu's mind was still not as good as Luca number 2. Don't worry. Before I came here, I had already disguised myself and concealed myself, so no one could notice the conversation between us. Not even our master, Xiaoyu. Su Junpo said straight to the point. After reading these words, he paused and observed Luca number 2's reaction. Luca 2 didn't say anything. He was like a dying old man. Nothing could cause fluctuations in his heart. We have already touched the 7th level barrier. In the foreseeable future, we have no hope of breaking through to the 7th level civilization. Life sciences are also within this category. In other words, life sciences will be in the next period of time. It is unlikely that there will be any major breakthroughs. You are now completely relying on advanced life sciences to survive until now. But your body and mind are still aging. If there are no major advancements in life sciences, you will very likely you might die. Right, Su Junpo said slowly. Luca number 2 nodded slightly. So, before you die, are you interested in truly controlling your own destiny for once, instead of always being controlled by others? Su Junpo asked. I know you love this world. And I love this world too. I know you are ready to report these things to Xiaoyu at any time. But please don't do this. I have no ill intentions towards Shinjo civilization. Maybe you know my true origin. About the Soul Stone. About the Sweeper civilization. Yes, I do come from the Sweeper civilization. And today, my memory has indeed awakened. But I am still not ready to attack the Shinjo civilization. I choose neutrality. And because I don't want to see any world destroyed, I plan to work with you to help Shinjo become civilized. At the same time, because of my neutral stance, I don't plan to fully implement this plan. Su Junpo spoke quietly, and Luca number 2 listened quietly. After hearing what Su Junpo said, Luca number 2 finally made a statement. Tell me about your plan. Su Junpo breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, in my reasoning, if the Shinjo civilization ultimately failed, it could only be defeated by the neutron battle star. Therefore, if the Shinjo civilization at that time wanted to escape, it could only escape from the neutron battle star. Get started. So my plan is for the neutron battle star. This plan is huge and I can't complete it myself. So I came to you because I know that you have also been longing to truly control your own destiny, instead of arranging our own destiny under Xiaoyu's command. Although we have the best material conditions and Xiaoyu has satisfied almost everything for us, Xiaoyu cannot satisfy our hearts. Tell me about the specific content of your plan. Luca 2 still said nothing. My plan is this, Sujumpo said quietly, and kept talking for about half an hour before stopping. As I said, I am responsible for the technology, and you are responsible for the strategy. I need you formulate a strategy, and then I will develop relevant technologies according to your strategy. Luca 2 sighed softly. I believe what you said is true. You have indeed seen through me completely. In the past, I was always striving for a goal. I always remember what the Guardian civilization did to our Luca civilization. I have been thinking about revenge, and then saving our people. Now, our Shinjo civilization has defeated the Guardian civilization, and the rest of our Luca civilization has not found them. They should have been dealt with by the Guardian civilization. I have no goal. Without worries, such a living state, a long life, is actually a kind of torture for me. Your words successfully arouse my interest. Can you really control your own destiny for once? I am very interested. Very interested. In the past, Xiaoyu gave us tasks and we completed them. Now, we join forces and give Xiaoyu a task. If the Shinjo civilization is really defeated in the war with the Sweeper civilization, if Xiaoyu fails to complete the mission we gave him, then he can continue to survive. If Xiaoyu fails to complete our mission, then there is no need for him to continue to stay in the universe. I have to say, this feeling of controlling one's own destiny and the destiny of others is really good. Even if it is my last madness before death. Luca 2 murmured to himself. With the help of your relevant technology R&D capabilities and information, I have made relevant plans. During this period of time, you need to develop the following technologies: small-scale weapons similar to space starbursts, and instruments that use stellar energy to increase the attack power of the Ghost Clan. At the same time, during this period of time, I will persuade Xiaoyu to complete the following construction tasks. This is what we need to complete. After completing these things, I will die. These things will be Xiaoyu and will be the final trump card of Shinjo civilization. An incomplete trump card, if it is really necessary when used. I hope Xiaoyu can use his wisdom to complete these trump cards, and then continue the Shinjo civilization. Okay. From our standpoint, we have made the greatest contribution to the Shinjo civilization. That's it. I will contact you again when necessary. But please don't take the initiative to contact me. That way, if so, the communication between us may be exposed, and Xiaoyu will notice it. Chapter 716 Space Bomb. In the small universe. On Planet 8. Yang Jianqi's family has just finished cleaning up with the help of family robots. According to the current standards prevailing within the Shinjo civilization, Yang Jianqi is not yet an adult, and is still a student. But now, he is also dressed very formally, and looks very energetic. So did his parents. Before going out, his parents still told him, "Don't be nervous when you talk. Just like you usually do." The family was going to attend a press conference. Because of the huge influence of this war game. And in the entire city, only Yang Jianqi and another player have upgraded their spaceship to the county level. So under the arrangement of the city hall, there will be some newswork personnel came specifically to interview the two of them. Everything was just as Yang Jianqi's family had imagined. The whole ceremony was grand and enthusiastic. On this platform, Yang Jianqi, who has always been just an ordinary student, has attracted much attention. After the press conference, the family, surrounded by city hall officials, came to the banquet hall. Suddenly, another female intelligent creature walked up to Yang Jianqi, extended her hand in a friendly manner, and said in a pleasant voice, "Hello, I am Rose." Looking at the girl's beautiful face, Yang Jianqi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. And then he stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am Yang Jianqi." He knew that this girl was another spaceship general in the city. Players who have upgraded to the county level. I looked at the records. It seems that your Jianqi spaceship became a county-level spaceship 10 minutes earlier than my Rose spaceship. But it doesn't matter. I will surpass you one day, Rose said in a confident voice. The voice said to Yang Jianqi, "I'll wait for you if you surpass me." Yang Jianqi, who was still a little shy at first, immediately returned to normal after hearing these words. He also answered Rose with a confident voice. "This game is running pretty well." At this time, Xiaoyu was allocating some computing power to check the current progress of the game, and at the same time flipping through the information of outstanding players. It is expected that the first city-level spaceship will be launched in a month. Appear. Master, I have some issues to report to you. At this time, Xiao Yu received a communication request from Su Junpo. After being connected smoothly, Xiao Yu asked, "What's the matter?" "Regarding the research on Black Lightning, I now have some other ideas in my mind. We know that the Guardian civilization uses multiple stars as energy bases to launch this kind of Black Lightning attack. So I think that this technology, it should be related to the high energy of certain stars. When I apply for such research activities, I need at least 1,000 stars arranged in a certain way for me to conduct research," Su Junpo said. Xiao Yu frowned secretly in his heart. To be honest, although he knew the importance of Black Lightning, Xiao Yu did not agree with spending such a huge amount of energy on research in this area. The reason is simple. Moving 1,000 stars consumes too much computing power. It is possible that Xiao Yu will not build 100 million or more warships because of moving these 1,000 stars. Moreover, Xiao Yu has personally participated in the research process of Black Silk Lightning. Xiao Yu knows how difficult this project is. It is very possible that the stars were moved and huge computing power was consumed. But in the end, nothing was obtained. "In my opinion, there is no need to conduct research in this area," Xiao Yu said. "It is so difficult for Black Lightning to cut the corpse of MSI. I doubt whether it will have any effect on the neutron battle star. With these calculations, if we have more power, I think it's most cost-effective to build more warships." "No, I don't think so," Su Junpo continued, saying what Luca Tu taught him. "Black Lightning is mainly used to deal with the conventional fleet of the Sweeper civilization. To be honest, I don't think we can steadily defeat the Sweeper civilization in terms of conventional fleets. After all, the Sweeper civilization has neutron battle stars. None of us know whether the Sweeper civilization has analyzed anything from the neutron battle stars that can be equipped in the conventional fleet. There is no such technology in the world. With the Black Lightning, we will be more certain, and I can conduct research in this area without consuming your computing power." "Master, that's good. Give me 100 years, and I will move all the surrounding stars to our vicinity." Xiao Yu thought for a while, and agreed. "There is another good news," Su Junpo continued. "Because of the scientific and technological data handed over to us by the 7th level civilization in the micro direction, I have some research experience in space energy conversion. I think that in 100 years, within time, I should be able to develop a weapon similar to the neutron battlestar space starburst. By then, this weapon can be equipped on our conventional warships, greatly improving the combat effectiveness of our warships." "Oh, that's really great," Xiao Yu said happily. "In this regard, I will allocate enough computing power to cooperate with your research. Strictly speaking, this weapon should belong to a 7th level civilization if this kind of weapon can be developed. It will be very beneficial for our Shinjo civilization to advance to the 7th level civilization." After a brief exchange, Xiao Yu cut off the communication link between the two and continued to devote most of his energy to large-scale construction tasks. At the same time, he also allocated a small amount of energy to participate in the confrontation initiated by Su Junpo. Space-like starburst weapons are under development. Xiao Yu's computing power at this moment is more than 100 times what it was before the war with the Guardian civilization. However, facing the huge construction task now, Xiao Yu still feels that the computing power is not enough. What will greet Xiao Yu is the task of transporting more than 1,000 stars. Moving more than 1,000 stars is not too troublesome. But the troublesome thing is constructing a galaxy defense system that spans more than 1,000 star systems. The galaxy defense system is troublesome enough, but it is nothing compared to the task of building battleships. Xiao Yu's expected construction goal is 10 billion warships, of which about 500 million are controlled by himself. And the remaining 9.5 billion warships will all be assigned to the control of intelligent creatures. To this end, Xiao Yu needs to build a huge data exchange network and consume a lot of computing power for this. And these warships also need to be specially customized. In addition to these 10 billion warships, Xiao Yu also needs to build at least another 10 billion warships and reserve them. Among these 2 tens of billions of warships, there will be 20 star-class warships that adopt holographic defense technology, the latest shield technology, and other technologies. Among the 20 star-class battleships, one will be equipped with the only set of 4-dimensional jumping instruments and serve as Xiao Yu's flagship. At the same time, the space transformation of his own small universe has also begun. Through some kind of space-fitting instrument, the modified microcosm will bring some performance improvements to certain specific battleships. This is mainly to prepare for the situation where things go wrong and the Sweeper civilization invades its own small universe. Xiao Yu always kept that deadline in mind. 1,000 years. only 1,000 years. While Xiaoyu was busy with the huge construction task, Luca 2 and Su Junpo gathered together again. According to the method you taught me, I have persuaded Xiaoyu to carry out large-scale star relocation work. It is expected that the star relocation work will be completed in 100 years. And within this 100 years, I will complete at least half of the development of space bomb weapons. Then I will give up the development of such weapons, and instead invest in research on using stellar energy to enhance the capabilities of the ghost race, Su Junpo said. Luca 2 knew that the space bomb Su Junpo was talking about was not the space bomb based on space-cutting technology commonly used by 6th-level civilizations today, but the real kind that turned space into energy, and then exploded violently. That kind of space bomb. I don't know whether our choice is right or wrong, Luca 2 sighed and said. From my standpoint, it seems that I should try my best to serve the Shinjo civilization wholeheartedly. After all, even if I die, my descendants and my people are still living in the Shinjo civilization. But, I am old, and there is no breakthrough in life science and technology in a short time. I am going to die. After all, I can't always protect them. They always have to learn to survive on their own. And they always have to get used to a life without me giving them advice. So, regardless of whether my choice was right or wrong, I did it as a test to let them, the master, grow up quickly. If things really go to the worst, and they can't pass us if the test is arranged, then the name Shinjo civilization will disappear from the universe. I will regard this as God's will, and will not have any regrets. My mentality is different from yours, but the choices we make are the same. I just hope that if the Shinjo civilization fails, we can use the cards we left behind to escape from the sweeper civilization and still maintain civilization. Continue because you and I are the same. We both love this world and this civilization. Within this small universe, there is planet number 8. Nearly a month has passed since he attended the press conference. At this time, Yang Jianqi finally upgraded his spaceship to a municipal-level spaceship. After checking the following ranking list, Yang Jianqi suddenly relaxed. Rank 37th in the whole server. And the score has improved compared to last time. The first place will be mine sooner or later. The Rose has also been upgraded to the municipal level. A spaceship? Ranking 45th? Fortunately, I am still a little ahead of her, he thought with some complacency. Chapter 717 Jianqi and Rose. Under Xiaoyu's control, a large number of spacecraft began to rush to various parts of the universe, and construction activities began around various stars. What was built this time was the Stellar Curvature Navigation Instrument. When he was still a level 5 civilization, Xiaoyu already had the ability to move stars. And now it takes no more effort to move stars. Just because there are too many and the distance is too far. It will take Xiaoyu 100 years to transport 1,000 stars. During this 100 years, Xiaoyu moved almost all the stars near his station. Eventually, these stars gathered around Xiaoyu, forming a huge star cluster with Xiaoyu as the center. The span of this star cluster is only a dozen light years, but there are about 1,000 stars gathered in such a small area. After completing the star transportation work, Xiaoyu began to install the Galaxy Defense System. A large number of interstellar fortresses, interstellar turrets, interstellar mines, trigger traps, etc. began to be manufactured. This star cluster will be Xiaoyu's base camp against the sweeper civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu also received Su Junpo's report again. I think the research and development of space bombs can be temporarily slowed down. Now that the star transfer has been completed, I think the research and development of black lightning should start as soon as possible, Su Junpo said. Xiaoyu felt a little strange about Su Junpo's application, because in Su Junpo's previous work, he always completed one task before starting the next one. He had never done this kind of give up halfway behavior. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu replied, Yes, I will fully cooperate with your work. There are some similarities between black lightning technology and the technology that enhances the combat power of the Ghost Tribe through stellar energy. The two are different ways of converting stellar energy. I will develop black lightning technology to enhance the Ghost Tribe's combat power with stellar energy. I have the strength to accumulate enough information so that you can take over the follow-up research after my death. So don't be surprised. I have always been me. I have never changed. The reason why I am acting abnormally now is because I did it on purpose. Yes, Su Junpo thought silently. Xiaoyu allocated 1/5 of his computing power to serve Su Junpo. As long as Su Junpo puts forward requirements, whether these requirements are construction tasks, intelligent computing tasks or modeling tasks. Xiao Yu will meet Su Junpo's requirements. Now, Su Junpo's request is to build certain stellar energy collection instruments so that he can conduct research on stellar energy. Xiao Yu fulfilled his request. So, about a year later, a large number of instruments were manufactured and installed around various stars. Under the control of Su Junpo, black lightning similar to that in the small universe of the Guardian civilization began to appear frequently around these stars. It just seems to lack the support of space transformation technology. The gap between the power of this black lightning in the big universe and ordinary space cracks is not big. Although the difference in power is not big, this kind of black lightning can attack in a wide range, and it is still of some value. Xiao Yu thought this way. 100 years have passed. Xiao Yu's first new star-class battleship, the Sun spacecraft, was finally built, thanks to the large-scale improvement of Xiao Yu's computing power. If it was the previous Xiao Yu, it will probably take at least 3,000 years to build the Sun spacecraft. Now it only takes about 100 years. With the new Sun, the original Sun spacecraft has been dismantled by Xiao Yu, and all materials have been recycled. The only set of four-dimensional jumping instruments obtained from the Guardian civilization is equipped on the Sun spacecraft. In addition to four-dimensional jumping technology, the Sun spacecraft is equipped with space fold technology, holographic defense technology, and more. The overall performance of the new Sun spacecraft is not inferior to that of the Glorious spacecraft. Even a little bit beyond that. This is the technological system that integrates the Guardian civilization, and the strength that Xiao Yu possesses after the comprehensive development of technology. Because there is only one set of four-dimensional jumping instruments, subsequent star-class battleships will not be able to have the ability to jump in 4 dimensions. Even so, the remaining star-class battleships will have performance far exceeding that of the old star-class battleships. These 20 stellar-class battleships will be in addition to the corpses of MSI, the core of Xiao Yu's combat power. The emergence of the first new stellar-class battleship means that the era of great construction has begun. The number of Xiao Yu's warships is increasing at an alarming rate. On average, more than 50,000 warships are produced almost every day. Construction is progressing smoothly, and scientific research is also progressing smoothly in Xiao Yu's opinion. Although the space bomb technology was developed by Su Junpo halfway, giving up about 60% of the progress and turning to research on black lightning technology, there are still more than 800 years before the arrival of the sweepers. Such a long time is enough for Su Junpo to complete all research tasks. It's just that some of the performance of Luca No. 2 made Xiao Yu feel a little confused. Although every time Luca No. 2's suggestions were implemented, Xiao Yu thought they were beneficial to the battle situation. But Xiao Yu always felt a little weird. It seems that the focus of Luca 2's work was not on this aspect in the past. When did Luca 2 become interested in the arrangement of stars? He even put forward opinions on the research on the corpses of planetesimals. Although his proposal was always they have all been proven to be correct and can pass scientific review. But they always feel a bit weird. Xiao Yu thought, rather puzzled. Su Junpo's recent performance is also a bit abnormal. I wonder if there is anything between the two. What relationship? Xiao Yu has no doubts about the loyalty of these two people. Xiao Yu does not believe that these two people will make moves or arrangements that threaten Shinjo's civilization. But based on a certain psychology, Xiao Yu still stepped up surveillance of these two people, hoping to find something. In addition to construction and scientific research, the progress of the war game is also quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. In Xiao Yu's estimation, it will take about 5 to 10 years before the first stellar-class battleship appears in the game. However, Xiao Yu did not expect that there are players who have upgraded their ships to stellar class. And there are still 2 players. What's even more coincidental is that these 2 players are both from the same city. A city on Planet 8. The first ship to be successfully upgraded to a star-class battleship was the Jianqi spaceship, and the second was the Rose spacecraft. The 2 ships were only 1 day apart. It seems that it is time to start the team battle mode. And it is time to test the command and control capabilities of these outstanding players' large-scale battleships. Xiao Yu thought silently and sent an instruction to Luca 2. Issue an announcement, temporarily suspending the operation of the war game. I need an hour to make adjustments to the war game server and start a new team battle mode. At the same time, on Planet 8, Yang Jianqi quit the game with satisfaction and thought to himself, finally, I am the first in the server to have a stellar battleship. 1 day ahead of Rose. Humph! I don't know what happened to Rose. Always against me. In the battle mode, you have lost to me more than 10 times in a row, and you are still not convinced. The battleship upgrade speed is not as fast as mine. And in the single-player battle mode, the combat power is not as good as mine. I really don't know how you still can. There is no reason why you are not convinced. I am the undisputed #1 in the war game. If you want to compete with me for the #1 spot, you are still a little behind. He was taking advantage of the game maintenance and upgrade time to browse the posts on the game forum with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, he was hit hard on the head. He turned his head with some doubts and saw his mother's face that was full of hatred. "Mom, what's going on? Why do you look so angry?" he asked guiltily. You, let me tell you what to say," Mother said angrily. "Did you defeat Rose again in the battle just now?" "Yeah." "What's wrong?" he said a little strangely. "Do you know that Rose is angry at you and cries again?" The mother continued with a look of hatred for iron and steel. "Can't you just give in to me? She is also a girl after all. The #1 position is so important. Why should I let her go?" Yang Jianqi responded unconvinced. "I want to prove that I am the undisputed #1 in the war game, and no one can shake my position. In the future and aliens in a civilized war, I want to be a marshal and control real warships to defeat the enemy. How can I give up my first position?" You? The mother was angry, pointing at him, but unable to speak. After a while, she sighed helplessly and said, "I think the only #1 in your head is this. Forget it. You are so stupid." "What happened?" His mother's words made him even more confused. The mother sighed slightly and said, "You are almost an adult. Have you ever thought about finding a lover and starting a family of your own?" "Well, I've thought about it," Yang Jianqi said hesitantly. "How do you feel about roses?" Mother asked in a persuasive way. "Rose? Starting a family?" He stayed there for a moment, lost in thought. "Rose seems to be pretty, has a good personality, and has good hobbies and so on. Think about it for yourself." His mother sighed and walked out of his room, leaving Yang Jianqi alone here, still deep in thought. It seems that roses are really good when it comes to starting a family. However, this is not the reason for me to give up the first place. If you want to get the first place, then defeat me openly with your strength. Otherwise, even if you are my lover, you can't. The team battle mode is about to start. Rose, I'm waiting for your performance. Chapter 718 The Death of Su Junpo. The Shinjo civilization is growing at an incredible speed. Perhaps for the Shinjo civilization, the saying that pressure is motivation is completely correct. Without the pressure of the sweeper civilization, the Shinjo civilization would not have been able to expand so rapidly. Ordinary people are still maintaining their own living conditions, but the upper echelons of the entire civilization, including all scientists, including Xiaoyu, have devoted all their energy to war preparations. Xiaoyu's large-scale construction has spread beyond a small universe. A large amount of resources are being turned into battleships in Xiaoyu's hands. And interstellar forts, interstellar fortresses, etc. are spreading everywhere in this star field. Under Xiaoyu's construction, this star cluster has been completely transformed into a killing place. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that this is the most dangerous place in the entire galaxy. Xiaoyu has devoted more attention to monitoring Su Junpo and Luca #2. But Xiaoyu has found nothing. As a last resort, Xiaoyu could only explain these things as being suspicious. At this moment, under Xiaoyu's gaze, Su Junpo was riding a municipal scientific research spacecraft. In this star field, about 1,000 stars were shuttled between, conducting a scientific investigation. This city-level spacecraft is equipped with very advanced scientific research instruments. It can be said that this spacecraft is a mobile laboratory. A large amount of scientific data is continuously generated, and with Xiaoyu's cooperation, research in this area is being steadily promoted. But Xiaoyu didn't know that everything he saw was an illusion, and it was all deceptive information forged by Su Junpo through some special means. At this moment, the real Su Junpo is doing something that Xiaoyu can't imagine. At this moment, Su Junpo was sitting quietly in front of the three-dimensional holographic dynamic image, quietly looking at the images of his parents, wife, and children. With this scene in front of him, another image couldn't help but appear in his mind. The characters appearing in that image are still his parents, wife, and children. He has two families, which belong to two different civilizations. The two civilizations are hostile, and there is no possibility of reconciliation in this hostile relationship. For him, this situation was very cruel, but he was powerless to change it. He knew that he could not change Xiaoyu, and at the same time, He could not change the sweeper civilization. The top leaders of the sweeper civilization have been planning this plan for such a long time. Thanks to the efforts of countless people, this matter has turned into a rolling torrent and become a general trend of society, which no one can change. As a person caught in the middle, he must make a choice at this time. He had made the decision to choose neutrality. Then it will not be biased towards any one force. Arrange a trump card for Shinjo civilization, which can give Shinjo civilization the ability to save lives when necessary. This was the last thing he could do for the Shinjo civilization. Now, this matter has been completed. Then, it's time to leave. With the help of Luca 2's outstanding strategy, he has completed the scheduled mission under the assignment of Luca 2. As many as 1,000 stars have been transported to the periphery of the battlefield as scheduled. 60% of the development of space bomb weapons has been completed, and black lighting technology has been developed. With the help of the stellar energy conversion mechanism in black lighting technology, the technology to enhance the abilities of the ghost race through stellar energy will be well developed. Everything was done, and there was no need for him to stay here any longer. These two civilizations will inevitably be in a fight to the death, and the other will never stop until one is completely exterminated. This also means that only one of my two families will be left. No matter which one is destroyed, I will be very sad in my heart. So, let me leave before something like this happens. Su Junpo murmured to himself. According to his calculations, it is not impossible to save both families. It's just that this possibility is too slim. And what he cares about is not just his family. So he made this decision. You know, he contributed a lot to the development of Shinjo civilization. He personally watched the Shinjo civilization prosper and develop under his own promotion. As his hometown, he also has a deep attachment to the sweeper civilization. His feelings for these two civilizations even surpassed his feelings for these two families. Sir Number 2, I have completed my mission. No matter how the future develops, no matter whether our arrangement will work in the end, it is time for us to leave. I ask myself that I have never done anything that is sorry for the Shinjo civilization. Standing from my standpoint, I have made the greatest contribution to the Shinjo civilization. Therefore, what the Shinjo civilization will develop into in the future has nothing to do with me. I no longer have any worries. So I will leave first. You go first. I will be there later. I have also completed my mission. We have devoted the last drop of our efforts to this civilization. That's it. Goodbye, my friend. At this moment, Luca Number 2 finally no longer regarded Su Junpo as a junior, but regarded him as a being of equal status to himself. Because he knew that Su Junpo was not only the most outstanding scientist in the Shinjo civilization, he was also the greatest scientist in the sweeper civilization. That's it. Goodbye, Su Junpo said with a smile, taking a deep look at his family for the last time, and then closed his eyes with a smile. His brain was completely dead at this moment, and there was no chance of resurrection. Even if he is resurrected again through advanced biotechnology, it will be another person, not him. When things cannot be changed, escape may also be the right choice. Su Junpo is dead. But in Xiaoyu's view at this moment, Su Junpo is still carrying out his work normally. Xiaoyu didn't notice anything strange until Xiaoyu received a message from Su Junpo. Xiaoyu, goodbye. I am dead now. But before I died, I left something in our Shinjo civilization. If our Shinjo civilization really reaches the point of no return, with the help of these things, you may still be able to continue the Shinjo civilization. This is the last gift I leave for our Shinjo civilization. After I die, please ask the master to cremate my body. Then put the ashes in a spaceship and fly to the Andromeda Galaxy in a regular way. I have always wanted to take a look at the Andromeda Galaxy. Let me take this opportunity to go there after my death. This is my last request. Please. Well, Xiaoyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Just a moment later, the picture in Xiaoyu's surveillance system suddenly changed. All the pictures of Su Junpo doing normal research disappeared, replaced by another strange picture. In this picture, Su Junpo was lying quietly on the ground, with a smile still on his face. But at this moment, he has completely lost the breath of life. The higher your scientific literacy, the easier it is to kill yourself. Unlike an ordinary person, even if he committed suicide, Xiaoyu was very sure of resurrecting him. But this time, it was Su Junpo, one of the greatest scientists, who committed suicide. Just one glance, Xiaoyu was sure that Su Junpo was completely dead. His outstanding scientific literacy played a role in the last moment of his life. He used his ability to block any possibility of resurrecting himself. Xiao Yu's first reaction was to seize control of the robot. The robot closest to Su Junpo immediately put down what he was doing, walked quickly to Su Junpo, and helped him up. But this action has no meaning at all. Xiao Yu felt cold in his heart. What happened? Why did he die? How did he die? I have been closely monitoring him. How could he succeed in committing suicide under such circumstances? Did he attack me? Okay. Cheating? At this moment, a very bad thought came into Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu thought of this possibility and assessed the serious impact of this technology that could conceal himself. This is really terrible. If this kind of technology really exists in the social system of Shinjo civilization, and someone really has mastered this ability, then all of Xiao Yu's senses will have the possibility of being blinded. After all, if you can hide Xiao Yu once, you can hide Xiao Yu a second time. In the end, all the information Xiao Yu obtains may be false. For Xiao Yu, this was no less than a disaster that would destroy the world. But the next moment, Xiao Yu received another message. Don't be nervous. I have indeed mastered the technology to deceive you. But I have no ill intentions towards you. The following is the detailed data of this technology, and I will disclose it to you. Behind this message is a large piece of technological data. Xiao Yu only glanced at it, and knew that he could indeed hide himself through this technology. But now that this information has been exposed, he naturally loses the ability to conceal himself. Xiao Yu quickly launched an investigation of such information in all his data channels. Xiao Yu wants to make sure that no one else is using this technology to deceive him at this moment. If Xiao Yu finds any clues about this kind of technology again, no matter who the user is, Xiao Yu will kill them immediately. The final result made Xiao Yu's heart sink, because Xiao Yu really discovered another user of this technology. Luca 2. Chapter 719 Soul Technology. As a superior and a controller, the last thing Xiao Yu can tolerate is this kind of thing. If there is any doubt about loyalty, no matter how powerful the person is, Xiao Yu will be most wary of every proposal and plan he makes. But the results are developing in the worst direction. Su Junpo is the most outstanding scientist within the Shinjo civilization, and Luca 2 is the most outstanding sociologist within the Shinjo civilization. These two people are the people Xiao Yu trusts the most. But now, Xiao Yu has found signs of using technology to hide himself in both of them. Xiao Yu's heart felt cold, but his mind was very calm. Xiao Yu is thinking about how to deal with this matter, and what attitude he should take towards Luca 2 in the future. At the same time, he is quickly cracking this concealment technique. When Xiao Yu used the scientific information provided by Su Junpo to completely crack this concealment technology, get rid of the information deception Luca 2 had on him, and know the true situation of Luca 2, Xiao Yu knew that no matter how sophisticated the solution is, it is meaningless, because the person involved is already dead at this moment. Yes, Luca 2 is dead. At this moment, he still looks like an old man in his twilight years, sitting on a deck chair in the back garden of his yard. His favorite drink is placed on the small table next to him. The artificial wind that is no different from the natural wind blows gently on the ground. The pleasant smell of the flowers planted is spreading in the air. It was sunset at this moment, and the artificial sun was gradually hiding its body behind the mountains, and changing its color to a reddish color just right. The light with a slight golden light shone on Luca No. 2's face, revealing the aging aura on his face that could not be concealed. He is really too old. So old that even the most advanced life science and technology cannot extend his life much longer. After Xiao Yu saw the scene and confirmed that Luca 2, like Su Junpo, was completely dead and could not be resurrected, Xiao Yu's heart felt cold. Now Xiao Yu has confirmed that in all the time in the past, there are only two people who have used this kind of technology that can hide themselves. One is his most valued scientist, and the other is his most valued sociologist. Almost instantly, Xiao Yu had an intuition and confirmed the correctness of this intuition. Xiao Yu knew that during this period of time, Su Junpo and Luca No. 2 must have done something they didn't know about. Xiao Yu couldn't evaluate whether these things were good or bad for him. In fact, Xiao Yu couldn't even evaluate the impact these things would have on his fight against the sweepers. This is unacceptable to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu has no choice. What on earth did you do? What on earth did you do? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, thinking hard. Xiao Yu couldn't think of any reason why Luca No. 2 and Su Junpo would hide themselves. It seemed, if it is for the benefit of Shinjo civilization, no matter what they did, they should be honest with themselves. The reason is simple. Xiao Yu will never stand in the way of anything that is beneficial to the Shinjo civilization. Now that these two people have chosen to hide themselves, it proves that these things are detrimental to themselves to some extent. At the very least, these things may be detrimental to you. There is a third possibility, Xiao Yu thought silently. That is, these two people have some selfish motives of their own. They hope to use me to achieve this goal. But what exactly will it be? Xiao Yu knew that the progress of Xinzhou civilization had some aspects that were beyond his control. These places may have a huge impact on him in the future. The source of these influences was that these two people concealed themselves during this period and had no influence on Xinzhou. Certain changes made by civilization. So Xiao Yu quickly launched an investigation into the entire Xinzhou civilization. Xiao Yu was thinking about all the changes made by the Xinzhou civilization during this period, and focused on the parts related to Luca Tu and Su Junpo, trying to find out the meaning behind these things. Xiao Yu quickly found out these things. There are not many things. Just those few things. First, Su Junpo went against common sense and moved more than 1,000 stars to his station. Second, when Su Junpo was studying space bomb technology, a counterintuitive stopped midway. Third, Su Junpo started research on black lightning, but also stopped halfway. Fourth, Su Junpo did some research on MSI's corpse during this period of time. As for whether Su Junpo used some hidden means to influence MSI's corpse, Xiao Yu didn't know, because so far Xiao Yu has been unable to analyze the MSI corpse. All these things were done by Su Junpo, but Xiao Yu believed that there must be some shadow of Luca Tu behind these things. Through the analysis of the two people's different specialties, Xiao Yu can probably determine that Luca Tu has formulated a plan. The specific content of the plan is unknown. Within this plan, Su Junpo needs to use his outstanding scientific research capabilities to make the above-mentioned tasks matter. Therefore, Luca No. 2 took the lead and Su Junpo cooperated. The two worked together to create such a situation. After the mission was completed, the two chose to die. This was a conspiracy, because the two of them exposed everything they did to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu couldn't analyze the conspiracy or plan behind these actions. Hello, Xiao Yu. I am Luca No. 2. This is a message sent regularly. When you see this message, I am already dead. Therefore, these messages can be regarded as my last words. You might as well take it seriously. If you think about it, it might bring you some benefits. Xiao Yu keenly noticed that in this message, Luca No. 2 did not call himself master, but replaced him with a title that meant equal status. Xiao Yu. That's right. I did join forces with Su Junpo and did something without telling you. In this message, Luca 2 said in a calm tone. What exactly it is? I guess you know it now. You are confused. Right. You can't figure out the purpose of what we do. Right. You don't have to think about it. You will understand it when the time comes. Of course, you have to understand one thing. That is, Su and I Junpo. We have no ill intentions towards the Xinzhou civilization. But for some reasons, we don't want you to know our intentions for the time being. The war between the Xinzhou civilization and the Sweeper civilization will eventually break out, and only one of the two civilizations will be left. Frankly speaking, I am not optimistic about the fate of our Xinzhou civilization. So Su Junpo and I work together to make these arrangements. If our Xinzhou civilization fails in the battle with the Sweeper civilization, then with the help of these arrangements we left behind, you may be able to get a chance to continue the Xinzhou civilization. That's right. These arrangements are just in case, but I won't tell you how to operate them specifically. Just think of it as a test I leave you. I don't hope that our Xinzhou civilization will be able to use these arrangements. But if unfortunately it comes to this point, and if you can't pass my test, then let Xinzhou civilization is destroyed. Goodbye. Xiao Yu. Wish our Xinzhou civilization good luck. As this piece of information was absorbed by Xiao Yu, the entire Xinzhou civilization was once again completely controlled by Xiao Yu. The Xinzhou civilization revealed every detail of itself in front of Xiao Yu, without any secrets or hiding anything. But in Xiao Yu's heart, the heavy cloud became even thicker. Through these words, Xiao Yu can analyze a lot of things. First of all, through some unknown channel, the two people obtained some information about the combat power of the Sweeper civilization, and judged from this that their fate was not optimistic. Su Junpo comes from the Sweeper civilization, so it is basically certain that the relationship between Su Junpo and the Sweeper civilization has been re-established. However, the conventional technology of the Sweeper civilization is not as good as mine. How did they establish contact? What about Communication within civilizations can also be shielded through the data level, such as the communication between Su Junpo and Luca 2. But communication between civilizations cannot be achieved in this way. Well, I understood. At this time, Xiao Yu remembered something, and what Tai Hao Liming had said to him a long time ago. The conventional technology of the Guardian civilization is stronger than that of the Sweeper civilization. And the soul technology of the Sweeper civilization is stronger than that of the Guardian civilization. It is precisely because of the advanced soul technology that the Sweeper civilization can create things like soul stones. Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to this sentence before. But now, after soul technology began to gradually reveal its power, Xiao Yu had to start treating it with caution. Then, the communication between the Sweeper civilization and Su Junpo should be based on soul technology. But what exactly is the soul? And what is soul technology? If this kind of technology really exists, then it will be within the scope of the 6th level civilization. Could this so-called soul technology come from the neutron battle star? And at the beginning, the battle between the neutron battle star and the MSI corpse was not that simple. The Sweeper civilization was it through this so-called soul technology that the MSI civilization was wiped out. Or maybe Su Junpo and Luca 2 are not optimistic about my situation because of the existence of this soul technology. They are worried that the Sweeper civilization will wipe out me just like the MSI civilization. That's why they made such an arrangement. Just in case? So, what does this arrangement have to do with soul technology? Chapter 720 The Dead and the Living. The fear hidden deep in Xiao Yu's heart was completely aroused. In the past, Xiao Yu already knew that the Sweeper civilization was not simple. But Xiao Yu was unwilling to think too much about this aspect. The reason is very simple, and it is useless to think about it, because Xiao Yu cannot solve these problems. So Xiao Yu simply didn't think about it, and it was enough to just do his best. This may be considered an escape, but it is the best choice when there is no alternative. Now, because of the deaths of Su Junpo and Luca No. 2, and the so-called arrangements they left behind, Xiao Yu has been pushed into the most cruel situation. Xiao Yu has to face these things again that he has no chance of solving. Question. Xiao Yu doesn't even know what a soul is. How can he resist the so-called soul technology of the Sweeper civilization and possible soul attacks? I choose to believe you. Xiao Yu thought silently. Just because you lived in the Shinjo civilization, I have tried my best to give you the most comfortable life. A moment later, Xiao Yu announced the death of Su Junpo and Luca No. 2 to the outside world. Of course, the reason why these two people died was changed by Xiao Yu. In the news, Xiao Yu said, "Today is a dark day for all the people of our Shinjo civilization, because the greatest scientists and greatest sociologists in our civilization, Su Junpo and Lu Card No. 2 left us on this day, because the war with the Sweeper civilization is about to begin. In order to improve the winning rate of our civilization, these two people have been working overloaded. The long-term heavy labor has led to serious consequences. They fell at their jobs today. Even if I use the most advanced biotechnology, I can no longer save their lives. We will always remember these two people. They dedicated their lives to our civilization. For the continuation of our civilization, they dedicated their last bit of energy. Let us mourn for them together. Tell them that they will live forever. In our hearts, we will definitely inherit their legacy, eventually become stronger, and wipe out the Sweeper civilization." Su Junpo and Luca 2 have huge reputations and countless admirers in the society of Shinjo civilization. After suddenly receiving this news, the entire Shinjo civilization fell into grief. Countless people spontaneously took to the streets and squares to gather together. At this time, inside the small universe, there are all the inhabited spaceships and all the cities on the inhabited planets. Huge statues of the two men have been erected. Countless people came spontaneously to offer flowers and their condolences and remembrances to the two statues. "They have left us, but their spirit will remain in our hearts forever," Xiao Yu said. "We should use our power to strengthen our civilization. Only when our civilization is strong can we be invincible. This is the best comfort for both of them." Before Xiao Yu released this news, on the 8th inhabited planet, Yang Jianqi and Rose are having their latest battle in the virtual starry sky. After Xiao Yu started the team battle mode, these two people were the first and second in the server to upgrade their fleets. Each had a Star-class Jianqi spaceship and a Star-class Rose spacecraft as their flagships. Fleet. At this moment, both sides are exerting their full strength, trying to eliminate each other. Preserve your own strength. To contain, to delay, to attack, to besiege, Various retreat tactics were staged in turn. After the battle lasted for 3 virtual days, the final result ended with the Jianqi Star-class spacecraft leading the fleet to annihilate the Rose flagship.
Humph. Yang Jianqi. Just wait. One day I will surpass you.
Rose sent an angry message.
Want to surpass me? It seems your hope is slim in this life.
Yang Jianqi replied. At this time, Xiao Yu's news was announced. The two of them returned to silence at the same time, quietly listening to the message Xiao Yu broadcast. After a while, the message was broadcast. The two of them still remained silent.
What? Dean Su passed away unexpectedly?
Rose said in disbelief.
This is impossible. This is impossible. Our Shinjo civilization has become so advanced. How could something like this happen?
Yang Jianqi knew that among the entire Shinjo civilization society, the person Rose admired the most was Su Junpo. Her biggest dream is to see this legendary great scientist with her own eyes. The person Yang Jianqi admires most is Luca No. 2. Usually, the two people had more than one fierce quarrel over the question of who made greater contributions to the Shinjo civilization, Su Junpo or Luca 2. Of course, the final result convinced no one. But now, both of them are dead.
Let's go to the city center to take a look and pay homage to them there,
Yang Jianqi said.
Okay.
Rose agreed and hurriedly exited the game. Yang Jianqi also immediately quit the game and rushed to the city center square in front of the two huge statues. At this moment, many people have appeared in front of the statue, and the feet of the two statues are almost covered with flowers. In front of the statue, Yang looked at Rose, who had come in advance and stood in front of Su Junpo's statue with red eyes, and felt even heavier.
These two people are already like the guardians of our civilization. They help their master solve problems one after another for our civilization and overcome difficulties again and again. But now they are all dead. For our civilization.
I gave my life, Rose said slowly, tears finally flowing out uncontrollably, seeing the strong girl in front of him who wanted to be strong and never admit defeat, who was always confident no matter how many times she lost to him, and who said she would definitely win next time. A certain string in Yang Jianqi's heart was suddenly touched. He walked forward and hugged Rose gently. Rose did not resist, but meekly leaned into Yang Jianqi's arms.
We will also follow their path. We are the most outstanding people in the war game, and the fleet we control is invincible in the entire server. So in the future, we are destined to embark on the path of protecting our civilization. Right. Because they passed away. We should work harder. I will definitely defeat you and surpass you. For sure,
Rose said. Yang Jianqi smiled slightly and said,
if you want to surpass me, you still need to practice hard, master higher skills, and have a more outstanding overall awareness before you can do it.
Rose suddenly broke away from Yang Jianqi's arms, stared hard into Yang Jianqi's eyes, and said word by word,
I will definitely surpass you.
Yang Jianqi said confidently.
Impossible. Go and try it now. Just try it. I just hope you won't cry again after you fail this time. I'm so angry. Come on. Let's go practice right away.
The warm atmosphere before was immediately gone. The two of them were like two fighting cocks at this moment. Hurried back home, logged into the war game, and started a new battle. Spontaneous memorial activities in the Shinjo civilization have been going on for more than a year, and have not ended. For more than a year, Xiao Yu has been thinking about this issue. Thinking about what the arrangements made by Luca 2 and Su Junpo are. What unknown cards the Sweeper civilization has. And how should he deal with it? The neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization should be a relic left by the carbon-based civilization. The ability of the neutron battle star I once owned from the silicon-based civilization was a death ray. Could it be the neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization? Is the special ability possessed by Zi Zhanqing a soul attack? A weapon specially developed to attack the essence of life based on the 7th level civilization's understanding of the origin of life? Xiao Yu thinks this possibility is very high. In Xiao Yu's view at this moment, the two powerful existences without entities, the semi-four-dimensional Taihao and the space creatures, are close to the original state of life. That is, the state of the soul. There is one thing worth noting. When there is a confrontation, the neutron battle stars do not simply use collisions, like they do against alien B civilizations. They also use some other attack methods unknown to Xiao Yu. This kind of attack method, which is unknown to Xiao Yu for the time being, Xiao Yu believes that it is likely to be a soul attack using soul technology. One thing that needs to be noted is that Neutron Battle Star has some kind of high-dimensional attack ability. Otherwise, the semi-four-dimensional Taihao would not be able to die.
It also has the ability to resist two-dimensionalization. Otherwise, in the battle with space creatures, Neutron the Battlestar has already failed. This proves that at the space level, the Neutron Battlestar also has strong capabilities, which needs attention. Space Starburst, Direct Impact, Soul Attack, High-Dimensional Attack. These are the current stages of the Neutron Battlestar, or the attack methods that can be roughly determined by me. If the Soul attacks, the Ghost and I will be in danger, because when I leave the computer, I will exist in a pure soul state. In this form, I am very fragile, and ghosts only exist in a form that is close to the origin of the soul.
The current situation makes Xiao Yu very worried. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly received a message.
Hello, little guy. I'm glad that you have finally grown to the current stage. You have surpassed me in terms of comprehensive strength, and you have the capital and qualifications to fight against the Sweeper civilization. However, although you surpass me in terms of overall strength, you still have the ability to fight against the Sweeper civilization. You may still be lacking in some aspects, such as high-dimensional space and soul attack. I am the half-fourth-dimensional Taihouse civilization that has died long ago. I left this message in the fourth-dimensional shield before I died.